Yeah, I'm a big fan of Business Insider, BBC News, Business Blaze, all of these very intelligent channels for smart people with big brain. Oh, I was about to say get ready to blaze, but I forgot my coffee, it's over there. And I'm already wired in, hold on. Problem solved. After all the shit I got last time for drinking Costa, people were like, Simon, why do you drink Costa? I was like, I don't know. It's close to me and it's pretty good. But today I got Starbucks, and I quite like Starbucks regular Pike Place roast, whatever it is. Love that. I don't care what you think. It also has a ton of caffeine in. Like, that shit sends me up the wall. I love it. There should exist a coffee which advertises how strong it is. Like, not, taste. It won't be like, ooh, it's got like a really robust taste with all sorts of undertones. It'll just be like, no, it's really strong. I would like that. Also, let's just get all my plugs in now. This isn't a sponsored one. But I've been eating the shit out of this. There's the company that sponsors another channel I do called Today I Found Out. I know I'm supposed to eat their cereal with milk, but I'm snacking on this shit all the time. It's really good. I'm not going to snack on it through this video, though, because that would be horrible. I suppose I should introduce myself. I'm your boy. I have the blaze. This is a script that has been written by Danny. I will read it. Sam, later, will add some fine memes. This one is all about clever marketing, clever ways that marketing tricks you. I have a strong feeling this is going to be good because, the internet's a really terrible place. Like, there's a lot of negativity out there, and I love adding to it. If Simon was to open this video by revealing that you only have 5 minutes left to take advantage of the never-to-be-repeated Perch the Merch sale. Oh, thank you, Danny. Don't mind if I do. You can perch the merch at perchthemerch.co. ETA is making a cameo. He's taken a back seat recently, unfortunately for him, unfortunately for everyone else. Perchthemerch.co. Never to be, we had a sale a few weekends ago, never to be repeated, except it will probably be repeated. There's literally only 3 decal stickers left. Honestly, there's not, they're print on demand. So you should order quickly to avoid disappointment. Oh my god, I'm terrible at business. I imagine most Business Blaze viewers would just snicker into their oatmeal honey lattes. This is an oatmeal honey latte. It's not. It's a black coffee. We're not silly, and we don't get fooled anymore by the kind of tripe that advertisers used to get away with in the darker days of, say, the 1980s. In the UK and other bits of Europe, we have a furniture retailer called DFS. Oh god, DFS. It's like, yeah, there's a 98% sale off, so this sofa that normally costs £400,000 is only 50p. This weekend only, and I'm like, DFS, that sofa's never £400,000, is it? And DFS are like, always, except for this one weekend. They used to bombard us every day with excitable commercials about how their latest crazy sale on sofas and soft furnishings must end soon, except it never ends. It never did. I should just read these, shouldn't I? I should just do this. Like, 99% of the comments I love. And then it's like, 1% is like, Simon, just read the script, you script robot. Oh, smash that dislike button. I have 6 other channels for that. Never did though, and it was a sale through eternity. The comedian Ronnie Corbett's finest ever line was during the opening scene to one of his famously long-winded anecdotes, in which I've never heard of Ronnie Corbett, in which he said, I remember the day well. It was the day the DFS didn't have a sale on. I think legally, they must have to have a store where everything's full price. It's probably in a field in the middle of nowhere, and it's like all of the sofas are really expensive. No one ever goes there. But I like to think that most savvy Business Blaze viewers have got wise to the concept of advertisers creating a fake sense of urgency. And we know that a 24-hour flash sale is very likely to be extended through the whole weekends due to unforeseen demand. And I don't like it. There are companies when you go to their website and they're like, this sale ends in like 12 minutes. And it's like you refresh the page and the 12-minute counter keeps counting down. There's one sponsor we have who I genuinely like with sponsors, I use their stuff or I at least look into them thoroughly before doing it. And they do this countdown thing, and I'm like, guys, don't do that. It looks sketch. And obviously they're a giant company and I'm just a small person promoting them. But make a good product. People will buy it. You don't need to do this weird countdown shit that everyone knows is fake. It makes it look cheap. Oh, hopefully they continue to sponsor me or I'm fucked. And we know the 24-hour flash sale is likely to be extended through the whole weekend due to unforeseen demand. We can see through the illusion of scarcity when an airline tries to convince us there are only a few tickets remaining at this super low price, or a company tries to tell us that it's running very low on stocks of UFO detecting kits. or when. Why is there an or when there? Danny, were you going to continue a thought and then just gave up? When a website promises you a fixed price all the way through to the very last step of a checkout process, we've already factored in the possibility of suddenly getting hit with an extra $50 charge for shipping, service fees, and handling costs. Yeah, it's like, hey, yeah, I'd like this from Amazon. And it's like, oh, yeah. And often I'm ordering from like Amazon Germany or Amazon.co.uk, so I have to ship it internationally. It's like, yeah, you want these plug protectors for your house. So I bought, I've got a young kid, and we're just baby-proofing the house. I bought these plug protectors that you slot in, and it's like, it was like 10 of them for like €10. And then you get to ship, it's like €7 shipping. And then they arrive and they don't fit. And I'm not gonna return it. I really don't return anything because it sits there for a while. I box it up and then I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna return that, and then I don't. And so there's boxes in the hallway that have just never been returned. And we're always very careful to review those checkout carts just to make sure they haven't sneakily thrown in a surprise pre-ticked box which commits you to a lifetime subscription of Model Railway Monthly. Now, I'm pretty shit at that. I don't generally check, and then I get charged more, and I'm like, what is this? And then I end up just cancelling my bank card. In a parallel universe, I think that the corporations eventually gave up trying to deceive customers and decided just to try being completely honest about everything. It would be refreshing, right? People really liked it when I just was honest about the merch. I'm like, look, I make enough money through AdSense. You don't need to, but there's so much bullshit like, yeah, support my channel by buying merch. I don't need your support. If you like the merch, if you think it's worth it and you'd like to have it to say like, I watch Business Plays or this legendary shirt, buy it because I made something good. Don't buy it because you need to support poor old Simon. And it's like, I feel the same way about Patreon. It's like, oh, please help me. Please help me. It's like, bro, you got 40 million views on your YouTube channel last month. How much help do you need, son? And look, if I had a Patreon for this channel, I would not be like, please support me. I need your help. It's like, Simon wants a Ferrari. However, most transcendental beings are stuck with this universe in which the shady marketers just had to get a bit smarter. The Baader-Meinhof phenomenon. I've heard of this. I get this one confused. There's Baader-Meinhof, which I believe is that thing where you hear of something and then you hear of something a little bit later. And there's also what I think is Baader-Meinhof, but I think it's called something else, where you start doing something and you think you're really good at it, and then you realize that you're not very good at it. And then you realize there's lots of practice to get good at it. It's depressing. I'm leading here with a strategy that doesn't entirely convince me, but some marketing departments apparently swear by it. It's also known as the frequency illusion, or the recency illusion, or the selective attention bias. But I'm sticking with the Baader-Meinhof phenomenon, partly because this name was coined first, but mostly because it's harder for Simon to pronounce. Baader-Meinhof. Baader-Meinhof. I think I know how to pronounce this because I've come across it before. The Baader-Meinhof phenomenon occurs in the human brain when you suddenly start believing that something is popping up all over the place. Let's say you hear an old song on the radio that you haven't heard in years, or you catch a glimpse of a car that quite takes your fancy. I have adverts following me around the internet like everyone else. 2 years ago, a very good friend of mine sent me we often message shit we find around the internet to each other. He's like, dude, I found a website that sells spinning tops for like £80. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. So I bought him one and I sent it to his office. And since I bought it, 2 years, I've been Forever Spin, the company's called Forever Spin, have been following me around the internet for 2 years. Like I'm gonna buy another one of those things. Are you smoking crack?
Is it crack? Is that what you smoke?
Let's say you hear an old song on the radio that you haven't heard in years, or you catch a glimpse of a car that quite takes your fancy. Suddenly, it seems that the old song is being played in the background of every shop you visit, and all your friends are talking about the same car. Every direction you turn, every conversation you have, the same things keep cropping up over and over again, as if the universe has gone mad, or has got stuck in a groove, or is maybe just trying to tell you something. Yeah, everyone's like, oh my god, it's a sign. It's like, no, you're just paying attention to it. You're just paying attention to it more. Like, you wouldn't have noticed before. It's not spiritual. There's no such thing. And remember, it's all a lie, including your religion. Smash that dislike button. You know when you look at the clock and you're like, oh my god, it's 11:11. I see 11:11 a lot. It's like, no, you're just, most people are awake at 11 p.m. and 11 a.m. So, you're more likely to see it like 1500 hours or 3 p.m. or 3:33. You're never going to see because no one is awake at 3:30 in the morning, except for my wife with our young child. It's terrible sleep. It's just a coincidence. But it's more of a brain illusion wired to the concept of selective attention. Once you hear or see or discuss something of interest, your awareness of experiencing it is again amplified. And then, when you become aware of it popping up repeatedly, you begin to notice it more and more, and it evolves into a confirmation of your theory. The frequency isn't really particularly high at all. It's just that your brain has become hyper-tuned into detecting a single pattern, while quite probably ignoring several other potential cases of mass repetition, which doesn't seem as significant. The term was named in 1994 after an ultra-left-wing militant West German terrorist group, holy shit, The Biedermeinhof gang, also known as the Red Army faction, which might seem a bit odd, as these kinds of things tend to get named after professors and linguists who researched them. But in this case, the term was coined during an online discussion in which participants were discussing the phenomena and the lack of a name for it. And one guy suggested Biedermeinhof because it just happened to hear the name multiple times in one day after having previously never heard of it. So it could just have easily been named the Bananarama phenomenon. Okay, doke. But what has all of this got to do with marketing? Jesus Christ, yeah, let's get into it, Danny. We're 2 pages in! People came here for business. Someone messaged me the other day, it was like, Simon, I had a great moment at work because I have an allegedly mug, which is this, allegedly, but on a mug. And he was like, and someone asked what's with the mug, and I'm like, oh, it's from a channel I like called Business Blaze. And I think it was his boss, and he was like, good on you. Watching business content on YouTube, I can see you're a go-getter. Yeah, Business Blaze is pretty good disguise. Like, what channels do you like? Yeah, I'm a big fan of Business Insider, BBC News, Business Blaze, all of these very intelligent channels for smart people with big brain. Well, some marketing gurus strongly believe that the more times they thrust their products and services in your face via ad retargeting, the more likely you are to buy them, because your brain is getting persuaded that the product is more popular and desirable and on trend than it really is. And the stats seem to back this up to some degree, with many customers only finally deciding to buy the item after they've seen exactly the same ad pop up in their Facebook newsfeed about 25 times. I'm not completely sold though. I'd be more likely to get deeply annoyed with seeing the same thing over and over again. Ever since I first started researching scripts for Business Blaze, my Facebook newsfeed has been flooded with some quite bizarre adverts based on my recent online activity. And no matter how many times I see exactly the same adverts for Trump ice water or pink Himalayan salt, I'm not buying because we know those things are shit, allegedly. Confirmed shaming. One slightly dubious tactic that companies use to try and get you to opt into their mailing list and newsletters is to make you feel like you're a massive idiot if you don't. It's like, yeah, you know when you arrive on a website, the thing pops up and it's like, hey, save 10% today, and then the cancel button is like, no, I like not saving money. I'm just like, whatever. It usually boils down to a simple question and 2 possible options to choose from, which are yes, I'll tick this box and you can have my email address so you can bombard me with totally irrelevant marketing until I finally reach snapping point and summon enough mental energy to try and find the unsubscribe option. Oh my god, I get emails from like some DIY company because I once bought a drill from them or some shit like that. And I'm like, please stop emailing me. And their unsubscribe button is a 404. Oh, or no, as in not bloody likely, piss off. But over the years, marketers have found simple but compelling ways to make the yes button sound more appealing, while making the no button sounds like it's only a knuckle-dragging half-wit would press it. And even vaguely respectable corporate giants such as Amazon use a fairly gentle version of this technique on a pop-up window promoting Amazon Prime service, where the negative option is, no, I don't want unlimited one-day shipping. Oh my god, yeah, every f***ing time. And I don't have Amazon Prime because they got me with this once. And I was like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll take the 30 days for free. And then I live in Prague in the Czech Republic. This was Amazon Germany, is normally where I buy my stuff, and it ships pretty easily. But then it's like, great, I've got Prime. What advantages do I get? It's like, oh yeah, no. This you can now, but you couldn't then. It's like, yeah, you get Amazon Prime Video, but you know, it's not available in your region. Oh, what? You get free delivery? Yeah, except only within Germany. So why did I sign up for this? And so I cancelled, and now every time it's like, do you want to do this? What are we talking about? No, but other companies are happy to take a few digital steps further in the mission to shame you into not making the clearly correct choice. An online marketing course for beginners goes with, yes, make me more effective. No, I don't want more knowledge. A huge UK outdoor retailer presents the following choice. Yes, sign me up for an exclusive camping deals. No, I don't like having fun. Who falls for this shit? Everyone knows what it's about. Meanwhile, the food news and recipes website Delish serves up, yes, I'd like to receive new, easy and delicious recipes. No thanks, I'll just have a microwave meal tonight. You could phrase that like, yes, I'd like to spend hours cooking food. No, I'd like to heat up tasty food in the microwave. Oh, we're not a million miles away from a healthy living organization deciding to go with, yes, I'd like to live a healthier life. No, I'm happy to continually abuse my body until I get so fat that I can't move and I end up choking to death on my own vomit, sat alone and unloved and untouched by any other human soul. Danny, that got dark. The whole thing seems to be based on insulting your intelligence and insulting you personally, but it's a strategy that seems to pull in strong results in the moment. And speaking of that, I mean, if you're not subscribed to Business Blaze, well, you're a bit dim, aren't you? It kind of proves that you're a bit dim. So smash that subscribe button. Don't be a demo. However, marketing experts predict that confirm shaming will fall out of fashion sooner rather than later as more and more consumers wise up to their manipulative maneuvers. I mean, subscribe to Business Blaze. It doesn't make a difference. The decoy price. It's strange to think that some packages are presented to you by a business are priced in such a way that you never actually are meant to buy them at all. I'm not talking about ridiculously overpriced high-end options. It's more to do with the rubbish value mid-range options which drive you to the most expensive option. I've heard of this. It's like if there's like 4 prices of baked beans or whatever. It's like, I'm going to stop because Danny is about to explain this to us. And I should have learned this lesson about 100 scripts ago, so here we go. Let's say that you're taking a sunny stroll down a beach in Skegness in the UK. Sunny beach in the UK, please, Danny, come on. And you come across a hairy bloke selling jelly deals by the bucket. He's offering a small bucket of them for £3 and a jumbo bucket for £8. In this scenario, unless you haven't eaten anything for several days, you're most likely to plump for the small bucket option because there's such a gulf in price difference between the two that you don't want to seem greedy. But there's another hairy bloke at the other ends of the beach who's also selling jelly deals by the bucket, but he's managing to shift far more jumbo buckets even though he's charging exactly the same prices for small and jumbo sizes. The only difference is that he's also offering a medium bucket of jelly deals for £7. He's not selling any of those at all, but he's never expected to. It's just a decoy option to get more people to buy the jumbo bucket. They do this at the cinema. Do you want a small popcorn? It's this big. But for like 20p more, you can get one that's twice the size. And for 20p more than that, you can get one that's 4 times the size. I'm always, and you know, they're like starting at £3 or whatever. And I always like, no, I'll take the small one because if I get the big one, I'm going to eat all that shit. It's a theory that's been proved to work by Israeli-American professor of psychology and behavioral economist Dan Ariely. He offered 100 students 3 different subscription options for The Economist magazine and asked them which one they'd choose. The options were a digital-only subscription for $59, a print-only subscription for $125, or a digital and print subscription for the same price of $125. Most students plumped for the latter as it seemed like the best deal. But when he took out the print-only option and tried the test again, most students picked the digital option as it was the cheapest by far. The print-only option was a decoy price, created purely to represent poor value and to make the most expensive option seem like a pretty good deal by comparison. This is so smart. And, of course, The Economist would do this. The decoy price triggers a framing effect, cognitive bias, which leads the consumer into making an inaccurate judgment based on the distortion created by a rogue third option, which is vastly inferior but priced very close to the high-end option. It is sneaky, but it's very clever. Still, even so, you probably only need a small bucket of jelly deals at the most. They're absolutely bloody awful. I don't think I've ever had jelly deals, but I'd definitely give it a try. Dodgy email subject lines. I can remember when it seems like quite a novelty to receive a marketing email that actually had your first name appear at the beginning of the subject line. Now it just seems like, yeah, of course. Of course. Who is this tricking? I'm sure there were plenty of people at the time who believed that somebody in the marketing department had actually taken the time and the effort to compose a personal email for just their benefit. How sweet of them. No one thinks that. Of course, nowadays it seems pretty old hat because it's so easy for any business to use custom tags in their mailing software to generate the recipient's name or any other harvested details in the subject line. Yeah, like I often fill out like emails forms sarcastically. So the number of emails that are just addressed to Dear the Boss. Yeah, it's pretty good. Or we know when companies forget to do it, so it's like, Dear first name. And if you receive an email titled Peter, we have a very special offer for you. We all know a very similar email has been sent to at least 500,000 other suckers. In truth, I don't think there's really any harm to adding a quick personal touch to a subject line, but there are far dodgier tactics to look for. Ooh, there are. I'm excited. I spent a few years working in marketing for an Australian print and design company. Danny, your life, man. And I have to admit that I cocked up very badly one time and let the side down. I used to be in charge of all the newsletter and email campaigns, and they usually went down pretty well with the customer base. We never really did the hard sell thing. We usually just strived to write something a bit quirky and genuinely entertaining, with a few casual links to the products and services here and there. The customers seem to appreciate that approach. Yeah, I mean, if it's got that approach, and I'm going to open your email and find something enjoyable in there, I'm actually going to open your email. If it's from like, hey, British Airways customer number 400, have you considered a trip? But for one particular email campaign, I decided to go with the subject line, first name. I have some very bad news for you. I can't remember why exactly. It was probably to do with the special offer closing very soon or something like that. Well, the email rate proved to be sky high, but the company never received so many complaints in one day. Customers felt as if they'd been conned into opening the email. Maybe they thought I was going to tell them that their grandma had died, although why this information would come from a print and design company is a bit of a mystery. I don't know. It can be like, because people, you might read the subject first, and you'll be like, oh shit, what? Oh no, who's this from? And then you look and it's like Print and Design Australia, and you're like, Okay. Well, thanks for the skip and a heartbeat there. Also, the people who write, urgent attention, or, no, what is it? Like, action required. People who write action required in the subject line for a non-important email, I despise you more than Danny despises jelly deals. But they were right to feel aggrieved, and we apologized. A subject line like that didn't just sit right on the inbox screen, it felt a bit deceiving. A couple of strategies we would have never dreamed of using are the fake reply and the deliberate mistake approaches. Oh my god, people who include reply or forward in the subject lines of your messages where it's not a reply and a forward? F*** you. Some companies add re or forward to the beginning of the subject line. I hate you! To try and indicate that it's part of an ongoing casual conversation between the two of you. That's not really on at all because it's completely fake, but sadly it works because readers tend to assume that it's part of a real conversation between two people rather than junk mail. And some companies will place small deliberate mistake in the opening email just so that they can follow it up briskly with another email entitled something like, oops, we messed up. Not only does that mean that they get away with sending two marketing emails in quick succession to really hammer home the point, it also plays into the concept that human beings are naturally intrigued by a cock-up, and they will open the second email just to discover what went wrong. So bearing all of this in mind, the ultimate email subject line guaranteed to generate interest will be something along the lines of, Re, Peter, we screwed up beyond belief and we have some distressing news about your children. Oh god. You can also put you could also change the sender name to whatever you want. No one's doing that yet, fortunately. But it would be a bit distressing if they just changed it to Dad. So, oh no, what's going on with my family? Loss aversion. Finally, I'm usually a big supporter of the free trial mode if the product or service is good. I very probably wouldn't be forking out £80 a year for Amazon Prime if they hadn't offered me a month's free trial first. Oh my god, yeah. So we use a big project management system. I use it to run all the channels. Everyone on the team works in this program called Trello. Trello is fantastic. It's an unbelievably good and flexible program.
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
And it's free. And then it's like, hey, you don't have more than 10 users or whatever. And you've got more boards. And I'm like, oh, I knew this day was coming. It's like over $1,000 a year. And I'm like, oh, it's well over $1,000 a year, actually. Hey, Trello, I love your if you want me to talk, I'll talk about you. Just give me Trello for free. And shortly after writing a business play script on the Bulgarian who managed to legally swindle $1 million from Spotify, I ended up signing up for a 3 month trial of the streaming service, and now I suspect I'll be giving them 10 quid a month forever. Danny, it's 2020. How are you just getting on Spotify now? But although it might seem quite reasonable for a company to offer you a generous free trial before you fully commit to the service, there can also be a psychological principle at play here, and it's based on the fact that humans can't bear the thought of losing anything. The term loss aversion was coined by Israeli Nobel Prize-winning psychologist and economist Daniel Kahneman. What's up with all the Israelis figuring this shit out? Wasn't the last guy Israeli? Yeah, Dan Ariely. Those guys are on it. And his mathematical associate Amos Tversky back in 1979. Throughout the 80s and 90s, they conducted several wide-ranging tests which demonstrated how people will fiercely clutch onto any old tat. Daniel Kahneman wrote a book that I recently read. Is it Thinking Fast and Slow? Is that Daniel Kahneman? It was really good. An early test involved giving one group of 100 participants a $2 lottery ticket and another 100 students $2 in cash each. They were later asked if they wanted to trade for the other option, and barely anybody from either group chose to do so. That is fascinating. Because if someone gave me the $2 lottery ticket and offered me $2 in cash, I'd be like, yes, please. Because you know what I'm not winning? The lottery. And even I wouldn't want to win the lottery. I've discussed this before on Business Plays. I would not want to win the lottery, because from that point on, everyone is going to be like, Simon, you're only successful because you won the lottery. Later similar tests involved mugs and chocolates and all kinds of shit, but the results were always very conclusive. Very few of the participants were remotely interested in giving up what they already had, even if trading it in would have resulted in getting something back of higher value. I suppose there must be a point where the difference in value gets so wide that common sense starts to kick in, and I'd like to think that not many participants would have turned down the chance to trade their Enron mug for a Harrier jump jet. OG Business Plays joke right there. But the point is that free trials can be hugely profitable strategies for businesses, even if the products or services aren't that amazing. Human beings will lose more satisfaction from throwing away $100 than they would gain from winning $100, because our feelings towards loss and gain are not equal. So, they're more likely to keep hold of that subscription to Model Railway magazine after the free trial, just because it's become incorporated into the status quo and they can't bear the thought of letting go. By the way, that's twice now that we've mentioned Model Railway magazine. 3 times now, Danny, and that's fascinating. Within a fairly short period of time. If it keeps popping up in your life over the next few days and weeks, it's either an example of the Baader-Meinhof phenomenon in beautiful motion, or you just move in very strange circles. I am going to keep an eye out for that, Danny. If you would like to look as amazing as me, wearing this allegedly t-shirt, well, and I also like how I'm looking at my camera when I'm wearing the business blazer. Hell yeah. And then you can just be like, what up? If you'd like to get this, go to Business Blaze. No, that's not where you go. Go to purchthemerch.co for Colombia. And I will see you next time. I was going to say have a fine weekend because I'm recording this on a Friday, but maybe it's releasing on a Wednesday. In that case, well, you've got several more days of work left. Have a great week. And then you can just be like, what up? Obviously not, Danny. Myspace is wicked. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. It's your boy with the Blaze, Simon. Danny has written us a script. It's the 5 strangest celebrity businesses, and as always, because I don't want to get absolutely destroyed in the comments, thank you, Sam, for adding the memes to this video. You official memeologist. And the other day, I saw Brian the meme accountant is back. Welcome back, Brian. It's great to have you. The one person who doesn't get paid. But, on the plus side, isn't chained to the radiator in the basement. If you're wondering what is going on here, if you're new here, well, now might be the time to leave, because it's a little bit weird, but this is the 5 strangest celebrity businesses. It seems that the last few I've recorded, I swear like I've been holding like a literal book. Danny's like, yeah, Simon, you want 5,000 words? Like, no, but okay. Oh, they say that most people, what I do is I read this, I react to it, and there are memes. They say that most people are born with some kind of incredible talent or gift which is just waiting to be untapped at some point upon their unfolding journey of life. Yeah, the people who say that are goddamn lying, because look, 99, 90%, 99, I don't know. How many people have you met and be like, wow, you have an incredible talent? And I'm sorry to tell you, but it's not waiting to unfold itself in your life. You have to go out there and get it. Soon I'll be launching my Instagram motivational quotes account. By the way, I've been thinking, like a fun business blaze might be to absolutely rip. There's so many motivational Instagram accounts and they're so shit. I just thought we could do a video reacting to that nonsense. Smash that like button if you agree. Let me know in the comments. We're 2 lines in, let's carry on. And we have like 8 pages. Well, I'm not sure who says that, and it sounds a bit optimistic to me. Yeah, Danny, you're absolutely right. My mate Barry is absolutely bloody useless at everything. He can't change a plug, he can't fry an egg, he can't ride a bike. Who can't ride a bike? Simon, don't discriminate again! I was worried about him for such a long time, but I was so relieved when he finally got elected as a member of parliament serving the Upper Rotherham constituency. Danny's from Upper Rotherham, or he's from Rotherham, the city that is mostly famous for its child sex gangs, as I found out when I googled it. Still, this makes it all the more impressive when some people turn out to have more than one string in their bow. Yeah, it's like my one string is being reasonably okay at YouTube. If YouTube goes away, I'm It's just like, oh well, I guess I'm gonna be homeless now. I'm happy to say that this even applies to the Business Blaze team. Danny, I'm not happy to say that. As well as being able to write scripts that always turn out to be 4 times longer than Simon asked for. I haven't read this beforehand, I swear to God. I can also play the entire back catalogue of Duran Duran on bagpipes. Danny, if that is true, which I don't know, given your backgrounds, it could entirely be, we're gonna need to arrange something here. Let me know. Sam isn't just a professional memeologist and video editor. He also holds the world record for most hula hoops spun in a minute while being set on fire and chased around a field by an angry goat. Look, now I know you're lying, and I'm slightly disappointed about not being able to hear Duran Duran played by bagpipes. Although, whoever thought bagpipes were a fucking good idea? Simon, stop being racist against Scottish people! And Simon, ... Well, anyway, moving on. Oh, Danny, you just don't know about my secret skills. My wife finds it weird that my thumb can go, like, all the way. I don't think that's weird. Like, it kind of gets to this position, and then it locks. So you got it here, right? And then you just pop it back, and it comes out. But I don't think that's unusual. I just think she can't do that. She finds it gross, so I do it all the time. I was really talking about superstar celebrities who have already dazzled us with their talents in the field of film or music. God, I hope we talk about the Hasselhoff, the Hoffmeister, the Hoffmaestro, or having an Instagram account and then decide to branch out into the world of business. Tell you what, I'm working on a secret project right now with actually a fan of the Business Blaze channel who wrote to me with a brilliant idea. I'm very excited to announce this, but I haven't yet. Because, you know, I want to just make sure everything's in a row, because otherwise everyone's going to be wildly disappointed. But stay tuned. It's not a pyramid. It might be is it a pyramid scheme? I need to check and make sure it's not a pyramid scheme. Admittedly, this is often more to do with the fact that they have a lot of money to invest and burn rather than any true entrepreneurial spirit. Yeah, I don't know, I feel like I've got a bit of entrepreneurial spirit because I'm not like a traditional media person. Like, I run a business, essentially, making videos. Like, it's my own little media company. Although everyone's like, Simon just hosts the video. And it's like, no, I don't. It's like, I host the videos, but I also do, like, other than, I mean, on this, I don't write, I don't edit, but I run the channel, I decide the topics, I pay Danny, you know, when I feel like it. But I don't know what he does with his money, because he's just locked in the basement all the time, which is weird. After all, there are only so many mansions and fancy cars and swimming pools and Simon Whistler stickers you can buy. Oh god, the stickers were like $5. I think they still are. Don't buy the stickers, they're way too expensive. Oh! I totally forgot. I actually purchased the web domain, Perch the Merch, P-U-R-C-H, themerch.co. I didn't get the .com, which was cheaper, because .co is, of course, the Colombian domain extension, and cocaine. Someone said I was a racist on Twitter for saying that, and I'm like, no, that's like saying, like, it's racist to say that British people love tea. I'm not even saying that. I'm not saying like Colombian people love cocaine, even though I bet you all do, because it's cocaine. Who doesn't? I'm just saying that your country is associated with cocaine. And how about we focus on the real racism? For example, former professional wrestler and now actor Hulk Hogan once unveiled hidden culinary skills in 1995 when he opened his own Pastamania restaurant in Minneapolis, with a menu boasting such delicacies as Hulkaroni and cheese, Hulkster burgers, and the intriguingly titled Hulkaroos.
And I've eaten so many Hulkaroos and Hulkayoos, I kind of feel sorry for Big Bubba, brother.
I don't even know what that could possibly be. What is an aru? Aru? I don't know, is it like kangaroo? Are we eating like kangaroo burgers? That just sounds cheap. But an Australian, that's also, you know, Simon, it's racist that you say that, you know, people eat kangaroo in Australia. Is unacceptable. Hashtag cancel Simon. Actress and activist Susan Sarandon is also pretty good at ping pong and has recently opened up a chain of franchised social ping pong clubs across the US and Canada. I'm glad she went for the social ping pong angle, as I can confirm that solo ping pong is the lamest and least rewarding game of all time. I'm gonna sound like a right loser, but I had a ping pong table growing up. And I would just play, you know, when no one wanted to play with me, you can flip the other side of the ping pong table up and play against yourself. And God, yeah, like I said, I started that sentence with, I'm going to sound like a loser, and I absolutely delivered on that promise. Meanwhile, actress Natalie Portman launched her own line of vegan footwear in 2008, featuring shoes produced entirely from animal-free materials. If I'm not mistaken, we made fun, you know, it's like they just have too much money and they're not very entrepreneurial. I'm fairly sure Natalie Portman is wicked smart. Didn't she go to like Harvard or some shit? However, sales of the $200 shoes never really took off, with unconfirmed reports suggesting that many consumers found them a bit chewy. Oh, that sounds like an Amazon review, doesn't it? From my Amazon review videos.
75 years later.
Here are some of the strangest celebrity side hustles that popped up over the years, although be warned that this is a Gwyneth Paltrow free zone, and all I can say to that is thank f***ing God. Allegedly. You can decide whether that's because we can't bring ourselves to talk about Gwyneth Paltrow. Goddamn f***ing right, we can't. Or we're saying, did anyone see that Goop documentary on Netflix? I mean, one time I did that previously in a video, and people complain about the craziest shit. It's always like, Simon, I'd appreciate if you didn't do that. It reminds me of my friend shooting himself in the head, and I'm like, great, how is that my problem? /r/am I the arsehole? Or we're saving her for a special dedicated Business Blaze episode later on. We're probably not going to, because I don't know how litigious Gwyneth Paltrow is, but you can bet that I'll say some shit in that video that would get me sued. Allegedly. Steven Spielberg sinks like a brick. Oh, Steven Spielberg had a business? I mean, like, he's mad wicked successful, but I hope he sold something like, you know, I don't know, burgers. When Steven Spielberg decided to open... Oh, he f***ing did. Yes! When Steven Spielberg decided to open his own themed restaurant chain in the 1990s, he already had a large body of work under his belt from which he could draw inspiration. When I was a kid, I was like, why are there not more themed restaurants? Why aren't there restaurants like that, you know, themed like Jurassic Park, where it's just like the restaurant from Jurassic Park and, you know, the dinosaurs like around the place and like that? Or, you know, every bar on TV. Like, why isn't there a Central Park coffee shop that is exactly like the Central Park? And then, as I got to be an adult, I realized, it's because, you know, quality of the food and comfort matters more than the theme. Because that's why children generally a bit shit at business. For example, he could have served seafood platters or dismembered legs in a Jaws-themed restaurant. Jesus. Or maybe he could have served dino shapes in a Jurassic Park-inspired restaurant. But no. Apparently inspired by his love of undersea exploration, he went with the name Dive and shaped it like a big yellow submarine. Isn't James Cameron the guy... Does Steven Spielberg and James Cameron, are they both legitimately into deep-sea exploration? That's actually incredible, if true. The original 300-seat location in California reportedly cost $7 million to build and leaned heavily on the nautical theme, featuring a completely stainless steel interior, bubbling porthole windows, bar seats in the shape of torpedoes, and even a working periscope that provided panoramic views of Los Angeles, which is always what you see when you're underwater. If you're in that movie with, is it Kevin Costner? Is Kevin Costner Australian? And there's like water everywhere. It's called Waterworld. Also, in that movie, where the f*** does all the water come from? Like, I'm pretty sure if all the icebergs melted, it's not like there's gonna be no lands left. There's like a massive meteor filled with water crashed into the earth. It's like, well, that sounds like it would just destroy everything. Oh, and he had gills. That's a weird movie. The menu boasted substantial salads, and sub-lime desserts. Well, Jesus, Steven Spielberg, I guess this is why you direct action movies and don't write comedies. Am I right? The weirdest thing on the Dive restaurant is that about every 45 minutes, the whole structure would simulate a nautical submersion, during which the windows would black out, the lights would start to flash, and groaning sirens would blare around the restaurant. That's got to be a little bit disconcerting when the kids are just trying to enjoy a gourmet Spielberger and fries. Oh, I did make burgers. This is glorious. A second branch opened in Las Vegas, and Spielberg originally envisioned opening at least another 60 dive restaurants around the world. For a short while, at least, it became a hip hangout for celebrities and movie stars who were quite possibly just angling for a part in the next Indiana Jones movie. But then, they'd be like, Brad, why are you here? Brad Pitt. It's like, oh yeah, I love deep sea exploration, and the Spielberg is delicious. He's like, give me the out of here. Then profits started to take a nosedive as traffic slowly began to dry up. It seems that kids found the whole experience a bit frightening, while adults just found it a bit noisy and tiresome. It does sound that way, doesn't it? Within just a few years, both branches had closed their hatches forever. Ba-da-bum-bum! One diner had commented that there are so many bells and whistles it's like eating in a pinball machine. Another reviewer revealed, this restaurant makes me embarrassed to be a human in the 90s. Justin Timberlake buys old rubbish. I can't say that I've ever closely followed the career of singer and actor Justin Timberlake. I have to say, I saw the movie The Social Network, which is fantastic, and Justin Timberlake plays, the guy who started Napster. I don't remember his name. He plays this guy, and he is amazing. Like, it is beautiful. I'm like, this is Justin Timberlake. I had no idea he could actually act. And then I saw another movie with him in it, and I was like, oh no, he can play that one guy really well, because In Time was shite. But I thought he was very good in a 2011 movie that I started watching with almost zero expectations on a long-haul fight, and it ended up becoming one of my favorite films of the last decade. It's got to be... The Social Network feels like it was later than 2011. It's called In Time. Ha! Danny, that movie is so shit. It's such a good concept, and it's so poorly executed. It's set in a futuristic society where people wear life clocks on their arms that are quickly counting down to zero and death. Time effectively becomes the new currency, and you have to keep replenishing your life clock to stay alive. It's well worth a watch if you haven't seen it. No, it isn't. Where is it? Where's my iPad? I'll be right back. Rotten Tomatoes. In Time. Yeah, no, Danny. 37% from the critics, but those guys are generally snobs, but the audience gave it 51%. So I guess Danny is, more people liked it than didn't, by 1%. But the critics thought it was shit. Like I say, it was a good idea. He famously took on the role of Napster founder Sean Parker in the 2010 film The Social Network, which depicted the rise of the biggest social media platform in the world. And by an extraordinary coincidence, Justin Timberlake spent 5 years of his real life as the co-owner of the biggest social platform in the world. Kind of. What? He did? Justin Timberlake was the co-owner of the pioneering social media platform MySpace. He must have had like a fraction of a percent. Like, yeah, I'm a co-owner of Amazon because I have like a fraction of one stock. Anyway, let's see what actually is the truth. Which pulled in 100 million users worldwide between 2005 and 2008, and once even briefly surpassed Google as the most visited site in the world. Holy shit. Are you guys familiar as well with the Tom, MySpace's founder, with the most epic Twitter burn of all time, and it is one of my favorite things that exists in the world? Let's just bring it up. Sam, throw it up here. The background is, Instagram had some change of terms to their privacy policy or whatever. And Tom Anderson, the founder of MySpace, says, "People keep asking, so I'll say it. Fear over Instagram's change of terms is ridiculous. Get real, folks." To which some dude called Polo replies, "At MySpace Tom," says the guy that was not able to keep a social network alive. And Tom Anderson actually replies to this dude, and he says, "At Polytopia," says the guy who sold MySpace in 2005 for $580 million while you slave away hoping for a half day off. And I'm only not laughing as hard as I would be because I've read this so many times, and it's just, to me, this is one of the most precious things on the internet. And I was talking to a friend of mine about this who is at the time he was working at a big accountancy firm in London. And he was like, the idea of working hard to get a half day off is so on the nose that he's like, it's just beautiful. And Tom Anderson probably doesn't have any idea about the concept of a half day off, never has, but he just knows how to crush this guy's soul. And I think he ended up deleting his Twitter account, but it's like the sickest burn that has ever been laid out. This might sound like the former member of the cheesy boy band NSYNC had managed to pull off quite the impressive business deal here, but that's not quite true because he didn't quite get there in time. When Timberlake got his hands on MySpace, the year was 2011, and the platform had been pretty much rendered obsolete by Facebook. A few years earlier, in 2005, Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation had acquired MySpace for $580 million. But the mighty corporate News Corporation company had not expected MySpace's star to fade quite so quickly. Murdoch would later label the deal a huge mistake, not for old Tommy Boy, and now he's just a photographer who travels around the world taking photos of places where he is. It's like, yes! You legend! Which is understandable when you consider that he eventually sold it off to Justin Timberlake and the specific media group for just $35 million. Wow, so he really did buy it. And I mean, in the grand scheme of things, $35 million isn't a lot. Although maybe MySpace is. I sometimes think it would be cool to do a business place where we just, if MySpace exists! It seems like a news website. Oh god, I've got to agree to the European data law things. Hold on. Okay, you have to, every website now, it's like, hey, welcome to our website, check these boxes and click accept before you can see anything. It just seems to be news. Slipknot's Corey Taylor opens up on new solo album. It's a long time. Fascinating. It seems to be a music news website. Oh, there are people on MySpace. There's a dude who has a joint in his glasses. I assume that's a joint. But even though it may seem like Justin and his business pals got it cheap, you do wonder what they were shelling out $35 million for when the platform was completely dead and buried. Obviously not, Danny. MySpace is wicked. Apparently it plans to transform the site into a network designed to support musicians, but he ultimately did nothing with it before selling it to Timing for an undisclosed but very probably even lower sum. One day, I'm gonna use my business media empire. I'm gonna purchase MySpace for $4. And turn it into a meme website. However, Justin Timberlake had scored success in several other lines of big business. He's co-owned restaurants, launched clothing lines, purchased the Big Creek Golf Club in Tennessee, and even partnered with Sears Liquors to produce his own brand of tequila. And we all know from George Clooney's story that that could work out very well. And doesn't Ryan Reynolds own a gin company with Richard Branson? Which is cool. Like, I think of two people who are extremely cool. Ryan Reynolds and Richard Branson. I don't even really drink that. drink that much gin, but I think I'd buy their gin just because they're very cool people. Let's just hope that no one ever tells him that Friends Reunited is up for sale. Kevin Costner saves the planet. Not every superstar celebrity is obsessed with the idea of raking in millions from restaurants and clothing lines and casinos. Who had a casino? Some of them are keen to launch business ventures that might actually do some good for the world in the long term. Oh, is he talking about Trump? But Trump did casinos before he did celebrity, right? Oscar-winning actor Kevin Costner has enjoyed a mix of glorious cinematic triumphs and damp squibs during his long career. Oh my god, are we actually talking about Waterworld? I see it in bold! In the much-hyped 1995 movie, Waterworld ran horrendously over budget and ended up becoming the most expensive film ever made for that time, though not by design. I think Waterworld is going to do reasonably well with the audience, possibly slightly worse with the critics. On Rotten Tomatoes, of course. What do you guys think? I say 66% with the critics, 40% with the audience. 67% with the audience, 40% with the critics. Oh, I was wrong. Well, I was right on the critics, 46%, close enough. 43 from the audience. That is brutal. Also, you remember when DVD covers used to look like that? It's a bit isn't it? It was generally perceived as a massive belly flop. Oh, hilarious, because Waterworld of a film. Sometimes I miss the puns and people are like, Simon, are you dumb? And I'm like, look, relax, okay? And yes. Although it's reported that it did eventually become profitable after home video sales and TV broadcasting rights were factored in. But the very same year that he was filming Waterworld, Costner was enjoying more significant underwater success away from the cameras. The actor and director was developing oil-water separation machines, or centrifuges, based on a patent that he purchased from the US government with a view of helping them clean up any potentially disastrous oil spills of the future. Really? Who is Kevin Costner, going through governmental patents and buying those and then developing? Amazing. I mean, weird, but amazing. He would later buy Ocean Therapy Solutions, a company, for $24 million, an operation which also saw substantial investment from fellow actor Stephen Baldwin. He's the youngest and least interesting of the Baldwin brothers, or to put it another way, he's the one who's not Alec. Stephen, I don't know, Alec Baldwin, other Baldwin brothers? Stephen is the brother who lost the plot and went a bit weird and ultimately became a born-again Christian. Oh no. Anyway, the thing is, nobody really cared about Kevin Costner's underwater adventures until the year 2010, which was of course the year of the BP oil spill Deepwater Horizon, or as BP preferred to call it, the non-BP oil spill disaster, which happened in the Gulf of Mexico and had nothing to do with BP, allegedly. They did try to distance themselves from it. Did we make a video? I've made a video on Geographics, another channel I do, and also I think we talked about here on Business Place, because I remember making fun of this.
There's no one who wants this thing over more than I do. I'd like my life back.
Oh, in the aftermath of the disaster, the government initially used 6 of Costner's oil-water separation machines for testing, after which BP leased 32 of them to play a pivotal role in cleaning up the oil spill. Jesus Christ, how big are these things? I imagine a centrifuge is a little thing you get in a lab rather than something you dump in the ocean. It's yeah, we're going to separate all the oil out this way. So, really? Surely not. So it could be argued, I think I'd remember if there were massive centrifuges doing shit in the ocean. So it could be argued that Kevin Costner had a bigger role to play in quite literally clearing up the environment and saving the planet than any other celebrity in history. I'm sure Bill Gates does something, although he's not really a celebrity, he's a businessman. Yeah, maybe. Okay, I'll go for that. There's probably someone going to be like, Leonardo DiCaprio or someone gave $1 billion to whatever. Who cares? That probably makes up for the fact that he was never asked to play Superman, although he did go on to play his human adoptive dad. Fascinating. Costner's cleanup wasn't without a puddle of controversy, though. Stephen Baldwin claims that he had been duped into selling off his shares in Ocean Therapy Solutions for $500,000 just before BP sealed the major deal to lease 32 centrifuges. So Stevens, did he screw over his butt? Wait. I'm so confused. What's Kevin Costner and who's Stephen? I should really pay attention. Oh, okay, so did Costner screw up? Allegedly, who cares? I don't know. Whatever. Baldwin filed a $3.8 million lawsuit against his former buddy for securities fraud and misrepresentation. Holy shit. Claiming that Costner had effectively hidden the forthcoming deal from him, despite the fact that Costner's company had actually been releasing very public statements at the time. Oh no! Dude, you can't do a lawsuit if the information... It's I guess I didn't read the news. what was his name? Stephen. It was on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, and then you decided to sell. It's like anti-insider trading. Both actors gave extensive testimony in court, with Costner claiming that his company had become dysfunctional with Baldwin as a major shareholder, and that I never saw him do anything. One of the witnesses testified that Baldwin had threatened to leak personal information to the press about Costner if he wasn't awarded a big payout. Wow. We're not saying that. One of the witnesses said that. Obviously, we don't know that. It's just rumor and not subjugation, allegation. There's a word for that, which I don't know because I'm dumb. The case was rejected by the federal jury, and Baldwin and his fellow plaintiff were ordered to pay all costs. Stephen Baldwin wasn't having a particularly good financial period in general. A couple of years later, he was pleading guilty to failing to file income taxes and was ordered to pay back $300,000. It's like, yeah, you have to pay back $300,000. It was like, yeah, well, it's like you didn't pay it in the beginning. Meanwhile, it turns out that Kevin Costner wasn't completely averse to the idea of raking in millions of easy dollars too. He also ran a casino in Deadwood, South Dakota for over a couple of decades, although it closed down in 2017 following a general economic decline in the area. Let's just hope he wasn't involved in dishing out the winnings, as maths doesn't seem to be his strong point. We had a great 28-year run, he said with sadness. We had a great 28-year run, he said with sadness, as he closed the casino doors for the last time. Close, but it was 26. Oh, Kevster. Or Stephen. I don't even remember who did this. Let's carry on. It takes a nation of millions to sell fried chicken. The name William Jonathan Drayton Jr. may not ring a bell with everyone. Sure doesn't. People are going, Simon, you don't know who William Jonathan Drayton Jr. is? You idiot. He's this really specific person through history, which I thought you would know as someone who seems to be smart on the internet. And it's like we've covered a few things. Three things, in fact. 1, I don't know everyone. 2, I'm not very smart. 3, don't give a fuck. But he's better known as Flav? Flavor Flav? I mean, I feel like I'm vaguely familiar with that.
I need a girl who can appeal to all my senses. Oh, I like that.
A founding member of possibly one of the most influential hip-hop groups of all time, Public Enemy, who I have heard of, but I couldn't name a single one of their songs. One of my favorite things about Flavor Flav is that, and I'm not going to look it up, is that the pronunciation. It might be Flavor Flav. Flay? I swear it's Flavor Flay, but then it says Flav. So I think or Flav. Flav. It's gotta be Flav. Flavor Flav is that while other MCs of the era were wearing gold medallions around their necks, he was happy just wearing a huge, heavy, and slightly silly clock. I remember this trend from the 90s. It's like, why are you wearing, like, giant clocks around your necks? Flavor Flav was always a man who knew what time it was. And in 2011, it was time to flog some fried chicken. He teamed up with restaurateur Nick Cimino to launch Flav's Fried Chicken in Clinton, Iowa. But the business relationship went bad faster than the time it took to deep fry a few lumps of poultry. Within the space of just 3 months, the restaurant had closed, but the pair were even bickering about who had taken the decision to close it. Flavor Flav claimed that he had once paid a visit to the restaurant and found that the potato salad had expired. He once paid a visit to the restaurant. Well done. He also claimed that Cimino was mismanaging the place, not paying staff on time, and giving the Public Enemy star a bad reputation. In turn, Cimino claimed that Flavor Flav was largely an absent business partner who wasn't injecting enough cash into the operation, didn't know the first thing about running a restaurant, and was costing the outfit a fortune by making silly demands such as changing oil every hour. Well, what did you expect? You didn't bring him on as a business partner because of his expertise in running restaurants. You brought him on as a business partner because he's a name that you can associate with the restaurant. It'd be like, I've decided to run my restaurant with David Beckham. And it'd be like, well, I'm not expecting David Beckham to be wicked smart when it comes to restaurateuring. Honestly, I'm not really expecting David Beckham to be wicked smart anyway. However, the following year, Flavor Flav had another cunning business proposal. He was going to open a fried chicken restaurant. We already tried this flavor. This time it was called Flavor Flav's House of Flavor. Hilarious and well done. It was opened in Las Vegas in 2012. I do feel that if anywhere this would work, it would be Las Vegas. Although this one was launched in a blaze of publicity, it closed its doors very quietly less than 6 months later without any explanation. It was probably a bit shit. But not to worry, because less than a year later, Flavor Flav had another cunning business proposal. He was going to open a fried chicken restaurant. You just can't leave it alone, Flavor! Do people call him Flavor for short, or do they call him whatever his name was, like Cornelius or some shit? Oh, Flavor Flav's Chicken and Ribs. Oh, I have to say, I'm getting quite hungry right now because that chicken and ribs sounds amazing. When I was a student, I lived next to a place that served chicken and ribs, and I ate it almost every day. I was very healthy. It opened in Sterling Heights in Michigan in 2013 with the catchy phrase, "Chicken you crave, perfected by Flav." Oh, so it is Flav. Okay, that makes sense. Some of the online reviews weren't quite as... Chicken you crave, perfected by Flav. Some of the online reviews weren't quite as enthusiastic, though, with one critic noting that the ribs were awful, they were dry, tasteless, yucky, and expensive, overpriced garbage. I wouldn't say that weren't quite as enthusiastic, I would say that's absolutely scolding. Although everyone knows there is no burn quite as sick as Myspace Tom's. Business can hardly have been booming. Hello everybody and welcome back to Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze, Simon. I really am a man with the blaze because I don't know at what age you become middle-aged, but I must be getting there, right? Like I have a wife and a kid and I definitely look middle-aged because when people find out that I'm recently 33, just turned 33, they're like, dude, you look like 50. And I'm like, thanks.
You're getting too old for this shit. Yeah.
Oh god, this one. Oh god. I don't even want to do this video. I don't know why I'm here. Sometimes I have to make videos because it's like every video. Hey Simon, hey Simon, hey Simon. Did you hear about Pepsi giving away a Harrier jump jet? Simon, did you hear? Pepsi, they had this competition where they gave away a Harrier jump jet. I was like, no. I made a video about it on my Today I Found Out channel, but sometimes you guys won't leave me the alone until I make a video.
Leave Billy alone! Please!
And so here I am, making the guy who tried to claim a Harrier jump jet from Pepsi. It didn't go well. I'll try to pretend that I'm entertained throughout this whole video. You ready? But when I was a kid, back when I was a kid. Oh, this is not me. If you're new here, you're probably wondering what the f*** is going on. In fact, you've probably already clicked off because you're like this. I don't need to watch some guy who smoked crack make a video on YouTube. I haven't smoked crack. Smash that dislike button. Danny writes us a script. I read it. Sam, the memologist, adds some memes. Brian, the meme accountant, who is not an employee of Business Blaze, he just goes in the comments and... Oops. I'm tripping over my cables here. He counts up all the memes like an absolute legend. But Brian, I'll send you some free merch. Brian, send me an email if you want some free merch. I don't know how I'll arrange that, but I can. If anyone else would like merch, just go to Perch the Merch, P-U-R-C-H, themerch.co, not P-E-R-C-H, as in like a bird would perch on something because that will take you to a Rickroll. Oh my god, we should get on with the video. You can see that I'm procrastinating because, well, I don't want to do this. Back when I was a kid. Choosing a breakfast cereal in the supermarket aisle usually involved a lot of intense consideration. The decision rarely had anything to do with the quality or taste of the cereal itself. It was more to do with the fabulous free gifts that you were promised if you saved up enough tokens from the back of the packet. Sometimes the free gift even came in with the cereal, which was cool. Some of the packets actually had free plastic toys buried somewhere deep within the cereal itself. Of course they did. I just repeat everything Danny says, or more Danny repeats everything I say, but God, we're on the same page. But you don't see so much of that kind of thing these days. I imagine the manufacturers moved away from the concept when they realized that their target audience were choking to death on the crap He-Man figures at the breakfast table. No one ever choked on this shit. Let's stop worrying about all of this and put the toys back in the cereal because it was fun. Why do we have to suck the fun out of everything? But I was always more interested in the higher value gifts which you usually had to cut out and save the tokens printed on each packet until you had collected enough to send off and claim the prize. I remember this as well, and the bigger the box of cereal, the more tokens you get on the back. I grew up, I was one of 4 siblings, so my parents would always buy the biggest box of cereal, like, 3 kilograms of Honey Nut Cheerios or whatever, a big motherfucker box. And there would be like 8 tokens on the side. You'd be like, sweet. God, I could go for a bowl of cereal right now. And I would happily spend weeks munching my way through even the most foul of breakfast cereals if it meant that I could get my hands on a book, a record, or 2 sets of bike reflectors, a pair of mini binoculars, or the Pink Panther 5-in-1 spy kit, which sounded amazing, but the reality was a crushing disappointment, which wasn't fit to be shoved inside a recycled Christmas cracker for orphan children. Jesus Christ. We could just say it was bad, Danny, couldn't we? But that's why Danny is a writer and I am a reader. What's up with those, in the back of comic books or whatever? I don't think I ever saw this, but it was always like, you'd see it in movies or whatever. It'd be like X-ray specs. And it'd be like, you could send off your, $2 or whatever. Tell me, Americans, if this is actually a thing, because I've just seen it in films. At the back of the comic book, there'd be this thing and it'd be like, send off the $2 and you get your free X-ray glasses. And obviously they don't work, because if you were getting X-ray glasses, all your friends would get cancer. Which, you know, is not brilliant. There'd be lawsuits. So, I mean, they don't work. So what do you just get? You get like a pair of regular glasses that don't work? How is that legal? I initially thought that John Leonard sounded like my kind of guy. Who's John Leonard? He was a 21-year-old business student from New York who, very much like myself, had his eye on the bigger prize. John wasn't interested in the pencil toppers, the glow-in-the-dark stickers, or the novelty spoons. He dared to dream even bigger than the Pink Panther 5-in-1 Spike It. How dare anyone dream bigger than that? How dare you! John Leonard was chasing the Harrier jump jet. For the full story, we have to go back to 1996 when PepsiCo launched their Pepsi Stuff campaign. The idea was that you collected Pepsi points with every can or bottle of Pepsi that you bought. If you really drank yourself silly with the fizzy stuff, you'd quickly get fat and all your teeth would start to fall out. But on the plus side, there's a plus side, free dental care. That was one of the prizes. It wasn't really, allegedly. You'd also get to redeem your points for a choice of spectacular products from the hallowed pages of the catalogue. You'd have to drink a lot of Pepsi to be able to claim anything half decent, though. If you fancied a t-shirt, you'd have to down 75 cans of Pepsi. Fucking hell. Before you could accrue enough points to get your hands on it. That's a lot of Pepsi. If you were more interested in the cool leather jacket, that would involve drinking a quite staggering 1,450 cans first, and consuming 69,600 grams of sugar in the process. Better go for extra large just to be on the safe side. Surely no one drank that much. You'd be like, yeah, I got a leather jacket. But, I mean, how much is a can of Pepsi? Like, £1? £2? So you're spending somewhere between £1,500 and £3,000 on a leather jacket, which is probably, allegedly, a bit shit, and probably has a Pepsi logo on it. Naturally, Pepsi launched a big expensive TV commercial to help promote the new campaign, and it was this fun 30-second ad that caught the attention of John Leonard. I'm definitely going to call him John Lennon at some point throughout this video, I'm just warning you ahead of time. That's just reminded me of Yoko Ono, and now I feel sad, because I thought of Yoko Ono. And now you're thinking of Yoko Ono. I'm sorry. The commercial was surprisingly funny for Pepsi, who at this point usually just threw millions of dollars at Michael Jackson to appear in their commercials and then set fire to his hair. Really? But they appeared to have their mighty corporate tongue in their mighty corporate cheek when they were storyboarding this particular commercial, which depicts a cool kid waking up the morning, getting ready for school. As we see each item of the kid's clothing, a coupon pops up on the screen detailing how many Pepsi points it cost him. So he puts on his sunglasses, the message on the screen reads, Shades, 175 Pepsi points, and similar captions pop up when we see his t-shirt and his leather jacket. I assume this kid was massively obese, and also rich because his parents must have bought him a lot of Pepsi. For the climax of the commercial, we cut to a scene of a school campus where we see the same teen capturing the attention of his teenagers and fellow students by landing a giant fuck-off Harrier jump jet on the school tarmac just next to the bike racks. Sure beats the bus!
Now, the more Pepsi you drink, the more great stuff you're going to get.
Sure beats the bus.
Laughs the slightly annoying kid as he disembarks from the craft, and a caption flashes up on the screen which reads, Harrier fighter, 7 million Pepsi points. Okay, I know this story so thoroughly, nothing surprises me anymore, but you can guess where this is going with old Johnny Leonard. At this point, I would imagine that over 99.9% of the viewing audience would have realized that this was Pepsi just being playful. I would say it's definitely more than 99.9%, because that would be 1 in 1,000 people thinking that you can actually get a Pepsi jump jet, and 1 in 1,000 people not that dumb. I'm taking off my shoes, because I don't have to wear shoes at work if I don't want to. I can do what I want. Some people might have found it a little bit far-fetched and questioned whether the school's safety regulations would have really permitted the landing of a jet-powered aircraft on the ground. Spoiler alert, no. Just no. I actually made a video a while back about whether you can land a helicopter wherever you want, and the answer is yes, if it's an emergency, otherwise no. You can't just land your helicopter wherever you want. You can't just fly to McDonald's and be like, and landing it. Although they did in that movie Richie Rich, but he probably got some FAA violation or whatever.
Get to the chopper!
But on the whole, most of the viewing audience would have got the joke and realized that a fizzy drinks company wouldn't really be offering a Harrier jump jet in their catalog of goodies. That clearly wasn't Pepsi's scene anyway. Everyone knows that Pepsi is far more interested in fleets of warships. I figure if I'd never made that Pepsi Navy video, which also turns out they didn't have a Navy. It was basically just the press getting it wrong, which, as I always say on this, is really surprising because the press always gets things completely right, never exaggerates, and never blows things out of proportions because why would they? What possible reason could they have for that other than money? However, John Lennon's response to the commercial was a little different to most. Instead of laughing along with Pepsi, he thoughtfully stroked his chin, something like this, and reflected on how 7 million Pepsi points for a Harrier jet is not actually that bad of a deal. And it didn't even necessarily involve drinking that much Pepsi. You see, clever old John had taken time to check out the small print. Customers only ever really needed to get their hands on a minimum of 15 Pepsi point labels from cans or bottles. After this, you can purchase additional Pepsi points for just 10 cents each. So unless you really like the taste of Pepsi, you were never expected to buy over 1,000 cans to get that nice leather jacket. You would just send off however many Pepsi points you managed to collect, along with a check to cover all of the extra Pepsi points you needed to claim your reward. At this point, you realized that the marketing team had made a bit of a blunder with the spoof pricing of the Harrier jet. 7 million Pepsi points may sound like a ridiculously high number, but John quickly realized, after he'd drunk 15 cans of Pepsi, that he only needed just under $700,000 worth of Pepsi points for just 10 cents each to claim the jet. Which is not bad, considering that your average Harrier jump jet at the time was fetching somewhere in the region of $20 million. Okay, I remember this. As I said, I've done this before, but that is pretty f***ing epic. I'm sorry I keep touching my nose. I might have allergies or something. My nose is really itchy today. If Pepsi had paid attention during maths class, they would have realized that 200 million Pepsi points would have been a far more sensible figure for the aircraft, and it could have saved them a lot of legal wrangling down the line. After collecting 15 Pepsi point labels, John Leonard had to figure out how he was going to pay for the other 6,999,985 points that he required to claim the jet. Quite remarkably, he managed to raise 700 grand very quickly by asking friends and acquaintances to invest in his cunning plan. It's also like, you're going to become an arms dealer. I feel like this is like that War Dogs movie, where those two guys are like, oh, let's become arms dealers. It's like funny Lord of War. I don't know what it is about arms dealers movies, but I f***ing love them. I'm like, yes. Even though they're always like a bit morally bankrupt, often end up in jail or in a lot of trouble, but it's pretty fun. There's a parallel universe out there where I'm an arms dealer, weighing up Kalashnikovs by the pound. On March the 28th, 1996, he stuffed his order form for a Harrier jump jet into an envelope along with a check for $700,008.50. The extra $10 was very important, as this was the price listed for the Pepsi Stuff catalog for postage and packing on all the products. John may have felt a bit silly if he'd forgotten that part. He perhaps should have been slightly concerned that the catalog itself made no mention of the Harrier jet. It was all t-shirts and baseball caps and shit. But he still went ahead and posted his order anyway. Then he went back home and waited patiently for his new Harrier jump jet to arrive. I can't imagine he actually expected that to happen. This is all just a game. I know the ending, but let's pretend that I don't know the ending. This is all just him speculating that, Pepsi's not going to require a Harrier jet and send it to him. That it's going to end up in some sort of settlement where he's not going to get 20 million, but he will get some amount that is higher than the 700,000 he put in. Anyway, it would have been fascinating to witness the reaction of the poor soul at Pepsi who opened the envelope at the other end. In all likelihood, they probably thought that John Leonard was either just a jolly prankster who was taking the piss, or a complete blithering idiot in need of medical attention. Either way, they composed a quite polite and kind-hearted response when they returned the check and the Pepsi points label. Perhaps sensing that John might be a bit simple, they wrote him a letter which explained that the Harrier jump jet had only been included in the TV commercials as a joke. The ad was just meant to be a slice of humorous and entertaining marketing for the Pepsi generation. They also thoughtfully included a few free Pepsi coupons in the package as a goodwill gesture. Although it's a bit unlikely that the man who managed to drum up 700 grand of investment in no time would get overly excited about a few crappy Pepsi coupons. In fact, John Leonard wasn't very impressed with the response at all. He was so miffed that he got his team of clearly underworked lawyers to prepare the next communication with Pepsi. They wrote, ooh, we got a quote. Your letter of May the 7th, 1996 is totally unacceptable. We have reviewed the videotape of the Pepsi Stuff commercial, and it clearly offers the new Harrier jet for 7 million Pepsi points. Our client followed your rules explicitly. This is a formal demand that you honor your commitment and make immediate arrangements to transfer the new Harrier jet to our client. If we do not receive transfer instructions within 10 business days of the date of this letter, you will leave us no choice but to file an appropriate action against Pepsi. It could be argued that this was a slightly ungrateful response to a corporation company giving you some free coupons for nothing. It's not clear if Pepsi ever got them back. But the letter had clearly got them a bit riled. It must have been quite tempting for them to tell the lawyers that their clients can shove his check and 700 grand up his arse and maybe send them a few free Pepsi t-shirts to help soften the blow a little bit.
Sure beats the boss.
But instead, they politely pointed out that they found it difficult to believe how anyone could take the commercial seriously and concluded that no reasonable person could possibly argue with John Leonard's analysis of the advert. Look, I know how this ends. I keep saying this, but like, how do you really think this is going to go? It's Pepsi. They got a giant team of lawyers. More interestingly, Pepsi made a very significant change to the TV commercial itself. They didn't cut out the Harrier jet joke. All that CGI wizardry had cost them a small fortune to produce. Instead, they simply changed the caption at the end from 7 million Pepsi points to 700 million Pepsi points. It seems that PepsiCo's maths was still a little bit off, but at least this was a step in the right direction. Just to be sure, they also flashed up a just kidding disclaimer at in the closing seconds of the ad. So now, John Lennon had to consider his next move. It probably crossed his mind to go back to his circle of investors and ask them to come up with another $70 million so that he could have another go at claiming the jet. Well, also raising $70 million is a lot harder, and then he's going to be paying massively over the odds of the jet. So Pepsi will probably be like, yeah, sure, we'll arrange that and take the extra 50 mil, thanks. But eventually he decided to get his lawyers to file a suit against Pepsi for a breach of contract, misleading advertising, fraud. And deceptive is like, no. Breach of contract, no. Misleading advertising, maybe. Fraud, no. Deceptive and unfair trade practices, maybe. For reasons that I can't quite fathom, the court proceedings were launched in Miami, despite the fact that John Leonard, I told you I'd do it! Leonard was living in Washington and PepsiCo was based in New York. Well, yeah, because you can choose where you pursue a lawsuit, where there's going to be, he probably chose Miami because, for whatever reason, the laws in Florida are going to be more conductive to the case that he wants to pursue. Like it's often done. It seems that the court in Miami couldn't quite understand either. They declared that the case had all to do with them and directed it to be sent to New York. And of course they can do that. But the sojourn in Miami came at a cost to John Lennon, who ended up having to pay $88,000 to cover Pepsi's wasted legal fees. Oh shit, that's a lot of money. When the case rolled into New York and started to attract headlines, the public mood seemed to favor John Leonard. Of course it did, because he's a legend. But also, he's not correct. Advertising executive David Verklin claimed that a consumer like Leonard should be celebrated, not sued. He's not being sued, he's suing Pepsi. You have a guy here who's done something pretty clever. I'd give him a tour across the country in a Harrier jet, I'd turn it into a TV commercial. Yeah, it's pretty legit. The BBC correspondent John Blackstone canvassed opinions on the streets of New York and found that most people were in agreement. I think you should get the jet, said Victor Flutskonvitkaf, Jesus Christ. Well, if he drank that much Pepsi, then he probably should, said Harry Bonsthamissy. Dude, Danny, do you always choose the people with the most hard to pronounce? It's America! There's gotta be like a Joe Bloggs, who obviously didn't quite grasp what had happened, but never mind. Maybe he is goofy, said Walter Ovak Fogmore. Okay, Danny, I know you're doing it on purpose now. But they're making those claims. If they can't back them up, then they shouldn't be putting them on air. I should probably just admit that I made those names up as they weren't revealed on air, but the sentiments were very genuine. Thanks, Danny. Awesome. PepsiCo claims that the case should be thrown out. Sometimes I just have to get the coffee in my sentence and I have to read while I'm doing it. Pepsi says it should be thrown out. Did John Lennon actually have a case? It could be argued that the Harrier jump jet was promoted in exactly the same way as genuine Pepsi products like the t-shirt and leather jacket. And as there was originally no disclaimer shown on screen Also, John Lennon's a bit of a prick, allegedly, because he's the reason that when you listen to a TV commercial or like radio or whatever, or you sign up to like, oh yeah, I'd love to get a delivery, and it's like, you gotta, here's a 16-page terms and conditions. He's the fucking reason that Pepsi has to be like, terms and conditions apply, not a guarantee, blah 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 blah, and it goes on for like blah 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 blah, and then finally it's over and you're like, yeah, legal disclaimers. Thanks, John Leonard, you absolute hero. As there was originally no disclaimer shown on screen or flashing message screaming, this is just a joke, you massive bellends, it could be perceived that PepsiCo's offer for the Harrier jet was as serious as there is an old woman outside. Hello, old woman. John Leonard's argument was that the commercial promised a reward for a specific act. In this case, collecting or buying 7 million Pepsi points to redeem a Harrier jet. But the court ruled that the commercial was not specific enough and was more of an invitation to treat. I told you. Viewers had been directed to the Pepsi Stuff catalog for further guidance on how to redeem their Pepsi points for products. And of course, the Harrier jump jet was notable by its absence from the catalog. The court also ruled that no objective person could reasonably have concluded that the commercial actually offered consumers a Harrier jet. The official notes from the judge turned out to be a hugely entertaining read, as he pointed out that he was essentially being asked to explain why the climax of the advert was clearly fantastical and why Pepsi's joke was funny. Trying to explain why a joke is funny is obviously a challenge in itself, but his judicial dissection of the ad probably ended up being more entertaining than the actual ad. And we have a long quota, so I'm just going to read that. The callow youth featured in the commercial is a highly improbable pilot, and one who could barely be trusted with the keys to his parents' car, much less the prize artifact, much less the prize aircraft of the United States Marine Corps. Wouldn't that be like one of those F-16s? Rather than checking the fuel gauges on his aircraft, the teenager spends his precious pre-flight minutes preening. The youth's concern for his coiffure, how do you say that word? Is like the hair one? I don't care. Appears to extend to his flying without a helmet. The teenager's comment that flying a Harrier jet to school sure beats the bus evinces a improbable oh my god, this judge uses words that I just don't know. Evinces a improbable insouciance attitude toward the relative difficulty and danger of piloting a fighter plane in a residential area as opposed to taking public transportation. The judge concluded that fully loaded, the Harrier can float just like a butterfly and sting like a bee, albeit a roaring 14-ton butterfly, and a bee with 9,200 pounds of bombs and missiles. In light of the Harrier jet's well-documented function in attacking and destroying surface and air targets, armed reconnaissance and air interdiction, and offensive and defensive anti-aircraft warfare, depiction of such a jet as a way to get to school in the morning is clearly not serious. Yeah, no shit, judgy.
I am not the law! I am the law!
But that is an excellent judgment.
Mr. I am the law.
Exactly how much John Leonard lost in legal fees is not clear. Well, it's gonna be over 88 grand, that's for sure. But it was probably a small fortune. But it does beg a question. What exactly was he playing at? Was he really hoping to get... No, he was hoping to get a settlement. Was he really hoping to get his hands on the Harrier jet? Was he really just trying to make a point or get his name in the papers? What would he have done with the jet if Pepsi had ended up selling it to him, sending it to him through the post for a $10 shipping fee? Was he just a raving loony? Maybe we'll never know. But it's interesting to note that the check he posted for just over $700,000 was not drawn from his own account, but from that of his lawyers. So in other words, John Leonard was anticipating a legal battle right from the very beginning. What a surprise. But you can't help feeling that all of this just turned out to be a very expensive mistake for John Leonard and his investors, and I'm sure his investors weren't very happy as they all watched their money get pissed away on legal fees. Maybe he should have aimed his sights a little lower when browsing the Pepsi catalogue and gone for the Sony Ninny disc player. I bet he only drinks Coke now. Yeah, this protracted legal battle that cost him probably 6 figures in legal fees is going to leave a pretty sour taste in his mouth. And you just go into a store and every time you see Pepsi, you're like, oh yeah, around that time I lost 100 grand. Ooh-wee. Still paying that off. Bonus fact. Even if PepsiCo had honoured the offer in the commercial and given John Leonard a Harrier jump jet, he may still have felt slightly disappointed when it arrived on his doorstep. The Pentagon has revealed that Harrier jets are just not for sale to the public in any flyable shape. Before selling such a craft to PepsiCo, the jet would have to be completely demilitarized, stripping it of its guns and missile capabilities, and rendered unable to perform a vertical takeoff. So John Leonard would only have received a pretty useless bit of kit anyway for his 700 grand. Oh, I hate it when this happens. I should check this beforehand. Look at that waste of paper. Although it would have still looked quite cool on the driveway next to the speedboat. If you get that joke, thank you for being an OG Business Blaze legend. If you enjoyed this video, smash that like button. If you didn't, smash that dislike button. You're welcome to. This is Business Blaze, where we blaze. I've been your boy with the Blaze, Simon, Danny, Sam, Brian the Meme Accountant. Thank you all, and I'll see you next time. Purchthemerch.co.
You betray the law!
Is the fail their conversation? Because it seems like it. Hello everybody, welcome back to Business Blaze. This one's a little bit different. I'm sitting down and that's because I want to throw you off. I don't want you thinking that I've got legs or anything like that. This is Business Blaze. I am your boy with a blaze in this one because with Business Blaze we like to gradually get as far away as possible from actually doing anything related to business. So what we're going to be doing today is looking at teleshopping fails because, well, Danny didn't have a script for me and I wanted to make some content and I guess I'm pretty lazy. This one is the top 10 random videos, 687 subscribers. But this video, 309,000 reviews. So that was a bit of a sleeper hit, wasn't it? Top 10 random videos. But let's just get on with it, shall we? Because I love fails. We often talk about business fails on Business Blaze. And is there any more purer form than the QVC fail?
Only have a limited number that we can ship out right now.
Well, okay, we're starting with ladders, aren't we? And let's just say, I've not seen this before, but we know with ladders, we know what's going to happen. That ladder's going to fall down.
It is very, very popular. We're going to go to the phones. Hi, you're on there with Lisa. And Kevin, what's your name? Hi, Lisa. It's Renee.
Oh, hey, I've actually got one of these ladders. I don't know if it's the one ladder that they're talking about here. But it's like this telescopic ladder that comes out. Mine doesn't go like outwards ways, but it does extend upwards.
From California. Hey, Renee. Chris is over there kind of giving us a look at how
he's already struggling with it, isn't he?
Use the ladder there. I got to tell you something.
Oh, poor Chris. Something bad's going to happen to him. Also, I've got this ladder, and all over it are these stickers saying, you know, because I bet the ladder's going to collapse. That's what happens on ladder videos. But like every single mark is like, make sure it's locked into place. Make sure it's locked into place. And I'm so terrified of it that I'm like, is it locked into place? Every single rung I check, and then I'm like, I should just have a regular ladder because I spend so much time checking it to make sure that my fingers are not going to get munched when it collapses on me.
I have this ladder. It is awesome.
Oh, now what?
And everybody wants.
All right, up Chris goes.
Everybody wants this ladder. I live in an apartment with
unnecessary cleaning.
Vaulted ceiling. Uh-oh.
Okay. The ladder didn't collapse. Chris just couldn't keep it together. That was bad, though. Oh.
Okay, we're going to make sure that Chris is okay.
Where did Chris go? He just vanished. He fell off the ladder, but more importantly, he disappeared.
And that has never happened.
Well, you know, it's a very...
Well, it just did, didn't it?
Slippery floor.
It's a very slippery floor. Well, he didn't fall off the floor, did he? He fell off the bloody ladder.
In front of our doors sometimes, so we're going to make sure that Kevin...
I don't think the ladder slipped at all.
Vaulted ceiling.
No, the ladder doesn't slip at all.
Apartment with,
Chris just absolutely stacks it. But listen to this.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Chris. That's a bad time.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise. So we're going to make sure that Kevin's okay.
Kevin, sorry. I don't know where I got Chris from.
It's a very easy situation to operate. You just push the buttons in right here on the two sides. There are two little buttons. And all you do is push them in and that will release it. And right here. Push the button in, that releases it. And then after you let go, it locks. Firmly in place, so really...
Okay, first of all, I'm going to bet that is not locked firmly in place. I don't even know what this thing is for. It looks like a weird ladder for climbing over... What would you use that to climb over? Like little rivers?
This is tough. It is? Listen, give you an example. Say you have a,
Dude, you're not built for this. You're wearing like a three-piece...
You have to get up on the wall.
I can't even tell. The quality is so low, I can't tell whether he's wearing a waistcoat or not.
Right. Hey, listen, just walk right up.
That's not walking, that's climbing.
Tell you, it's very safe, it's durable, and it's lightweight. Scaring me.
Yeah, you should be scared because we know what's going to happen.
Oh, really?
Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Chris. Everyone's Chris now.
Wow. Now it's locked in place, okay? So really...
Oh, God. Harold, are you okay?
His name is Harold. Is the perfect name for this. The perfect name for this is Harold. Harold looks like he folds the wrong way. Harold, your body is not supposed to fold that way.
Oh, God. Harold, are you okay?
Actually, I didn't have it locked.
He's like, I locked it in place. Oh, it's locked in place. Oh, no, I didn't have it locked.
You have to lock it. Once you lock it, you're okay.
Wait, what's this actually for?
It is very safe to operate.
What is this for?
Continue to call for it.
All righty.
Please continue to buy this thing that has just crippled me, that has destroyed my body.
Harold, I hope you're okay.
I'm getting ready to serve. All I do is throw that ball up in the air, and jeez. And there goes the tennis racket.
Wait, what did he do? Oh, did he smash the TV?
I'm getting ready to serve. All I do is throw that ball up in the air, and
he totally did. Wow.
Oh, jeez. And there goes the tennis racket. I didn't have it on there all the way. Make sure that your accessories are
that's not too much of a fail. And that guy recovers. I have to say, the professionalism, other than the first guy who's just the guy demonstrating that, the professionalism of these guys is pretty good. Like, he's like, oh no, I just broke the TV, but still buy it. I fell off this terrible ladder. Purchase the ladder.
1816 is the item number on this one. And the nice thing about these practice katanas...
Alright, I don't understand, first of all, who is buying these weird sword sets. The only places I ever see these are in rich people's houses, you know, in movies. I've never been to a rich person's house who actually has a set of katanas. Ooh, ooh.
Oh!
That didn't look too bad.
Oh, that hurt big time.
Okay, it does seem like it hurt him big time.
A piece of that the tip just got me a little.
Just the tip.
Oh, that got me good. You all right? A piece of that tip.
You all right? You all right in there, Kevin?
Oh,
you all right? Kevin doesn't
We
seem to be okay. He's been replaced by the cameraman.
may need emergency surgery in the studio.
Oh, no. I mean, he didn't seem that bad. I'd like to see his injury, to be honest. God. Oh, it's German!
Schauen Sie sich das mal an. Das sind hier alles volle Wasserflaschen.
I can't tell whether she's excited or angry.
Liter. Und die hebe ich jetzt hoch und jetzt schauen Sie sich mal die Box an. Ja.
What is it? It's a plastic box filled with water?
Da biegt sich nichts durch.
So, da ist Wasser drin. Achtung! Oh!
Oh no, well, it's
Was ist hier kaputt?
it just broke.
Was ist hier kaputt? Die sind...
Ja, super.
Yeah, it's not super. You've just broken it, so don't continue to demonstrate it. It's okay. Just say it's a piece of and move on. That no one is buying it anyway. It's not like they saw you break it, and then they're like, oh yeah, it must be really good. Just give up. It's okay. It's clearly not supposed to take that much water. No one's going to be realistically putting that much water in it anyway. Whoever made top 10 random videos, dude, next time, put the best one was the first one so far, and they just got progressively less interesting. Come on.
Bisschen Entdeckung geht.
Mach's mal an.
Bin ich gleich nass.
Und Sie sehen natürlich,
pretty
was wir
nice.
hier für einen Regen haben. Das ist also, es ist jetzt noch nicht...
He's saying, I'll just translate the German, this is really getting my suit wet as I put my hand under here.
Natürlich heiß, aber im Sommer, wenn Sie sich abkühlen wollen, da haben wir ja auch einen ganz speziellen Duschkopf, nämlich einen
He says, I really don't like it. I wish I didn't have to do this. I wish I had a better career.
Duschkopf mit
I wanted to be an actor.
Es ist aus.
insgesamt 87 Öffnungen.
Es ist dem Feind gelungen, die Front in breiter Formation zu durchbrechen.
What the hell was that?
Was war das? Jetzt haben wir einen Scheinwerfer erwischt.
Ich war in der Nähe, aber ich war
Something just burst.
Irgendetwas
gerade das Wasser ausgemacht.
And it just stopped working.
Das Wasser.
Guys, come on, where are the people injuring themselves? Why do they, one of the biggest things is why do you keep continuing to try and sell it after it's broken? Like, at that point, no one's calling in to buy it, QVC.
Wie alles andere. Guck dich das mal an.
Also, why are all these in German? I want to hear what they're saying. What do people in the comments say? Now it's locked in place. Last words, it's very safe to operate. Christmas piece and sort of illusionist. He's way high on that ladder and somehow manages to slip onto the so-called slippery floor from that. I told you! Wait, and okay, way to go, Kevin, Chris. Okay, at least I wasn't insane with the names. And also, yeah, how does he slip on the floor? He's way high up. Thank you, Super ZX, you absolute legend. Did anybody else expect the ladder to collapse in the first place? No, Ian, no one expected that. No one's watching the fails compilation and it doesn't expect the ladder to collapse. Well done! We may need its emergency surgery in the studio. It wasn't that funny. 164 upvotes? For what? Thumbs down. Oh god. Oh no! No, starting again!
Wie alles andere.
I want an English one.
Ganz zufällig liegt er parat.
Look, if anything I know about Germans... Ooh, what happens?
Passt er in... Ganz zufällig liegt er parat. Schauen wir uns das wieder an, damit Sie auch wissen zu Hause, passt er in meinen Schrank oder auf mein Tischchen drauf. Was haben...
Let's do some more. But let's have them in English, please.
She's like picking up her dress. Because it's New Year's Eve. Who's ready to party?
Well, you're not. You're at work.
Okay,
Or then maybe they film... No, they don't film these ahead of time, because they're live, obviously. Otherwise, they wouldn't have all the fails.
probably won't. I'll probably be in bed at 9:30. Let's be honest. I talk a good game, but really, I'm kind of a nerd. Hey, being in bed by 9:30 doesn't mean you still can't party.
Well, it does if it's New Year's, doesn't it?
Okay, moving on to the next.
Is the fail their conversation? Because it seems like it.
What it would look like if she's walking around her neighborhood with her bra on the outside of her clothes.
It's kind of genius.
So, Marina, Spice and Emerald. This is for you, right?
I don't know if this is QVC bloopers or just QVC cringe. This is just so cringe. I want Shopping Channel true fails. Fails. Channel fails. Don't let me down, YouTube. 662,000 views.
And that. Now watch when I flipped her hair back. Did you see the difference of this hair?
My God, yeah.
Wait, her hair looks better after it just looks crazy.
Look at that.
She going for that Albert Einstein
Is that
look
gorgeous?
or what?
It's beautiful.
Now let me look at the back.
Also, that spray's $28 for a spray can. What are we smoking?
I am telling you, this hairspray is amazing. Now, do you love my plump and thick?
I absolutely.
Plump and thick. Plump and thick.
Like 8 cans at a time.
Oh, girl, let me give you a chance. That is good. Mwah. That one's got it. Oh, I fell on my booty.
I fell on my booty. Dude.
Good. Mwah. That one's got it.
I mean, I couldn't imagine a more velvet coat wearing dude for this to happen to. This is so cringe.
Whoa!
I fell on my
booty.
This has got a toughened screen. So if you're like...
It's got a toughened screen. Let's see how tough it is, shall we?
Nephew, who, when his dad had just bought a brand new LCD TV off us here at QVC, 4 weeks later, Hugh put the hand controller from his Wii through the screen of his LCD telly, and it was a complete...
You sure it wasn't your friends on the Shopping Channel?
Write-off.
Whoa.
Okay, you won't find that so much with a plasma TV, and I'm going to do something now that makes a lot of people shy away and get quite angry. Oh, I've broken it.
Oh no.
Look at that. I think it's because I've done it so many times today.
You've been hammering
I've been hammering it all day and now I've done it, but there you go.
No, because this was the great big side.
Okay, I mean, this isn't the worst thing ever. I have to say, I do think their, like, recovery from these is pretty good. I mean, he's, like, been doing it, I've been doing it all day. Like, when Elon Musk did it, it was just like, you know, to his Cybertruck, he was like, oh, shit. It wasn't like, he didn't come up with a quick excuse. This was pretty good.
Exactly. For under $14. Exactly. And the great thing about the disposable TV as well is that it does allow water.
Is this going to get graphic? Don't put your hands in there. Are you insane?
Actually, that, you know what? Because there was a spoon that was left under there before I put it in there. There's nothing in there right now. And there you go.
Oh, so it just doesn't do its job at all. Also, whoever's like garbage disposals, I've not really had any problem with a spoon falling in them. Is that a real issue? This is where we're ending this. This was QVC Fails. Guys, if you like this, let me know. Submit it to it. By the way, I've got a subreddit, which I just set up, r/r/Simon Whistler. Submit these, and I will go through them because it's an easy way to make a Business Blaze video, and maybe you guys like it. Thank you for watching. Smash the like button if you liked it. Smash dislike if you did not. And I'll see you next time. Fell on my booty! Fuck you, everybody else. Hello everybody and welcome back to a brand new Business Blaze. It's your boy with the Blaze. My name is Simon. In these videos, what we do, Danny writes us a script, I read it, Sam adds some memes, and people are very excited because every video I've started thanking Sam. It's because he made an official complaint with HR. That's untrue. We don't have an HR department. Oh god. I can imagine working for a big company. I would hate that because I'd make some inappropriate joke and then I'd get fired. What are we talking about today? The most expensive mistakes ever made, part 2, because as you guys know, I'm a massive fan of lazy content where it's like, oh look, that video did really well. Let's make a part 2 and a part 3 and a part 17 because, lazy content. Danny writes us something. I already said that. Let's get on with it. Oh, by the way, you see this glorious t-shirt I'm wearing? Bom, bom, bom. You can purchase this at purchthemerch.co. That is a P-U-R-C-H, as in purchase the merch, because someone actually bought Purch the Merch, P-E-R-C-H, .co, and it just goes to a Rickroll, so thank you. Purch the Merch, P-U. Or if you want to get rickrolled, PE. So someone is literally spending like 25 euros a year just to troll me. Absolute legend. There are many ancient... Also, what does this have to do with business? I don't know, every time I make a video that's not really about business, no one cares. I mean, you don't care that it's not about business. Everyone cares about the Blaze, because it's the best. There are many ancient mysteries and riddles from the dawn of time which are still baffling the most brilliant minds of today. What was the fate of the Ark of the Covenant? Covenant. Where is Cleopatra's tomb? How much is a season ticket for the Hanging Gardens of Babylon? Oh, the questions. Then there are some recent conundrums which are even more puzzling. Why would someone who just won a £64 million jackpot on the lottery never bother handing in the ticket? Well, I'm assuming because they lost it, not because they were like, oh yeah, I just don't want it. I'm already rich. Even rich people would take £64 million.
Hello, I like money.
Incredibly, this did actually happen back in 2012. It's not incredible. Surely people lose tickets all the time. I've lost lottery tickets. That's a joke. I don't play the lottery because I'm not an idiot. After a Euro Millions lottery draw held in Paris, wait, how can a Euro Millions lottery draw be held? I guess they could draw it in Paris. But it's Euro Millions. It's literally for the whole of Europe. The actual jackpot prize was worth about £127 million in total, but the money was shared between 2 winning tickets. That is absurd. Yeah, lottery prizes got insane. And unlike in America, where it's like, yeah, the lottery prize is $7 billion. But after we've done the payment thing, where it's like, yeah, you could choose like a yearly annuity or get a lump sum. Oh, how much is the lump sum? I mean, if I won $3 billion, it's probably like 2.8, right? And they're like, no, it's actually $40 million. And it's like, and then once you pay taxes, it's like $4 million. And you're like, what the fuck, lottery? Whereas in Europe, if you win £127 million, there's no annuity bullshit, you get a check, and you don't have to pay taxes on it. At least, it might be different in other European countries. In the UK, again, not an accountant, this is not legal advice, but I'm fairly certain there's no tax on lottery winnings. So you get to keep it all. It should still be abolished. And what the fuck? Why aren't they taxing that? Of all the things that should be taxed, it's like, oh yeah, let's just absolutely people who work hard, but if someone wins the lottery, let's not tax that at all, because clearly they put in the effort. Me, right? One of the tickets belonged to a player in Belgium who was fairly quick off the mark to claim half of the jackpot. What a surprise. But the other ticket was never redeemed. But it was purchased in a shop in Hertfordshire in the UK. But despite high-profile appeals and billboard campaigns, the winner failed to come forward before the one who's paying for these billboards. Who's like, hey, where's the lottery winner who won the thing? Where is he? Come on. If I was the lottery, I'd be like, f***ing keep quiet, mate. We get to keep all the money if no one claims it. The winner failed to come forward before the 180-day time limit, and the identity of them remains as elusive as the location of the lost tomb of Alexander the Great. 180, can you imagine if you play the lottery, then you're involved in like a car accident, you get into a coma and you wake up like 7 months later and you're like, no! First the coma and then this. Of course, the £64 million question is what exactly happens here. Maybe the winner was initially excited about the prospect of winning £127 million, but then couldn't be bothered to claim it when he realised he had to share it with some Belgian prick. Maybe he got struck by lightning and dropped dead before he could claim his winnings, although the odds of getting struck by lightning and winning the lottery in the same week must almost be as high as throwing 154 consecutive winning rolls at the craps table. Original Business Plays legend joke right there. Thank you. If you got that joke, smash the like button below. If you didn't get that joke, go back and watch all of my videos because I like sweet watch time, and sweet watch time leads to money for Simon. The more likely scenario is that he or she wasn't even aware that they'd won. What a surprise. They'd just shoved it in their coat pocket as if it was a Big Mac from McDonald's that they'd planned to eat 21 years later and completely forgotten about. In other words, they'd made a very simple mistake which had cost them an absolute fortune and resulted in the biggest unclaimed jackpot in history. And it's often the case that the simplest oversights, screw-ups and bungles can prove to be the most expensive in the long term. I almost thought I'd moved on to a new Business Play script there, because Danny has decided to use exactly the same font for headings as subheadings. Thanks, Danny. It seems great. And I know in the future Danny will write in a script being like Simon was a dick about my subheads. So just one page will be the heading. Why am I such a knob? Google could have been more exciting. I guess there's a joke there that I'm not getting. It seems quite strange now to look back and recall a time when Google wasn't around and the early internet adopters had to use other search engines to find the answers to their burning questions. Like, Ask Jeeves, Yahoo, it was all a bit shit. When I first got hooked up to the internet, I remember clearly that nearly everyone in the UK was using Ask Jeeves, thanks partly to the popular TV commercials of the time. I'm not sure we all completely grasped the concept of search engines back then, or even recognized the terms, which is why we had to have a website where it was like a picture of a butler, and you had to ask him a question. And also, it was not efficient to ask him a question. You were like, because I remember when Google came out and you could use Google or Ask Jeeves, and I was like, well, I get with Ask Jeeves because I can ask him a question. And no, It was just worse than, like, you can ask Google a question. I mean, it's just not the right way to use a search engine, is it? Unless you're trying to find something on Yahoo Answers. And, well, no one's trying to do that because it's Yahoo Answers. I'd love to do a video about Yahoo Answers. It's got nothing to do with business plays, but that would be a joyous reaction video. The character of Jeeves was just presented to internet novices as a magic butler who knew everything. I don't think everyone grasped the concept of the keywords either. A lot of people felt compelled to type in a complete and perfectly punctuated sentence for every query, just as they were advised to in the TV commercials. Otherwise, they imagined that poor Jeeves wouldn't understand what they were trying to say. I should read these ahead of time because, you know, otherwise they're just twice as long as Danny explains what I've explained. Perhaps one of the forgotten search engines and web portals of the 1990s belonged to Excite. It's certainly not a platform that I ever remember, despite the fact that by the end of the decade it was second only to Yahoo in terms of search traffic. I think I remember Excite. I don't think I ever used it. I definitely used Yahoo was my big one before Google, but honestly, Google is right there. I mean, when I started really getting online. Back in 1997, two graduate students named Larry Page and Sergey Brin were working on a little search engine side project, which was initially called Backrub, and they were keen to make a few quid by flogging it to a major company. Also, this is my business daddy, because if you don't know, YouTube is owned by Google. Also, fascinatingly, you probably know the famous story of Larry and Sergey starting Google in a garage. That garage belongs to Susan Wojcicki, who is now the CEO of YouTube, which I thought was interesting. They approached Excite with an offer to sell this technology to them for $1 million. Excite politely refused. Following further negotiations, the price was dropped to $750,000. But still, this wasn't good enough for Excite, and they declined again. Although the problem is, right, you're like, oh yeah, Excite really missed a trick. And I'm like, well, no, if Excite had bought Google, they'd probably just make it shit, and Google wouldn't be what it is today. So it's not like they missed out on like $1 trillion opportunity, or however much Google is worth. I'm sure it's a lot. Hey Siri, how much is Google worth? Yeah, I know you're there. How much is Google worth? Siri?
You're fired!
The decision is often wrongly attributed to George Bell's alleged belief that Backrub, soon to be rechristened Google, actually worked a bit too well and provided relevant search results so quickly that users wouldn't hang around long enough on the Excite website and potential revenue would be lost. Yeah. Not putting your customers first. You know, when there's a competitor who does exactly that, that sounds like a solid business plan. George Bell ends. George Bell denies this, allegedly, and claims that he would always have been interested in pursuing the best possible technology, even if it meant reshaping the business model. His real problem with the deal was that Larry and Sergey were adamant that they would only come and work for Excite if they ripped out their existing technology and replaced it with all the Google stuff. Which would have been smart! Even though the deal on paper was meant to represent Excite's acquisition of Google, it fell to George Bell that Google was trying to take over Excite and call the shots. Again, that would have been a good call! Maybe it would have been a small price to pay. You don't need me to tell you how successful Google became. In contrast, Excite ended up getting acquired by none other than Ask Jeeves. Really? In 2004. Although by this time the Magic Butler had retired from service and the platform had just been renamed simply Ask.com. It's not all bad news though. Excite is currently the 3,616th most visited website in the world. In your face, Google. Yeah, that's sad. I mean, Excite's gone. What does Ask do? Is that really a thing? Ask.com. Whoever goes here. Whoever uses this. Oh, it does exist. Take me to the UK website. I'm gonna search for myself. I'm not autofilling, which is, sad. Bad for my ego. Simon at Amazon.de. Low prices on Simon. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, Ask. Sausage fingers in Tokyo. We're moving on to another subhead, which is the same format as the head. I'm not ashamed to admit that the odd typo has probably slipped into Business Plays scripts from time to time. That's okay, Danny. It's not like people are reading it except for me. At best, it may seem as if I accidentally implied that the cod of good hope is slightly bigger than it actually is. Ba-da-bum-bum. At worst, it might mean that I accidentally write an entire script about communism instead of whatever the video is supposed to be about. Yeah. The other day we were making a video, we're like 15 minutes in, and I'm like, Danny, we're just talking about communism again. Why? But everyone keeps watching. The watch percentage on this channel is absurdly high for it just being mostly waffle, and occasionally input from Danny. But usually there aren't too many far-reaching consequences from this. Yeah, Danny. How'd you end up in the basement, mate? However, spare a thought for the poor broker working at the Japanese company Mizuho Securities, who had intended to sell a share in the manpower recruitment firm JCOM. His simple job had been to sell a single share in JCOM on the Tokyo Stock Exchange for 610,000 yen, equivalent to $5,000 in 2005 when the trade was listed. However, his clumsy figure instead meant that he got it the wrong way around and ended up selling 610,000 shares in the company for just 1 yen, or less than a penny each. Oh my god, can't you just take that back?
And it's gone.
I have to say that, I invest in mostly like index funds and ETFs because I don't play the market because I'm an idiot. I mean, I don't think people who play the market are non-idiots. I just think I'm too much of an idiot to figure out how to make money at that. So I just invest in index funds. But every time I'm making an order, I'm extremely careful because I'm like, what if I enter the wrong thing? It's like, that would be bad. Anyway, a huge controversy erupted over how the trade was even allowed to get through the system without ringing any alarm bells, which ultimately led to the resignation of the chief executive of the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Oh my god, along with 2 other senior executives. It does say, well, it is a pretty major error. Mizuho Securities did eventually manage to buy back the shares at a much higher price, with a total cost of $347 million being shared between the company and the exchange. Dude, so you made basically $1/3 billion mistake. Oh my god. It's not clear what happened to the unnamed employee, but you suspect that he wasn't invited to the Christmas party that year. But whoever bought all those shares is a legend. It's like, you can imagine just being like on there, it's like, wow, that seems cheap. Boom! And you've got like maybe a controlling share in a giant corporation. Holy shit. But he should have at least received a Christmas card from a 27-year-old man called Takashi Kotagawa, who was listed as unemployed at the time, yet he somehow managed to rack up losses of $800,000 a day on the stock exchange and was reportedly close to despair. When the typo trade first listed, he was quick to swoop in during happy hour on the Tokyo Stock Exchange and made around $16 million from the deal of a lifetime. I'm glad we got to hear about him. What a legend. He should have bought more though. He should have bought 20 times as much and snapped it all up. Epic car crash. On paper at least, the proposed merger between Daimler-Benz and Chrysler looks like a match made in automobile heaven. What's up with TV shows? Like, I'm watching this show on Netflix called, these aliens come, they fuck everything up, they build walls around cities. It's not called Community. That's another very different TV show. It doesn't matter. It's with the guy from Lost, the woman from Prison Break, the guy from House, who wasn't Hugh Laurie, and it's pretty good. I like how I can remember every detail about this show except for its fucking name. And all of the cars in that show, they have their badges removed, but so it's blatantly obvious. Like, the guy's driving around a car, and it's like, well, that's clearly a Ford. And you can just see on the steering wheel where the Ford logo should be, there's a giant hole where the logo's just been plucked off. And I'm like, I get that they can't show brands on screen, because I've done stuff for, like, companies and stuff. I'd be like, yeah, can you make sure you don't wear any branded clothes? And I'm like, please, I only wear my own merch. And they're like, don't show any brands. But it does, you're watching it. And I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sake, I was really enjoying this, and now I'm just totally pulled out thinking about the fact that there's a giant hole in the middle of his steering wheel. It's dumb. What are we talking about? But bearing in mind that one interpretation of a transcendental afterlife for motor vehicles is probably a scrapyard, then maybe automobile heaven is exactly where the deal ended up. Daimler was the German manufacturer of luxury high-end cars, most notably the Mercedes-Benz, aimed largely at very rich Europeans. I don't think you have to be very rich. Am I out of touch? You definitely don't have to be very rich to have a Mercedes. That same tractor went by. Do you remember a few videos ago I was like, a tractor just drove past my window on Business Blaze. I figured out what it was. It's a street cleaner, and it's just got these giant tractor wheels. There you go. Mystery solved. For anyone who doesn't watch regularly, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Welcome to Business Blaze. That happens. I roam while I blaze. Oh my god, I'm so confused. Some people in the comments are like, oh, this is so rambly. And I'm like, yeah, it is. I don't know what to say. I usually say, like, I've got 7 other channels where I don't ramble. In contrast, Chrysler were famous for selling lower-end, reliable family cars to everyday Americans. I rented a Chrysler when I went to America once. I have to say, it was allegedly a bit of a piece of shit. that used a lot of petrol. But fortunately, petrol in America's basic gas, in America is basically free. So whatever. And don't complain, Californians, because I was in California and I still thought it was cheap. Come to Europe and see what you make of our prices. So the idea behind the merger was that Daimler could increase its own market share in the US, improve the quality of Chrysler vehicles, and sell these new vehicles to Europe for the first time. Together, Daimler would be seen as the luxury brand, while Chrysler would be the affordable brand of a new global powerhouse that offered vehicles for everyone. The new company, Daimler Chrysler, was formed in 1998 after Daimler acquired Chrysler for $37 billion. At the time, this was the largest acquisition of a US company by an international buyer in history. The initial signs looked quite promising as the share price soared on the stock exchanges, but things were ultimately destined to freewheel downhill and crash into a big lorry carrying hundreds of live chickens. I'm missing a joke. By the year 2007, Daimler had sold the overwhelming majority of its stake in Chrysler for just $7 billion, resulting in an overall loss of just under $30 billion. Fairly substantially brutal there. That is a lot of money. So, what went wrong? I don't know. It's got to be something about, well, the cheap and expensive vehicles. They just don't play nice together. Well, a US recession in the early noughties certainly didn't help. Despite Chrysler launching a line of new and improved models, the public just didn't seem particularly interested in buying them in any great numbers. By 2006, Chrysler had posted a loss of $1.5 billion, axed 26,000 jobs. I don't know. I should read these with some degree of, sensibleness rather than, hey, they fired 26,000 people. Woo! They axed 26,000 jobs. And even were pushed out to the big three by Toyota. But the main problem seems I do like Toyota. Like, my first car was a Toyota. That thing was fantastic. It broke down once, and it was old, and I didn't drive it very well, didn't look after it. It would go for its MOT, and they'd be like, well, it really needs this, this, and this, and this. And I'm like, will it pass the MOT? And they're like, if you do this. And I'll like, do that one thing. Don't do anything else. I even had a wing mirror that had got knocked off. And they were like, well, it's going to be like £100 to put on a new wing mirror or whatever. So I just got like this epoxy glue and just absolutely just glued it to the side, took it back, and they were like, congratulations, it's passed. But the main problem seems to be the cultural clash between the two companies, who just couldn't seem to agree on quality or technique or sales or anything really. And although the merger was officially meant to be an equal pairing, it soon became clear that Daimler was very much in the driving seat while Chrysler appeared to be locked in the trunk. Also, well, it's not equal when one buys the other, is it? It was originally envisioned that Daimler would provide Chrysler with their high-end expertise, vehicle architecture, and superior components, but in the end, Chrysler was left to flail on its own with little more than a monkey wrench from the Daimler side. I don't even... What is a monkey wrench? What is a monkey wrench? Oh. It is actually a thing. It exists. It seemed as if Daimler had become almost embarrassed by its new partner and had lost... Wait, which is the nice one? Daimler is the nice one. Yeah, well, you would be too. It'd be like, yeah. Mercedes... Oh, not Mercedes. This is Mercedes. Oh, I don't know. Like BMW. Yeah. We bought Lada. Hide them somewhere. Be like, you go to the BMW dealership. It's like a giant BMW sign. And then just tiny little letters underneath. Lada. Hide it in the cupboard. No one wants to see those Ladas. I think someone told me that we mentioned Lada in a previous video. No, it still exists. No one cares. Stop making cars. Chrysler purchased the merch. .co. Chrysler would continue to suffer financial torment in the years to come as it filed for bankruptcy in 2009 and was rescued only by a bailout package from the US government, though the brand still exists today as a subsidiary of Fiat, another company famous for their high-quality cars and definitely not known as Fix It Again, Tony. Daimler, of course, is still going well, but I'm sure they'd rather forget this disastrous chunk of their history, which ended up being widely regarded as one of the biggest merger and acquisition mistakes of all time. Sizzling skyscraper. Oh, I know this one. This is the Walkie-Talkie building that set someone's Jaguar on fire. 20 Fenchurch Street in London is now home to a commercial skyscraper, which has been given the nickname the Walkie-Talkie because of its deeply unusual shape. It's not unusual, it looks like a walkie-talkie. I mean, it's pretty f***ing ugly, to be honest. Allegedly. Although, that's an opinion, I can say that. That building is f***ing ugly. Who designed that shit? Look at the Gherkin, that's a good-looking building. The Shard, great-looking building. St. Paul's f***ing Cathedral, great-looking building. Walkie-Talkie building. Although that's quite a generous description of this top-heavy, quite bloated construction, which looks almost painfully swollen. Nail on the head. Designed by the Uruguayan architect Rafael Vinoli, the 38-story building cost over £200 million to construct and comes complete with its own 3-floor sky garden, which the developer claims would be the highest public park in London. Well, that's cool. You can actually go up there and enjoy the public park. I like that. I'll do that. It's not really, as there are very tight access restrictions to the Sky Garden. You have to book several days in advance for a very short slot, so it's not like the whole family can spontaneously decide to spend summer afternoon there for a game of frisbee dog. Why is frisbee dog? Danny, your hobbies are weird. Although then some people in the comments are like, some of you don't know frisbee dog? You don't know how to play the elephant table? What the fuck? It also looks considerably less impressive than it did in the blueprint designs, which is a shame, as the Sky Garden was apparently one of the key factors in the proposed building being approved in the first place. I hate this bullshit. They'll be like, you present a plan, it's like, hey city, we want, all of these special things and like special allowances and tax breaks and all that bullshit that big things get to do something. And it's like, what are you doing in return? Well, we'll build all of this affordable housing, we'll put in this Sky Garden, we'll build a hospital in the basement, and it's going to be open to everyone to enjoy all the time, especially the poor. And then they're like, we didn't end up doing any of that stuff, but thanks for your support, government. And then nothing happens, and no one cares. But there were more pressing problems to worry about. Instead of all of this awesome stuff that they they didn't. I was just making an example. Instead of building a Sky Garden that the people can use, instead they set their cars on fire because fuck you, everybody else. In 2004, there was discovered that the south-facing wall of the building, which was covered in reflective glass, was acting as a concave mirror and redirecting the rays of the sun down onto the streets to the south. In fact, this reflection turned out to be 6 times brighter than direct sunlight shining onto the hot concrete below. This really blazed up into a controversy when one poor guy had parked his Jaguar on a street called East Cheap, returned to his vehicle to find that his rear view mirror and parts of the car's bodywork had actually started to ripple under the intense heat. I've seen pictures of this, it's pretty cool. Poor guy with his Jaguar. But it's pretty good. There were also complaints from nearby shops that their doormats had caught fire, while one UK radio reporter proved a point to his audience when he successfully managed to fry a neck on the scorching street floor. Jesus. The guy with the melting Jaguar received compensation for £946 from the developers, but the cost of permanently fixing the problem with the Walkie-Talkie came at a much higher price tag, in the millions of pounds. Temporary solutions involved erecting protective... I feel like this guy for £946... That's how, litigation works in the UK. I feel like if this was like in America, it would be like, he got £946 to fix his car and £438 million in punitive damages for mental and physical distress and anguish, and he was very attached to his Jaguar. It had all these memories and legal system and his lawyer would have got a third. Temporary solutions involved erecting protective screening around the streets before a permanent awning could be installed on the south side of the higher floors of the skyscraper. All of this might have been avoided if the designer had been aware of that the UK does sometimes have quite sunny days in the summer, very rarely. In an interview with The Guardian, he noted that, "I didn't realise it was going to be so hot. When I first came to London 3 years ago, it wasn't like this. Now you have all these sunny days." Dude, you're a building designer. It's great. It's great that you came to the city and saw the weather. But when we're designing giant skyscrapers that are like 30 however many floors high, I don't know, maybe a little research would have been good. I'm not saying, to do anything more than open the weather app on your phone or, go onto the Wikipedia page and look at the climate section, just saying. Still, the newly nicknamed Walkie-Scorchy or Fry Scraper did go on to pick up an award. It won the 2015 Carbuncle Cup for worst new building in the UK. Yeah, because it sets cars on fire and it looks fucking ugly as sin. Fat French trains. New section. Last section. Get excited. Finally, the French train company SNFC, sounds like a football club because it ends in FC, was responsible for possibly one of the most embarrassing and costly mistakes of recent years. They shelled out 15 billion euros for a fleet of 2,000 shiny new trains for their lines in Paris and throughout the rest of France. I'm not entirely sure if fleet is the correct collective noun for a group of trains. It could be a roster of trains, or maybe a train of trains would be more appropriate. Alright, Danny, we can go with fleet. But anyway, after SNFC had forked out the money and received this squadron, that's even better, of 2,000 trains, they quickly identified a minor issue. I'm going to guess that it's not a minor issue because we're on the final episode and some final entry, and there have been some fairly major mistakes made so far. billion-dollar mistakes. The new trains were too wide to fit in between the platform of many of the older French stations. How do you make such an error? A spokesman for SNFC confirms that they had discovered this problem a bit late. How many trains? 2,000. 2,000 trains. 2,000 trains. A situation apparently arose when officials had measured the dimensions of the platforms of relatively new French train stations, but had failed to realize the stations, which had been built 50 or more years earlier, had actually less space than between the platforms because the trains were a bit slimmer back in those days. This had turned out to be a pretty expensive schoolboy error, as the long-term solution is to keep the cocktail of 2,000 fat trains and widen the track space of the affected older stations at a cost of 68 million euros. That is absolutely brutal. Still, at least this could have given them an interesting new temporary excuse to add to a list of reasons why your vital train to work has been heavily delayed. I don't know if this is just a British joke, but I imagine it's absolutely even more appropriate in France because, well, it's France. But in the UK, the trains being delayed is like, oh my god, it's just life. It's just like, I think I told the story before where I got stuck on a train overnight in the middle of winter. It was fucking horrible. Leaves on the track. The wrong kind of snow. A carriage has been used as a convenience. I mean, someone took a piss in a carriage. The train is accidentally going backwards. The sun is setting in the driver's eyes. The train is too fat to enter the station. We apologize for the potential 5-year delay. One of the more grim ones is, that's the end today. One of the more grim ones is, they call them, I think, passenger incidents. Basically means they're scraping someone off the tracks. Anyway, on that joyous note, not really. Simon, don't make fun of suicide. I'm not. I'm just sharing a little personal anecdote, and it's called making a joke. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the blaze. Thank you for watching. Purch the merch. PURCH, themerch.co if you would like to buy the merch. PRCH, themerch.co if you'd like to experience a Rickroll. Thank you for watching. Why am I such a knob? Silence, infidel! You guys love them, so I keep doing them. Epic Ad Fails Part 3. This doesn't really have an introduction, I'm afraid, other than this introduction I'm giving it right now, because this was originally a very long one written by Danny, who writes our scripts here on Business Blaze, and I decided to split it in two because I like occasionally sitting down and my legs get tired. So we're just going to jump right into it. Well, before we do, what is not an epic ad fail is the fact that this video is sponsored by Skillshare, and there is no way that I can bring up the Skillshare ad copy in time, and I will have to do a cut here unless I can absolutely wizard this thing, and here we go. This video is brought to you by Skillshare, an online learning community for who? It's for creators. There's thousands of classes in design, business. What? That's appropriate because this is Business Blaze. Skillshare is giving away 2 months of premium membership to help you explore your creativity and business. If you click the link in the description below, that's for the first 500 people only. More on them in a bit. I always wonder with that, is 500 ambitious? Business Blaze isn't, it's not PewDiePie yet, is it? Yet. But, I mean, I probably shouldn't be saying this. Don't delay. Click that link below. Sign up with Skillshare. I got more to say on them in a bit about why you should actually sign up, other than it being pretty good. Let's just jump in. I don't know what that was. It's my excitement for ads. And now, with the good stuff out of the way, let's get into the f***ups. Pensioners flailing helplessly around on the floor. I bet Skillshare could help with that. It's usually every marketer's dream to come up with a catchy slogan that really starts to fly. But in the case of TV commercials for protection company Lifecool, it was an accident that was never really meant to happen. Because the catchphrase on every daytime viewer's lips in the... I have to say, I'm feeling a little bit tired today. I'm not really sure why. I didn't sleep brilliantly last night. I don't know if this will be funny. Normally I record Business Blaze first thing in the morning because it's when my energy is absolutely top-notch. But right now I'm a little bit down, so I just did 17 lines of cocaine and I've got this coffee with 6 spoons of Nescafe in it. Allegedly. I mean, to the cocaine, this has a lot of Nescafe in it. Now it's still super hot as well. Because the catchphrase, what are we talking about? Pensioners on the floor, something like that, Skillshare? Because the catchphrase was on every daytime viewer's lips in the late 1980s and early 1990s, related to an elderly actor lady lying in a heap on the floor and claiming with very little conviction, "I've fallen and I can't get up." Lifecool was a subscription-based medical alarm and protection company serving senior citizens and vulnerable people. Subscribers received a cool electronic pendant. I have to say, I kind of vaguely remember this, which was meant to be worn around the neck at all times. If they ever found themselves in serious difficulty, then they could activate the pendant, and talk directly to medical services or family without the need to try and drag themselves to the nearest telephone. This actually sounds pretty good. That sounds like a clever invention. If I was old, this is what I would get. So, it was obviously very handy in the pre-mobile phone era for older people living alone who might say have taken a tumble down the stairs, got stuck in the bath, or accidentally set fire to the conservatory. These are all like maximum old people activities. I just think of my nan and it's like, yeah, she definitely fell down the stairs once. I don't know if she got stuck in the bath. I can imagine it. And she didn't set fire to the conservatory, which she did, but she did have a conservatory, and she had it built onto her house, and it is just the most old people person thing ever. And she just used to sit out there in the sun. It was quite nice, but maximum level old people. I'd go round and we'd sit in the conservatory together. It was nice. Now I'm all sad because she died recently. Oh! So of course the idea was very simple and very useful. But the execution of the television commercials was... This business place got so sad. Come on, Simon. Get on with it. Of course, the idea was very simple and very useful, but the execution of the television commercials was absolutely bloody terrible and became unintentional comedy gold. These were daytime TV ads because older people obviously go to bed at around 5 p.m. I have to say I recently had a kid, and it's like now, I mean, it's not 5 p.m., but it's June. I go to bed at 9 p.m. It is still light. I wake up at 5 a.m. It is still light. I rarely see the dark these days.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally?
So the budget and scope were understandably quite modest. But it seems as if they went out of their way to hire the campest and cheeriest and hammiest elderly actors to illustrate the ways in which Lifecore could help save the day. And although it may not seem appropriate to start sniggering loudly at the sight of an old man clutching his chest and dramatically announcing, "I'm having chest pains," or old ladies in a crumpled heap on the floor declaring, "I've fallen and can't get up," that's exactly how a big chunk of the audience reacted. The last catchphrase ended up becoming the punchline of TV gags across America, and also cropped up on t-shirts, mugs, and even in the lyrics of a Weird Al Yankovic song. But it has to be said that Lifecore saw the funny side and later took advantage of what could have been just a cringeworthy marketing embarrassment. Yeah, you gotta own it, you know? If you do something like that and it becomes a meme, it's just own it. I realize that early on business plays, and indeed business plays today, it's very like upbeat. It's unnecessarily upbeat. And people were like, well, I'm just Simon, is he on cocaine? And I could be like, no, I'm not on cocaine. But instead I'm like, yeah, I am, right? Even though I am. They went on to successfully register I've fallen and can't get up as an official trademark. Good for them. Sadly, it didn't do them any good whatsoever as they went out of business the following year. Oh, that's a shame. Lifecore had fallen and they weren't getting up. Ba-da-bum-bum. Help, I've fallen, I can't get up. I actually hurt my wrists. I was such an old man. Grow some bollocks. Oh, good news, everybody. For those regular Business Plays watchers, my boiler has been fixed. It is toasty in here. But my problem is now, I don't have anywhere to, rest my leg. Because I know, I'd like to talk to horses. I could kind of rest it on the desk that I have here, but this just feels a bit wrong. I could bring in this chair. What do you think? I mean, but then I got this cushion. That's quite good. That's quite good. Let me try it. Let me see how it works out. Grow some bollocks. I'm pretty sure that even Simon has heard of the American actor, bodyguard, television personality, and singer and retired professional wrestler, Mr. T. I absolutely have, Danny. His heyday was in the 1980s where he starred in Rocky III, haven't seen that, and perhaps most famously of all spent 5 years in the role of B.A. Barracus in the surprisingly violent TV action series The A-Team, gifting the world with such memorable phrases as, "I pity the fool, quit your jibber jabber, I ain't getting in no airplane." I've never seen it, but I do know those memes. I'm gonna put that away. By the itty, it's not working out. I'm tempted to bring back my radiator. Check this out. We had so many good times together, me and ETA. That's a strange name for a heater. You can see where it's got all scuff marks on from where I would put my shoe on it. These screws are worryingly loose in the bottom. I once was, this is a fun fact, I was once clipping my nails while huddled over this thing, dropped one of them in there and it started to smell like burning human flesh. Oh, the good times, ETA, good times. Nah, I'm just joking. I wouldn't do that to you, ETA. Would I? No, I love you. God, Business Blaze did get weird, didn't it? Getting tangled up in the mic wire. By the year 2007, things had dried up a little bit for Mr. T, but he was soon set to deliver a new catchy slogan in a series of TV commercials in the UK for nutty chocolate bar Snickers. The slogan was quite simple: get some nuts. Okay, that seems fine, but the storyline driving the big budget commercials was strangely aggressive. In one advert in particular, it begins with a peaceful scene of a very effeminate man in tight, bright yellow shorts indulging in a spot of very camp speed walking down a typical suburban street. Suddenly, a massive truck randomly smashes its way out of a nearby garage, ripping the whole thing to bits. Ripping what to bits? The poor man? Oh no, the garage. Okay, yeah, that would get extremely violent quickly. The truck had an enraged Mr. T at the wheel, who began yelling, "Speed walking! I pity you, fool! You are a disgrace to the man race! It's time to run like a real man." Wow, Mr. T. I mean, a bit of a dick move. At this point, he gets behind a Gatling gun, holy shit, and starts shooting a rapid succession of Snickers bars at the frightened speedwalker, who's eventually forced to break into a run and get away from the madman. Whoever made this advert doesn't understand how bullets work. If you can hear that knocking, construction is still going on next door. I mentioned this in the last video. It sometimes sounds that they are literally trying to tunnel into my office. The advert concludes with Mr. T taking a bite out of a Snickers bar and screaming at the audience, "Get some nuts." All caps and bold. He must really be screaming. This actually proved to create a bigger storm in the US than it did in the UK, which is a bit odd as it was never shown in the US. The US lobby group Human Rights Campaign, protested the ad was blatantly homophobic and called for it to be axed. It's not homophobic, is it? The guy was camp, not necessarily gay. Speed walking, I think, isn't, you know, whatever. If you want to get into speed walking, who cares? And anyone can wear tight shorts. I, in fact, would rather wear tight shorts than baggy shorts, because baggy shorts make you look like an idiot. Although you don't want to go too tight. How about Human Rights Campaign? Your focus. Or maybe it is, and maybe people are like, "Simon, you're being homophobic." And I'm like, no. There are real homophobic things, which are a real issue, and I think it'd be better if Human Rights Campaign actually focused on those instead, because we don't live in a perfect society. They said that the manufacturer Mars was condoning the notion that the gay, lesbian, bisexual and transgender community is a bunch of second-class citizens, and that violence against LGBT people was not only acceptable, but humorous. No. Mars did eventually apologise and pulled the ad, even though it only generated a total of 2 complaints in the UK. Some members of the UK gay community actually criticised the decision to pull the ad. Yes! With one social media user commenting, "I'm gay and I found the ad hilarious." If you make the connection between speedwalking and homosexuality, then you're just perpetrating the stereotypes about gay men. Thank you very much. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Yeah, also, maybe it's also I'm from the UK and we're just less sensitive to this. Also, don't get involved, Americans. It doesn't involve you. Why do you have to do this? It's like, complain about our ads, invade countries with loads of oil. Is it really necessary? Smash that dislike button. Okay. Another critic said, "Why do Americans feel the need to complain about what's on TV on this side of the pond?" Danny and I, same page, and also this critic. Whatever way you look at it, I can't help thinking there was something slightly disturbing about it. You hear that? You hear that? They're tunneling in. They're literally tunneling in. They probably can hear me screaming and shouting, and they're probably like, "What the is going on in there?" Whichever way you look at it, I can't help thinking there was something slightly disturbing about a TV icon screaming and shouting at a clearly very camp speedwalker while suggesting that he gets some nuts and becomes a real man. Yeah, it's truly bizarre, but I don't think it's homophobic. And it also seemed quite a brutal change of direction for Mr. T. Just a couple of decades earlier, he was releasing motivational albums and videos for children in which he could be seen singing and dancing along to such golden greats as "Don't talk to strangers" and "Treat your mother right." Wow. And I still remember many of those inspiring lyrics even today. Mother, there is no other like mother, so treat her right. Mother, I'll always love her, my mother, so treat her right. And that is the last time I will ever sing on Business Blaze. I've never heard this song, and I don't imagine that's how Mr. T sung it. I pity the fool. I bet he just told his poor dad to grow a f***ing pair. Bada-bum bum. I would do it more aggressively, but I'm holding my 3 Wolf mug with coffee in it. It is insanely strong, but I feel it infusing me with power. With Blaze. Don't do deaf tweeting. It must be particularly painful when a company like Mars... Hello? It must be particularly painful when a company like Mars has to pull a pretty expensive TV commercial from the airwaves after investing so much time and money in its development. That scene of the truck smashing out of the garage looked like it cost a fair bit to produce. And then, of course, they probably had to pay Mr. T about $50 on top of that. But sometimes a marketing fail can be relatively quick, free, and spontaneous, such as a woefully misjudged tweet or two. Have we covered that time that reporter went to Africa? She got on a plane and she was like, going to Africa, hope I don't get AIDS. And she landed and she was like fully cancelled. It was a that was an error. Also, one of these days, I'm definitely going to upload a business blaze, and I will have said something that... Oh my gosh. I will have said something that people find horribly offensive, and I'll get cancelled. The good news is, it doesn't really do anything, because, you know, you can't cancel me. I mean, YouTube could cancel me, but I think it's really unlikely. I mean, I'm not Alex Jones. Back in 2011, the Egyptian revolution was gathering momentum. The historic uprising would see millions of citizens protesting on the streets, 846 deaths and over 6,000 injured. American fashion and clothing designer Kenneth Cole decided to seize this opportunity to flog this season's exciting new garments. He posted this jolly tweet. Millions are in uproar in Cairo. Rumor is that they heard our new spring collection is available online. That is, how did Danny describe it? Tone deaf? Fully agree. Following a Twitter-style version of an uproar in response to the whole inappropriate tweet, the company was quick to delete the post and apologize. Am I gonna have to stop because of this sound? What are you doing? It sounds like you're scraping the wall down. It's really loud to me. Maybe the mic's not picking it up too much. Well, at least they learned their lesson. Or maybe not. Just a couple of years later, the US was debating the possibility... Oops, a daisy. I'm struggling over ETA's cable. Just a couple of years later, the US was debating the possibility of putting boots on the ground to intervene in the escalating human horror of the Syrian civil war. Does the US do boots on the ground anymore? I just thought they just drone striked people. Kenneth Cole had the wise words to throw into the intense debate via Twitter. Bad idea, Cole. Boots on the ground or not, let's not forget about sandals, pumps and loafers, hashtag footwear, hashtag cancel Sony. The company was less apologetic about this one. Probably should have apologized, as Kenneth Cole himself defended his right to market his brands in provocative ways, and rather lamely claimed that he was using his platform to start up meaningful dialogues. No, you weren't, Kenneth. You were just trying to sell some shoes. I don't know if they're shitty. I've never heard of Kenneth Cole. I assume I will never buy their Although then I bought Hugo Boss gloves by accident and found out that Hugo Boss made Nazis or something. One Twitter user simply replied, "Is there no horrible situation Kenneth Cole won't use to promote his clothing?" Allegedly. I didn't say that. I didn't say they got clothing. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, maybe it's brilliant, or maybe it's crap. Maybe it's total shit. Look at all this money we're giving you. Unless I missed something monumental in my years writing marketing copy, I always thought it was one of the... Bro. Come on. Unless I missed something monumental in my years writing marketing copy, I always thought that one of the key features of a strong marketing campaign was to try and say something good about the product or service you're meant to be selling. Hell yeah! Skillshare, yo! That was smooth. So a 2015 billboard campaign run by Airbnb on the streets of San Francisco appeared to miss the mark completely. The posters just seemed to be offering helpful suggestions on how the city should be spending the enormous amount of taxes that Airbnb was generously furnishing it with. The short-term letting site had gotten away with not having to pay the standard hotel tax in San Francisco, and it's estimated that the city lost around $25 million from this tax avoidance. But this had come to an end earlier in the year when the company reluctantly agreed to pay several $1 million of back taxes. I like it they reluctantly agreed to pay their taxes. It's like, as far as I know, I can't just reluctantly agree... Dude! As far as I know, I just can't reluctantly agree to pay my taxes. They were now facing a proposed motion that would place tighter restrictions on Airbnb rentals, which the company argued would only reduce the levels of hotel tax that they could potentially generate for the lucky citizens of San Francisco. To be fair, they were probably right. When the new regulations were finally introduced in San Francisco, the number of Airbnb listings in the city was slashed in half overnight. But during the run-up to this new motion, the company produced a condescending series of adverts on billboards and bus shelters around the city outlining how much they paid and what the city could do with it. The opening advert in the series read in big bold letters, "Dear Fat San Francisco, last year, our guests and hosts brought in over $12 million to the city. Love Airbnb." This doesn't make you look like the good guys Airbnb. Whoever passed this off, it's a bit weird. Other follow-up messages in the enticing collection of ads suggested, "Dear public library system, we hope you use some of the $12 million in hotel taxes to keep the library open later. Love Airbnb. Dear parking enforcement, please use blah blah blah. Dear public works, love Airbnb, love Airbnb. Airbnb." Many customers... My thing with Airbnb, I see there's two companies, like Uber and Airbnb. Uber is also like, okay, well, they're not quite licensed, and I don't really know how it all works, and do taxi drivers have to pay something to some... So like the taxi drivers union or something like that. And it's like, yeah, and generally, I'm for Uber, but I'm a little bit against Airbnb because... Dude, you're driving me insane, bro. But like, Uber and Airbnb... Fuck, where was I? Lost my train of thought. How am I supposed to work in these conditions? My whole Uber and Airbnb thing, where the f*** was I? Yeah, Airbnb, I don't really like, and I think they should be more regulated. And Uber, I'm like, generally, because Uber, I have an always good experience with. They take me from A to B. It's nicer and it's cheaper than a taxi. Airbnb, I usually end up paying a lot. I end up staying in somewhere that's a bit than a hotel with less services. And also, I live in a city where Airbnb kind of f***s it up. I live in Prague. Airbnb here is everywhere. The whole roof, like I live in an apartment building and the top apartments are always rented out and there's new people coming and going. I don't like it. Fuck Airbnb. Allegedly. And then he conceivers actually believed that the ads must have been some sort of satirical hoax and were later horrified to discover that they were actually completely genuine. Tone deaf, Airbnb. Airbnb seemed to be telling the citizens of San Francisco how grateful they should be that the company was actually doing something as noble as paying their taxes. Martha Kenny, an assistant professor at San Francisco State University, appeared to sum up the mood when she posted her response on Facebook. This is a page from a different script. I don't know how it got in here. What is going on? I'm lost. She posted a response on Facebook. Dear Airbnb, I'm happy that you paid your taxes this year. I did too. Isn't it awesome? She then went through a bit of a number crunching to reveal that only a tiny fraction of hotel tax gets funneled through public libraries. So Airbnb's contribution would only be able to keep its libraries open for an extra minute or two. In the very day. I'm just gonna have to shout. Following the universally negative response, Airbnb pulled the non-advertisements and offered a humble public apology. The intent was to show the hotel tax contribution from our hosts and guests, which is roughly $1 million. The intent was to show the hotel tax contribution from our hosts and guests, which is roughly $1 million per month. It was the wrong tone, and we apologize to anyone who was offended. His ads are being taken down immediately. But I think the CEO of Airbnb, Brian Chesky, came up with a better overview of the short-lived campaign. He said, it made us look like jerks. And he was right. I'm going to end it there because that is driving me insane. Silence, infidel! Thank you for watching.
Silence! I kill you!
Would I? No, I love you. God, Business Blaze did get weird, didn't it? Don't worry. Good news. That was just a prank. Everything is fine. I haven't stolen your personal data. Or have I, Peter? If there's someone called Peter watching right now, I hope you're freaking the f*** out. I need to put my regular glasses on. Welcome back to Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze. This script is already incredibly f***ed up, and it says Surfshark on the top because, well, this video is brought to you by Surfshark, but I've already mentioned that. Danny wrote us a script, more marketing mistruths and big whoppers. I hope we're talking about whoppers from Burger King because, well, I don't know why. I'm hungry. I'd like a big whopper, but I'm not having that today. Anyway, that's sad. I'm gonna read Danny's script. Sam is afterwards gonna add us some fine, high quality, finest of the fine memes. He is our resident memologist, also known as a video editor. Let's jump in. In previous episodes of Business Blaze, we've taken a look at some misleading marketing claims that could generously be accused of mildly distorting the absolute truth. If we were using slightly bolder language, we might accuse the companies involved of being dirty, stinking liars who have been caught brown-handed in trying to fob us off with a crock of complete horse shit. Obviously, we wouldn't say that, but we would say that allegedly that is what happened. Allegedly. I recently discovered that allegedly.com is for sale for $2,800. I offered $500. Let's see if they bite. Owning a single word domain would be cool, and I'll just have it forward to a Rickroll. That would be a very expensive Rickroll. You can also go to purchthemerch.co to purchase. I'm not wearing my merch, but you can purchase my merch at purchthemerch.co, P-U-R-C-H, or if you'd like to get Rickrolled, just go to P-E-R-C-H, themerch.co, because that is a Rickroll. Someone bought it. just to troll me apparently, thanks. And in a rare example of a Business Blaze episode quickly getting to the point and diving straight into the content, I think we're all already on the same page when I say that we're about to look at some more examples of frankly dubious marketing claims, allegedly, which proved quite tricky to back up with evidence or science or facts or logic or reason. If you prefer, you can always pretend that I spent ages crafting an introduction jam-packed with clever OG Business Blaze legend jokes, which Simon skipped over in a rush to get to the pub a bit quicker. I'm sorry, Danny. The last introduction went on for so long that I was like, blah, 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 blah. Okay, here we go. Poor Danny. He does make these long. Buckets of healthy goodness. I always like to be surprised by some of the fascinating new facts you can pick up from just sitting in your pants all day and watching TV commercials. I know I say this all the time and then people destroy me in the comments, but who watches commercials anymore? And people are like, Simon, you make your money off commercials. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't watch them because I pay the $5 a month or whatever for YouTube Red because I'm not poor. Simon, don't go through it. I'm probably gonna have some for that, aren't I? Shall I edit it out? If you're seeing it, I didn't.
Oh no, he didn't.
And also, television. I don't own, I have a television, but it just has like Netflix and Amazon and that kind of shit. It doesn't have TV. Because you watch TV and it's like you watch an hour of stuff and you get 20 minutes of adverts. And even if you do, like I've mentioned this before, my parents have like Sky, which I think is American cable, and it's like they'll record some show on their box and then the adverts will come on and they'll fast forward through them. It's been years. The last time I watched adverts was probably in a hotel lobby somewhere while I was eating my breakfast and I left my phone in my room by accident. Oh, anyway. Oh my god, I know, I said we'd get into it. Danny even promised it, and here we are waffling on. And I think I just made up the word f***ling. Over the years, I've learned that gorillas can play drums really well. Oh my god, I remember that advert. That was cool. Although I don't remember what it advertises. And that is important because you can be like, oh my god, that advert was amazing. And then someone will ask you, well, what was it advertising? You'll be like, don't know. Well, it wasn't a brilliant advert then, was it? Nothing sucks like an Electrolux. Oh, shit. Dr. Pepper is not for women. I thought that was Yorkies. Are Yorkies and Dr. Pepper both not for women? Dr. Pepper tastes kind of nasty. And the whole of America runs on Dunkin' Donuts. But one of the most extraordinary things I learned from TV commercials was back in 2004. It felt like a serving of incredibly good news, which I thought was going to be a real game changer. It was actually a pair of TV ads that were dishing up dietary education on my TV screen. In the first commercial, a woman approaches her husband and says, remember how we talked about eating better? Well, it starts today. Oh my gosh. The number of times I've had that conversation with my wife. We should eat more vegetables. Yes, we should. We should definitely eat more vegetables. And it's like a week later. We should eat more vegetables. I really think we should eat more. I say round and round, but I mean it's just a straight line of doing nothing. She then proudly plonks down the healthy food in front of him. I was expecting this to be a muesli burger or fungus-based spaghetti bolognese or something, but no, it's a wholesome bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken. Oh my god. I love Kentucky Fried Chicken like there is no other sweetness in the world other than my wife and daughter. In the second ad, not that I want to eat them, just in terms of things I love, it's like, family. Let's just say they're equal. In the second ad, a bloke bumps into an old friend called Jack that he hasn't seen for ages, and it's clear that Jack is looking better than he ever did. The first bloke can barely believe his own eyes. He says, Jack? Is that you? Man, you look fantastic. What the heck have you been doing? And he's just greasy round the mouth from KFC. He's got the little crusty bits in his beard. Not that I'm speaking from personal experience about knowing this. Jack is sitting on the tailgate of his truck, of course he is, munching away on the secret recipe of Colonel Sanders. Eating chicken, he replies. God, I'm good at this. I could do this. What the heck have you been doing? Eating chicken! The commercials go on to explain that 2 KFC chicken breasts contain less fat than a Burger King Whopper, and 1 KFC chicken breast contains just 11 grams of carbohydrate while packing 40 grams of protein. It's even implied that a bucket of KFC is perfectly compatible with a low-carbohydrate weight loss program. The narrator of the commercial advises, if you're watching carbs and going high protein, go KFC. Shall I do that American? If you're watching carbs and going high protein, go KFC. Well, I thought this was amazing news. Right now I'm thinking it's amazing news, but I know I'm about to have my soul crushed. I had absolutely no idea that they're smothering big lumps of chicken in seasoned breadcrumbs and then tossing them into a massive pressure fryer could actually be good for you. I made the decision then again to adopt the KFC diet for the next 3 months and assess the results. Unfortunately, Danny has passed away. He hasn't really. The script continues. Don't sweat, my little legends. Well, it turns out this was a bad decision and I never recaptured my youth. The only way that a KFC chicken breast would be healthier for you than a Burger King Whopper would be if you completely stripped the breading and skin from the chicken before shoving it into your mouth. And although it would be technically true that 2 original recipe KFC chicken breasts do have very slightly less total fat than a Whopper, this is kind of cancelled out by the fact that they also contain more than 3 times the trans fat and cholesterol, more than twice the sodium, and a higher calorie count. What a surprise. I mean, look, I'm not kidding myself. When I go to KFC, I know that I'm basically eating poison for my heart. Allegedly. It's okay. It's delicious and I don't do it all the time. Doing it all the time sounds like a bad idea. Don't do that. I'm going to get a subpoena from KFC saying, Simon, we prefer it if you cease and desist saying that you shouldn't eat KFC every day, because clearly you can. Another question to consider is what type of lunatic goes into a branch of KFC and only eats 2 chicken breasts? Yeah, I mean, you're an idiot, right? You got it. I mean, the order is clear. Thigh, rib, leg, breast. That is the order of superior. People will be like, oh, the breast is number 1. I'm like, well, you're dumb, aren't you? It's thigh, rib, leg, breast. Everyone knows this. I always just go in there and it's like, I want 1 rib, 1 thigh, 3 chicken wings, 2 extra large fries, 2 Cokes, and a dessert. Not really. Look at the menu. They serve this crazy in buckets. Knock yourself out. Even if you're sharing a bucket, you'll have consumed significantly more fat, saturated fat, trans fat, and calories than you'd ever find in a Whopper. I'll always be a big lover of KFC in moderation, but I was never really expecting them to be a recommended element of a low-carb, high-protein weight loss program. The Advertising Age magazine described KFC's claims as laughable and damaging, and called for the ads to be pulled. The Federal Trade Commission, oh no, they're getting in trouble, charged KFC with making false claims about the nutritional value of their finger-licking good chicken. Is it still finger-licking good chicken in the US? Because over here, it's now so good, rather than finger-licking good. And I'm like, well, that's weird. I liked finger-licking good, because it's truth. A settlement was eventually reached in which the restaurant chain admitted to no faults or liability, but agreed to stop making out that their fried chicken was compatible with weight loss programs, but was always healthier than Burger King, unless these claims could be proven. I'm guessing they weren't. Incidentally, I've just found out that despite what my mate Barry told me in the pub, eating pizza every night for 5 years is not a clinically approved natural remedy for wrinkles. Duracell lawsuits last longer. Oh, we're doing it again. We're doing it again. I had a lot of spittle right there. Am I still plugged in? Yes. Okay. They say that the simple words batteries not included are power. Sometimes I feel like I have as much fun with the ad read as I do doing the actual content. Shit. They say that the 3 simple words, batteries not included, are powerful enough to completely wreck a child's Christmas day. It's absolutely true. But of course, I've talked about it before. I used to love remote control cars as a kid. Like every birthday I was like, I want a remote control car. I want a remote control car. And then you play with it for 20 minutes. The battery needs to charge up for like 4 hours. And then you want like, Dad, Mum, can I have an extra battery? And they're like, well, the extra batteries are really expensive because they work. Right? You need like 8 of them. Then you can constantly play. But of course, the far-sighted parents will have already stocked up on separate batteries in preparation for the joyous celebration of the birth of Santa Claus. I have to say, my parents were absolute legends. They'd always undo all the packaging for me. They'd put the batteries in the toy and then box that back up and give it to me. So when I opened it, it was ready to go. And I'm like, respect. You legends. Separate batteries in preparation for the joyous birth of Santa Claus. Simon, Christmas is a celebration of Christ our Saviour and Lord. No, it's not. It's a commercial holiday where we give each other and occasionally get together and fight with our families. And when you're putting batteries inside that brand new, I'm taking off my shoes, brand new Dukes of Hazzard electric set slot racing set, you want to choose batteries that are going to last until at least the shops are open again. Duracell, however you say that, I feel like Duracell is American Duracell. Their new ranges of ultra-advanced and ultra-power batteries from 2012. It's the FedEx, man. Welcome to not really. I'm pretty sure it was clothes in there. Their new ranges of ultra-advanced, ultra-power batteries from ultra-advanced, ultra-powered Duracell. It's like Gillette Mach 3 Turbo Ultimate Premium Platinum Gold Status Pimp Glasses. I don't know why I said glasses, I was just getting carried away because they're definitely razors. They said they were significantly more expensive than all of their other alkali batteries, but the online marketing and packaging suggested that you were paying for quality. These new batteries were longer lasting, provided up to 30% more power in toys. 30%! Amateurs. Surfshark, 85% off. That's 15% of what the normal price is. Disgusting Duracell, allegedly. And should be used when it matters most. The only problem was customers were being asked to shell out a premium price for the ultra-advanced, ultra-powered batteries, which in truth didn't last any longer than Duracell's much cheaper alternatives. Oh no! A federal class action lawsuit, I guess Danny means there, was filed against Procter & Gamble, the owners of Duracell brand, which claimed that the company was engaging in deceptive advertising and were misrepresenting material facts. The lawsuit actually rumbled on for several years, probably about 273 times longer than a pair of Duracell ultra-advanced batteries would last in a Dukes of Hazzard electric slot racing set. I have no idea what that is. I assume it's some fantastic toy from Danny's childhood. Ultimately, a settlement was reached in which Procter & Gamble admitted no wrongdoing, but agreed to provide refunds to anyone who purchased new batteries. Yeah, I mean, really, who cares? You bought the batteries, it was a rip-off. I would much rather the company get fined because I'm not filling out some shit to get that money back. But this story leads to an interesting battery-powered tussle between two pink bunnies. If you were to ask me which battery band is associated with a pink bunny, it would be Duracell every time, of course. It's Duracell, isn't it? Duracell with the bunny. Although I feel like Energizer Bunny is a thing. I've definitely heard of Energizer Bunny. Are they both using bunnies? But viewers in North America and Canada would almost certainly associate the pink bunny with Duracell's arch rivals, Energizer batteries. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we were Duracell in the UK and Energizer over in the US. The bunny was originally created for a Duracell TV advertisement campaign in 1973, in which a drumming bunny toy was seen to keep on going for far longer when it's stuffed with Duracell batteries. I remember this. Many years later, in 1988, when Duracell's trademark for the bunny had lapsed, the brand's competitor, Energizer, ran a parody campaign in which they introduced their own slightly funkier version of the pink bunny with cool shades and flip-flops, which would keep on drumming even longer than Duracell's tired old version. This initially caused some with batteries, I mean, doesn't it say on the side how much power it contains? Isn't that like... I use a lot of rechargeable batteries, and they definitely say how much power they contain. This initially caused some confusion, and Energizer's market share actually shrank during this period because customers were getting confused and buying the bunny-branded Duracell batteries on the strength of the Energizer ads. But both companies stuck with fierce determination to their pink bunnies and ended up fighting in court over who owned the rights to the trademark. In the end, it was agreed that Energizer can use the bunny in North America and Canada only, whereas Duracell holds exclusive rights to the pink bunny in the rest of the world. It sounds like Duracell came up with the idea and then got kind of screwed because unless my maths is really wrong, North America... Oh, well, the whole rest of the world's pretty big. That's true. Maybe Duracell did better. I thought it was going to say the UK, but it's the whole rest of the world. So it seemed as Duracell made a bit of a slip-up here by inventing a popular mascot for their own arch-rivals. That's almost as bad as Ronald McDonald defecting to Burger King. Bada-bum-bum. Smiling Bob and the massive steaming erection. Oh my. We're getting demonetized. I'd never heard of Smiling Bob before researching this script, but he sounds like one happy guy. For a brief time in the early noughties, he was the star of no less than 18 different TV commercials for Enzyte, a herbal supplement from Berkeley Premium Nutraceuticals. Nutraceuticals sounds like, what you call yourself when you do homeopathic medicine. And don't forget that does nothing, dear viewers, allegedly. Oh, the homeopathic whole industry, they're mad litigious. So I would absolutely, allegedly, what they do, with the net cracking and all of that stuff, allegedly, people say, it's definitely not me, that all of that shit is kind of hokey pokey, if that's the right word, or like hocus pocus bullshit, people say. Smiling Bob didn't say much. In fact, he never said anything at all. His face was permanently frozen in a maniacal grin. But the voiceover on the ads gave a few helpful clues as to why Smiling Bob was so darn delighted in his life. Down the bowling alley, Bob was throwing them hard and straight. During Christmas festivities, Bob got the one thing that every lady likes, the joy of the gift that keeps on giving. This isn't so subtle, is it? Travelling through an airport, the narrator notes, Bob is not travelling as light as he used to, because he's got a massive penis. While down at the swim pool, we see that Bob has a big new spring of confidence and a generous swelling of pride. It's also worth noting that Mrs. Smile and Bob always looks very happy too. Much happier than their next door neighbours, whose hoses always go limp in their hands when they're trying to water their garden. Was this actually an advert? This is so tacky. Yes, if you haven't already guessed it, the Enzyme product was meant to promote natural male enhancement. That's not a thing. Like, those things is like, yeah, it makes your penis bigger. Don't buy those. It's not a thing, allegedly. Well, that makes it sound like I've tried it. I haven't. Although I'm taking my socks off. That's what I'm doing, by the way. It's hot. The fact that Enzyme was a herbal product meant that it didn't require any testing by the US Food and Drug Administration. Oh, that's a whole other thing, isn't it? Yeah. It's like, no, it's not for human consumption. It's decorative. But eat it if you want a bigger cock. Which was quite handy for Steve Warshank, because despite what the ever-chippy TV adventures of Smiling Bob seemed to be implying, there was absolutely no science or substance to back up his claims whatsoever. Just like business plays. Just watching business plays to the end, like a legend, if you're a man, makes your penis larger. Allegedly. In return for handing over their credit card details, many customers were invited to try a free sample of Enzyme before committing to a full subscription. This might seem like a strange tactic for a product that doesn't actually work. It's not because of the placebo effect, but it didn't really matter because Steve Washak decided to sign these customers up for a full subscription anyway and charge their cards accordingly. Oh god, whether they requested it or not. Well, we just got into fraud, didn't we, Stevie? In most cases, Steve is going to prison. Maybe. Allegedly. What? In most cases, he was only taking around $100 or so from each customer, but this soon racked up to a fortune which some estimate to be $100 million. Good God. And also only $100. The thinking behind the scam was that most of these customers were men who were too shy to go to the doctors and felt embarrassed about their problem with erectile... Oh wait, is it for erectile dysfunction or is it to make your penis bigger? I mean, erectile dysfunction doesn't mean that when you're swimming you have like a giant bulge. Like, if you take Viagra, it's not like all the time you're gonna have a raging hard-on. These customers who did dare to complain were usually directed to a supervisor called Michael Johnson, a man who became notable for the fact that he didn't actually exist. What a surprise. His name is Johnson. On a similar note, some of the print ads for Enzyme claims that the herbal treatment had been developed over a period of 13 years by a physician called Dr. Frederick Tompkins and a leading urologist called Dr. Michael Moore, neither of whom existed either. Oh, you're going to jail, son. You're going to jail! And it turns out Steve Warshak had a bit of form when it came to dodgy behavior. A few years earlier, while working on a different business enterprise, he had sent out a huge batch of invoices to restaurants claiming payment of $390 was now past due and required urgent attention. None of the restaurants had ever had any kind of business dealings with Warshak before. He later claimed that he'd made a mistake and meant to send solicitation letters to the restaurants instead of invoices for a very specific $390, which is an easy mistake to make. Yeah, I mean, that is like sketchy as because you're like, some people will pay it just because they're like, oh, you know, I got an invoice, pay it. And they don't check. Like, there was that guy from like, he was in like Belarus or some shit like that, and he just kept sending invoices to Google and they kept paying them. He'd just mail them off to Google, just an invoice. And Google's accounting team will be like, okay, seems legit. And now I think he got extradited to the US. He's not gonna have a good time. The game was up in March 2005 when 50 armed federal agents raided the offices of Berkeley Premium Nutraceuticals and seized documents which led to a 112-count criminal indictment. Years of prison. I am gonna say he goes to prison. It's America. There's pretty heavy fraud, but not that bad. I'm gonna say he gets a decade in prison, plus he has to give all the money back. 3 years later, Steve Warshak was found guilty of 93 counts of conspiracy, money laundering, and fraud, and ordered to forfeit $500 million in assets. Let's just assume that was all of his money. And sentenced to 25 years in jail. Never underestimate the Americans. This is what I always learn. You're like, oh, what's the most it can be? He's ripping people off, but he ain't Bernie Madoff. And you're like, 10 years? 10 years has got to be it, right? 25 years. On appeal, the sentence was reduced to 10 years. Am I a wizard? And he was released from prison in 2007. Yes! Nailed that. It's so hard. I'm so pleased with myself. Some might say that the original sentence was a bit harsh. Others, yes, I would agree. Even though he's a thieving knob, 25 years is a bit harsh. Others might claim that the appeal court had just gone soft. But Formula for failure. Oh my god, this is so long, Denny. My voice is tired. My legs are tired. My body is old. Finally, here's an example of a well-known company being given an inch. And how much longer is this? Okay, we got 2 more pages. It's okay, stick with me. We're almost at the end. If you're thinking about leaving right now, that's okay, I'll forgive you. But before you leave, hit that link below, get that Surfshark, yo. Come on now. Don't make me hack your mainframe. Finally, here's an example of Gerber Products has been a subsidiary of Nestle since 2007, but has a long history of its own, flogging mushed-up baby food since the 1920s. I've got a baby. Baby food is nasty. My wife's like, why didn't you taste it? Why didn't you taste it? It's like, I can smell it, and I know it's going to taste like shit. It's like, no one's like, here's a pile of shit. Do you want to taste it? It's like, no. I know it's not going to be good, because I can smell it. Why do you keep pushing me on this, wife? I don't like it. The distinctive trademark logo of the brand has remained largely unchanged for over 90 years, depicting the face of a baby girl who appears to me to have a look of creeping horror flickering across her innocent face, almost as if she can sense the pain and the anguish of the long, torturous life that's about to unfold. Oh my god, this got dark. Maybe she'd just seen the state of Gerber food. In the olden days, it was all strained peas and lumpy spinach and mushy apricots and Actually, the baby who posed for the original photo in 1928 was called Anne Cook and went on to become the author of mystery novels. So life didn't turn out too bad for her in the end. Let's assume they were successful mystery novels, because if you're just writing mystery novels in your spare time that no one reads or buys, well, that is really sad. Anyway, in 2011, Gerber launched their Good Start Gentle formula, which apparently prevented or reduced the risks of infants developing allergies. Okay, betting it doesn't. The commercials of the time included slogans: you want your baby to have your imagination, your smile, your eyes, not your allergy. No, actually, I want my baby to have a nicer smile, nicer eyes, and a better imagination than I do. Fortunately, they've got my wife for that, and I don't have any allergies. So f*** you, Gerber, allegedly. And it seemed as if this bold claim was backed up by particularly persuasive endorsement from none other than the US Food and Drug Administration itself. Yeah, that can't be bought. Anyone know the food pyramid? Gerber revealed that their new Good Start Gentle formula was the first and only baby formula that meets FDA qualified health claim. Don't know what that is. Which is strange wording. It is strange wording. Meets FDA qualified health claim. It sounds like someone who's not a native English speaker has tried to say something but hasn't quite succeeded. Which is quite strange wording, but the general assumption would appear to be that the FDA have kindly confirmed that the anti-allergy claims are completely true. Gerber was happily flogging this FDA-approved stuff by the bucket load for 3 years, but there turned out to be a minor problem. Yeah, this would totally sucker in my wife. She'd be like, it helps with their allergies, and it's only a little bit more expensive. And I'll be like, please don't buy that. And she'll be like, I already did. And I'll be like, great. Gonna need to do some more Surfshark reads. Before launching the product, Gerber had contacted the FDA and asked them for permission to make the claim that the ingredients of their formula were linked to the reduction of allergies in babies. In response, the FDA advised Gerber that while they were happy for the company to make the claim, Gerber could only do so if it clearly stated there was very little scientific evidence for the causal relation. Causal? Danny's written casual, but I'm guessing it's causal. Wait, how do you spell causal? Is causal spelled the same way as casual? It appears that someone at Gerber took this as a glowing 5-star endorsement from the FDA and slapped the gold seal of approval all over the packaging, while neglecting to mention the small matter of there being little scientific evidence to back up their claim. The FDA says Business Blaze will make you smart, or at least less dumb, allegedly. I mean, there's actually very little or no scientific evidence backing it up, but I can make the claim as long as I've stated there is no evidence backing this up whatsoever, but it does make you smarter. Or less dumb. It's hard to imagine exactly what Gerber were thinking at the time. Maybe they thought that the FDA just wouldn't notice, or really wouldn't mind that much. Sadly for Gerber, the FDA did notice, and in fact got quite grumpy about the whole thing. In 2014, the Federal Trade Commission filed a lawsuit against Gerber for deceptive advertising, which reached a non-monetary settlement 5 years later, under which Gerber agreed to drop the allergy prevention claims. Is it just me, or do these things get dragged out for ages? I'm sure a small group of reasonably irrational people could have all this quickly thrashed out over a pint and a prawn baguette. It doesn't seem that complicated. Still, Despite a few teething problems in the courts, it does appear as if Gerber largely got away with flogging supposedly FDA-approved baby muck for years without any financial penalty, despite the fact that their claim turned out to be as floppy as Smiling Bob's poor old next-door neighbors. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the blaze. The memes have been done by Sam. The script was written by Danny. I don't know why I'm listing everybody here, but of course, this video was sponsored by Surfshark, and you need to protect yourself from hackers and people who want to steal your data online with a VPN like Surfshark. 85% off and 3 months for free. There is a link below, and I'll see you next time. Why was I wearing glasses? Because in movies, hackers always wear sunglasses. I don't know why. I also wanted a hoodie, but I didn't have one in my office. So there we go. See you next time. It's like, no, it's not for human consumption. It's decorative. But eat it if you want a bigger cock. Woo! Just a joke. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. You want to see something cool? This is a channel. Danny writes us a script. I will read said script. Sam, the video editor, will add some memes. Did I say that I am your boy with the blaze? I am also your boy with an actual Enron mug. I think I mentioned on a previous video that it would be cool to have an Enron mug, and someone's dad who watches this channel used to work for Enron and had one of these bad boys left over. F***ing legend. Thank you. That coffee is extremely hot. Weird, illegal foods is the subject of today's video. Let's just get into it. It never fails. This is lengthy. This is, not a joke. It never fails to surprise me how the perfectly normal and healthy dietary habits of typical Englishmen seem to raise so many eyebrows with the Business Blaze audience. Danny, it's not because you have a typical diet. You eat the weirdest in the world. I suspect it's just because some of the finer British delicacies take a little longer to catch on over the pond. Yeah, I mean, also, I'm not sure all of Danny's foods have caught on in the UK either. I think Danny's just a bit weird. But I'll give it another chance or two. I'm pretty sure that every far-flung corner of the globe will have discovered the distinctive delights of potted shrimps. I think I know what those are. Although, wouldn't we call them prawns, Danny? Scotch eggs are amazing. I love Scotch eggs. It's like an egg wrapped in meat. What's wrong with that? Nothing. It's weird if it would be chicken meat, right? It's like, yeah, we take your kid, we cook it. We take your unborn child, we cook it, and then we wrap it in your flesh and then dust it in some breadcrumbs, or whatever goes on the outside of Scotch eggs, the delicious coating. Fish and chips smothered in either mushy peas or curry sauce, or ideally both. Bags of periwinkles, beef dripping sandwiches. That sounds a bit weird. I haven't had that. And blood sausage pudding. Yes to most of those. All delicious. I'll admit that all this made up a pretty big breakfast for me this morning, but I'm confident it'll keep me buzzing until lunchtime. That is an absolute beast of a breakfast.
Was that a fart?
I'm pretty goddamn hungry. It's almost lunchtime. I have none of this good stuff for lunch. Instead, I have a meal replacement shake. Yay! But even such a daring gastronomic adventurer as myself would draw the line at eating anything that would get me arrested. Oh my god, because human flesh. Mainly because the menus in a typical UK prison look absolutely hideous, and the only buck you're ever likely to see is definitely not a KFC 14-piece party bucket. I don't think I could survive. I'm glad Danny and I are on the same page about KFC, as we discussed extensively in the previous video. Also, I'm sure I'm missing a joke here, but I'm not like, I don't know what the sort of bucket you would get in prison is. Someone maybe enlighten me.
Man! Bathroom! Oh, that's a big boy, isn't he?
However, when it comes to breaking the law in the name of noshing, there's certainly a long list of illegal grub on the menu. In some cases, it's not hard to see why such a revolting abomination of ingredients has been denounced as unlawful. I've always thought that parsnips should have been banned years ago on grounds of misleading packaging and basic indecency. I like parsnips. What's wrong with parsnips? I only ate a parsnip once as a kid because I was fooled into thinking it was a French fry, which won't happen twice. Yeah, I mean, look, I like parsnips, but obviously they are not in any way equivalent to French fries. And if you're going into a parsnip expecting a French fry, well, you're gonna be disappointed. But if you're not, and if you're like, oh, that looks like a pretty sweet parsnip, you know, a little bit of honey on there, nicely roasted, is pretty delicious. But there are also other intriguing situations in which foodstuffs that are perfectly acceptable in one part of the world are considered foul play in others. Here's a rundown of some of the weirder forbidden fruits, but not just fruits. We're not doing fruits. That would be very specific. That have made their way into the lunchboxes of the culinary criminal. Very clever wording there, Danny. Well done. Haggis. If you've never tried haggis before, I have many times. It's actually rather good. I'll admit it doesn't sound particularly appetizing when you start describing it out loud. It does not. Most people won't eat this because they're like, that's disgusting. What's wrong with you? Scottish people. Simon, don't be racist against Scottish people. I've only had it a few times myself, and only ever when I've been on holiday on the Isle of Arran in Scotland, largely because it seems difficult to buy any other type of food when you're out there. I used to have it every year at my halls of residence university. Had a Burns night where there would be a big Scottish feast. A dude would play bagpipes and we'd eat haggis and drink lots of whiskey. It was pretty cool. When I was a kid, I always assumed that the haggis was some kind of creature native to the Highlands of Scotland. Probably quite a grumpy and pale creature with a ginger mane that wanders around making lots of distressed wailing sounds. Alright, Danny. That sounds like a cocaine-fueled fever dream. But I discovered later... Oh, someone was the other day. Oh, this is amazing. You guys will love this. You will love this. Someone sent me an email saying, Simon, I'd love it if you stopped promoting cocaine in your videos. Except they didn't say that. It was much more... Oh, I think I deleted it. It was like deep in my spam folder. Because I was like, yeah, that's spam. Don't want to hear from this person. But they were like, if you continue promoting cocaine and saying how awesome it is in your video, I'm going to report it to YouTube. I didn't reply because who cares? It's only now good for fodder in a business place episode, but it's like, one, you really think that's going to do something? And two, it's clearly a f***ing joke. You absolute... It is a joke, right? Hold on. Woo! Just a joke. But I discovered later that it's actually in the name of a dish that's traditionally served in a sheep's stomach lining containing the animal's heart, liver, and lungs, and peppered with a bit of seasoning. I even enjoyed haggis, and now I'm like, that's kind of rough, isn't it? And I like the insides of animals, like liver. Lungs and heart, less keen on. Lungs especially, I'm not a big fan of lungs. Heart is good, liver is fantastic. Kidneys, also not super high on my list, but liver is delicious. And I also feel like it strengthens my liver to deal with all of my drinking. The national dish of Scotland is often served with neeps and tatties. Neeps and tatties! I always do a Scottish accent and I end up sounding Irish, so forgive me, fellow neighbours. And washed down with a nice dram, a Scotch whiskey, indeed. If you happen to be scoffing it on Burns night, the dish is traditionally brought to the table by the accompaniment of a bloke playing the bagpipes. I don't remember it being tied together, but now that I think about it, I think it's probably right. After which the host will stand up and recite Robert Burns' poem addressed to haggis before everyone is allowed to tuck into liver and lungs and like that. Yeah, this is what happens. It's all coming back to me. If that all sounds like a lot of messing about, I found that it actually tastes alright if you just slop it onto a plate and squirt loads of squeezy cheese all over it. Oh, no, Danny, no. Why is my mouth watering? That's rough. No. But you'd be struggling to do that if you live in America. What? In 1971, the United States Department of Agriculture ruled against the importing of livestock lungs and the sale of them as food. This isn't like an ethical thing, though. This has got to be a disease thing, right? This kind of puts an end to any imports of haggis, as lungs make up between 10 and 15% of the recipe. But can't they make it themselves? Slicing into a little more detail, the ban also includes any stomach acid or phlegm, oh, Jesus Christ, which may have entered the lungs during slaughter. Oh my god. I just like eating my meat. I don't want to think about how it got there. So phlegm toasties are off the menu too. This is disgusting. It's not technically illegal to eat lungs in the US, but you'll have to rustle them up yourself as it's illegal for anyone to sell them to you. What? So it is? It's banned across the whole country. I thought this must be a import thing so they don't get like foot and mouth disease or BSE or what the f*** ever. And although you may well come across some food labeled as haggis in America, it's not really the same thing, as the stomach lining will be artificial and the lungs will have been replaced by other ingredients such as tongue. Awesome. Tongue is actually high up there. This is from a sheep, right? Cow tongue is mwah, love it. I realize, like, I know how much fun I make of Danny for, like, his involvement in the business plays and all of his weird shit he gets up to and eats, but I mean, now I'm realizing that I'm the weirdo, drinking from my Enron mug. It tastes better when it's served up in the remainders of people's dreams. All this does give American citizens a slight disadvantage if they ever want to compete in the World Haggis Hurling Championship, which I can't believe is a thing, a sport which weirdly seems to have been embraced in Canada, who host their own competition every year. It's a sport of subtle technique rather than just brute force, as the haggis must be deemed fit to eat after landing, so your throw is disqualified if the stomach lining has split. I do wonder about like really specific sports like this. You know, where it's just something someone's made up. It's like, do you not have anything better to do with your time? I ask this question myself a lot. Like, the person who emails me about, not promoting cocaine, it's like, do you really have nothing better to do with your time? You could bet one of your lightly seasoned kidneys that if haggis hurling was ever recognized as an Olympic sport, the ban would be lifted tomorrow. Okay, Kinder Surprise eggs. Oh my god, this one. This one is close to my heart, and let me tell a little story before we get into the video today, because I made a video on my other channel about Kinder Surprise eggs, and how they are illegal in the United States, which we're going to get into. My other channel is Today I Found Out. And I was explaining for the longest time how in Europe we have a Kinder Surprise is a chocolate egg, and inside said chocolate egg is a little plastic capsule, and inside said plastic capsule is a toy, and it's kind of like you don't have Christmas crackers, right? So let me, do you have Christmas crackers in the US? It's like a thing you put on the table and you pull and a gift comes out at Christmas dinner. Maybe not. Let me know. And people were like, Simon, we definitely have these in the US. And this video was made maybe 3 years ago. People still email me to this day saying, Simon, you liar, I found a Kinder Surprise in the United States, and every time it's a Kinder Joy. I finished my story, I gotta answer my phone. Apologies for that interruption. That was my Kinder Surprise story. I don't even remember why it was important, but just stop emailing me about Kinder eggs, people, please. Leave me alone. It came as a complete surprise to me to learn that Kinder Surprise eggs were illegal in the United States too. Proper Kinder Surprise eggs are, anyway, not that Kinder Joy rubbish. Yeah, people kept sending me pictures of the Kinder Joy. It's like, that's not a Kinder Surprise. Please leave me alone. In a recent Business Blaze episode, I was waffling on about how we sometimes get crap-free gifts hidden inside our breakfast cereal in the UK. Is that a thing in the US? I'd be very curious to know. I can't remember which episode, or like, I always say US, but it's because like 70% of the people watching this channel are Americans. Hey, Americans. But if you're from somewhere else, you're also welcome to chime in. I can't remember which episode. It was probably something to do with hyperinflation in Zimbabwe or something. Okie doke. But it only now strikes me that this must have been a completely alien concept to viewers in the US, where it's illegal to place inedible objects in food products since 1931.
I can't have these. Those are illegal.
It's probably a very sensible law, but it does kind of smash the idea of Kinder Surprise eggs to bits. I can still remember the TV commercials from my childhood where a spoiled little kid insists that he doesn't want just any old fetching back from mum's shopping trip. He demands something chocolatey and a toy. If this was my code, I'd be like, f*** off, you get what you're given. Jesus Christ. Back in the mines! And although Kinder Surprise eggs are a relatively expensive option from the chocolate aisle, they still kind of fit the bill. Here's a little confession. I find the Kinder chocolate very delicious. Very, very delicious. And they've since introduced the little bars that you can buy of it, and I absolutely smash those mofos. Invented by the Italian company Ferrero in 1974, they were inspired by the old Italian tradition of giving children large chocolate eggs with toys hidden inside for Easter. The Kinder chocolate eggs are actually very small, but hidden inside of each one is a tiny plastic capsule containing an even tinier toy, such as a plastic figurine or something a little more complex that might require some assembly first. My mother-in-law also bought me because she knows how much. Is this the wrong way round? I really want to be able to hold this out, but naturally, you want to be holding your mug with your right hand, right? Of course, because most people are right-handed, so this is correct. But I often hold the script in my right hand, and the coffee goes in the... This is way too much information. Let's just switch it around. Something about kids getting toys and being whatever. Oh yeah, my mother-in-law gave me a Kinder Surprise, a Kinder chocolate advent calendar, you know, where it counts down the days to Christmas. And inside were like 4 Kinder Surprise eggs, and they had these little toys inside, which I rather enjoyed assembling. The mind of a 4-year-old. Over the course of 4 decades, Ferrero has shifted over 30 billion of these things to children and collectors of crap all over the world, except the USA. Oh, and except Chile too. which outlawed the eggs quite recently in 2016. Of course, the reason behind the US ban isn't that the toys are considered potential choking hazards for young children. I believe it's got something to do with lobbying. It's reported that 10 children worldwide have actually died as a direct result of choking on the contents of a Kinder Surprise egg, leading to campaigns from within the EU to withdraw them for sale, although the UK has noted that these were unfortunate tragic accidents and that if we were to start banning every product that could be swallowed by a child, there would be very few toys left on the market. Yeah, understandable. I mean, I've got a baby who's like 6 months old. She will like anything goes in the mouth. Absolutely anything. Like, it's a meme, you know, almost like people will be like, kids will put anything in their mouth. It is absolutely, unquestionably true. No doubt about it. US Customs are off to get busy with seizing Kinder Surprise eggs from the luggage of passengers who are most likely oblivious to the fact that they are contraband. 2 men from Seattle were recently held for over 2 hours when it was discovered that they were smuggling 6 Kinder eggs into the United States from Vancouver. Those dastardly criminals! And we're told that the potential fine was $2,500 per egg. Now, Kinder Joy eggs were introduced to the US for the first time in 2018, so it must have been 2 years ago that we made this video, which are, I think they were just being launched. That's right, they were just being launched in the US, and people were very excited and sending me all of these pictures about how wrong they were. But it's basically it's a similar idea, but the egg is split into 2 halves, so there should, Sam, please picture, so there should be no risk of the child putting the non-chocolate toy in his or her mouth. And although, yeah, I mean, lawmakers, have you met children? They will put anything in their mouths. And although several petitions have been launched to lift the ban on proper Kinder Surprise eggs in the US, there doesn't appear to be any hint of movement from the FDSA. What's the FDSA? I thought it was just FDA. Who cares? I wouldn't worry too much, though. You won't even get much chocolate for the price anyway, and I always found the toy to be very disappointing. The best you can hope for is a tiny plastic Smurf. Never liked the Smurfs. Like, you know how as a kid you get on with some, like, TV shows and you don't get on with others? Didn't like the Smurfs. Loved the shit out of Donald Duck. The durian fruit. I've eaten this. It's weird. It seems strange now to look back at old films and TV shows in which people are happily smoking cigarettes in pubs or even at their desks in the office. Yeah, it does. It's kind of like, I don't know how I feel about it. I don't smoke, but I mean, I would be okay with like having a smoking pub. Like if you want to smoke in a pub and you're okay working in a smoking pub and all that, great, go for it. I mean, who am I to stop you? I do smoke cigars, and there are a couple of, I live in Prague in the Czech Republic, there are a couple of, one of them recently closed, but there is one that I know of, Cigar Lounge, there's 2, where you can go to and smoke up a big cigar, and it's pretty great. And I mean, the staff just come in and they give you a drink and they give you your cigar, and then they exit and there's a big ventilation system, but it's still nice. I think they're kind of illegal as well, so I probably... Back when I worked for RBS in the noughties, the very idea of smoking inside the office was already ancient history, so I had to nip outside onto the streets of Sheffield for a quick puff, mingling with the beggars and the homeless. A friend of mine works at RBS. I think I've mentioned this before. At one point, RBS was like mostly owned by the UK taxpayer after a bailout in 2008, and we used to make fun of my friend that he worked for us. We thought it was really amusing. He didn't find it very amusing, but the fact that he didn't find it amusing made it even more amusing to us, so he just kept doing it more. And yet some of the staff still complained when I came back inside and shared an elevator ride with them because apparently I still stank a bit of smoke. Those people can right off though, can't they? One of them in particular used to get very dramatic about it and start banging on about how I shouldn't be allowed to use the elevator if I'd just been for a cigarette. Oh my god, that person can... I'm not sure if I'm using the term correctly because it's relatively new and I'm becoming familiar with it now. But that person is a right Karen. Is that the correct use of Karen? Because also we could just say absolute knobbo bellend. I wouldn't have minded so much if the elevator didn't already stink of so much cheese and onion crisps whenever he waddled into it and put our lives at risk with his fast weight. Oh god. Hey, oh, Danny's got enemies! But it turns out that some foodstuffs have been banned purely because they stink, although this sadly doesn't yet apply to cheese and onion crisps. Oh, they do stink, don't they? The durian fruit is native to Southeast Asian islands and is often used in traditional Southeast Asian side dishes and medicines. Just let me comment, I mean, one of the worst things that people do is you get on a train and then you open up a McDonald's or whatever and it starts stinking out the whole train. Like, wherever. It's rough. Like, or on the London Underground, it's like, please don't do that. Let's just have a little common courtesy. Sit the f*** down, stand the f*** up, don't look anyone in the eye, and do not eat. Simple underground rules. not hard, and also make absolutely the most desperate effort not to touch anyone else. I was in Mexico City, and I used the underground there. They don't have the don't touch anyone else rule, and I'm British. I don't like being touched. And I'm, you know, on the London Underground, it's like, you'd be like bending yourself into like a f***ing spaghetti-o thing, just not to touch anyone else. And in Mexico, they'll just be like, hey, oh, please don't touch me, I can feel your penis. The durian fruit is native to Southeast Asian islands and is often used in traditional Southeast Asian dishes and medicines. And although it's not illegal to eat or serve it, a strict ban on carrying the fruit with you has been enforced in many hotels, public spaces, subways, and public transportations in Southeast Asia, including Singapore's mass rapid transit system. Yeah, it smells terrible. It really does smell terrible, but it doesn't taste bad. I've had it in curry and stuff. I lived in Sri Lanka for a while, and yeah, we ate a lot of it there. The problem with the fruit is that it carries a very potent odour which can linger for days. An opinion on the smell and taste of the fruit is a little mixed. British naturalist Alfred Russel Wallace claims that the flesh of a durian tastes like a rich custard highly flavoured with almonds, while A Clockwork Orange author Anthony Burgess described his experience with durian as like eating sweet raspberry blancmange in a lavatory. Other people have described the smell as a mixture of rotten onions, raw sewage, pig excrement, stale vomit, skunk spray, and gym socks. Stale vomit and gym socks. For me, that seems like that's a pretty legit description of durian. American celebrity chef Anthony Bourdain warns that after you've tried it, your breath will smell as if you've been French kissing your dead grandmother. It remains perhaps the only fruit to have grounded a flight. Although it's not illegal to carry the stinky fruit as cargo, as long as it's wrapped properly, one flight in Indonesia was delayed by over an hour as all the passengers disembarked in disgust and refused to get back on board until the durian had been removed. I just wish I'd known about it back when I worked for RBS. The elevator would have never been the same again. But a boom. The fugu. Oh, is this the poisonous blowfish one? Pufferfish something? One of my favourite meals of all time is probably a doner kebab. Oh, Danny, no. Doner kebabs are like the worst kebabs. Like where the meat is cut off the big pole. I just don't like that. It's kind of nasty. But I do like a kebab when it's like the skewer kebab. That is legit. Offhand, I can barely even remember exactly what kind of meat is getting shaved off those heavenly roasting spits. I just know that nothing else on earth seems more appealing after a night out down the pub. But as much as I adore the juicy goodness, yeah, there was a kebab van right near where I lived at university. And we'd, you know, come back from town at like 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever, and be like, yeah, kebab time. And I'd be like, oh, I'm so hungry. But it's like £5, and back in the day that was a lot of money. It's like £5 for a kebab. I shouldn't do it. Because I would just wake up in the morning and have regrets about the large amount of alcohol I drank and the kebab that I don't remember eating. But I know I ate, because my wallet is £5 lighter. But as much as I adore the juicy goodness of the mighty kebab, I don't think I'd be willing to risk my life for one. This is the problem with the fugu. One slight mistake in the preparation, and you drop dead. Isn't this on The Simpsons? Doesn't Homer eat like a fugu and he survives or something, or he gets, I don't know. The fugu is a pufferfish native to Japan that is apparently considered to be an exquisite local delicacy for thrill-seeking diners who like to live on the knife edge. I suspect that the fish goes particularly well with a pot of mushy peas and a pickled eggs, but for the full-on effect, you should probably lace these accompaniments with arsenic before serving. Oh my god. Danny, no. The issue with the fugu is that the intestines, liver, and ovaries of the fish contain lethal amounts of the poison tetrodox, which is over 1,000 times deadlier than cyanide. Fucking hell. And there's no antidote for the poison, just a pin-sized drop of which will paralyze your muscles while you're still awake, and eventually you die from asphyxiation. That's not to say that the fugu can't be prepared in such a way that it doesn't instantly kill you, but you really need to trust the chef. In Japan and the US, fugu can only be served by strictly licensed chefs who have at least 2 or 3 years experience in preparing the dish. So they prepare it for like 2 or 3 years and just throw it away. Seems a bit wasteful. The import and consumption of fugu is completely banned in most of the rest of the world. Seems pretty smart, but if people are willing to take this risk, it must be f***ing delicious. If you're fortunate enough to live in a country where fugu can be legally served under tight regulations, the other thing to bear in mind is that it's massively expensive, with some high-end restaurants charging you hundreds of dollars to dice with death. Seriously, just go for the doner kebab. Yeah, Danny, but I mean, maybe the pufferfish tastes good, because the doner kebab is not it's not a culinary highlight, if we're honest. Kasumazu, don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Don't care. I like to think of myself as something of a cheese connoisseur. Cheese straws. Baby Bell. Oh my god, I haven't thought of Baby Bell in a very long time. It's like those wax-covered rubbery cheeses that taste like nothing. Laughing Cow Triangles, Dairy Lee Dunkers. I've had them all. I remember Dairy Lee Dunkers. I would get those when you go on a school trip, and my mum would pack me like a box, like a box lunch. And in there would be Dairy Lee Dunkers. It was a highlight. And something called an Echo Bar, which was f***ing delicious, and I still remember it today. And I don't know where you can get Echo Bars anymore, but I love those Echo Bars. I mean, they probably taste like now because I'm an adult and I have taste. But one cheese I've yet to try is the Sardinian cheese, Casu Marzu. Oh, is this the one with the maggots in it? It would be quite hard to taste or sample as it's now completely outlawed in the European Union. But there's something that puts me off it. It's infested with maggots. God, I'm a fucking wizard. One, it's because I've just made thousands of videos about different subjects and now have quite a good general knowledge. Unless we're talking about movies, because I haven't seen movies, apparently. But there's something else. Once considered a delicacy by Sardinian locals, the very name Casu Marzu translates as rotten cheese. During preparation, the larvae of the cheese fly, oh god, something I can't pronounce, but that's disgusting, is introduced to the festering concoction. The fly can typically lay around 500 eggs into the cheese, which upon hatching will get to work on breaking down the cheese's fats until the texture is all nice and soft and gloopy. After a while, these thousands of maggots will begin to secrete stinky liquid, which is quite sweet, and it's known as lagrima, the Sardinian word for teardrop. When the teardrops are leaking out of every corner, this is probably a good time to start thinking about serving it. This is nasty. Be warned that you're not supposed to wait until the maggots have died. That would indicate that the cheese has become too fermented even for the taste buds of a maggot and is generally perceived as a step too far. For serving suggestions, the locals would recommend cutting the Casu Marzu into thin strips and spreading it onto moistened flatbreads. Oh my god, why would you moisten flatbreads? Perhaps with a nice glass of strong red wine. Yeah, I need to get f***ing drunk first before having this shit. Like following a nice bottle of fortified red wine. It's also strongly recommended that you shield your eyes when consuming this feast fit for a king, as the live maggots have a tendency to leap up to 6 inches in the air when disturbed, and some diners find this a bit off-putting. Everyone finds this off-putting, unless you're a psychopath. Apparently, it's still possible to find Casu Marzu on the black market in Sardinia if you're willing to pay through the nose. And I'm not going to look, but I suspect you'll be more likely to be sick through your nose if you actually eat any of this stuff, which has been banned on health and hygiene grounds in the EU. Some food experts even suggest that it's possible for the maggots to survive your stomach acid after you've consumed them and start boring their way through your internal organs. Well, that sounds extremely unlikely. Despite this, Sardinian lovers of the cheese are still keen to try and get around the ban by having it declared a traditional food, which would make it exempt from the usual food hygiene regulations. Whether it ever becomes illegal or not, I think I'll pass. Danny, we're not often on the same page about our food habits and consumptions, but today we are. Today we most absolutely are. And now for some bonus bans. This one doesn't feel outrageously long for a change. Number 1, although it's not illegal to chew gum in Singapore, you'll have to delve down into the criminal underworld to get your hands on a red-hot packet of chewing gum. In a bid to keep the streets clean and free of sticky litter, Singapore introduced a complete ban on the import and sale of chewing gum in 1992. Vendors who sell the stuff can face a fine of up to $1,000 and 2 years in the slammer. Oh my god. It's like $1,000 fine. Woo! I mean, that's pretty heavy. No one likes that, but it's not, you're a business, it's not outrageous. 2 years in jail, though. It's a little bit different, isn't it? Number 2, ordering a prank pizza has become a much more dangerous game in the state of Louisiana. You can now be fined up to $500 and face 6 months in jail if you place a prank order for food, or indeed any goods and services, without the consent of your unsuspecting friend or annoying neighbor. People who do this are absolute monsters. And it's like so, because if someone did this, it's like, well, I'm not paying for it. I didn't order it. And then you're just with a local business, and that's just lame. You're not hurting the person you're delivering it to. You're just hurting a business who hasn't done anything against you. And it's probably about time something was done about this, so let's hope the rest of the world follows suit. One poor guy in Belgium has been receiving prank pizza every night for over 10 years. So don't deliver to him anymore, business. Now it's on you. Sometimes they even bring him about 20 boxes of the unwanted stuff that he never ordered. You'd think the owner of the takeaway might have cottoned on at some point over the last decade. The Belgian guy has vowed that whenever he finds out who is responsible for the prank, it will not be their best day. If he ever gets murdered, though, you're f***ed, Belgian guy. Number 3. Finally, the state of Mississippi seems to be approaching the problem of illegal foods from the opposite direction. The state seems to prefer the idea of placing a ban on food bans. Okay? Although it's more to do with portion control and labeling than underworld foodstuffs for the dietary gangster. Dietary gangster does sound pretty cool. Like on a business card, Simon Whistler. Dietary gangster. Although the so-called anti-Bloomberg bill from 2013 declares that Mississippi counties and towns can't ban the sale of supersized drinks, can't place caps on portion size, can't ban free toys given away with kids' meals, and don't need to post calorie counts on restaurant menus. I mean, this is how you get fat, guys. It's worth noting that Mississippi has the highest obesity rate in the United States of America. Of course it does! This has been Business Blaze. This was Weird Illegal Foods. Thank you, Danny, for putting the script together. You legend. You're a legend watching this video for watching to the end. Because all of that watch time means that more people see these videos, and I like you for it. You absolute legend. Smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, and I'll see you next time. Oh, purchthemerch.co, P-U-R-C-H, themerch.co. So I'm not wearing any merch, but you can buy it if you want. Be a legend. Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the Blaze. Danny has written us a script. Sam will add some memes at some point in the future. Obviously, I don't know what they are. I watch them later. It's how videos work because, you know, time is linear.
I'm a college man!
I have a couple of things to explain. One, my sign isn't working because my transformer seems to be broken. I turn it on and then it immediately turns off. So I think I need to buy a new transformer for it, which kind of sucks because I'm sure it's going to be a massive pain in the ass. Also, there was enormous joy on last episode where everyone pointed out that it was so great that my heater made it into the video. Good old ETA. And that also, 99% of the comments were like, oh, Simon got a PS5 early. I wish. I mean, I don't. I just play it. I actually have, I have a PS4, I have an Xbox X, what's it called? Xbox One X Turbo? I don't know. Whatever it is, it's pretty great. I don't really play it. I play it maybe once a month. I don't play the PS4 at all. I bought that VR thing. It just made me really sick. Anyway, I don't know why I buy these things. It's not like I do anything else other than Blaze. And by Blaze, I mean work. Okay, ETA. Let's crack on. There's also my co-host, me, Danny, Sam, Brian the meme accountant, and ETA. I'm usually... what's this video about, Simon? This video is about the Bulgarian who legally scammed Spotify for $1 million. And I'm not sure there, Danny, but if it's legal, is it a scam? Allegedly. I'm not usually at the very front of the queue when it comes to adopting a new audio format. It took me a while to move from brown wax concert cylinders to vinyl records, which I found had much better packaging and artwork. And Danny probably still is on vinyl records. Then, just after I'd built up a big collection of vinyl records, everyone turned to CDs. Oh no! Technology. I mean, I guess we're going to be on digital for forever, right? It's not going to be like suddenly we're like, oh yeah, we love physical media. Bring it back. Make physical media great again. Let's not do that. In more recent years, I've just about got my head around the idea of sorting my music collection digitally on iTunes when it was discontinued because everybody else was streaming now. Oh my god, I remember that. Like, sorting my giant my giant legally acquired music library into all of the relevant folders. I mean, why would I need to do that? All of the stuff was legally acquired and fully labeled properly with all of the right artwork that I didn't have to download from a website called... Oh, I don't remember, but it had all the... it allegedly had all the metadata for music that was legally acquired. In more recent years, is there statute of limitations on that? I mean, not that I'd need to know about it. I've not really got into Spotify yet, but give me another 4 or 5 years and I might just learn to embrace it. Probably around the exact same time that everyone gets into virtual reality music and biometric media. Danny, sometimes I wonder about, you have an absolute knack for making things up, but I mean, I just have a feeling like biometric media. If you're like blockchain biometric media, someone's going to give you $1 million to make a business around that. I dabble with Spotify from time to time. Simon won't give me access to Siri and Danny, we talked about this! You can't say... but he thoughtfully provided me with one of those Google Mini Hub things so I can request a bit of music in the background while I write. And count yourself bloody lucky! My neighbours can definitely hear me when I shout like that. It's a little bit concerning. The last video I published, it won't be the one you saw before this, but people were trying to break into my office. I mean, they're just doing construction, but it sounds like they are drilling through the Very way me to have Spotify premium subscription at $10 a month, so I can't ask Google to play specific songs through the tiny crap speaker. Instead, I'll say something like, Google play Born Free by Matt Monro, and instead I'll get Chain of Fools by Aretha Franklin. I don't think I know either of those songs. But sometimes I think it's just mocking me. I guess there's a joke there that I don't get because I basically have no cultural knowledge, and I'm just totally okay with that. But I don't think Spotify really needs either mine or Simon's money. The Swedish music and media streaming platform first launched in 2006, now boasts over 286 million users. They also just licensed Joe Rogan's podcast for a few years for $100 million. So I guess they're doing okay. And now so is Joe Rogan. And quite remarkably, for a platform offering a freemium service with ads and restrictions and a massive 130 million of those users have been paying for the premium service, helping Spotify pull in over $6 billion worth of annual revenue, which is a lot of money. And also, the reason everyone pays for Spotify is because the free version sucks. It's like every song is like, hey, have you considered signing up for Spotify Premium? And it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. Eventually, you just have to. I mean, either do that or you just... However, they may need to keep a closer eye on where exactly all this money ends up, and a recording artist on the lower rung of the ladder will huff and puff that it's certainly not in their bloody pockets. In one particular case from 2017, about $1 million worth of Spotify's revenue is reported to have gone into the pockets of a scammer from Bulgaria. But is it really a scam if he didn't break a single law while doing it? The platform dishes out somewhere close to 70% of its total distributable riches to the rights holders of the tracks getting played. Just to be clear, they're not paying the artists directly. They're paying the people who own the rights to the music, which is often the record label, the music publisher, or Paul McCartney. Yeah, we talked about that before, although then Paul McCartney got pissed off because Michael Jackson bought the rights to the Beatles song, and he thought they'd let Paul use them. He was like, F you, Paul, pay me. I mean, and we also discussed Paul McCartney has somehow stumbled his way to being rich because he seems to have been a pretty actively terrible businessman throughout his life. The artists will naturally have their own agreements in place with the rights holders and will receive their share accordingly, but this has nothing to do with Spotify. And as we all know from the Macklemore song, Macklemore? How do you say that guy's name? I do like his music. It's like, and me and Ryan are left with 7% to split. And it's like, yeah, they don't get much. It's widely reported that Spotify, this is why, like, I feel quite grateful for not having, I mean, I was once with a multi-channel network, which was the biggest mistake of my life, and if you're thinking about multi-channel networks, fuck those guys. They absolutely blow. I was with one that will remain nameless because allegedly they were really big, but someone will definitely mention them in the comments. If anyone's a fellow YouTuber, you will know this piece of company, and it's like, do not sign up with them. It's widely reported that Spotify pays rights holders the average of something like 0.004 cents per single stream. So like basically half a cent per stream. This might be technically true, but it's not a very insightful way to look at what's really going on. Unlike sales of CDs or downloads, there's no flat fee involved here. This is more of a calculation that's been made after money has already been paid out. Instead, Spotify uses a pro rata model in which it pulls together the money that it intends to distribute, the 70% or so of the company's total revenue, and then pays out based on the rights holder's share of all songs streamed on the service each month. What I'm getting from all of this is that if you've got 100% of the money, 70% is going to the artist, but really the person who owns the music, so like the label or whatever, and then, I don't know, the 7% or whatever from that Macklemore song goes to the artist. So really, you're getting like 70% of 70%, and it's like, I don't know. That doesn't seem like such an awesome deal. Now this is good news if you're somebody like Taylor Swift and you've managed to rack up 3% of all streams on Spotify in July. Oh my god. That means you're going to end up with 3% of the total pot, which is going to be a pretty massive payout. I thought Taylor Swift was specifically not on Spotify because she didn't want to, I don't know, but then everyone eventually gets on Spotify because money. But it's less exciting if you're in a band like Ned's Atomic Dustbin. You may have a small and devoted following who are generating tens of thousands of monthly plays, but your slice of the total cake is going to be close to pitiful. Yeah, if I got tens of thousands of monthly views on YouTube, it sounds like a lot, but it is not. 10,000 views would get me like $40. So let's say tens of thousands. 30,000 views a month gets me $120. I mean, great, but it's not exactly paying my rent. The Mercury Prize nominated but relatively low-key UK electronic musician John Hopkins summed up his feelings quite succinctly in a tweet back in 2011. Got paid £8 for 90,000 plays. Spotify. That is low. Even some of the biggest and most acclaimed artists on the planet, such as Tom York and from Radiohead, and funnily enough, Taylor Swift, didn't initially seem very keen on Spotify and argued that the platform didn't fairly compensate artists for their work. I don't know. I'm like, people watch YouTube, and I'm like, oh, it's pretty, I feel pretty well compensated. In the early days, both of these artists pulled their entire back catalogues from the platform, with Tom York declaring, as musicians, we need to fight this Spotify thing. I guess they fought a bit and then surrendered. Both the back catalogues of both artists have discreetly returned to the service in recent years. Maybe there's a better and fairer way to provide the lesser-known, hard-working artists a fairer income instead of putting all the money generated from their streams into a massive pot, which then largely gets drained by the megastars. And we'll return to that thought later. Well, no, it doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. I wouldn't expect to make more, using YouTube as an example, I wouldn't expect PewDiePie to get paid less per view compared to me just because I'm smaller. That makes no sense. The solution is I should get more views, which is what I work on because it's called a career. But for now, let's talk about communism. Danny, why? It's called Business Plays, but let's talk about communism. No, sorry, that's the wrong script. Oh, Danny, I was getting all excited about getting to call everyone comrades and like that. Let's instead turn our attention to two particular playlists from 2017. Oh my god, are we talking about a Bulgarian man who scammed Spotify, or are we talking about a history of Spotify? I don't even know anymore. Why do you watch this? Turn it off. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I disappoint myself. Danny disappoints me. And Sam has to sit through this. At first glance, both quite unremarkable. One of them was called Soulful Music, while the other was equally imaginatively titled Music from the Heart. Each list contained about 500 songs which were linked to a rights holder in Bulgaria who looked poised to receive maybe a few cents in royalties from occasional streams of all these deeply obscure tracks that nobody in the world had ever heard of. There was certainly no sign of Jump in My Car by David Hasselhoff, #MeToo, Treat Your Mother Right by Mr. T, or I Am a Cider Drinker by The Wurzels. Danny, what is going on? I didn't even know, A, that Mr. T wrote music, and I Am a Cider Drinker? What the f*** is this? Although, I remember there was a comedy tape or whatever that my friends passed around when we were teenagers, and it had like an advert for Dickens cider. So it's like a cider called Dickens, which sounds like, a legitimate cider company like Dickens. We make cider. It sounds like very West Country and but also, if you say it Dickens cider, it sounds like Dickens cider. And this is the perfect time for the He-Man meme. But then these playlists started popping up in unexpected places. Specifically, they started appearing on Spotify's confidential playlist charts, which are sent around the music industry every week. As the name implies, these charts are never made public. Spotify just sends the private charts to record labels and major rights holders so the recipients can keep tabs on which songs and artists and playlists are generating the most revenue this week. It can prove to be quite useful information for those times when you're meeting up with Tom York at the golf course and you need to tell him how many thousands of pounds he earns from this damn no-good Spotify service. Look, Tom York is the player who's in Radiohead. I don't think he's going to be interested by the thousands of pounds. He's Tom York from Radiohead. If he's not getting £1 million from Spotify, he's probably going to be annoyed. And this I feel is how... Is it Tom York from Radiohead? I don't even know. Yeah, he's the guy who sings like this. And it was a guy from a major record label who... I do quite like Radiohead, but it is a... And it was a guy from a major record label who first noticed something a little fishy about the latest confidential playlist charts. On the charts, dated 23rd September 2017, the Bulgarian playlist, Music from the Heart, reached number 84 on Spotify's confidential global list and number 22 on its separate US-only chart. Well, it's not really that confidential if they're like, yeah, this is the exact position it appeared in the chart. I'm not sure Spotify knows what confidential means. Meanwhile, the other Bulgarian playlist, Soulful Music, was performing even better. That one sat at number 35 on the global chart and number 11 on the US chart. Somehow, two playlists of 500 unknown songs had managed to generate millions and millions of plays between them and were outperforming stacks of other playlists owned by major record labels. Digging a little deeper, into the playlists, we can see that they contained such golden greats as Spaghetti Stetson, Silver Moon, Carousel Waltz, Clip Clopping Along, and a recording of the often overlooked classic Hickory Dickory Dock. But it's interesting to note that every track on both lists had a duration of just over 30 seconds. Now, unless you're playing an album by Yoko Ono, and now I've had to think of Yoko Ono. Although, to be fair, I did think of her while I was doing that Tom York impression. That would usually be regarded as quite a short and snappy running time for a song. But, by an extraordinary coincidence, 30 seconds just happens to be the minimum required length for a track to get registered as a play by Spotify. I'm surprised they published that. I don't think YouTube actually published the information of how long you have to play a video before it counts as a view. The story gets weirder when you see just how many people were playing these tracks. There weren't that many at all. Both playlists had seemingly attracted about 1,200 followers apiece. That might sound like a reasonably healthy figure if you were in a cult band called Penis Flytrap. No. Wow, yes, it is a band. And their top songs: Queen Eat, Sleep, F***, Photo of a Man, Sticky Vowels, and Hermaphrodite. What's going on? But when you stop to consider that these lists were generating tens of millions of plays, it's difficult to see how this could have been achieved by such a relatively tiny number of followers. One theory is that this small but dedicated following simply adored tracks such as Protest March Drums so much that they took a week's vacation from work just to sit and play the song over and over again without sleep. But that sounds a bit far-fetched. Some media outlets have described the songs and playlists themselves as fake, but that's not really true. The rights to each and every track were legitimately acquired by a guy in Bulgaria, probably quite cheaply from a music publisher who was offering a bargain bundle deal on 1,000 tracks that nobody else wanted. It's those 1,200 followers that weren't quite what they seemed, although they couldn't accurately be described as fake. It's believed the individual from Bulgaria, or it could possibly have been a collective, purchased those 1,200 Spotify premium accounts at just under $10 a month each. Paying for the premium accounts would have been the only way to play all the tracks repeatedly on a loop without any restrictions or constant interruption from ads. And that's exactly what those accounts did. Most likely using a clever automated bot system, all of these 1,200 Spotify accounts were set up to play all the tracks on each of the two lists on a constant, never-ending loop for months. Okay, apparently this was legal. I'm sure there's something in the terms and conditions. Maybe there wasn't, which is why this is quite so clever. But let's see. Now, this might be considered a ridiculously expensive and long-winded way of going about things. Yeah, but I'm betting they ran the numbers on it, and it actually turns out to make them quite a bit of money. Spoiler alert. Purchasing 1,200 premium accounts at $10 each would have meant forking out $12,000 a month, not to mention the other costs involved in acquiring the rights to the tracks and setting up the automated system. Probably not that high for those latter two. Like, cheap royalty-free, or like royalty-free stuff. If it's cheap, is cheap. It's not expensive. It's maybe a few dollars per song. But then you have to consider the potential payouts. The amount of revenue that Spotify distributes to individual rights holders is not for public consumption. But let's go back to that average of 0.4 cents per stream as at least the starting guide. Within the period of 1 month, 1,200 Spotify accounts could rack up 103 million plays of a 30-second song between them. That's just over $415,000 in the bank for the rights holder, and it only applies to those two lists over a single month. It's speculated that the mystery man from Bulgaria may also have been running several other suspicious playlists with accompanying premium accounts over a period of months. The lists may have performed pretty well, but maybe not well enough to get into the confidential playlist charts. So he could have been raking in way over $1 million from this whole operation. Can you imagine being this guy, just like retired, like mega rich or whatever, and you're like talking about it, like, wow, how did you get so rich? Well, let me tell you a story about Spotify. In fact, it might be the case that it's only because these two lists performed too well and unexpectedly found themselves in the chart that the scheme was detected at all. When the alarm was first raised, the vast majority of tracks for both playlists were swiftly deleted by Spotify. But was it actually a scam? That's the question. The Bulgarian DJ master didn't break the law or even a single one of the platform's terms and conditions. That is smart. But it's obviously troubling that he appeared to have raked in such an extraordinary amount of money which would have otherwise gone to authentic recording artists. And look, I mean, this is on YouTube as well. It's not like quite the same, but there are people out there who just make like, it's getting better, but like just recycled content or content that's ripped off from somewhere else. And I'm like, well, I don't think they're really stealing my money. And it's like, even with this sort of thing, I'm like, yo, yeah, okay, maybe you rip them off for a little while, but you know, it's not gonna be something you do forever. And I'm kind of like, if you make good stuff, I'd rather be like a successful recording artist making music than some guy just scamming the system. I'd much rather make successful videos than work out some way to rip YouTube off. Maybe that's just because I'm not a horrible person. Spotify has remained quite tight-lipped about the whole embarrassing affair, other than to offer vague assurances that it is now improving methods of detection and removal. But how many more rogue playlists and accounts could still be out there, operating at a less ambitious level and hiding under the radar by lurking outside of the playlist charts? And is there any way of shutting down these operations and getting Spotify's royalties flowing in the right direction? Well, one, I'm just going to guess that it's not going to be that hard for them to detect it. Also, just introduce something in the terms and conditions, because then either you don't have to pay it out as Spotify to the people who are ripping it off, or if you do pay it out, you can then claw back those losses via a lawsuit. In Bulgaria, that might be tricky. I don't know anything about Bulgaria, but I'm always like, that's going to be a lot harder. Well, if Spotify dropped their current pro rata model, it could potentially kill two moles with one hammer by eliminating the problem with rogue accounts and offering smaller artists a fairer cut of the cake. Many music industry insiders have long campaigned for Spotify and other streaming services to adopt a user-centric model in which the money you spend every month on your premium account goes directly to the artists you play. So they're not doing it like that. I misunderstood before. So if I don't listen to any of Taylor Swift, of course, because it's not like I'm paying individually per track. Maybe I use more than my $10, maybe I use less. If I use less, it all just goes into the pot and is divvied out. Actually, that makes a lot of sense.
I'm a college man!
Yeah, if I'm just listening to one song or like one artist over and over again, then I think that person deserves to get more. Like, I don't listen to Taylor Swift, but I am going to paying for her music. And more sadly, Yoko Ono and Justin Bieber. People who upset me. Yoko Ono more, but Justin Bieber's music is terrible. Like, I've told this story before, but I was like, there's got to be something to this Justin Bieber, because he's mad famous. I've never heard his music, but I go onto Spotify and I listen to it, and I'm like, this makes me want to deafen myself. To literally go stand next to a Saturn V rocket while it is taking off until my ears are bleeding and I can no longer hear. So in other words, if you play nothing but Ned's Atomic Dustbin all month long, then the distributable portion of your monthly account fee, about $7, will go to the rights holders of those specific songs instead of getting dumped into a big pot and then getting largely sucked up by the likes of Justin Bieber. Your own money goes directly or maybe indirectly to your favorite artists. That sounds great, but I'm sure there's a reason they're not doing that. The other great thing about this concept is that it would instantly kill off any rogue premium accounts and playlists, because it would suddenly become impossible to get out more than you put in. Critics of the idea suggest that implementing a user-centric model would prove to be hideously expensive to set up and maintain, and could potentially result in a drop of total revenue generated. There'd also be the risk of higher-profile artists getting the face on when they see their own mild drop in royalties and deciding to pull their albums from the platform. Although they'd be a bit dickish if they did. Well, yeah, but I mean, one, it's like, as we discussed previously, it's the record labels who will make this decision, not the artists necessarily. And the record labels like money, and they're going to do what's in their best interests. They are completely okay with being absolute bellends, allegedly. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how Spotify evolves over the next few years, and whether the service will ever become capable of distributing fair royalties across the board without any of it getting diverted into the lap of mysterious Bulgarians. In the meantime, streaming services such as Spotify should perhaps receive at least some credit for changing the flow of a music industry which seemed utterly lost to piracy just over a decade ago. Oh my god, why was that? When peer-to-peer file-sharing services such as Napster, the Pirate Bay, and Audio Galaxy, wow, oh my god, I've never heard of any of those. I guess those dirty pirates must have been using these services like the Pirates Bay. Terrible. When they first arrived on the scene at the turn of the millennium, I would never have imagined that the near future would see most internet users embracing the idea of actually paying for digital music again. Well, yeah, because it's way easier and it's super cheap. Like before, I mean, I'd always have to pay like £12 for a CD. And then that was great. That was the best times. We all loved that. And then I'd get 12 tracks that I could listen to, rather than all of the music ever created in the world for less per month. And £12 in the 90s, £12 in the 90s is like £20 a day or whatever, so I mean, come on. Just be warned that the $9.99 price tag for Spotify Premium is almost certainly set to rise significantly when the economy gets back on track. It's often been suggested by artists that the price is too cheap. Of course it is, they're the artists. It's also been suggested by consumers that it's too expensive. No Danny. And the monthly subscription fee could potentially widen the royalties pool. UK musician Tom Gray from the band Gomez, now a member of the Ivor Academy, makes a reasonable point about the proposed price hike. Stop saying it's price sensitive. Kids pay £8 for a skin in Fortnite, and we can't ask £12.50 for the entirety of all recorded music. Give me a break. Okay, I like Gomez, but you can off on this one. This is the sort of thing that someone like me would say on a YouTube video, and I would get told to right off in the comments, because yeah, they spend £8 on a Fortnite skin. Maybe if they have £8. There are people who don't. And that feels way out of touch, Tom. Bonus Spotify scam. Ooh. If you're a fan of quiet, reflective music, then you might be interested in checking out the 2014 album from Michigan-based band Wolfpack. Oh, please tell me that means Wolfpack. That's awesome. Enter Sleepify, the ponderous work consisted of 10 completely silent tracks, lasting exactly 30 seconds each. Although the album can be a challenging listen at times, it's still better than Yoko Ono. Dude, silence is better than Yoko Ono? Obviously. A screaming child is better than Yoko Ono. A Saturn V rocket launching 500 meters from my face is better than Yoko Ono. The album was actually created to help raise funds for the band's forthcoming admission-free. The band asked their army of fans to stream the whole album continuously during the night when they slept to help rack up royalties on Spotify. And it worked! This totally silent album of nothingness raised $20,000 in royalties and funded the free tour, which was mapped around the areas that had generated the most streams. That's awesome. Sadly, the album was eventually pulled from Spotify as it claims it violated their terms of service. A follow-up EP called Official Statement was released by the band exclusively on Spotify, the second track of which was intended to give fans a chance to reflect on the end of their silent run from Germany, and it was 31 seconds of silence. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the Blaze. Danny wrote us a script. Sam will have added memes by the time you see this. Oh, I forgot you were there, ETA. Good job. Brian, the meme accountant, sometimes adds and counts the memes and all of that jazz. From all of us here at Business Blaze, thank you for this is like newscaster. From all of us here at Business Blaze, good night. Stay classy. They are completely okay with being absolute bellends. And I'm like, you're f***ed. You're actually f***ed. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze with me, your boy with the Blaze, my space heater, ETA, who has joined us by popular demand. Everyone loves this. And, of course, Danny writes us a script. Sam adds some memes. I present it. This time is all about people who hacked the lottery. I often tell you guys, we'll make a Business Blaze, and I'll be like, the lottery is a tax on dumb people. It's truly what I believe. Stop playing the lottery. Please, even if you win, you're fucked. The world's biggest thrill seekers are always finding ways to get their kicks, and I should know, Danny should know, I am not a thrill seeker. When it comes to, I have been skydiving though, which was pretty rad, but now I'm like, I don't want to die. When it comes to passing the time of day, I don't muck about. Base jumping, wing walking, cliff diving, volcano surfing. I've seen all of this crazy shit on the TV. Yeah. Those, I have to say, those base jumping videos on YouTube are pretty rad. But a guy from Michigan called Jerry Selby spent a big chunk of the 1960s pursuing a very different, but equally wild dream. He was determined to crack the secret codes printed on the back of cereal packets produced by General Mills. Alrighty then, what a radical thrill seeker. This was back when Jerry used to work as a material analyst for a rival cereal company, Kellogg's in Battle Creek, Michigan. He often used to keep boxes of cereal from other brands on his desk to keep an eye on what his competition was doing, and he became intrigued by the curious string of letters and numbers that were printed on the back of General Mills varieties such as Cheerios. Oh my god, I mean, yes, I would, before we had phones and you'd sit at the breakfast table and you'd read the back of the cereal box because you had nothing better to do, and you'd be like, well, yeah, I would wonder about that code. And then I would put the cereal packet away and never think about it again because I have other shit to do in my life. Jerry didn't, even though he was a material engineer of some variety, right? Most cereal manufacturers stamp their boxes to keep track of their place and date of production, but the General Mills stamps seem to be composed in an entirely indecipherable secret code which Jerry was determined to crack. So he spent ages and ages setting up radios, scribbling on paper, and even testing the contents of hundreds of packets for moisture comparison, until he finally cracked the code. He could now look at any packet of cereal produced by General Mills and immediately ascertain the exact plant, date, and time at which it was created. Danny writes, results. It's like, amazing, Jerry. You hero. You're the hero we need, Jerry.
What did Jerry say? Jerry was here?
When the aliens come and take over the world, you and your serial box code cracking capabilities will save us all.
You're right. Jerry, thank you for your service. Goodbye.
Sadly, this proved to be completely useless information, and nobody else at Kellogg's gave a shit. What a surprise. But before we dismiss Jerry Selby, oh no, I'd basically already dismissed him as a bit of a hopeless nutter who enjoyed wasting his time on utterly pointless nonsense. Poor Jerry. When was he doing this? 1960s. He's probably dead. As a bit of a hopeless nutter who enjoyed wasting his time on utterly pointless nonsense, it's worth pointing out that he had a very clever mathematical brain and he enjoyed spotting patterns and solving problems. You solve problems. When my boiler wasn't working, you kept me warm. You are more useful, ETA, than Jerry Selby. Good job. Good job. I wonder, are you the most famous space heater in the world right now? It's worth pointing out that he had a very clever mathematical brain and he enjoyed spotting patterns and solving problems. And this would eventually turn out to be pretty useful 4 decades later when he turned his mighty brainpower to the problem of how to win the lottery. See, that sounds a lot more useful. I've never really played the lottery myself, but I can't help but feel a bit put off by the odds of winning, which are usually about 1 in 13 million. But although lotteries often get bad press and have been dubbed as hacks on the poor by not just me, but everyone else with a brain, a phrase dating back to 1760 when lawmakers in Pennsylvania noticed that poor people were snapping them up in a far bigger quantity than anyone else, there's also a positive side to this billion-dollar industry. Back in the early days of America, lotteries helped to fund the first colonies, and later on, the construction of railroads across the wild frontier. So everyone would still be pissing around on horses if the lottery hadn't been invented. And it's true, the lottery does go to paying, at least I don't know in the US still, but in the UK, like the lottery pays for a bunch of stuff, they build a bunch of buildings and all of that shit. But I mean, a tax on the poor. What the f*** do you think your taxes do? Or, well, I mean, they pay for wars and shit as well. I don't think the lottery is funding any wars. That would be a bit weird. And in many cases, some of the profits generated from lotteries end up going places where it's most needed. Yes, indeed. In the UK, the National Lottery has raised £41 billion for charities, blah, 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 since 1994. But realistically, it's never a good idea to pin your future plans on the prospect of winning the lottery. Yeah, no shit. I did watch an interesting video the other day on YouTube where these two guys, it's made by, I don't know, some YouTube channel, and they have two people sit down, and one of them was a lottery winner from back in the day, so he was an older man, and there was a young man, and it was like, alright, so the old man, he had won 6 million, but decades ago, and the young guy had won 1 million. The old guy was like, oh well, I bought myself a Jaguar, and I paid off my house. And, I've been doing what I want for the last 40 years. Not outrageous, nothing crazy. And the younger guy who won 1 million, and bear in mind, like, the older guy who won 6 million decades ago, or let's say it was really early on, so let's say in the 90s, that 6 million would be like 10 million, 12 million today or whatever. Whereas the young guy has just won £1 million. I'm like, £1 million is a lot of money. But it's not going to last you forever. And the guy's like, yeah, I was balling in the clubs. We bought like a table for like $5,000. And I'm like, you're f***ed. You're actually f***ed. Oh, the lottery sucks.
Oh, hell yeah, let it ride! Let it ride!
Unless you built a time machine, there's surely no way of hacking a game built on the principles of pure chance. But serial code cracker extraordinaire Jerry Selby had other ideas. By the year 2003, Jerry Selby had long retired from the crazy world of cornflakes, but his mind was still as mathematically sharp as ever. And it was during this period that he found himself casually browsing a flyer for the new Michigan Windfall Lottery. The rules seemed straightforward enough. You paid $1 for a ticket, and you picked 6 numbers from 1 to 49. So it sounds exactly like the lottery. If your 6 numbers came up in the draw, you'd win the prize of at least $2 million. But you could also win smaller cash prizes by guessing 5, 4, or even just 3 of the numbers. For example, guessing 3 numbers would usually result in the small win of $5. But here's the thing. If nobody won the jackpot for a while, the pot grew to over $5 million. This would lead to a fabulous roll-down week. This meant that if nobody won the jackpot on roll-down week, the prize money would flow down to the lower tiers. In some ways, climb-up week might be a better way of describing it, as it simply meant that the smaller wins suddenly became a lot more valuable. Okay, so there's going to be some statistical play where, if you've got a 1 in 13 million chance of winning the lottery and the lottery jackpot is 100 million, statistically, if you can buy enough tickets, you should. Getting but then there's also the chance that you have to share it with someone or share it with 3 people and you don't know about that. Also, useful fact for future time travelers. When you go back in time, there is one very important thing you must do. Buy more than one lottery ticket with the same numbers. Because imagine this situation. You go back in time, you got your one shot, you buy a lottery ticket, and then you have to share it with some fucker who just got lucky. What you need to do is say, buy 9 tickets, all with the same numbers, and then some other guy buys 1 ticket, just the lucky guy, with the same numbers. And you go to collect the prize, it's like, there have been 10 winners. And it's like, you just go there and you've got 9 tickets, all with the same numbers, and he's got 1. And they'll be like, there'll be an investigation. Better hide your time machine. But, then you get 90% of the winnings. Always, I don't know where I read that, but it's solid advice. But, the lottery people are gonna look the into you. He didn't quite, also the other guy's probably gonna sue you for some Now, I'll admit that the exact mathematics of this is a bit baffling to me, but Jerry figured out that if he'd waited until roll-down week and snapped up thousands of these much more valuable tickets, the odds would now be in his favor of walking away with more than he put in, as long as nobody else won the jackpot. He didn't quite get it right the first time and made a small loss, but he quickly figured that this was because he hadn't bought enough tickets. His first recorded profit arrived a little later when he purchased a quite staggering 3,400 tickets at $1 each, and then walked away with $15,700 of winnings. Impressive. Of course, it wasn't a perfect system. If somebody did win the jackpot, then everything went a bit tits up because the roll down wouldn't come into play. And Jerry Selby would occasionally make significant losses, but these losses were far outweighed by the regular big wins over the many years to come. Yeah, 3,400 with his $15,700 profit, that leads to, you can play several times overall before you're into a loss. He even formed a small non-corporate company, which was created solely for the playing of the Michigan Windfall Lottery, in which friends, family, and associates were invited to join and reap dividends from the ever-widening pool of lottery investments. If someone approached me with that, I'd be like, that son is a f***ing scam. But apparently it wasn't. And I think overall, if someone approaches you with that sort of idea, say no, because the vast majority of the time it's going to be a scam, and sometimes you'll miss out, but that's too bad. Unless you understand the maths. If you understand the maths, well, then just do it yourself. In total, it's estimated that Jerry and Marge Selby netted around $7.75 million of profit from the whole operation before the Windfall Lottery discontinued in 2012. It's worth noting that they weren't doing anything remotely illegal here. The local press eventually cottoned on to what the Selbys and several other like-minded syndicates had been up to, and a rather unkind story hit the headlines, which revealed that some smart people have figured out how to get rich while everyone else funds their winnings. Yeah, but they're all stupid, and they're playing the lottery, so, sucks to be them. It was this story that prompted the phasing out of the Windfall Lottery, and although an official investigation was launched, there was never any suggestion that Jerry and Marge had ever broken the law. They simply had been buying lots and lots of tickets. But perhaps the sweetest, this is the thing. They're not cheating it, they're not involved, they're not on the inside, they are just buying tickets. But perhaps the sweetest part of this story is how Jerry and Marge Selby acquired the thousands of tickets that was required for the roll-down Lottery Week strategy. They certainly showed dedication. The only way of purchasing the tickets was from a machine in a participating store, which very slowly pumped out 10 lines of numbers at a time on one ticket. In order to print out 10,000 tickets, they would literally have to stand there in the shop all day, from first thing in the morning until closing time, as the machine slowly chugged and grinded away. I used to work in a store which sold lottery tickets to suckers. It wouldn't take that long. It was a big machine, it had all these crazy buttons on it, but there was really one machine you just used because everyone's like, oh yeah, one lucky dip, which is where the machine randomly chooses the numbers for you. You press a button. Oh, there was a row of buttons, so if someone wanted 10 lucky dips, you just press the 10 button. It's like, beep, 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 and it prints it out, you hand it to them and you sell it. But I guess that would take a while for 10,000. You gotta do it 1,000 times, that's a lot of times. Jerry even once spent the whole of Christmas Day standing in front of a machine purchasing 45,000 tickets for the next draw. Holy shit, Jerry, we're taking this up a little.
Okay, see you tomorrow, Jerry.
I'd like to think that at least he got a chance to pull the cracker with the guy behind the counter. Of course, Jerry and Marge Selby weren't the only players of the lottery. One of the more famous examples is Romanian-born economist Stefan Mendel, who managed to win the jackpot prize in the lottery no less than 14 times. Oh my god, Stefan, you are a time traveler. Either he was just incredibly lucky, or he had some sort of clever system. Or time machine, Danny. Never discount the time machine. Stefan had been struggling to get by in his early years in Romania, but after a few strategic experiments with numbers and odds, he managed to win his his first lottery in Romania in the 1960s, raising enough money to leave the country and travel Europe before eventually settling down in Australia. All the way up to the 1980s, he continued to game a range of different Australian lotteries, and he continued to win the jackpot prize on a regular basis. Stefan Mendel's system is actually quite simple to understand. It just requires lots of money and a lot of hard work to put into action. This went beyond just standing in front of a machine in a shop all day and pressing a few buttons from time to time. Stefan had figured out that the same lottery draws offered a jackpot prize which was significantly higher than the number of possible combinations in a lottery ticket. So, for example, if a lottery asked you to pick 6 numbers between 1 and 40, there are a total of 3,838,380 different number combinations that you could choose. But if the jackpot prize was close to $10 million, then Stefan could, in theory, purchase a ticket with every single possible combination and be guaranteed to win the jackpot. Okay, cool, this is what I was talking about before, where you just have to have a lot of money and it makes statistical sense. Again, it's not an absolutely perfect system. In most lotteries, a jackpot prize is shared if there are multiple winning tickets, and this could potentially be a problem. But it's incredibly rare for a jackpot to be shared by more than 2 or 3 winning tickets. Stefan felt that he was on relatively safe ground if he only implemented his strategy on draws where the jackpot was at least 3 times bigger than the number of possible combinations. And there were plenty of these on the go in Australia at the time. But the implementation was a challenge. Back in the 60s, when he had a similar idea for the Romanian lotteries, he actually spent 8 months writing out millions of combinations by hand. Oh my god. Imagine the anguish if he got distracted by a pizza delivery and made a mistake. Oh my god, can you imagine? Can you imagine? By the 1980s, he was able to harness the power of computers, which made life slightly simpler. But he still had to set up a very complex system with printers and computers running on algorithms to pre-populate tickets with every single combination before going out and actually paying for the tickets at hundreds and hundreds of different authorized lottery teams. You can imagine that a store owner might get a bit huffy if Stefan just turned up out of the blue and demanded all 3.8 million tickets in one go. Jesus Christ, that is a whole different thing. There was another one where you can feed someone who fills out a lottery slip, which is I imagine what he does, and then you feed it into the lottery machine, and then it prints out their specific numbers on the thing. But it takes about the same time as printing one. So I mean, I can't understand. Printing 10,000 takes a day. So we're talking 10 days, 100 days to print 1 million. So we're talking 300 days of printing tickets. So you're going to have multiple people working on this. He went to form a syndicate to ease the financial and practical challenges, of course he did, in winning the lottery on a regular basis, raking in millions of dollars over the best part of a decade. However, not everyone was happy with the man who kept hitting the headlines by winning the lottery again and again. Stefan Mendel faced investigations by no less than 14 agencies who believed he was trying to cheat the system, but was ultimately cleared of any wrongdoing, although the Australian lottery did put an end to his game when they banned the purchase of every possible combination by a single person or group. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, as soon as they find out, they'll just make a rule. Or it'll just be like, okay, well now it's, instead of 1 to 40, it's 1 to 49, and every additional number on there makes it wildly less likely that you're going to win. Sadly, Stefan's luck ran out in the 90s when he lost most of his winnings in bad investments and was forced to file for bankruptcy in 1995. Oh no, you win the lottery 14 times, Stefan. Come on! In fairness, they always say that winning the lottery doesn't always bring you happiness, not even if you manage to do it 14 times. It doesn't. Most people who win the lottery don't get happy afterwards. Don't play the lottery, don't be dumb. Lottery-style games of complete chance can come in all different shapes and sizes, and one of the most popular options for pissing away your money is the scratch card. Oh god, these things are even worse. Like, I have experienced this because I worked in that shop. People would come in and they would buy lottery tickets and all of this. And it's like, people who play the lottery, you'd occasionally get, people, who'd come in and they'd be like, oh, I just like doing it. But then you would also get people who would come in and they're just addicted. And it was never really to the national lottery. It was never really to the lucky dip buying 100 of those. It would always be like, yeah, I'll have 50 scratch cards. And they'd stand in the store and they'd scratch them all off and they'd redeem them and they'd spend them on more scratch cards and then they'd win a prize. Like one guy won $1,000 where he was in the store and he was really happy. But then over the next few weeks he comes into the store and of course he's spending all that money on scratch cards. It is mega depressing. It is so pointless. I remember that my dad used to buy 1 or 2 of these every now and again, and if I was lucky he would give me a 5p piece and let me scratch off the latex coating to uncover all of the losing numbers. The excitement almost made up for not having holidays or Christmas presents. Oh no, Danny's dad's a degenerate gambler. In 2003, a geological he's like, yeah, I'll have 50 number 4s. And he takes 2 of them home for Danny, poor Danny. In 2003, a geological statistician living in Toronto began wondering if all scratch cards were entirely based on a system of chance and luck. Much like Jerry Selby, he wasn't a gambler himself, he just loved spotting patterns and solving puzzles. Moham Srivastava had been given a couple of scratchies as a crap present at work, and he'd shoved them in his drawer for several months without much thought. When he came across them later, while fumbling around in his drawer, he figured that he may as well check out to see if he'd won anything before throwing them in the bin. It turns out that he'd won $3 from one of them, so the joke present hadn't been completely crap. Wow, I just remembered, as a kid, there was something called club bars. And club bars were like these chocolate bars, and they came in like a foil wrapping, and then on the outside of that foil wrapping there was like a piece of paper that you could take off, and on the back there was a scratch card, but it wasn't like a foil one. It was just paper somehow, and you'd scratch it and symbols would appear. But my nan figured out that if you look at it, like, just right, at just the right angle, under like, I don't know what type of lamp it was, but it was some weird lamp, that if you looked at it under just the right angle, you could see through it, and you'd scratch it off and get it right every time. So she'd always, you'd never win money. It was always just like, one free packet of clubs, or like, you know, one this, or one that, or like, I think, maybe there was some small financial prizes or whatever. And don't get any ideas, my nan's now dead. So she's not going to get prosecuted for any crimes. But she'd just do these. She'd have hundreds of them. And she'd just be shining them like she was retired. She'd be shining them under the light and just scratching them off and winning every time, and then taking to the store and getting all these free clubs.
Oh, hell yeah, let it ride! Let it ride!
And like mailing off hundreds of these like things to get all the free shit. It was great. And she'd have us around after school on a Thursday, and she'd be like, alright kids, here's your pile of club things. And it was great, because you'd be scratching them off, you'd be winning every time. It was exciting. But this got Mohan's mind buzzing about how exactly these cards were designed and manufactured. The winning scratch card was a tic-tac-toe game. Printed on the right side of the card were 8 tic-tac-toe boards displaying a total of 72 numbers from 1 to 39. This obviously meant that some numbers were often repeated once or twice across the boards. Yes. On the left-hand side of the card was a column headed Your Numbers, containing boxes concealed by a latex coating. The idea was that you scratched off your numbers and compared them to boards on the right. If 3 of your numbers appeared together in a straight line on the board on the right, this was a winning tic-tac-toe, and you had bagged yourself a small cash prize. Mohan Srivastava wanted to scratch beneath the surface though. He figured that these cards couldn't be completely random, as the lottery organization needed to exercise some sort of control over the number of winning cards. So he began wondering if there was some kind of pattern or code which could be detected to identify a winning card before you'd even started scratching off your numbers. And sure enough, he found one, and it was surprisingly simple. After examining stacks and stacks of these tic-tac-toe cards, he discovered that the key to unlocking the code could be found in the visible numbers on the boards on the right. I'm a little bit confused, but maybe you're following. Mohan worked out that if a board contained 3 singleton numbers in a row that weren't repeated anywhere else on the card, there was over a 90% chance that this would be a winning card. So he managed to achieve the unusual advantage of generally being able to identify a winning card from a losing card just by quickly browsing the visible numbers on the board. Yeah, but then it's going to be a bit weird when you buy them, because the guy in the shop, because I said many times I used to sell them, it's not like you could be like, can you show me all of the scratch cards, because they came in this big roll thing, and then I just want to pick the ones that I want. I'll be like, no, how many do you want? And then I suppose you could buy the whole roll, but then what are you going to do? Sell the unscratched ones to some unsuspecting sucker? Sell the losing ones? People are going to be like, well, that's a bit suspicious, isn't it? However, if you figured this out and then got a job in a shop, this is the solution. Maybe he does this. Get a job working in a newsagent's, and then you'll just be like, people will be buying them, and you'll be looking at everyone. And so you'll be like, as soon, because the next one dispenses out, you could just look at it, be like, that's a winner, tear it off, pay for it, put it aside. And you're going to get fired at some point, but it's going to be a while before someone else figures out what's going on. I suppose it's difficult to see how this could have made Mohan Srivastava rich. The cards offered relatively low payouts, but you also have to consider that you only usually get a chance to study a scratch card after you've already purchased it. Yes, the only way that Mohan could really get the scheme to work is if he was on good terms with a store owner who was happy for him to carefully peruse each and every scratch card before committing to a purchase. That's another solution. Cut someone in. And then you got to cut someone in, just get a job there. But it turns out Mohan wasn't interested in gaining money from this newfound knowledge anyway. Although he estimated that he could potentially have earned $600 per day, holy shit, by giving up his job and becoming a full-time player of tic-tac-toe, he was earning more at that time in his current job, where there would be far less risk of developing repetitive strain injury. That's a pretty good paid job. So instead he alerted the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Corporation, who produced the cards. Mohan's initial attempts at communication were ignored. Oh no, at that point I'll be like, alright, I told you guys. Nah, I'm just going to tell the world. Until he went to the trouble of sending the corporation a pile of 20 unscratched tic-tac-toe cards. Vern's accompanying letter predicted which half were winners and which half were losers, and invited the corporation to scratch off the cards and see if he was right. The tic-tac-toe cards were quietly pulled from all stores the very next day. That is really smart. Finally, final one. If you haven't quite... Is it really? I feel like we've got a long way to go. We've still got 3 pages. Finally, if you haven't quite got the mathematical brain to game the lottery, you could always just cheat. A few devious doors are bound to open up if you can just find your way to becoming the host of the draw. Back in 1980, the televised live draws for the Pennsylvania Lottery were hosted by a guy called Nick Perry, an experienced local broadcaster who had worked his way up from radio to TV news, weather, and sports reporting. By this time, he'd already been hosting the Pennsylvania Lottery for 3 successful years. On that night in 1980, one of the draws overseen by Nick Perry was for the popular 666 game, which was destined to generate a record payout of $3.5 million, or about $11 million today. The special machine randomly spat out 3 balls numbered from 0 to 9, which could potentially include multiple balls of the same number. If your own 3 numbers match the 3 balls that popped out, you'd just won a fortune. Wait, that's not that big of a combination. On this occasion, it came out with the number 666, which perhaps was a clue that something devilish was afoot. I know that some of the earliest manuscripts of the Bible describe the number of the beast as 616, but I don't think this sounds as creepy as 666. I'm glad they changed it in later. Is that true? Wow. It turns out that one of the lucky winners was Nick Perry himself. It managed to scoop $1.18 million of the shared jackpot prize, or just under $6 million today. However, the winning tickets weren't in his name, and he sensibly decided not to reveal his win live on air. Okay. I don't know. If I'd honestly won, I'd be like, holy shit, this is... Guys, you're not gonna believe it. You see, Nick Perry had come up with a clever scam. Yeah, even if I was scamming it, I'd pretend to be surprised on air. Along with fellow conspirators Jack and Pete Maragos, who shared a stake in a vending machine business with Perry, they had approached a local lettering expert and art director to create replica versions of lottery balls, which would be identical to the real deal in every aspect except one. They would be slightly heavier, which meant that the machine wouldn't be able to spit them out. Of course, if they'd swapped all the real balls for the replica balls, this would have resulted in a bit of an anticlimax during the live draw, but that wasn't the idea. They planned to replace all of the balls except the ones numbered 4 and 6, so this would guarantee that the machine would only release 2 different numbers, and there could only be 8 possible combinations for the winning draw. Jack and Pete Maragos would then purchase loads of tickets with those 8 different combinations and scoop the big jackpot. Handily, Nick Perry was only one of 2 people to hold a key to the room where the machine was locked up. Well, dude, I mean, it's gonna be, the police are gonna look at you or the other guy, right? He got a stagehand to swap the balls just before the draw. Dude, you're involving 2 friends, a guy who made the replicas for you, a stagehand. Bro, you are gonna get caught. And then they'd swap them afterwards just to cover the trail. Just half an hour after 6 million viewers had watched the live draw on television, the replica balls had already been burnt in an old paint pot. However, the lottery authorities quickly became suspicious when they noticed that a surprisingly large number of tickets had been purchased using those 8 possible combinations. And one employee of a bar near Philadelphia informed the police that 2 men, Jack and Pete Maragos, had wandered into the bar and bought ridiculously high numbers of tickets with a big wad of cash. As they were making the purchase, one of the brothers had made an unusual phone call in which he held up the phone to the sound of the machine printing all the tickets. These guys are terrible criminals. You're the worst criminals. If you'd have done this sensibly, you wouldn't have got caught, which makes me wonder how many people have done this and not got caught. Probably a lot, because idiots get caught. Investigators were able to trace that phone call and found that it led to the studio sound booth of Nick Perry. Oh no, guys, come on. How dumb can you be? Surely you must be reasonably intelligent to have worked your way up to being, like, on TV and
Well, obviously...
I don't know, actually, maybe people on TV are dumb. That means nothing.
You're so dumb!
The disgraced TV host always maintained his innocence, but in 1981 he was convicted of criminal conspiracy, criminal mischief, theft by deception, rigging a publicly exhibited contest, and perjury. Let's play the usual game of guessing how long he goes to jail. I am going to say 4 years. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison, oh god, but when did he get out? Of which he served 3 before being released on parole. I'm getting pretty good at this guessing how long people go to jail thing. But the Maragos brothers dodged jail time by just spilling all of the beans on their former friend and business associate. But it wasn't all bad news for Nick Perry. I mean, well, it kind of was. He failed to resurrect his doomed TV career after being released from prison. What a surprise. And he died in 2003, having never admitted the slightest bit of guilt. So they let him out early after 3 years, even though he didn't admit it. I thought one of the things was, like, to go to parole board and then you're like, yeah, no, I really regret it and I won't do it again. He's like, no, I'm innocent. I thought that means you kind of had to stay in prison. By the end of his time in the Slammer, it's rumoured that it at least managed to solve the fiendish word search game printed on the back of a Cheerios packet from General Mills. Ba-da-bum-bum. That story could just be a load of old numbered spherical objects. Ba-da-bum-bum. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the Blaze. This has been ETA, my fantastic lottery-playing co-host. Danny wrote the script, Sam does the memes, and I'll see you next time. Smash that like button. I'm a little bit confused, but maybe you're following. Thank goodness for AIDS. Hello everybody, welcome to the Business Blaze, also known as Business Blaze. I am your boy with the Blaze, and also this red Solo cup. The last video I recorded, I had an Enron mug, and then from Amazon, someone sent me from America these red Solo cups. And I'm really sorry whoever sent these to me, because I have an extraordinarily full email inbox. And I tried finding the person who sent it to me to say thank you for sending these to me because they finally arrived, and I can't find your email. So please email me so I can thank you, which is absurd. Consider this me thanking you, because not only did you send me just one of these, you apparently decided to send me a lifetime supply. Like, I don't know what to do with all of these. I mean, I am a child. Maybe this can be in my video today. Oh, what's going on today? Well, today in the video, we have the Corporate Darwin Awards. You know, I came up with this idea. Anytime we do a Darwin Awards video on Top 10s, it does really well. Like, I think we did one, which is basically, I really want to rest my hands on that, but it's not going to go well. Which is basically where someone takes themselves out of the gene pool, whether by killing themselves or by removing their, through like some act of stupidity, and they always do well. So we're like on Darwin Awards Part 16. This is the Corporate Darwin Awards. You can see where I got this idea from, because I'm super, super lazy. If you're wondering what the going on and why you've stumbled... God damn it. Why you've stumbled across this random YouTube channel with a British man with American things yelling at you. This is the Business Blaze. I read a script Danny sent us. Sam had some memes. It's a thing. Let's jump in. It's quite disheartening when I try to look at all the awards I've won in a lifetime of blood, sweat, and wretched sobbing. The only example that springs to mind is the cycling proficiency certificate I picked up in about 1986. I didn't even know that was a thing. This was an old UK scheme, which had been running in schools since the 1940s, and was designed to get youngsters trained up to pedal with confidence on the roads of Britain. I could have done with this. I once got pulled over by the police on my bike. I used to live in London, I'd just bike everywhere because it was too cheap to pay the pound for the bus, and I just didn't give a f***. I'll just be riding along, and then I get pulled over by the police, and they're like, you know you went through 2 red lights, right? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, don't do it again. To be honest, everyone passed it though. You only really had to prove that you were capable of getting on the bike and riding it for about 30 seconds without getting mowed down by a bus. My mate Barry failed it. Well, then not everyone passes it, do they, Danny? God damn it. We've talked about you contradicting yourself. It's weak! But I think he may have been the only kid to do so in the entire 70-year history of the scheme, and I'm sure it was only because he was giving the instructor some lip. But one award I wouldn't particularly want to win is a Darwin Award, largely because you usually have to be dead in order to qualify for the prestigious prize, or lose your ability to procreate. First launched on Usenet groups in 1985 and growing in popularity over the years with a dedicated website and a series of best-selling books, the Darwin Awards are given out each year to selfless individuals who make an exceptional contribution to human evolution by removing themselves from the human gene pool via a means of utterly ridiculous death. Recent winners have included a thirsty university professor who couldn't be asked to pop next door to the drinks machine and ended up downing a lethal beaker of methanol instead. Holy shit, dude, you're a professor. Get it together. An angry motorcyclist who took part in a helmet-free rally to protect his freedom not to wear a helmet and ended up getting thrown over the bike's handlebars and smashing his exposed head to bits. You idiot. I think we covered this guy in a previous Top 10s video. Also, I went to America. I can't remember where I was. It was somewhere in the north. And there were people riding motorcycles without helmets on. Okay, I mean, do what you want. I don't give a shit. You're already killing yourself. But, I mean, I'm like, you're pretty dumb, right? And a psychic from Thailand who claimed to his followers that he was immortal and publicly stabbed himself in the chest to prove that he couldn't die. He died. In fairness, he was a fraudster and was meant to be using a fake sword, but it's always a good idea to check your equipment thoroughly before you use it. And while I'm yet to win a major award that I can place with pride on the wonky shelf in the basement, I can at least play a part in the presentation of the Business Blaze equivalent of the Darwin Awards. Yes, you can, Danny. And Danny, we haven't got it yet, but YouTube, when you get to 100,000 subscribers, they send you this beautiful silver plaque. So, you've been a part of that, Danny. Thank you. I think I can actually get an extra one made, if you'd like one. In the Corporate Darwin Awards, we take a look at the brave sacrifices made by those honourable heroes of the corporate world who helped to shape the future by completely destroying their own businesses or products in just one mind-bogglingly reckless move. And Danny is back at it, using the same site headings for subtitles, which is always confusing. AIDS Slimming Candy. Did you really call it AIDS Slimming Candy? I mean, it's spelled AYDS, but I mean, there's also something else called AIDS. It's like, hey, you want some AIDS chocolate? No. I think we should start off by making it very clear that the manufacturers of this slimming candy faced an unfortunate problem in the 1980s, which was not even remotely their fault. It's the manner in which they chose to deal with this new problem that led to the swift disappearance of the product after over 50 years on the shelves. Maybe we should be amazed that a chocolate product which claims to help you lose up to 10 pounds in 5 days without dieting or exercise managed to last so long anyway. Yeah, I mean, it sounds clearly fake. I mean, unless it's got like tapeworms or something there, which is a thing. People eat tapeworms to lose weight. And I'm like, just stop eating. Oh, hashtag cancel Simon. Originally launched in 1937 by the Carlay Company of Chicago, the US Federal Trade Commission was making objections to the company's marketing claims as early as the 1940s, but the candy would still live on to allegedly fight the Flav through the next 4 decades. Allegedly. It didn't. Allegedly. The appetite suppressant product went through several minor name changes during its long shelf life, originally going under the banner of AIDS Reducing Plan Vitamin and Mineral Candy, oh my god, which was later just shortened to AIDS Reducing Plain Candy. They also got in trouble because people who had AIDS were like, it didn't reduce my AIDS at all. I had full-blown AIDS. By the time we hit the early 1980s, the product was more commonly known simply as AIDS. And I gotta stop. And was selling better than ever, thanks largely to a new series of persuasive TV commercials generating a presence around the world.
Candy. And I'm not gaining weight. I'm losing weight deliciously with the aid of AIDS.
Unfortunately, the sound-alike AIDS disease was also set to generate an unwelcome presence around the world very shortly afterward, with a global pandemic in full swing by the mid-1980s. Oh no, I just drew a corollary to current day with Corona beer and the coronavirus. Yeah, so this isn't going to go well. I don't know how it's going to go for Corona beer. But I mean, look, allegedly if Corona beer went away, it's not going to be the world's biggest losses. I mean, Vin Diesel's going to be upset in those Fast and Furious movies, but that's it. And those TV commercials from just a few years earlier now didn't seem right at all. One of the most widely known symptoms of the AIDS virus was immense weight loss. So now it seems odd to look back at a series of jolly and uplifting commercials which were making such bold claims as, oh, this is going to be good. With AIDS, I ate less, so the weight came off. AIDS helped me get back into a size 12. Why take diet pills when you can enjoy AIDS?
Lose weight deliciously with the aid of AIDS.
Thank goodness for AIDS. This sounds like the stuff that I would cut and put at the beginning of this video when I say something absurd, but it was actually a commercial in the 1980s. Sales of the Super Slimming Candy rapidly fell by half following the emergence of the disease, and something clearly had to be done. Just change the name. Just change the name. It's not that hard. Robert Burglass was the chairman of the Depp Corporation, who by now had acquired rights to the product, and he decided that a rebranding was in order. Well done, Robert. Where did you get your MBA? You genius. Apparently, he was keen to soften the name without completely losing the brand identification. I'm sorry, Robert, but now your brand identification is with a terrible, deadly disease. So after much thought and consideration, they eventually came up with Diet AIDS. What? I mean, just no. If you change the name, it's not that bad. In a way, that's even worse. Surely when your product name has become associated with a terrifying virus which is infecting tens of thousands of people around the world, you don't just modify the name a bit, you completely change it. I mean, yes, I fully agree. Also, I mean, if there was a candy called, like, Ebola, and then it was like the Ebola disease comes along, let's say it hadn't been heard of before, and Mars were like, yeah, it's Diet Ebola, or Ebola-like, it's still called Ebola. Shut the f*** up! It's no surprise that the cunning rebranding failed to catch on, and the AIDS candy had completely disappeared from sight before the decade was out. The Depp Corporation clearly dropped the ball with this rebranding, but maybe it was unfair of the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention to name the new disease after a product that had been minding its own... which had been minding its own business for decades. If COVID-19 had been named the Pepsi Challenge disease by the National Health Organization in 2020, I bet somebody would have kicked up a stink. Ba-da-bum-bum. The Osborne Computer Corporation. I'm seriously wondering what I'm going to do with all of these cups. If anyone has ideas for what to do with all of these cups, please let me know. Sticking with the 1980s for a while, but moving away from human immunodeficiency virus infections and acquired immune deficiency syndromes. Big words there. The tale of the Osborne Computer Corporation has become so rooted in business legend. Remember, you're a legend to watch the end of the video. That a social phenomenon was named after the company. Hailing from Silicon Valley, the pioneering two-man operation was responsible for the world's first mass-produced portable computer in 1981. The original price tag of the Osborne one was £1,795, which is expensive anyway, and this is 1981 money? That's going to be like £5,000? $7 to $7,000 is my guess, which may seem a bit pricey by modern standards, but that's over $5,000. God, I'm a wizard. Money in today's money for a bit of bulky kit that could run a few basic word processor and spreadsheet programs, but probably couldn't run a half-decent version of Centipede. What the Centipede? But back in those days, it was seen as quite a competitive price for a space-age machine, which was small enough to fit under an aeroplane seat. Within the first year of launch, the new company had made its first $1 million, and over the next couple of years, the Osborne one was shifting around 10,000 units a month. The small two-man operation grew in size so quickly that when one of the executives returned from a week's vacation, he spent hours searching the expanded offices for anybody he vaguely recognized. Is that actually... That can't be true. I mean, I know these companies grow quickly, but it's not like you come back and it's like, wow, we have 100 employees and I can't find a single person I know after like 2 weeks. If you've done that as a company, it feels like you're doing the WeWork thing, expanding too quickly. It doesn't end well, usually. Sometimes. Maybe it does. What do I know? I'm just me. And Sam and Danny and Brian the Medium Accountant. And now, all of these solo cups. But the founder of the company, Adam Osborne, was about to make a disastrous slip-up in 1983 when he started getting a bit too giddy about the next planned machine and started showing it off far too early. He offered specialist magazines a sneak peek of the new Osborne executive behind locked hotel room doors on the condition that they wouldn't mention anything in print until the following year. As far as I can tell, the journalists kept their word on that front and nothing appeared in the press about this fabulous next-generation version of the portable Osborne computer. But word still somehow got out to dealers. Yeah, because they can't print it, but they can tell someone else about it, and that person maybe will leak it even further, and this is why you don't tell people your secrets. You've got to bury them deep down inside. And the unfortunate effect was that everybody suddenly cancelled any outstanding orders for the Osborne 1 because they'd heard that a much better machine was on the way. Oh dear. The problem was that the company now only had massive stockpiles of the original machine, which they couldn't shift even at a drastically slashed price because everyone was waiting for the machine that wouldn't be ready for months and months. Oh no, this is a bad... I don't know if this isn't Darwin Award territory so far, because it's like, this seems like a fairly legitimate mistake. Like, it's something you wouldn't think of. Like, I feel like I could make that mistake. With the AIDS candy, just renaming it Diet AIDS, I'd be, what the fuck are you thinking? But with this, I could see myself making that mistake. But I'm an idiot, so... By the time the Osborne executive was ready to go, it could only be produced in very limited numbers before the Osborne Computer Company went bankrupt. And although the company did briefly resurface a year later with a new chunkier model called the Osborne Vixen, which wasn't exactly portable but could best be described as luggable, it wasn't long before they went bankrupt again and disappeared from the scene forever. It's sometimes... I have to say, like, bankruptcy is an interesting thing. Like, I used to think that if a company went bankrupt, well, that's it, no more Kodak. But it's like, companies go bankrupt all the time, and then it's like, they're still around. Like, Hertz went bankrupt, right? And then I'm just going to say allegedly, but I'm not really sure. I believe Hertz went bankrupt, the car rental company. But then their stock was like up 120%, and I'm like, how? You're bankrupt. I don't get it. I don't understand business. What am I doing hosting a channel about business? Why are you watching this channel? I don't know. It's sometimes argued that there are other factors at play in the downfall of this pioneering company, such as their competitor K-Pro cutting their market share with cheaper models of the portable computer. K-Pro sounds like a discount supermarket, but the early unveiling of a machine which was far from ready to go certainly played a huge part in the rapid decline. And the Osborne effect is now a widely recognized term term for a situation where a product becomes obsolete far earlier than intended because of the premature announcement of its successor. Okay, so it seems like this was the first guy to really make this mistake super obviously, and now it's something that is taught, presumably at business school, and so people don't make it again. I don't know if this is Darwin Award worthy, because it's not a stupid mistake, it's just a mistake. But not everyone learned this lesson. Sega pulled a similar trick. Oh, okay. So now we're going to get to a company that knew about this and then fucked up anyway. Sega pulled a similar trick during the 1990s when, within just a couple of years of releasing the Sega Saturn console, they started publicly discussing plans for their next console. This would eventually become known as the Dreamcast, but the release date was still a couple of years away. I don't really remember the Sega Saturn, but I do remember Dreamcast. Despite being held as one of the greatest consoles ever made by the disappointingly low number of people who bought it, the Sega Saturn is now a largely forgotten flop which fell off the radar way before its time. Well, that is why I don't know about it, Sega. Yeah, you get the Darwin Award because you knew about the Osborne effect. I bet someone at Sega went to business school, and you made the mistake anyway. You idiots. Oh, by the way, I've got a much better video about corporate Darwin Awards coming out next week. So there's actually no need to watch this one. You can click off right now and get all of this just better next week. Park City Mountain Resort. Just a very quick word on why it's always a good idea to keep your paperwork in order and keep plenty of sticky notes to hand to remind yourself of the important stuff that you need to do today. Up until the year 2014, the Park City Mountain Ski Resort in Utah was under the ownership of the Powder Corporation, one of the biggest ski resort operators in North America. For a couple of prosperous decades, the company had been pulling in a fortune from the popular attraction, helped along by a sweetheart lease with the owners of the land. The lease wasn't just unusually favorable to the tenant, it was possibly one of the biggest value leases in history. While the Powder Corporation was pulling in millions of dollars every year from the ski resort, they were only paying about $150,000 a year to lease the 3,300 acres of lucrative land. Oh my god, how? The lease had originally been packaged with a rollover option, so the Powder Corporation could renew the lease every 20 years on exactly the same deal. Whoever set up that original contract? It's like, what is going on? Like, you understand that the value of money gets lesser over time, right? This had already happened once before, which is why the deal seemed such amazingly high value 4 decades on. No shit. What could possibly go wrong for the Powder Corporation? They're just going to forget. They're not going to re-sign this lease, and it's going to be a disaster. I have this on I own a garage, like where you park your car, and the land is technically owned by the city, but it has this lease. And it's really dumb. I think I pay, it's like the equivalent of maybe $100 a year to lease the land that the building stands on. And every year I just have to renew it. And it's like this, it just perpetually rolls over. So as long as I renew it, I keep paying that same amount. And it's so small because it was created, I don't know, decades ago, whenever they built the garage. So I understand this, but you know what I don't forget to do? Renew my f***ing lease. Well, they could forget to renew the lease and then get served a notice of eviction, and that's exactly what happens. Can you imagine the guys who own all that land? They're like, shut the f***, please say they forget. It's been like the lease, they're supposed to sign the lease tomorrow, and they've made no overtures to us about signing the lease. Don't get excited, boys, but I think it's not going to renew. And they're like, and then it doesn't renew, midnight rolls over, and they're just like popping bottles. By this point, Talisker Land Holdings had acquired the land from the original owners, and of course they were in no rush to remind the tenants of the need to renew the lease, and were under no legal obligation to do so. They knew good and well that if the original lease was allowed to expire, they could start renegotiating something approaching a sensibly modern figure for the use of it. The Powder Corporation did actually submit the lease renewal, but 2 days too late, and started getting a bit grumpy when Talisker suddenly started asking for shitloads more money. It's like, oh, Powder, you made the mistake. You got 20 years of this glorious stuff. You get a 20-year lease. If you don't renew it, that's on you. And during protracted legal wrangling, the rival operator, Vail Resorts, discreetly sneaked in through the back door and snapped up a new lease with Talisker. You're the real winners here, Vail Resorts. Good for you. It wasn't a total disaster for the Powder Corporation, who were eventually forced into reluctantly selling their resort facilities to Vail for a sizable sum, who is still growing strong today. Yeah, I mean, it didn't go brilliantly though, did it? You had to sell your super profitable business, which you obviously didn't want to do, or you wouldn't have gone through all the legal wrangling. But one very careless mistake cost them one of the greatest sweetheart leases of all time. And it's reported that it only happened because they'd fired the woman responsible for renewing the lease just 5 months earlier, and her two-finger response to being fired was to not remind them that the lease was due to renewal.
Ideas are bulletproof.
Oh, that was amazing. That woman must be like, oh, The satisfaction. So that appears to be the point where everything went a bit downhill. If I were that woman, I don't know, how can you make money out of that? You could say, you could remind them and be like, hey, you know, I could use a new car. Or you could be like, guys, I have some information that, not through blackmail, not through anything like that, is going to cost you millions of dollars if I don't tell you what it is. If you give me 100 grand, I'll tell you what it is. And they'll be like, and if it doesn't work out, you don't have to give me the 100 grand, we'll hold it in escrow with a lawyer. And, yeah, I think you could have legally made some money right there. Murdoch Space. Oh, Rupert Murdoch. You're a bit of a tool. If you don't know who Rupert Murdoch is, he's the guy who owns Sky. He's no one likes Rupert Murdoch. Maybe this one is cheating a little bit, as there were probably a whole multitude of reasons why MySpace got trampled into the ground by Facebook, and it probably didn't do much to damage the News Corp in the long term. But it's always nice to hear a story about Rupert Murdoch. There's a fly on my paper. Cocking up something really badly. Yeah, it is. It's like Michael O'Leary cocked something up. It's like, Rupert Murdoch cocked something up. Donald. We talked about MySpace in a recent Business Blaze episode on strange celebrity business ventures, which covered how Justin Timberlake briefly became the co-owner of the completely dead platform. I don't know. I went on there and there was music news. So to say it's completely dead, Danny, seems entirely unfair. I'd say MySpace is absolutely thriving, like Justin Timberlake's movie career. But how did News Corp find themselves flogging it so cheaply to Timberlake when they'd originally paid MySpace founder Tom Anderson $580 million for his platform in 2005? It's worth pointing out that things had looked quite promising for a while after News Corp acquired MySpace. As late as 2008, MySpace was still very much the leader of the social media pack, having managed to pull in 100 million users. Oh, Tom, you sold it at the absolute right point. You legend. We've talked about how Tom Anderson is a legend before on this show, and we'll just repeat it. Absolute legend. The only people who are more legendary are the people who watched the end of the Business Blaze episode. But then the fall to Facebook seemed to happen remarkably quickly. By the end of that same year, there appears to have been a global migration to Zuckerberg's shiny new platform. I don't remember it being shiny, I do remember it being blue, like really, really blue. And within the space of just a few more years, MySpace had lost over 40 million visitors, laid off most of its staff, and was pretty much considered dead and buried. Of course, one reason why we all jumped ship to Facebook is because it was blue, and we can see all of blue. If you're getting that joke, you are an absolute OG Business Blaze legend.
I don't get it.
There are several other reasons why Facebook's superior and smarter design helped persuade internet users that MySpace was now just yesterday's platform that only your granddaddy still used. But possibly one of the biggest reasons for the downfall of I feel like Facebook, though, is now used mostly by people of my parents' generation. Like, I don't use Facebook. I don't think my friends really use Facebook. We use WhatsApp to message each other now. We used to use Facebook Messenger, but I don't know. I just don't really feel like people use that anymore. But I guess they do. I mean, it's still the biggest. But possibly one of the biggest reasons for the downfall of MySpace is that Rupert Murdoch was determined to put aggressive ad revenue over user experience, much like me with Business Blaze, which is why there are I'll just cram in as many adverts as I can. This video is not sponsored by now, but that would be an amazing place for an ad read. News Corp was paid $900 million by Google to plaster ad content all over MySpace, which was a nice payday for Rupert Murdoch, but it meant that a platform already saturated with advertising was now about to get unbearable. Wait, he paid like $580 million for it, and he got paid $900 million by Google. Sounds like Rupert Murdoch did pretty okay from this deal. And also Google made a mistake. They should have just bought it and put their ads on it, cut out Rupert Murdoch as the middleman. Why give Rupert Murdoch hundreds of millions of dollars? No one wants to do that. It became impossible to perform the simplest function on MySpace without getting bombarded by slow-loading spammy ads which encouraged you to spin a roulette wheel and win a free goldfish. I vaguely remember that. I think there was something about that, but I mean, I don't know. Who cares? Who gives I'm so pleased that ads are now not a piece of I mean, most of the internet is just retargeted ads for things that I'm actually considering buying, so I don't actually mind it anymore. It got a lot better. Although, good lord, if I see before I got YouTube Premium, there were so many ads, like, subscribe to Masterclass, I'm going to show you how to cook a brisket. Hi, I'm going to teach you how to cook a brisket. I saw that brisket ad oh my god, so many times. I don't want to. I like brisket. I don't even want to think about it now, though. And I'm sure you're probably about to see an advert for Raid Shadow Legends, who emailed me this morning asking if I would like sponsorship. again. It's arguable whether Murdoch or News Corp really failed at all financially, as the Google advertising deal clearly more than covered the original purchase of Myspace. If anyone lost out of this, it's probably Google, who wouldn't have seen much return on their massive investment on the platform, which quickly went the way of the pear. What happened to pears? I like pears. It went pear-shaped? I don't understand. I mean, often I do, and then people will point out in the comments how dumb I am for not getting a really simple joke. But News Corp certainly missed a trick here. If they'd perhaps just taken a little more inspiration for what Facebook were doing, the platform may never have lost so much ground so incredibly quickly. Incidentally, you may think that the original MySpace founder Tom Anderson did pretty well out of that $580 million deal with News Corp in 2005, and of course he did. But he may have missed a trick too. According to Wall Street Journal editor Julia Angwin, Tom met with Mark Zuckerberg in the fall of 2005 and was offered the chance to buy Facebook for $75 million, but he turned down the chance to buy the $646 billion platform. Is Facebook really worth $646 billion? Oh my god, what am I doing with my life? And patiently waited for Rupert Murdoch to come along and smash his own platform to bits. Yeah, but also, if he had bought Facebook, it wouldn't be Facebook, it would still be like MySpace, and no one likes MySpace. And look, Tom did okay. He got $580 million out of it. Dodgy peanuts. Finally, there can only be one gold medal winner in the Corporate Darwin Awards. Oh, Danny, you've done yourself a trouble, because if this video does really well, there's definitely going to be Corporate Darwin Awards Part 2, Part 3, Part 19. You're fucked. But the tragic truth behind the Peanut Corporation of America is that it took several completely innocent people down with it. Originally founded in 1977 by Hugh Parnell in Gorman, Texas, the peanut processing business was originally a very small family affair. By the year 2000, under the control of Hugh's son, Stuart Parnell, the company was operating 5 major processing plants spread across the states like crunchy butter, and pulling in about $25 million a year from selling peanut butter-based to poor people. Oh my god, I love peanut butter. Why do you have to sell it to just poor people? Rich people eat peanut butter too, I think. You see, this was never really a very classy outfit. The cheap processed peanuts were largely sold to the institutional food market and were destined to end up being consumed in prisons, nursing homes, and rough schools. Okay, I understand. Yeah, that's how. It's not just... I'm sure there's like fancy peanut butter. Oh my god. Marks and Spencer's do a cashew nut peanut butter, which is amazing. It's super expensive, but it's so good. That's fancy peanut butter. Some of the produce was also sold to school manufacturers for use in low-end markets such as cheap biscuits, ice cream, and dog food. No way! So 4-legged hairy youngsters with a sweet tooth and criminal record were wolfing down these nuts like there was no tomorrow. For some of them, there wouldn't be. Also, oh my god, are people gonna die? Also, peanuts. I mean, I go to the store and I see peanuts. I don't buy expensive peanuts. They're peanuts. I buy the cheap ones because they're the same. Or maybe I'm gonna die. The company had a long history of questionable sanitation and hygiene standards dating back to the 1980s. I mean, I'm not buying them from like dodgy homeless person on the street. I'm buying them from like Tesco. I'm just gonna buy the Tesco value ones rather than the finest ones. During private inspections by potential business partners, some of the filthy processing plants were found to have mold growing on the walls, leaky roofs, mouse droppings on the floor, dead insects near the peanuts, and birds happily flapping in and out of the building. I'm slightly concerned why they were seen by potential business partners and not by, I don't know, the FDA. But nobody seemed to mind that much, maybe because they were only peanuts for convicted murderers, working class dogs, and kids who had no say in the matter. The rat shit only hit the fan in 2008 when it was discovered that the company's peanut produce was the source of a massive outbreak of salmonella in the United States. This was recent. This is surprisingly recent. 9 people are known to have died from the contamination. Oh my god. For real?
For real.
Along with a further 714 reported cases of food poisoning, at least half of which were children. Danny, this is sad. The previous ones were like amusing. Haha, people lose money. Oh man. But this one's like, yeah, people lose money. Children died. That's probably only a very conservative estimate, as roughly only 1 in every 38 cases of salmonella gets reported. Oh, and at least 1 dog died too. Which, for the Business Plays audience, they're going to be more upset about that. You guys, you're going to be more upset about that than the children dying, because you're dumb. I don't mean that. Hashtag cancel Simon, although some of you are probably statistically dumb. The most horrifying part about all of this, Stuart Parnell, the owner of the company, knew about the contamination and insisted that the peanut products were shipped anyway. Oh, that was an error. You're going to prison. I don't feel it's a good Business Plays until someone goes to jail. When faced with the dilemma of what to do with these infected peanuts, his own forward response in an email in court was, Let's turn them loose. Oh, dude, no. You wrote that in an email to... I mean, this is bad enough, but then you're like, yeah, you know what I'm going to do? Write down some evidence. Even after tests had confirmed that salmonella had been found in the company's products, Parnell was sending emails to employees claiming that the peanuts were completely safe to ship, and privately complaining that tests which showed evidence of contamination were costing the company big bucks. Dude, the testing is too expensive for you. You're a horrible person, allegedly. He even wrote to federal regulators to ask for official permission to continue using peanuts from infected plants, as he desperately needed to turn the raw peanuts on our floor into money. No, what's going on? You write to the regulator to be like, hey, I've got all these peanuts that are poisonous. Can I send them out? They're going to knock on your door, bro. Naturally, the Peanut Corporation of America didn't come out with this very well. It led to the biggest food recall in US history, stretching across 46 states and involving the recall of nearly 4,000 different products. The company quickly went bankrupt, good-o, but it also had a devastating effect on the entire peanut industry as consumers completely lost confidence in the product. It's estimated that the industry lost over $1 billion in the aftermath of the outbreak. Oh, Stuart Parnell, you cockwomble. But what became of Stuart Parnell? Well, in a nutshell, he was ultimately found guilty of 71 criminal counts of conspiracy, fraud, and several other federal charges in 2015, and I saw it already, I can't even guess. He went to prison, he's gone to prison for 28 years. Oh, that was an error, son. It's perhaps quite sad in a way that he won't be getting served his own peanut produce during his lengthy stay in the slammer, but at least he'll get some valuable feedback and maybe even a good roasting from the veteran prisoners who had to put up with his cheap crap for years. This has been Business Blaze, brought to you by all of these solo cups, which I now have to pick up. I make decisions that I regret. If you enjoyed this video, please do smash that like button below. Don't forget to subscribe. And as always, I'll see you next time, you legend.
The plan lets you enjoy 2 eggs before each meal. Delicious chocolate flavor. And I love being a size 10 again.
Although some of you are probably statistically dumb. And it was like, hey, welcome to Scan Disc. F***ing skip quickly. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. This one is another lazy one. Because I'm like Danny. This feels extraordinarily light. Normally I get like 19 pages or something, so I'm actually quite grateful for it because my legs get tired and I have to rest them on my good old spacey to write down here. We're already getting into the in-jokes right away. This is Funny Amazon Reviews, part 3. Another reason it's lazy, because I'm like, I come up with all the Business Blaze topic ideas. And I say to Danny, hey, go write this. And when I can't be bothered to come up with something, because I have to come up with 3 a week, which I'm like, that's a lot of work. I just say go do part 3 or part 7 of whatever we've recently been working. And that would be Funny Amazon Reviews. Let's crack on. Oh, Danny writes this, I read it, Sam adds some memes, Brian the meme accountant memes the accounts the memes, something like that. Thanks, Brian. And I don't pay Brian. He does it all out of the goodness of his sweet little meme accountancy heart. I did send him $100 worth of merch vouchers though, so I hope you like that, Brian. I hope you got some cool shit. Some of the most common responses to our previous Business Blaze video on Funny Amazon Reviews are in regard to products that we didn't cover. Yeah, I mean, Amazon's got like at least 50 products, so we're not going to be able to cover them all. For example, you forgot to mention the Haribo gummy bears. I believe it's the sugar-free Haribo gummy bears, because I also read the comments and people were going nuts over this shit. And I'm like, calm down, okay? Just relax. Smash that dislike button and depart. If you remember, this was the script that was meant to be turned into one video, but Simon cut it in 2 because his feet were starting to get tired. It's true, Danny. Give me a break. It's hard. You don't have to stand up while you write. I have to stand up while I blaze. Because I wanted the video sitting down, and everyone was like, what's with the low energy? And the bad news is, we're going to forget about the Haribo gummy bears again. Oh, Danny. Or at least save them for a future video themed around some of the fabulous comestible concoctions? What the fuck is comestible? Danny uses these words that I don't know, and it makes me feel dumb, which is a life experience I'm fairly used to. So let's carry on. But in today's episode, I'm taking inspiration from recent personal painful experience to focus on mirthful reviews of techie gadgets. Oh God. You want to hear my latest? So I booked a flight to go to the UK. I was actually taking a trip with my friends. We were going to Morocco to take a road trip last month, but COVID. And we were going to meet in London beforehand. So I was taking a flight to London with Ryanair. So I booked this flight, I don't know, there and back. And I didn't have any flexibility on dates. So it wasn't cheap. but it wasn't it. It was like £170 or something. And Ryanair cancels all of the flights, of course, because of COVID. And I'm like, and they're like, hey, do you want your money back or do you want a voucher? And I was like, guess what I want, Ryanair? I want my money back. And they're like, hey, here's your voucher. Like, fuck you. So now I've got £173 of Ryanair vouchers that I have to spend within the next year. Just give me my money, Michael. A few weeks ago, my right hand suddenly and quite alarmingly swelled up to the size of a balloon until it began to look like a giant mutant pig's trotter. Holy shit, Danny, are you okay? Shut the fuck up, Grant. I was texting with my friend Grant and now he won't stop texting me. Fuck. It lasted for a few days and meant that I had to write a few scripts using a combination of my left hand, my nose, and some fiddly voice-to-text software. I have no idea how or why it happened. Maybe it was repetitive strain injury. Or maybe I just laid on it funny during the night. Wow, thanks, Danny, for the life story. I mean, it's why we come to business, Blaze. Anyone who's tuned in right now for the first time, I know I always say this, but you gotta be wondering what the fuck's going on, right? But whatever the cause, I figured it wouldn't hurt to splash out on a bit of new ergonomic office equipment to see if that might help prevent it happening again in the future. So I bought a new ergonomic office chair, ergonomic keyboard, an ergonomic mouse. Danny, how do you fit all this stuff in the basement? I had a bit of a false start with a mouse. I reasoned that no sane person would ever need to pay more than £10 for a simple mouse, and so that's how much I spent. When it arrived, it was the tiniest, flimsiest, and most miserable mouse I'd ever seen, barely even fit for display in a doll's house. I ended up throwing its feebly ass in the bin with my giant oversized monster hand and spending about £100 on a really good mouse that works like a dream. I just bought a new mouse, because I was using this mouse forever that was like one of those ones that goes with a laptop that is like this big so you can easily transport it around. So I go to Amazon and I buy like the most highly reviewed mouse. I think it was about 15 quid. And I'm like, it arrives in the small box. And I'm like, it looked really big in the pictures. And everyone gave it really big reviews. But it's only a fraction bigger than my tiny laptop mouse. And the thing is, there was even a mouse advertised as being the version for large hands. And I'm like, I have normal. I would say my hands are even slightly small. I'm not a giant man. In fact, my hands are average sized. I'm a 5'11", 70 kilogram man. I am the fucking definition of average. I mean, I'm not because everyone's fat. But like, if you look at that BMI chart, you know, the one that says your ideal height and weight, I am f***ing in the middle of that motherfucker. So how about you just make a mouse for normal people? Jesus Christ. Danny and I, same page. And all those new people are still, well, they've clicked off by now, for sure. I've noticed that it gives off quite a loud click though, so maybe you should have gone for the Nexus Silent Mouse instead. The product description promised, you will be amazed how much more relaxing it is when you get rid of the useless sounds in your working environment. I'd say that it's quite a satisfying sound, but I guess that's just me. And the reviewer, Loose Seal, seemed pretty impressed with his purchase. My girlfriends and I were on the verge of breaking up because I would keep her awake at night with my constant mouse clicking. Not anymore. Consider this relationship saved. The mouse is so silent she will sometimes forget I'm even home and invite her lover over. He's a pretty cool guy. Oh, Lucille. I was also quite tempted by the Alsup ergonomic wrist rest, which is ergonomically designed to relieve wrist strain while mousing. I also bought an ergonomic mouse pad to so it lifts your hand slightly over because I thought, why not? It was like £4. It's pretty nice. It's a lot nicer than my tiny ass mouse. I passed on that one though when I spotted a review from an Amazon user who pointed out a problem with the packaging and tried to imagine the scenario in which the design was approved. Thanks for joining me today, team. We need to come up with the packaging design for our ergonomic wrist rest. Who is our primary market? Primarily people with weak or injured wrists. I would expect a large amount of them to have arthritis. Okay, shall we wrap it in plastic and cardboard and make it impossible to open? Yes, ideal. Use all the glue. How much glue? Every last drop we have. Make those limp-wristed weaklings suffer. I mean, what the f*** is with wrapping shit in, like, unopenable boxes? And whoever, like, knives, right? I've bought knives, and they come in these insane plastic shrink-wrapped motherfucking can't be opened unless you've got, like, a fucking Saturn V rocket to melt that shit down. I'm not sure if they make ergonomic versions of computer operating systems, but I was intrigued by a review from fellow Amazon customer Brendan about a potentially promising new upgrade for Windows. The review from 2014 may be slightly out of date. 6 years out of date. Danny's running his old software. It's like, Windows 8 is the best. But most of the review still comes across as relevant advice for the contemporary computer user. I upgraded from Windows 95 to Windows 8. Before in Windows 8, I had to go to the ginormous start screen to launch a program on the desktop. But now in Windows 95... Oh, we upgraded to Windows 95 from Windows 8. Now I'm understanding. But before in Windows 8, I had to go to the ginormous start screen to launch a program on the desktop, and now in Windows 95, there is a start menu that makes launching programs so much easier. I do remember Windows 8, and it was like, where is the start menu? Like, we like that. That was a great innovation. A lot of the default programs that came in Windows 8 are in Windows 95, like Calculator, Paint, Notepad, etc. Minesweeper is a great game in Windows 95 to try. Unlike Windows 8, MS-DOS games are fully compatible, so no need for DOSBox. Additionally, Windows 95 uses significantly less hard disk space, so it uses 4 megabytes. I wanna just get an idea of how ridiculously small Windows 8 was. Windows 95 was. Oh, it's 19 megabytes. It's like the size of a high bitrate MP3. That's amazing. 19 megabytes. Additionally, some other useful features in Windows 95 are disk defrag for defragging your drive. I remember having to do that. Scan disk for checking for disk errors. You remember when you just got pissed off with your computer and had to reset it because it crashed? And it was like, hey, welcome to scan disk. Skip quickly. And it's like, it would be like, scan disk will commence in like 20 seconds, and you've got to be like, go, 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 go. Otherwise, you're going to be waiting for scan disk to make sure everything's fine. Every time, everything's fine. And if it's not, well, you're quickly going to find out when you actually load Windows. And you remember, sometimes, very occasionally, like, we found an error, attempting to fix. We couldn't fix the error. Would you like to proceed anyway? Anyway, Windows, anything that happens, I'm getting scan disk is useless. Useless. Absolutely useless. Oh, moving on to the thing I love most about Windows 95 is the simplicity. There's no other interface, no bucket load of pre-installed apps. Windows 95 overall is a great OS, and I highly recommend it. The best thing about Windows 95 is it probably can't run Raid Shadow Legends. Moving on to audio tech, I've often thought of trying to get an upgrade on the crap little Google Mini Hub thing that I've got in the basement. What the is that? The Denon AKDL1 dedicated link cable sounded like a high-end purchase for the sonic connoisseur like myself. It's probably quite useless for me, as you also need the Denon home theater receiver to receive it, to go with it. The link cable offers the purest digital audio you've ever experienced from multi-channel DVD and CD playback through your Denon home theater receiver. Over $1,000! One little link cable may seem a bit pricey. No f***ing I daren't even look at the price for the actual home theater, but this is most definitely the best cable money can buy. Maybe a little too good. One reviewer wrote, transmission of music data at rates faster than the speed of light seemed convenient. Until I realized I was hearing the music before I actually wanted to play it. God, that would be good though. It's like, you're figuring out what songs to listen to and it knows, because it's from the future. Apparently, Denon forgot how accustomed most of us are to unidirectional time and the general laws of physics. I tried to get used to this effect, but hearing songs play before I even realized I was in the mood for them just really screwed up my preconceptions of choice and free will. I'm still having a major existential hangover. Harmless Griffin had this to say about the product. I knew my day was going to improve when the truck pulled up to my home with this cable deep within. No ordinary truck. This one was wholly white, and the gold delivery logo sparkled like 1,000 suns reflected through shards of the purest ice formed from unadulterated water collected at the beginning of the universe. The driver, clad in a robe, coloured the softest white, floated towards me on the cool fog of 100 fire extinguishers. He smiled benevolently, like a father looking down upon his only child, and handed me a package wrapped in gold, beaten thin to the point where you could see through it. Like a father looking down upon his only child. I am a father with only one child, currently. I mostly look down upon him like, why are you screaming again? Why? I didn't have to sign it because the driver could see within my heart and knew that I was pure. Upon opening the package, an angelic choir started to sing and reached crescendo as I laid this cable on my stereo system. Instantly, my antiquated equipment transformed into components made from the clearest diamond semiconductor. With trepidation, I pushed play and was instantly enveloped in a sound that echoed the creation of all matter, a sound that vibrated every cell in my body to perfection. I was instantly taken to the next plane, where I saw the All-Father. I knew with my entire soul that all was good in the world. D.A. Brown had the final word on this link cable. I mean, in this video, I'm sure this link cable has like millions of sarcastic reviews, but Brown writes, I leave this review as my final testament and a warning to all those who may be considering this product. Oh my god, he just leaves it just like that. D.A. Brown, the man of mystery. Although he's probably got an extensive history of sarcastic reviews since then. Maybe I'll just be better off with a decent pair of headphones. If nothing else, it would help drown out the constant background noise of Simon screaming at Siri. Oh, it's because Siri's a piece of shit. Hey Siri, are you a piece of shit? If only you didn't say it in such a questioning manner as if you hadn't heard me. But you did. The HyperX Cloud 2 headphones sounded like just the ticket at $99.99. Adam had this dark but valuable recommendation to make on Amazon. So, not so funny story. Someone in the apartment unit above us got stabbed. According to the cop who interviewed us, the attacker rang the upstairs doorbell, and when the guy answered, the attacker forced his way in and stabbed the guy. You know what the scary part is? I didn't hear a thing, thanks to my amazing HyperX Cloud 2 headphones. I got them on Amazon for $99.99, free shipping. These things work as advertised. Probably the best noise-cancelling headphones I've ever owned. 10 out of 10 would buy again. So the advertiser was like, specifically, if you've got people being stabbed nearby you, get these. I have to say that I have a couple of pairs of noise-cancelling headphones, and yeah, I mean, no one flies on planes anymore, but when I do, it's like, oh, it's amazing. You forget how good it is. Like, you put them on, and it's just quiet. Like, I used to you'd be on planes before, like back in the day, just listening with like shit earbuds or whatever, and you'd be like, yeah, I'm listening to music to like drown out the sound. But now it's like the headphones drown out the sound, and you actually listen to music for enjoyment. While browsing through this cutting-edge technology, my attention always wanders to stuff that has absolutely no possible value to me, as I can't help but spend time marveling at the genius, creativity that went into the design. Take the Auto-Exec Wheelmate Extreme Vehicle Desk, for example. A cynic might suggest, God, that's me, that it's just a craps little steering wheel tray on which you can use your laptop or lay out a 4-course meal. And, well, they'd probably be right. Not being a driver myself, we talked about Danny's inability to... Oh my god, there's so much to say on this. Every time I'm like, Danny brings this up, I make fun of Danny for not being able to pass a driving test. I make fun of people in general for not being able to pass driving tests. Some people are like, hashtag cancel Simon, because some people can't pass driving tests because they're disabled. And I'm like, you idiot. That's not who I'm making fun out of, is it? And then as I'm specifically making fun of people who like don't have the coordination or just are a bit silly, and they're like, yeah, well, lack of coordination is a disability according to the disability handbook. And I'm like, no, it's not. And if it is, it shouldn't be. Hashtag cancel Simon. And I'm not talking about people who are not coordinated because they have some disease, for fuck's sake. I'm just talking about people who can't catch a ball when you throw it at them. Honestly, I'm one of those people, but I somehow managed to drive. Fuck! Oh, this isn't going to age well. Former Star Trek star and now social media activist George Takei had this to say. My husband Brad always warns me not to try and update my Facebook page while I'm driving. Yet another pedestrian, he says. Is this really the same George Takei? This isn't the Enterprise. There isn't a deflector array. Then along comes a miracle product like this. I can now happily fly at warp speed down the streets of Los Angeles, laptop or mobile device perched right in front of me, so I can keep both eyes on the road. And so this is really, I mean, you must use it. It must be for people who like spend a lot of time waiting. So you sit in your car and you can like open the laptop and work in the driver's seat of the car while you're waiting for something, not actually while working. So he can keep his eyes on the road. It's so much easier to ignore all the frightened screams and annoying honking when you've got Facebook to look at while driving. Thank you, wheelmate! But for my money, even the original Lieutenant Sulu can't beat the review written by Amazon customer Michael McCullough. You wouldn't believe how much more interesting my commute is now that I have something to do other than just stare out the window. I'm using this right now to post this review and I never... and then it just ends. It's awesome. Staying to the subject of cool gadgets for hot cars, the Max Reflector Standard Accordion Shade is a product designed to lower the temperature. Essentially, it's a foldable sunshade that you can throw onto your windscreen to block UV rays and cool down the interior of your car. That sounds good though. One Amazon reviewer picked up a minor design flaw though. I love this product. It keeps my car nice and cool. But I will say that the only defect I've found with it so far is it's very hard to drive with it on. I've had over 5 wrecks since I purchased it. Oh God. After my first fender bender, I decided it was best to roll down the window and stick my head out to see the road. But even that is hard because my eyes and mouth dry out very quickly. Since then, I've purchased some swimming goggles and a snorkel which have helped out tremendously during long drives. Overall, I would recommend this product, but only for those who are good at driving without being able to see the road. That one's, it's good, it's funny, it's a little bit obvious. Maybe we need to look further into the future and think beyond the steering wheel tray and the makeshift windscreen sunshade. We noted in a recent Business Blaze episode that despite all those hollow promises made by scientists and authors and futurists, we're still all crushingly disappointed that we don't yet have any household robots attending to the chores in our home. But maybe we're slowly getting there. The iRobot Roomba 690 robot vacuum doesn't quite look like I'd imagined it when I was younger, but the small circular app-controlled robot vacuum does promise to get rid of dog hairs and vomit stains without you having to leave the comfort of your hair-covered, vomit-encrusted armchair. I hear so much about these Roombas. I don't have one. I mean, I can't use one in the office. There are like wires and everywhere. In my home, I don't know. Obviously, I don't clean myself. I have someone to clean for me. My wife. Not really, we have a cleaner. But I don't know if this is needed. Like, my house doesn't, like, I'm not vacuuming in the days she's not there. And I'm just wondering, do I need to spend $1,000 on a robot vacuum cleaner? But judging by this Amazon review, there's still lots of stuff to be ironed out before the robots can be given keys to the utility cupboard. Very disappointing. We named ours Bob. And let me tell you, he wasn't the hard-working man I was hoping for. Bob spent most of his employment driving from one random side of the house to the other like a junkie looking for his next fix. His actual cleaning was minimal at best, and he couldn't find his docking station to save his life. Yeah, okay, so this doesn't seem very good. But people talk about these. People like these things. Why? Comments. In the next week I had Bob. He never finished a cleaning cycle. One day, while at work, the app texted me to say that Bob needed my assistance because he was stuck on a cliff. Worried for Bob's safety, I came home to find him passed out in the middle of the dining room rug. That night the family said goodbye to Bob once and for all. Oh no. Poor Bob. Don't name your products. Ah well, maybe we should look over our shoulder for the most timeless technology of all. Our final and possibly most useful review comes from a guy who was appalled by the price of a modern Apple Watch. But he's found a cheaper and equally effective alternative from the catalogues of yesteryear. I've always wanted a calculator watch. Now that I'm pushing 30, I felt that as an adult, I can do what I want and buy a calculator watch, damn it. Yes, I said it. You're not my mum. Deal with it. I also wanted a calculator. Me and my friends at school, watches were what we bought. Like, we'd save up. I had a watch that had 70 different time zones in that motherfucker. It could tell the temperature. It had a little sensor on it and it could tell the temperature. It was amazing. And a friend of mine had a G-Shock and we were like, oh dude, you got a G-Shock. That's expensive. And we're saving up our pocket money and asking them for birthdays. It was a little bit ridiculous. It's great. It has dual time, a stopwatch, alarm, tells the date and day of the week, and a frigging calculator. If you wear it tightly enough, you can feel your pulse. So it's like an Apple Watch. Only it costs under $20, has a 3-year manufacturer's warranty, and the battery lasts 5 years. It doesn't send you text messages, but you can write words such as boobs, boobies, boobless, bees, and shoe. I didn't know you could write shoe. But yeah, of course you can. Boobies. An 18-year-old woman took the 24-year-old bus to see a 42-year-old doctor and he said, oh, take 2 pills, but she times it by 4 and she came out boobless. I don't know if that's the actual one, but I remember that at school. Someone will probably correct me below. Because then if you press equals and you turn the phone upside down, it says boobless.
Fuck you, science!
So if you're a man, a few words, and your friend is right next to you, it's basically the same as iMessage. I really think this guy could be onto something. This has been Business Blaze Amazon Reviews Part 3. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button. If you didn't, smash that dislike button and leave. Why is it whenever I'm filming Business Blaze that the tractor drives past? There's the street cleaning tractor. I've mentioned this 3 times before. It never comes past in other videos. Always during Business Blaze. And also my other videos, I wouldn't comment about it. I'll just cut that bit out because, people are there for information and facts rather than just fucking waffle. Business Blaze. Yeah, what can I say? Enjoy cocaine responsibly. Thank you for watching. Smash that dislike button and depart. Oh, these memes. Ah! Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze. On this channel, what happens is Danny writes us a script, I read it, Sam the video editor slash memologist, and some memes afterwards, and this one is wildly appropriate because, well, it gets a little bit more complicated because Sam sent me an email and was like, Simon, everyone loves memes, especially me. And I was like, they do, Sam, don't they? And he was like, do you want to write a script all about memes? And I was like, well, I don't, but Danny might. So I sent go write the script, memes that made money, Danny, because we need it to be remotely related to business because the channel is called Business Blaze. And this is the result of that. It's all a big circle, really. Let's crack on. The suggestion for today's... Oh god, Danny's going to explain this whole thing, isn't he? I should just read the scripts. The suggestion for today's video came from a plucky young Business Blaze viewer called Sam. I've ruined your joke, haven't I, Danny? Who often bombards Simon with fan mail and requests for signed photographs. It's a real hassle. Wait, no, that's actually our resident video editor and memologist, Sam. The thing about the fan mail and the signed photographs is still true, though. And of course, it's how Sam makes his money on the site. He just gets all my signed photos and sells them on eBay. I'm just joking. No one would buy that shit. And of course, Sam knows a thing or two about making money from memes, as well as being a professor in the field of memetics. It's a little known fact that Sam's dedicated work in memology has made him a billionaire, and he only works on Business Blaze out of sympathy for me and Simon. Wow, Danny really dove deep on this. And that's nice of you, Sam. I had no idea. But it turns out that plenty of other people have made a fortune from memes too, although that's probably not what the English ethologist, evolutionary ethologist. I didn't even know that was a word. Oh, it's got too smart for me already. Author and atheist messiah Richard Dawkins had in mind when he first coined the term in his 1976 book, The Selfish Gene. Richard Dawkins is this kind of weird, god figure for all, I don't know, atheists, or more like self-proclaimed atheists. I feel like if you're an atheist, I'm like atheist-ish. I guess that's probably how I would be, but, I don't really care. I just shut the up. I mean, I make fun of religion because it seems a bit silly, but, I don't I'm not like, I'm an atheist. Hell yeah. It seems a bit pointless, really, but all the people who are like that are like Richard Dawkins.
What if I'm wrong? What if you're wrong about the great doo-doo at the bottom of the sea?
Dawkins originally came up with a name to describe an idea, behavior, or symbol that can be easily mimicked and transmitted from one mind to another by rituals such as writing or speech. In fact, I made a video on my Today I Found Out channel all about how the word meme came to be and how it was used in The Selfish Gene, as we're talking about here, by Richard Dawkins. And Richard Dawkins hit me up on Twitter being like, yeah, accurate. And I was like, thanks, Dick. Praise be. Something about rituals, mimicking writing or speech, which lend themselves to similar self-replication, mutation, and evolution. Back then, he probably wasn't really thinking specifically about pictures of Kermit the Frog, Willy Wonka, or cards playing a keyboard. That Willy Wonka meme is one of my favorite old-school memes. I remember the ones where it's like, oh, you've got a degree in the creative art? Tell me how employable you are. And is he doing like this, or is he doing like this? Sam, you know what to do. And although it may seem like the internet version of the meme is a crude hijacking of Dawkins' original idea, it could be argued that it's a perfect display of memology in motion. How very meta. The original concept was mimic, replicated, mutated, and became something else entirely. The Oxford English Dictionary now defines a meme as an image, video, or piece of text, typically humorous in nature, that is copied and spread rapidly by internet users, often with slight variations. I feel someone described Business Blaze as what memes aspire to be, and I can think of no other comment that is higher praise of the Blaze. Ooh, praise the Blaze. .co for cocaine. And in a development which Richard Dawkins would most likely approve of wholeheartedly, internet memes officially became bigger than Jesus in 2016, according to Google Trends, which reported that search requests for Jesus had been taken over for the first time by memes. I f***ing love our culture. No specific country, just internet culture. It's great. Nowadays, people are looking up memes. No one's Googling Jesus. Nowadays, it almost seems impossible to avoid them. If I ever take a quick scroll down my Facebook newsfeed before breakfast, I'll usually come across an average of 15 angry political posts, 22 posts about children or pets, 31 posts that begin with the words, "Who has the guts to share this?" 1 post about a talking sausage, "That guy's a bit weird," and about 379 memes. I have to say, Danny's breakdown of Facebook posts is accurate. I have a Facebook page, professionally, but I don't use Facebook. I use it to log in to, Uber Eats and shit like that. And in a world of almost infinite memes that have usually already gone out of trend by the time you get round to posting your own version of it. I love the older memes. Like, I feel Business Blaze is not like cutting-edge memology, it's like vintage memology. Like, my favourite meme is, of course, Rick Astley, and that is 10 years old. If you go to Perch the Merch, P-E-R-C-H, themerch.co, you will get rickrolled. If you go to Perch the Merch, P-U-R-C-H.co, themerch.co, you will be able to purchase merch. I didn't do that. Some Business Blaze legend did that just to troll me. Thank you.
He was a cruel man, but fair.
It's always particularly impressive when you find one or two that stand the test of time and end up making a small fortune for the mind behind the meme. That sounds like a podcast. The mind behind the meme. The bed intruder. Oh, this is definitely one of Sam's favorites because I see this all the time.
Well, obviously, for real.
There's something just a little bit disturbing about the fact that 15 of the most hilarious seconds ever to be captured in a news report in the entire history of television was linked to an alleged sexual assault attempt. Oh god. If you're not familiar with the story, and I have to admit that I'd completely forgotten it, the good news is that nobody appears to have been hurt, and in fact there are a few question marks about what was meant to have happened in the first place. But I don't know the backstory of this. Back in 2010, Alabama's WAF 48 News sent a roving reporter to cover an incident which was alleged to have taken place in a Lincoln Park housing project in Huntsville. Is that where the band Lincoln Park are named after? I doubt it, but maybe. There's probably more than one Lincoln Park. A young woman named Kelly Dodson claims that an intruder climbed on top of a garbage can. I would call it a dustbin, but let's stick with garbage can. Yeah, dustbin is definitely the UK version of a garbage can. To gain access to her bedroom window, get inside her bed, and attempt to carry out an assault. Alright, I mean, okay. Kelly's flamboyant, I mean, not okay. Not cool. Who is this? Who did this? It's not Dodson, she's the victim. Kelly's flamboyant brother, Antone Dodson, had apparently sprung into action upon hearing the commotion. Lots of stuff in the bedroom got smashed up, but the Lincoln Park bed intruder managed to make his escape through the window and was never seen again, allegedly. Although Kelly gave a few words to camera, it was her brother, Antone, who stole the limelight and delivered a screamingly funny warning speech to his fellow residents of the housing project. I've just watched it again, about 20 times in a row, and could quite happily watch it on a never-ending loop for the rest of the day, if I wasn't meant to be finishing this script. Danny, we're gonna have to start restricting your internet time again if you do this! I don't think that just reading out the words can do justice to Anton Dodson's mesmerizing delivery, so I'm hoping Sam can show the clipper right about now. Do it, Sam. Although I recently watched a Business Blaze video, and I saw that you hadn't done it, you just put like up a fuck you Simon or something. And I was like, okay dude, you wanna join Danny in the basement, Samo?
Well, obviously, we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows. He's snatching your people up, trying to rape them. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they're raping everybody out here.
WAF 48 was initially criticized for showing the clip, as some viewers felt it perpetrated stereotypes about African Americans. One viewer pondered, Lord Jesus, how can the reporter file this story with a straight face? But the channel quite fairly pointed out that censoring people like Anton Dodson would be far more worrying. Yeah. I mean, censoring is like one thing, but it's also like reporters have discretion about what they choose to air. They'd be like, yeah, we did a bunch of interviews and we had to air them all. It's like, no, you air the best ones. Let's not be racists when we choose which ones. The video clip inevitably went viral and racked up 73 million views, but the money only started flowing in for Antone when Antoine... Oh, how the f*** do you say this name? It's a common name, I know, I just don't know it. Antoine. If my internet works today, that'd be grand. Closer to the router. One more time. Antoine. Okay, whatever. I was getting it totally wrong. Antoine. The video clip inevitably went viral and racked up 73 million views. Jesus Christ. But the money only started flowing in for Antoine when the comedy musical quartet, the Gregory Brothers, created an auto-tuned remix of his speech and started flogging the new single on iTunes. Despite the fact that it really wasn't very good, the Bed Intruder song reached the dizzying heights of number 89 on the Billboard charts, shifting around 250,000 copies. Oh my god. Also, okay, bearing in mind that each digital download sold for just under $1 and royalties were split 50-50 with Antoine Dodson, he didn't do too badly out of the parody. Okay, so $250,000. Let's round that down to $200,000 because I assume iTunes is going to be getting a cut. So let's say he made $100,000. Not bad.
For real.
If things had been gone down there, If things had been left there, this may have gone down in history as a very memorable viral moment of 2010. But I feel that they tried to push the moment beyond breaking point. Dodson ended up trying to build a brand from a speech that he made about the alleged sexual assault of his sister. He flogged a few t-shirts, launched his own bed intruder Halloween costume, and was paid to endorse a new sex offender tracker smartphone app. Oh, we do live in idiocracy sometimes, don't we? But it all gets a bit weird when you see him join the Gregory brothers on stage at the BET Hip Hop Awards. The audience gets up and cheers with joyous approval, and he makes a bit of a cringeworthy mess trying to perform the jolly song about how they're raping everybody out there. A few years later, a guy called Rashad Cooper came forward and claimed that he was the so-called bed intruder. That sounds like a bad idea, but he was in a relationship with Kelly Dodson at the time, and they'd just had a heated argument which ended up with him leaving abruptly via the window. He was never charged with anything, and neither Kelly nor Antoine ever identified him to the police. Rashad Cooper ended up challenging Antoine to a celebrity pay-per-view boxing match to settle the score once and for all. Oh my god. I feel this has got to maximum level cringe. It seemed like an odd pairing as Rashad, fighting under the name The Intruder, was a pretty well-built guy while Antoine was comparatively skinny. Antoine accepted the challenge and surprisingly won the match with perhaps the lamest knockout punch ever seen in the ring. The whole thing didn't just look staged, it looked badly staged. What is going on? Why are we doing this? It's so uncomfortable. It's not entirely clear if Rashad Cooper really was the bed intruder or Kelly's boyfriend, or maybe just an accomplice in Antoine's efforts to grow his brand. It's like you're so desperate for fame or money or whatever you think you're going to get out of this that you'll pretend to be or come forward as a sex offender. It's like, dude, allegedly. I mean, come on. Following a few brushes with the law for marijuana possession, speeding, and 5 other misdemeanor charges, Antoine Dodson was last seen trying to launch a pilot of his own reality TV show on Kickstarter, but he sadly didn't quite hit the target of $38,000. In fact, he only raised $706. That's depressing. Also, can you really start a reality show for $38,000? It appears that the success of the single did at least manage to get Antoine and his family out of the Lincoln Park housing project, which is not a bad achievement from 15 seconds of monologue. But maybe you can sometimes try and shove a meme just a little bit too far. Yeah, look, I've been accused of overusing memes. When, you know, that's a lie. This is overusing a meme. This is overusing a meme to the max. Success Kid. It's quite fitting. These are all vintage memes, which I feel is truly in the Business Blaze style. Success Kid. It's quite fitting that a meme associated with the themes of determination and success ended up helping to achieve something very personal that went way beyond silly old money. Although it did involve lots of that too. Okay, well that's good to know. The Success Kid meme is the one featuring a toddler on the beach, clenching a fistful of sand in a manner that suggests surprising levels of triumph. It's often used to convey a situation in which something perhaps went a little better than expected, and the text is usually presented in 2 parts, the opening challenge and the winning result. Some of the best Success Kid memes include: ordered a McDonald's Happy Meal, got extra chicken nugget. Mum took my nose, got it back. Ate spaghetti while wearing a white t-shirt, didn't get sauce on it. These are the best. I feel like there are better Success Kid memes. I think I like things that are a little more edgy. I mean, this is great, and it's like wholesome, but it's not funny. And I like funny. Wholesome is fine. Who cares for wholesome? Wholesome is not entertaining. Wholesome is feel good. In real life, Success Kid was Sammy Griner, who wasn't even a year old when his mother Lainey first took the snapshot of him on the beach and uploaded it to Flickr. That's a blast from the past. The image quickly gained traction on Myspace under the caption, "I hate sandcastles," but Lainey Griner was never particularly happy about this, as she felt it implied that a young and innocent Sammy had just demolished another kid's sandcastle like a ruthless bully. Besides, Sammy loved sandcastles, so this was fake news. However, the meme quickly changed focus and mutated into a customizable symbol of self-congratulation from the smallest of victories. The image was later licensed to appear in advertisements for the likes of Virgin Mobile and Vitamin Water, and was even used in Barack Obama's campaign for immigration reform. Pass immigration reform, save taxpayers $897 million. I love memes. I truly love memes, but what's going on? I feel like when memes get too businessed, it's like, don't do it, companies, it's too cringe. And I mean, there's definitely a point where your company gets so big that it just becomes too cringe for you to do memes. And look, Barack Obama, you count. And so do you, Virgin Mobile. And vitamin water, I'm pretty sure I've heard of you, so yeah, also. But didn't we do a video about vitamin water? I've never bought it. I don't think I've even seen it in the stores. But the grinders were also quick to clamp down on any unauthorized... I mean, look, although to be fair, I'm in the store, it's like I'm getting water or Diet Coke. Those are my options. Or recently I've discovered coconut juice, which is awesome. Super thirst quenching. But the grinders were also quick to clamp down on any unauthorized commercial exploitation of the image and pursued legal action when necessary, including most notably against a fireworks company, which is perhaps not the most age-appropriate product for a toddler to be endorsing. I agree. Also, Sam has obviously put in the Success Kid meme at this point. I'm definitely making money off this video because you're probably watching ads about Raid Shadow Legends. So am I commercially exploiting the Success Kid meme? Am I gonna get a cease and desist from Grinders? 7 years after the image was first taken, the meme would play a pivotal part in a triumph that the Griner family would never have dared dream possible. In 2015, Sammy's dad, Justin Griner, was in urgent need of a kidney transplant, but the family was struggling to cover the huge costs involved. A campaign was launched on GoFundMe in an effort to raise the $75,000 to pay for his medical bills. Although the family was initially reluctant to play too heavily on the Success Kid angle, you can't blame them at all for changing their minds if they thought it might help raise funds for such an important need. I think this is perfectly fine. Look, you took an image, and yeah, you've been pursuing people who've been exploiting it commercially, which I made fun of it, but like in a situation where a company is using that image, them, sue the shit out of them. I'm 100% with you. And also in this, so you've just let people use it. Like, I'm joking. You're probably letting me use it in this video. Totally fine. It's fantastic. And that meme has been everywhere, used for free. It's totally okay for you to then ask people who've enjoyed it to give you some money, if they want to. Good for you. And it did work. The campaign for Success Kid's dad was picked up by several major news outlets and managed to raise $83,000 in the space of just days, resulting in a completely successful kidney transplant for Justin Griner, because a meme saved dad's life. That's amazing. Feel good. Okay, I was ripping into wholesome. That is wholesome and glorious, and I love it. Bad Luck Brian. Oh, these memes. I suppose that Bad Luck Brian could be considered the polar opposite of Success Kid. The photograph of a young kid with braces posing rather hopelessly with a triple cheese grin for the high school yearbook. What is a triple cheese grin? Has spawned thousands of captions, which detail in two parts with a tragic twist. Some of my favorites include find water in desert, drowns. That's good. Parents get divorced. No one wants custody. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, maybe it's not about being wholesome. I just like it when people get shit on, apparently, because I'm a terrible person. Escapes a burning building. Gets hit by a fire truck. In fact, Brian was just an adopted nickname for the unlucky individual who didn't appear to have been blessed with a naturally photogenic face. Carl Craven is the real name behind the face, although it was his friend who first posted the photograph on Reddit for a bit of a giggle, before it began to snowball in popularity across social media. Like, I've been a kid at school, and we didn't really have, like, internet at this advanced level, but oh my god, the unforgivable, legendary story that high school must have. Mwah! Mwah! It wasn't until a few years later that Carl stepped out of the shadows and revealed his true identity as Batman. No, it wasn't really. In the Reddit Ask Me Anything thread, he now claims that the photograph was intentionally ridiculous and he was larking about just before it was taken at school. He reckons he rubbed his face with the sweat to redden it and then deliberately pulled the most obnoxious smile he could muster. Alright, Kyle, if you say so, buddy. He even claims that the photograph never actually made it into the high school yearbook because the furious principal instructed him to stop pissing about and have the photo taken again. But Bad Luck Brian didn't seem to be so down on his luck when it came to generating a bit of money from the meme. Carl certainly didn't get rich from it, but he's estimated to have made about $20,000 or so by licensing his sex god image to Walmart for use on t-shirts, novelty animals, and weirdly, stuffed animal toys. If you only got $20,000 from Walmart, Carl, I feel you could have got a better negotiator on the case right there. A noticeably older Carl even appeared in a series of brief ads for McDonald's, which seemed to suggest that Brian's luck had changed, and that even he could easily win free McDonald's goodies by participating in their new peel-off promotions. I love the McDonald's peel-off promotions. I know I'm not going to win anything big, like I'm not going to win a jet ski or something like that, but when it's like free cheeseburger, I'm like, I'm redeeming that right now, and I'm getting fat. Oh, hashtag cancel Simon. But it seems that Bad Luck Brian's time in the flashlight, bada-bum-bum, has come and gone. After trying to launch a YouTube channel that didn't really take off, Carl now works for his dad's construction business. I want to see your YouTube channel, Kyle. Let's give you a plug. Unless it's terrible, then we won't. There's a Kyle Craven with 14 subscribers, but that does not look like him. Kyle, I can't even find your YouTube. That's not the video, that's not his channel. I couldn't find it, Kyle, I'm sorry. Comment below. The chance of you watching this video is basically 0. Let's move on, shall we? David, after dentist. I find that I can relate to the 2 minutes of video on a myriad of different levels, which is why it's become one of my favourite memes of all time. I like David after dentist, but it's not my favourite meme of all time. It's too long, it's not really instant. Back when I was a very young kid, I gave my mate a backie on my new bike. Oh, that's where someone rides on the back of the bike. Yeah, of course. And we decided it would be a good idea to go hurtling down a very steep hill at top speed. That wasn't a good idea, Danny. It wasn't such a great idea in the end. The bike spun out of control. I went flying over the handlebars, smashing my teeth to bits as I came to land face down on the tarmac. Jesus Christ. The good news was that my mate got away with barely a scratch. But I had to take a trip to the dentist to get my front milk teeth removed, a procedure which first involved breathing in loads of funny gas from a mask that they clamped to my face. Just laughing gas is awesome. I've done it a few times. It's pretty great. And also, I'm glad it was just your milk teeth, because that would leave your, a friend of mine chipped like a big chip in his front tooth when we were kids. And it didn't look good. But then he just got this thing put on the top and it was fine. But if all your teeth are f***ed up like that, it's not going to be good. Mum and Dad told me beforehand that getting gas for the first time was a bit of an exciting life milestone. But as usual, they were lying through their bony, enamel-coated structures. It was horrible. I woke up feeling dizzy and confused in a strange, trippy new universe while spitting blood onto a napkin. And although I guess that dentistry has moved on a bit by 2009, it seems that David DeVore Jr. had a similar sort of bewildering experience. Following the removal of an extra tooth due to a rare condition called hypodontia, David's dad thought that it might be a jolly wheeze to film his son's reaction to the anesthesia when they got back in the car to drive home. And during David Jr.'s post-surgery descent into a kaleidoscope of psychedelic madness, he comes out with the kind of questions that I often ask myself every day, regardless of whether I've just been to the dentist or not. He asks such deep, transcendental questions as, why is this happening to me? Is this real life? Will this be forever? Oh, it's so sad.
Is this real life?
Yeah, this is real life.
Okay, now I have 2 fingers.
Now, it's worth pointing out that stuff like this is often quick to attract criticism from people who think the child star is being exploited for monetary gain. No, someone's just uploading a fun video of their kid to the internet. Chill the f*** out, everybody. I must admit that when I came round again after being knocked out by gas, I didn't really find myself thinking, God, I wish someone was filming all this so that in years to come I can look back at this event with fondness and pride. But everyone in the DeVore family has claimed that the success of the meme has nothing but a positive appearance. After having racked up 3 million views in the first 3 days, the family are reported to have made as much as $500,000 from YouTube ad sales and merchandising deals, such as David After Dentist t-shirts, and a portion of their profits go directly to gentle charities. Wow. They did well off this meme compared to the other guys. I feel like if you get made into a meme, you need to get some consultation from the DeVore family because cha-ching! And it's worth pointing out that the whole thing only went viral because David's dad made a mistake when he first uploaded the video. He originally wanted to share the footage with family and friends, and now he said he would have used the private option if only he had known it existed. He's still not right because private means it can't be seen by anyone. Unlisted means that it can only be seen by your family and friends. Come on, Grumpy Cat. Finally, we come to one of the most famous memes of all, and certainly one of the biggest money spinners. I feel like Grumpy Cat died, isn't that right, recently? Everyone must have seen at least 10 images of the world's grumpiest cat, usually accompanied with a brutally withering caption which conveys the deepest displeasure on any philosophical topic. The problem with some people is that they exist. If I had $1 every time I thought of you, I would be broke. Some people just need a high five in the face with a hammer. The thing about Grumpy Cat is that in real life, she wasn't very grumpy at all. The American superstar cat, who was more commonly known as Tard-Ass Saucers at home, certainly wore an unusually downbeat expression, but this was simply caused by an underbite and a form of feline dwarfism. Yeah, I mean, of course, because it's a cat. They don't express emotions in the same way that humans do, and it's kind of bizarre to think that they would. But, you know, it's Disney's fault. The gloomy-looking puss was owned by Tabitha Bundenson, but it was actually her brother Brian who first got the furball rolling. Ba-da-bum-bum! when he posted an image of tartar sauce on Reddit in 2012. The stunning viral growth of the meme meant that it wasn't long before Tabitha was able to quit her job as a waitress at the Red Lobster to focus on managing her cat's hectic marketing schedule, while brother Brian worked full-time on managing the social media accounts. Over the years, Grumpy Cat has attracted nearly 3 million followers on Instagram, 2.8 million likes on Facebook, and 1.5 million followers on Twitter. Oh my god, what am I doing with my life? It's a lot more followers than I have on, any of those platforms. The only one I really use is Twitter, but still, way more than me. And it's no exaggeration, you can follow me on Twitter at Simon Whistler for fun and games. And it's no exaggeration to say that this cat has ended up clawing in millions of dollars of revenue for the owners. Her face has been licensed to appear on everything from t-shirts to mugs, from cat food to stuffed toys, from books to comics to digital games. There was even a movie, although by all accounts it was terrible. How terrible though? Oh no, this is one of the... I'm just looking at some of the reviews. The movie's called Grumpy Cat. Worst Christmas ever. It gets 27% on Rotten Tomatoes, which is not bad. Which is, for what you expect here. Audience reviews though. This movie is a godsend. I used to be broke, homeless, and hopeless, but then this movie came along, and my life turned around. I got a job, bought a house, married my high school sweetheart, and had 2 kids. And Grumpy Cat was there the whole time, besides my... Loading. My shoulder cheering me on. Without Grumpy Cat's worst Christmas ever, I wouldn't be here writing this review. God bless you, Grumpy Cat. I'll forever be in your debt. 10 people found this review helpful. Grumpy Cat was also destined to become bigger and more important than Bill Gates. The annual 10-day South by Southwest Festival in Austin featured some notable guest stars in 2013, including Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Al Gore, and writer Neil Gaiman. But the star who stole the show was Tartar Sauce. Hundreds of thousands of fans queued all day for the opportunity to have their photo taken with Grumpy Cat. Yeah, but that's in a way a little bit understandable, because Grumpy Cat's like a meme, whereas people want to actually hear Bill Gates talk about shit because he's smart. And to be honest, if it was a toss-up between a photo with Grumpy Cat or Bill Gates, I'd probably go with Grumpy Cat every time. No, I'd still go with Bill Gates, because he's a legend. Someone's gonna smash that dislike button, because apparently everyone hates Bill Gates now, which is dumb. The Bundensons have never revealed exactly how much money they've made so far from Grumpy Cat, although it's believed that it's at least tens of millions of dollars. Fuck! With Business Insider claiming that it may be as much as $100 million. Oh my fucking god. What am I doing with... Again, Business Blaze. I'm always asking myself, what am I doing with my life? Funnily enough, one of the biggest payouts came from a business deal, which made the Bunsons themselves a little grumpy. They had struck a $150,000 deal with coffee company called Grenade, to market a new beverage called Grumpy Cat Grumpachino. Cringe. All was going fine until Grenade took it upon themselves to launch a second drink called Grumpy Cat Roasted Coffee without running it past Grumpy Cat first. A court in Santa Ana ruled that Grenade had breached Grumpy Cat's copyright, and the company was ordered to pay $710,000 in compensation. That's not too shabby, considering it's nearly 5 times more than the original deal. It's also totally fair. Like, you had a contract to license this one type of coffee, and then they license something else and sell it without your permission? Of course you're gonna get sued. What were you thinking? Sadly, Tartar Sauce died from a urinary tract infection in 2019, aged just 7 years old. But this doesn't seem to be slowing down the growth of an empire, which must surely put a Cheshire cat grin on the face of Tabitha Bundenson whenever she glances at her fat bank account. You f***ing bet it does. Also, yeah, her cat looked grumpy, but she has made, or whoever the Bundensons have made, a series of exceptionally good business decisions to get where they are today, because there's a lot of cat memes. Bonus meme fail. Not every meme sensation turns out to be a particularly happy story for the star of the show. The Star Wars kid is one of the earliest examples of an internet meme going viral and taking on a life of its own. But it was uploaded to the internet without the knowledge of the Star Wars kid himself. This must have been one of the first viral videos that I ever got sent to my email, and it's some low quality video that takes you ages to download, and it's the kid whizzing around with the machete or whatever they call them in Star Wars. Lightsaber. Thank you. I'm an idiot. No, I just don't like Star Wars. In 2002, 15-year-old Guy Slane, badass name, Razza. Oh my god, this guy's name is actually Guy Slane Razza. Legend. From Quebec in Canada, who filmed himself at his high school studio. Just for some interesting facts here, Star Wars kid is now 30... Oh, he's my age. arsing about with a golf ball retriever and pretending it was a lightsaber. Oh, I didn't really ever know what it was. It's a golf ball retriever. There you go. I'm sure most of us have seen it, and without wanting to sound too crude, he doesn't quite cut the mustard as a Jedi, but you can't fault his boundless enthusiasm. It was never intended to go public, yeah, no shit, because, you know, dude. I mean, we weren't passing that around because we thought you were a legend, although you are. But a few of his former friends found the footage on a shelf in the studio and uploaded it to the web as a prank, when it quickly attracted millions of hits and several digital remixes, including some quite cool ones in which lightsaber-style graphics and sound effects are thrown into the mix. Tragically, Guy Slane was driven out of school by the endless taunts and bullying that followed his unexpected and unwelcome rise to internet fame. He was later diagnosed with depression. Oh, that got depressing. But the good news is that Guy Slane struck back. In 2003, his family filed a $310,000 lawsuit against the friends who had stitched him up, which finally resulted in an undisclosed but reportedly substantial settlement in 2006. So he sued a bunch of kids. He now used the video to speak publicly about the effects of harassment and bullying. And this was in 2003, so it was a year after that the friends published a video to the internet. So they're going to be, let's assume they were his age, so they're going to be 16 years old. So you sued a bunch of 16-year-olds, and assuming their parents who had to fit the bill. So you sued them for something under $310,000, because there was a settlement, let's assume $100,000, maybe. The beginning number's always high. So maybe you found the path to becoming a Jedi after all. This left a sour taste in my mouth. I don't like that at all. Anyway, this has been Business Blaze. Thank you very much for watching. You're a legend. You watched to the end. This feels long. I'm not sure if it did. The time just flies when we're blazing. I've been your boy with the blaze. Sam made the memes. Thank you. Danny made the memes, actually, on this one. And I'll see you next time. Mwah! Turbo Wizard. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze with me, Simon, my trusty space heater who is wearing the finest merch of all. Indeed, these arrived yesterday. This is the absolutely epic smash the dislike button t-shirt. I can say that because I didn't design it. Some Business Blaze viewer, you could design this. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name right. It's Austrian or German, I guess. I apologize, but I f***ing love the t-shirt. And so does E.T. Tuck your shirt in, man. Come on. There you go. Looking good.
This isn't what I was designed for, Simon.
Shut the f*** up and do your job. Where can you get this merch? Purchthemerch.co.
Now I feel naked. Help.
Welcome back. You might be wondering, what the f*** is going on? My name is Simon. Danny writes a script. I'm going to read said script and react to it a little bit. Danny sent me an email and he was like, Simon, you asked me to do one about facts that aren't true. Was it supposed to be about business? And I was like, Danny, the channel's called Business Blaze. And he's like, well, I didn't make it about business. So, here we are. For all of you who've tuned into business, all four of you, smash that dislike button because I don't think we're getting much business today. Anyway, this may sound a bit extreme, but I've long been of the opinion that the education system is a complete and utter waste of everybody's time. Danny, I have 2 degrees and I kind of agree with you.
I won't need my high school diploma anymore. I am the smart. I am the smart.
I'll never forget the day that I stuck my hand up in maths class and politely asked whether when I'd ever be likely able to blah blah blah. I'll never forget the day that I stuck my hands up in maths class and politely asked when I'd ever be likely to make use of the enforced study of trigonometry in my adult future. It's true. It's like, when was the last time you looked at a building and were like, wow, yeah, I really need to know the height of that, like, right now. Also, I think my iPhone can now do that. You just point it at things and it measures how big things are. It's awesome. This might sound like I was trying to be a smartass, but I honestly wasn't. It was a genuine question from a young and inquiring mind. I wanted to know how my classmates and I were going to benefit from absorbing all of this complicated, mind-numbing shit. But I phrased it very respectfully. I'd just be like, why? Why are we learning this shit right now? I even remember how you remember the sine, cos, tan, so, car, toa, and then you do the things with the, I don't remember how, it doesn't matter. The other one that I liked making fun of, and I think I've made fun of before in Business Blaze, was is it differential equations where you have 2 equations on each side and you have to make them into one equation? And I'm like, Why? In response, the teacher told me to not be so impertinent and sent me to stand at the back of the class for the rest of the lesson. Inquiring minds are shut down. It was around this time that I really started to fall out with school and stopped bothering to turn up. Oh no. I don't think I don't know if you Americans call it skiving off school. Or bunking off school. I don't think I really ever fully bunked off school for like a full day. I definitely bunked off some classes where it was like, I'm just not going to show up to that one and see what happens. Very rarely would anything happen. But if you didn't show up to school at all, your parents are going to get a phone call and that's going to be uncomfortable. Unless your parents don't care about you, in which case, great. And within the space of a year, I was expelled and eventually sent off to a residential school for problem children where a generally good-natured and well-behaved youth like myself was forced to mingle with glue sniffers and kids who'd set fire to their parents. Danny, I don't know if this is true or not. If it is, that's intense. It's like, no, I just asked why we're doing trigonometry and now I've got a drug problem. And I've set my parents on fire. This proved to be a bad decision for the education authorities, but that's a story for another day. I'm already excited. But my main point is that schools may as well be knocked down and turned into theme parks or anything. I'm a 33-year-old man. I love theme parks. Like, I don't like many child things. Like, I'm not into child things. Like, I haven't seen any of those animated movies that everyone's seen, like Frozen, Shrek, any of that. I mean, I haven't seen many movies, but I have no desire to see this. And I have a very young child now, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to see all these movies. But I am very much looking forward to going to Disney World. At least our heads, what are we talking about today? I'm so confused. At least our heads might not be quite so full of knowledge of stuff that we never needed to learn and establish facts that turn out to be complete bollocks. Anyway, caveman lived in caves. Oh, let's play a game. Like, I would say I've got a pretty decent general knowledge because I make so many videos about so much stuff. Thousands of videos. Let's see how many of these I know as being false. Also, I had a go at Danny so many times about using the same font for the header as he used for the subheads, and now I've got, like, cursive magic font. I did think that cavemen lived in caves. There we go. Because of all the cave paintings and A popular perception of the caveman is that they were simple, brutish creatures who only ventured out of their cozy cave dwellings for a bit of hunting. Except on Saturday nights, obviously, when they dress up in their fanciest furs, go out on the pull, which usually involves finding a nice cave woman, clubbing her to the ground, and dragging her back to the cave to get married. Holy shit. Yeah, the past was bad.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
But mankind's long journey from dirty old cave to high-rise skyscraper isn't quite as clear-cut as we may have thought, and cave people are likely to have been far more civilized and intelligent than we ever gave them credit, and maybe less rapey then. Of course it's true that archaeologists have unearthed countless evidence of human remains and gnawed bones and animal skins within caves decorated with early examples of human art on the walls, but that's not to say that all cave people lived permanently in caves. It's simply that the remains and artifacts of the people who happen to be dwelling in caves at their time of death are the only examples left to be unearthed. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, there's not going to be enough caves for everyone, is there? I mean, when was the last time you were like, oh yeah, there's a cave? Like, never. I think the last time I saw a cave was when I specifically went to see a cave. It's not like you're just walking through the forest and you're like, oh look, caves! It now seems more likely that the so-called cave people lived more of a nomadic existence, and the caves are only ever a very temporary, seasonal home. Anthropologists and archaeologists now believe that Paleolithic man would move around from place to place, creating temporary shelters and makeshift tents from animal hides stretched over bone. Is Paleolithic man the same people that all those people who eat the paleo diet are? Because those people piss me off. Like, oh my god, I don't have a problem with you being on a diet, but it's like, do you have to tell everyone? It's like, oh, I'm paleo. I'm really into just eating the flesh of raw animals because that's how our Paleolithic ancestors ate. And I'm like, yeah, but they also died at like 30, if they were lucky. It's like, are you sure you want to be mimicking their diet? Because you know who lives forever? Us. I mean, comparatively, we live to like 80. You know what we eat? Fuck KFC. To be fair, I have no idea what I'm talking about, but I don't care either, so don't use the comments. Smash that dislike button. ETA, I'm gonna dress you up again.
Thank you.
I'm sorry we had a fight.
No problem, homeboy.
I'm not gonna put you in the basement.
I love you.
Yeah, I love you too. Good. They were quite clever, too, capable of cooking up a nice meal, crafting simple but effective tools, weaving cloth, and even carving figurines from bones, clay, and antlers. Those geniuses. And although the feminist movement was still quite a few million years away, it seems Million years? I don't know. My knowledge of ancient history is not very good. It seems very unlikely that the courtship ritual involved clubbing a woman over the head. Naturally, the elements have long since destroyed any evidence of the majority of the people living out in the wild, which is why we tend to associate early man so closely with the caves in which relatively few protected remains have been found. But the caves were really more like a Stone Age version of today's bus shelter that you hide under when it starts pouring down with rain. I really hope millions of years from now we don't end up getting labelled the bus shelter people. Ba-da-bum-bum. We only use 10% of our brains. I do know this is clearly false. And that movie with Scarlett Johansson was a big perpetrator of that. And it was a good movie. The one where she becomes a robot or something because she can use all of her brain. But because I know this fact, I'm like, oh, but it's not true, we use all our brain already. I've always found this theory quite interesting. If we only ever use 10% of our human brains, imagine the kind of things we can do when we discover how to unlock the other 90%. Yeah, we'll become amazing. We'll turn into like futuristic robots with like black, I don't know, whatever was coming, like slime or nanites or whatever that movie. Okay, maybe that movie wasn't as good as I thought. I might even figure out how to open one of those stupid cartons of milk without spilling half the contents over the worktop. It's a theory often wrongly attributed to the great Albert Einstein, and more on him later. Oh, we're going to debunk the one about him failing maths. I can already sense it, and I already know that one. But it's more likely, spoiler alert, but it's more likely to have gained traction from the studies of a couple of Harvard psychologists from the 1890s who seemed convinced that mankind was currently only meeting a fraction of our glorious potential. I mean, Jesus Christ, we better be, because look at us. We're not very good, are we? Last year, 2019, I'd be like, not bad, we kind of got our shit together, and then 2020 is like, hey, guys. No, you don't. Fuck 2020, right? It's actually quite disappointing to discover that it's not true, despite the fact that over a century later, the claim still pops up in popular culture and marketing campaigns. This is as good as it gets for mankind. The milk carton is going to give me grief until the grave. Oh no, Danny. It is like weird, isn't it? Because you know those movies where, like the Scarlett Johansson one and every other one where it's like, he unlocked the 80% and 90% of his brain that was hidden from the rest of us, and he became a turbo wizard. It's like, guys, you didn't even Google to see whether this is like even a thing. It's like, come on.
You know how they say that we can only access 20% of our brain?
It's bullshit.
Part of the problem in unpicking this myth is that much of the human brain is still wrapped in mystery. But my brain is wrapped in a skull. But brain imaging research shows conclusively that even though we're not using our brains all the time, and by the way, we shouldn't be doing that anyway as it would lead to a seizure, we still just use about all of our brain at different points throughout a typical day. Okay, and it's worth bearing in mind that pretty much no part of the brain can be damaged without resulting in serious loss of abilities. This obviously wouldn't be the case if 90% of the brain was even getting used in the first place. Yeah, there'd be all those people who shot themselves in the head and were just totally fine. So your brain's neurons are firing on all cylinders. Have another go at that fiendish crossword and just try shaking your head around a bit this time. Ba-da-bum-bum, this doesn't deserve one. However, I'm not going to put it on because then I have to rewire my lav mic and all of that shit. Hold on, I'm coming back.
Please don't.
Check this out. I don't remember who designed this. I didn't plan to show this in the video today. ETA, do you want to wear 2 t-shirts?
No.
Oh, sexy. Beautiful. You're looking good, ETA.
I know. Watch this.
You can see the Great Wall of China from space. Oh my god, this one I also know because I just made a video about the Great Wall of China. And you can't see it from space. Spoiler alert. The weird thing about this myth is that it seems to originate from long before the days of space travel. So it wasn't as if anyone could confirm it, one way or the other. One of the earliest recorded claims came from English antiquarian and clergyman William Stuckley in 1754, who noted in a letter that it was possible to see the Great Wall of China from the planet Mars. Dude, what are you talking about? What are you smoking? He might as well have claimed that it was possible to see the Skegness clock tower from the bowels of hell, but his claims went largely unchallenged for centuries. What was with the past? They were just like, okay, let's just not try things and believe everything.
I can see
There's no denying that the Great Wall of China is pretty big and pretty long. It runs for over 1,500 miles, which is approximately 1,410 more miles of wall than Donald Trump has ever got around to build. He really only built 90 miles. You can see how long the border with Mexico is. It's really long. It's longer than 90 miles. 90 miles is like a short journey. It's a 2-hour car journey. It takes like 2 weeks to drive across America. Come on, Trump. Get to it. Not that I actually think this is a good idea. Don't get any ideas, Trumpies. People are often in the comments, Simon, it's not funny when you make fun of Trump. And I'm like, I just straight up disagree. And it's not like I'm making jokes. Dude, he's the one making the jokes. Look at him. But it's also a pretty colourless construction which naturally blends into the surrounding landscape and would start getting fairly tricky to make out properly even in a hot air balloon ride. Unless you're using a massive magnification lens. It's impossible to spot the Great Wall of China from space, even at the lowest possible orbit. However, there are a few man-made structures that you really can spot from space. Wow, really? For example, you can see the cooling ponds around the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, a greenhouse complex in the Spanish province of Almeria. I think that's where like most of Europe's fruits come from. And the Bingham Canyon mine near Salt Lake City, Utah, and a big McDonald's sign arches in the town of Rotherham, or however the you say it, in the UK. That last one is a goddamn lie. The Great Wall of China may stand a better chance of being spotted from the stars if the entire length of the wall was decorated in flashing reindeer-shaped Christmas lights, but at the time of writing, such a venture is yet to be attempted. Get the f*** on it, China. Why haven't you done that yet? You build all these like fake towns, spend some effort making your Great Wall of China greater. Make the Great Wall of China great again. It's dangerous to wake a sleepwalker. Danny, I know all of these. This one is also a lie. I think I actually specifically made a video about this very subject. I have to admit that I've never come across a sleepwalker in my life, and I've always assumed that it was an incredibly rare condition which a few people witness outside the comic potential of the TV screen. I have sleptwalked twice in my life. Once when I was a teenager, once when I was a kid. I remember both instances vividly because it was like, why am I somewhere else now? And that was all. Maybe I was wrong though. In a study conducted by the Neurology Journal in 2012, 3.6% of adults claimed to sleepwalk every year. That's about 8.4 million American citizens in total. The same report also claims that 30% of adults in the US have sleptwalked at least once in their life. I find that quite hard to believe. It's either complete bollocks, or it's just a US thing, or people are getting really confused between sleepwalking and getting home drunk from the pub. Yeah. The other times it's like, wow, I made it home? Great. That's different to sleepwalking. Either way, it's often been claimed that it would be utterly disastrous to try and wake a sleepwalker. The actual reasons are a little fuzzy, depending on who you're talking to. You might be told that the sleepwalker will have a heart attack, suffer brain damage, or lose their soul to a Sandman. Is this really a thing? Like, I know it is because I made a video about it before, but when I made that video, I was surprised that people actually thought this was a thing. I'd never heard of it before. You probably should be at least a little careful when tackling a sleepwalker at the top of a flight of stairs, simply because they'll find it quite disorientating to suddenly wake up in such an unusual situation, and may act a little unpredictably, by falling down the stairs and, dying. It often takes me a few seconds to figure out who I am and where I am after a deep sleep, and I imagine this process would be a little more complicated if I was to ever wake up and find myself wandering around a haunted wine cellar. That got desperately specific. I don't find, when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, okay, I know what's going on. But when I take a nap in the day, and then I wake up, it's always like, where the fuck am I? But aside from a little disorientation, the sleepwalker is bound to be better off in the long term if you intervene before they take that fatal first step down the long flight of stairs. And we can largely blame comedy movies for helping to perpetuate the myth that waking a sleepwalker is dangerous. Have I seen any of these movies? I mean, probably not. It is me we're talking about. This is often just a handy plot device which allows characters to stand back and panic, and watch a sleepwalker going through an increasingly perilous or farcical motions without ever feeling the need to do the decent thing and wake them up. Has that ever been a plot thing in a movie? I don't know what movie that is. It sounds pretty weak, to be honest. Look, I know business plays comedy, but it's also really? Oh wow, look at that sleepwalker, that's hilarious. Einstein failed maths, I knew it. Whenever a student receives a disappointing grade, there's usually some smart aleck parent or teacher on hand to provide the encouraging small crumb of hope. Never mind, even Einstein failed maths on his first attempt. I am gonna enjoy this so much. When, I mentioned already, I got a small kid. When that kid is old enough to go to school and there's parent-teacher night, and they'll be like, well, young kid has been doing really well. And then you hear, because of course they would, because they're a genius. And then over on the other table, you're like, well, don't worry, little Timmy's parents. Little Timmy has been failing maths, but so did Einstein. And I'll just be like, no, he didn't. He did really well. You're an idiot. And I won't have any friends. It would of course be quite interesting if one of the most celebrated scientists of the 20th century really did make a complete hash of his maths exam. And it's also been suggested that Albert Einstein suffered from dyslexia, struggled with speech and emotional control, was prone to throwing violent tantrums as a youngster, and was generally less developed than his peers. That's all lies. Albert Einstein was awesome and has always been awesome, and yeah, he's a genius and you're not. But according to Einstein biographers Ronald W. Clark and Abraham Pace, there's not a shred of evidence to suggest that any of this is remotely true. In fact, Einstein's grades were nearly always top of the class. The closest we can get to a young Einstein failure is when he struggled with the entrance exams for the prestigious Polytechnic school in Zurich, Switzerland. He passed some of the exams with flying colours, including physics and maths, but had trouble with language, botany and zoology. And the important thing here is not because he's dumb, it's because he doesn't care. It would be like someone examining me on Lord of the Rings movies and judging my intelligence based off my knowledge of Lord of the Rings or Star Wars or any of that other shit that I don't like. And they'd be like, you're so dumb, you don't know what a Gandalf is. And I'd be like, yeah, you know, because I don't f***ing care. You don't know how to, like, compile two equations together. And it's like, no, I don't, because I don't care. I'm 99% confident that I could learn it, because it doesn't seem that complicated, does it? Look, if a 16-year-old can manage it, 33-year-old Simon is going to be able to apply his reasonable-sized brain to this problem. But give young Einstein a break. At the age of 16, he was 2 years younger than all the other applicants on that too. And he smashed it when he returned the following year, still by far the youngest of the applicants and very much head and shoulders above the rest of his age group. Yeah, I failed in my first year of university. I failed quantitative techniques, which is like maths for economics, really badly, because I never went to the lectures, and I was like, oh, f*** it, whatever. Showed up to the exam, and I was like, oh god, I definitely have to retake this. And then I spent some time studying in the summer, and then I came back and I got a f***ing A, because when I apply myself, I can get it done.
Good brains.
So, why do so many people believe that Einstein had a slow start at school? Well, there's one theory which has nothing to do with relativity, but it is almost as interesting. During Einstein's final years at school, the grading system was completely reversed, so that 6 suddenly became the highest possible grade instead of the worst possible grade. It's quite feasible that years later, some bright spark looked back at Einstein's perfect grades without taking this change into account and wrongly assumed that one year had come bottom in everything he'd taken. If Einstein did ever display any behavioral problems at school, it was probably more to do with his hatred of the institution rather than any academic failings. According to the biographers, Einstein was never keen on the school's expected mindless obedience and discipline aimed at instilling authoritarian civic virtues. He also hated merging equations together and didn't like trigonometry. That last bit I made up, but I'm with you, Albert. Bulls hate the color red. Danny, I know this one. I realize I will ask Danny to try and surprise me with facts that, you know, I don't actually know are false, but that's a really tall order these days, because I'm a genius.
Great head.
Bulls hate the color red. It's widely believed that the reason matadors specifically wave a red cape or maleta at the bull in the ring is because the color red makes the bull angry. I have a Spanish friend, and he was telling me all about the, matadors, a bullfighting thing, and it's way crazier than you think. Like, I thought they just released this bull in this, pit, there's a dude with a red flag, and in the end he stabs it with, some sort of weird-ass knife. But dude, the crazy thing is there's this dude called the picador, and they have this bull in this pen, and the picador's job is to stick little knives into the bull to rile him up before he goes out and fights the matador, and I'm like, what? This seems really cruel. I mean, fighting and killing the animal is cruel, but at least when he's in the ring with you, you know, fair game. But if you're sticking little knives in him ahead of time, it's like, what the f***, guys? Get together, Spain. Hashtag cancel Simon. Hashtag don't be a racist. In fact, bulls are colorblind, so they're very unlikely to care about the matador's choice of cloth. It's simply the rapid movements of the muleta which are attracting the beast's attention. And there are numerous other reasons why the charging bull is generally having quite a grumpy day, not least the fact that it's being constantly tormented, tortured and stabbed with sharp instruments. It seems that matadors like to keep this myth burning, which is the only reason why they still go with capes that are usually red on one side and either gold or blue on the other side. But it's an odd choice, really. If the bullfighter ever found himself in a spot of bother with the bull, it would be quite difficult for anyone to notice all his red blood violently spurting out onto the cape. On the plus side, after the bullfighter has been buried, the cape could probably be used again after just a quick low-temperature washing cycle. Dark. Also, my Spanish friend told me that bullfighters in Spain are like rock stars. And I thought this was really strange, because I'd be like, I don't know, what traditional English sport? I don't know, what's the English equivalent of bullfighting? We definitely don't have one. But let's just say anything, any randomly specific British sport. No one knows these people. No one cares. But in Spain, they're like rock stars. High earners pay more tax on their total income. Well, that's not a myth, is it? Hang on, what does that mean? High earners pay more tax on their total income. It must be percentage-wise. He must mean percentage-wise because, I don't know, if I make more money, I definitely pay more tax. It's not like, hey, Simon, guess what? You made less money this year, so we're going to tax you more. In fact, you're going to be in debt. Let's find out what the Danny's going on about. Maybe it's one I don't know. To conclude on a very vaguely business-related note, oh yeah, this is supposed to be about business. Welcome to Business Place. Smash that dislike button. Here's something which many of you may think is blindingly obvious, particularly if you're in the highest tax bracket and you know exactly how it works. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I know how this works. I mean, it's not that complicated. It's perhaps not so much a lie, more a misassumption from everyone else, which is sometimes not exactly quashed by those who are complaining about getting taxed at the top whack. Here in the UK, Danny's in the UK, I don't live in the UK, so this isn't my tax system, but I'm familiar with it because my family are British, my friends are British.
I'm British, and that makes me unique. At least I think so when I hear you speak.
Here in the UK, you get pushed into the high tax bracket of 40% when you start earning more than £50,000 a year. This rises to an eye-watering 45% when you start earning more than £150,000 a year. I think it's actually higher than that because you have to pay like national insurance and which I believe, isn't it above 50% for the highest earners? I thought it was above 50% if you're over 150,000 a year. But I think I'm getting what Danny's getting at here. Because people have this, maybe they have this misassumption that if you make $151,000 a year, then you're taxed 45% on everything. You're not. You're just taxed 45% on the 1,000 over, and everything else is taxed at 40%, and then below 50, it's taxed at whatever that rate is. People don't know this. I guess they don't. Things don't seem quite so pocket draining in the US, where you can earn up to $510,000 a year, a 35% tax rate. I know plenty of people in the higher tax brackets who view their situations very differently. Some of them are perfectly happy to make sizable tax contribution from their sky-high salaries. But others like to complain about it. One gripe I've heard more times than I can remember is that people feel as if they're being punished for working hard and moving up the ladder, only to find themselves in a position where nearly half of their total earnings are grabbed by the greedy taxman. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Complaining about taxes is like, of course, part of life. I've also heard suggestions that some people would be better off if they didn't receive a small pay rise, which would push them into a higher tax bracket, as they would end up taking less money home overall after being squeezed more tightly for tax. No, it's not true, because you're only taxed at a higher rate when you for the money that's over the jump. But neither of these suggestions is quite true, because there's one important fact that a lot of people don't seem to grasp. The higher tax bracket only comes into effect for any money earned over that threshold. In other words, everyone pays exactly the same relatively low tax for the first 50,000 earned here in the UK. It's like 20% or something, right? So when my mate who earns 60 grand moans that a year moans that he's giving 40% of it to the taxman, what he actually means is he's paying exactly the same as everyone else for the first 50 grand of it, and just pays the higher tax on that extra 10 grand. So either your friend is has a complete lack of knowledge about his own finances, or he's lying to you because he's like, oh yeah, no, it's rough. I gotta give 40% away, so overall I'm actually making less than you. It's like, yeah, except you're not, are you? And of course, this marginal tax rate system makes it very unlikely that you'll ever be put in a position where taking a pay rise could leave less money in your own pocket. I believe there is, at least in the UK, because I know people who've complained about this, once you get to a certain point, it's like they also, in the UK, your first 12 grand or something is tax-free. But I think once you get over a certain, I'm not an accountant, so I don't know anything about this really, but just what I've heard, is that once you get over a certain amount, they start getting rid of that. So if you make 100 grand. If you make 101 grand, then you lose that 1 grand of your tax-free allowance at the beginning. So I think there is a point where it does not make sense to work unless you can make a bigger leap. So the next time you're offered a pay rise, seize it with both hands. And the next time someone in the highest tax bracket starts grumbling about how much tax they fork out, just tell them to quit their jibber-jabber.
No, it's not true. Don't even ask.
Bonus fake facts. It still repeatedly claims that a goldfish has a memory lasting just 30 seconds or even just 3 seconds. In fact, it's long been proven that goldfish have a memory span of at least 3 months, and can even be taught to learn routines and complete underwater obstacle courses. Number 2. I've included this one as a bonus entry because I find it hard to comprehend that anyone would believe this fake fact in the first place. According to a YouGov poll from 2015, over 41% of surveyed Americans believe that humans and dinosaurs coexisted on the planet at the same time. It's all the crazy religious people. Smash that dislike button, but you're idiots. 41%? Just in case there's any doubt about this one, I have a good authority that there was about 60 million years between dinosaur extinction and the rise of mankind. Of course there was.
The Earth is 6,000 years old. Praise be.
It's possible, and even if you think, oh yeah, it was a few years, you at least know it was a few years. It's possible that religion may play a small part in the survey result. Digging deeper into the stats, over 51% of the participants described themselves as born again, revealed that they believed humans and dinosaurs were happily mooching about together at the same time, and this confusion may have something to do with the fact that the dinosaurs had all their scenes cut out of the Bible.
That's a laser raptor. I thought they went extinct thousands of years ago. What year is this?
It's the Viking Age.
That explains the laser raptor.
Either that or Fred Flintstone has a lot to answer for. Number 3. For the final completely fresh bonus fact, it still repeatedly claims that a goldfish memory lasts just 30 seconds or even just 3 seconds. In fact, it's long been proven that goldfish have a It's just a repeat. Because it's a joke about memory. Ba-da-bum-bum. This has been Business Blaze. If you enjoyed this video, smash that like button. If you didn't, smash that dislike button. And as always, I'll see you next time. Purchthemerch.co for cocaine.
This isn't what I was designed for, Simon. Simon, my friend, I have something for you.
What is it, EDA? Oh, Danny has left a script here for us. This is the strangest cruise ship stories.
I hope you enjoy it.
Mwah! Where's your hat?
Please don't make me wear the cup again. I have dignity.
Don't worry, I've got spares.
I have such deep sadness.
Danny has apparently put us together a script that is not really about business at all. This is the second one in a row. Welcome to Business Blaze, which I would just rename The Blaze, except I think that's a news channel that is slightly right-wing. I'm not sure. Let me double-check that. It's called The Blaze TV. Oh, no. You know it's biased when they say they're fighting back against bias. Blaze TV is fighting back against the liberal bias of the mainstream media. Oh, God, what have I done? Oh, no. This is how Black Lives Matter plans to destroy the family. Oh! Subscribe to this channel because then we can have more subscribers than these right-wing fucks. Let's begin. Many distant moons ago, during the very early days of Business Blaze, when Simon's beard was much shorter and we used to talk about business, I had to shave my massive beard off. Because I had like a photo shoot with my wife and our new kid. My wife was like, you can't have a massive beard.
Do you understand?
And I'm like, alright. So I shaved it off. Oh, I wrote a script about airlines, which included a short section on an airline for dogs. Well, it carried other types of passengers too, but most of the furry flyers were dogs. I thought it was a kind of sweet idea, but I got the impression that Simon wasn't too keen. Yeah, I thought it was dumb, and I let everyone know it, and then everyone was like, Simon, you're a monster. And I was like, yeah, that may be. So imagine how thrilled Simon is going to be when he finds out that I've since discovered cruises for cats. Oh no, why? Or at least I thought I had. The Meow Meow cruise first appeared on First Sight to offer the complete package for salty sea cats, including excursions off-trip, group dining, the Meow Meow mixer cocktail party, and fun scavenger cat hunts. Look, you can't have a cocktail party with cats because it'll get you cancelled. There was that YouTuber who fed her cat vodka when she was drunk. I was like, well, that's pretty funny, but you probably shouldn't do that, should you? Oh, hashtag cancel Simon. But looking at the fine print, it seems that cats aren't really welcome at all. The cruise is actually aimed at cat lovers who like the idea of meeting up to share cat photographs, cat-based anecdotes, and stories and poems, and maybe even a few fabulous handicrafts from the Crafting with Cat Air book. Oh, this is a cruise for losers. I mean, and look, I'm not the coolest dude in the world, but I wouldn't be seen dead on this train wreck. Also, I mean, I like cats. I genuinely like cats. Like, I am much more a cat person than a dog person, and I would rather kill myself than go on this cruise. Hashtag cancel Simon, we're making suicide jokes and we're 5 minutes in. So the cats don't actually join you, but you can at least send them postcards home. And of course, now that I've stopped to think about it for a second, the very idea of a cruise operator setting up a dedicated voyage across the 7 seas just for cats wouldn't be very practical at all. In fact, it would be absolutely ridiculous. But they say stranger things happen at sea. And while I'm not sure I've dug up anything quite as far-fetched as a ship taking 3,000 feline dine passengers on a sightseeing trip around the South Pacific, there are still plenty of genuinely strange tales to explore on this cabin cruise through controversy and catastrophe. Everyone was always like, what's with how he pronounces controversy? And I'm like, well, I'm British, that's how we do it. The case of the missing dialysis machine. Before setting foot onto a cruise ship, it's always worth bearing in mind that the operator usually has you over a barrel the moment you sign the contract. Oh god. Normally when I go on a cruise, I've never been on a cruise, I have no intention of going on a cruise, but normally I'm like, yeah, it's going to be, really nicely leisurely. I'm going to get drunk and throw some furniture in the ocean. I don't expect, bad things to happen to me. Cruise ships' contracts are almost alarmingly hostile, making it very clear the passenger will be pretty much stripped of all his or her rights in favor of fiercely protecting the cruise line at all costs. A couple of passengers on a 5-day Jamaican cruise run by Carnival in 2012 were soon to discover just how ruthless the industry can be. Miami resident Lillian Hensley and her disabled daughter Christine had only just boarded the Carnival Destiny when they were quickly told by a crew member that their luggage and portable dialysis machine could not be located anywhere on the ship. This was more than just a slightly frustrating inconvenience for the two passengers. Lillian explains, it's a dialysis machine. You're not carrying it around for fun. It's not like, no, I do optional dialysis. I don't have to do it. I just like to. This was more than just a slightly frustrating inconvenience for the two passengers. Lillian explained to the crew member that her daughter's life depended on the nightly treatment provided by the dialysis machine. You're not f***ing shit. Carnival's response was swift. They booted both Lillian and Christine off the ship and set off without them, leaving the traumatized pair without their luggage or vital medical equipment. Well, look, I understand where Carnival's coming from here, because it's like, okay, yes, we f***ed up. Drastically apologize, but luggage is going to go missing. It unfortunately happens. They don't know it's a magical it's not magical, it's medical. A medical dialysis machine. So apologize and then say, look, you can stay on the cruise line, but we don't have a spare dialysis machine. And Christine and Co are going to be like, okay, we'll probably stay on land then because, we need hospitals and equipment to live. By all accounts, the other passengers had a jolly nice time and saw lots of sea turtles. Fantastic. The incident made the news with a furious Lillian complaining to the cameras that Carnival had effectively handed her daughter a death sentence without so much as an apology or an adequate explanation, except they didn't, because they kicked you off the ship and you could get treatment. The biggest problem here is how Carnival apparently handled this, allegedly. Apologize, give them an option to take another cruise when they want, and probably give them some free because you've lost their dialysis machine. It's not good PR. Although judging by, allegedly, how Carnival seems to be in my mind, and I imagine the mind of the general public, they don't really care much for PR. And although Carnival offered the would-be passengers full refunds and a credit note for a future cruise, I doubt that offer was taken up. Why not? This doesn't sound that bad, but was this really quite as brutal as it sounds? Well, not really. Okay, so Danny's with me on this. I'm so confused, Danny. Are you like bipolar? You're starting off like all like, this is outrageous, and now it's like, well, it's not that bad, is it? Hell, Danny.
Hell, Danny. Get your together, son.
Carnival's defense was that it would have been far more dangerous to allow the passengers to remain on the ship for 5 days if the life-saving dialysis machine couldn't be found, obviously. It wasn't as if they were just thrown overboard to fend for themselves. Jesus Christ. Lillian and her daughter were able to travel to the nearest hospital to pick up a replacement dialysis machine. And vital medical supplies should never be checked in with luggage anyway, according to standard operating procedures. It turns out that Lillian had indicated to Carnival that she would be carrying the dialysis machine in her hand luggage, but then informed them at the last minute that she was already on board the ship. Alright, this kind of feels like... I worry I'm going to get hate for this one, but this doesn't seem to be on Carnival, does it? However, Carnival does lose a point for losing all the stuff in the first place. Yes, but this happens all the time. Although they initially suggested that the luggage and dialysis machine had never made it on board, it turns out they'd been there the whole time. So maybe they could have just looked a bit harder and avoided all the subsequent headlines about how they were trying to kill their own passengers. Oh my god, is this another case of the media blowing things out? I made a tweet the other day. And I was like, meet the media. Job number 1, blowing things out of proportion. Job number 2, reporting the news. And many people were like, Simon, are you saying COVID's blown out of proportion? And I was like, no, definitely not, but thanks for making assumptions.
5G causes COVID.
Accidental amputation. Nobody relishes the idea of needing a visit to the ship's doctor during a long... Oh god, this happened on a cruise ship? What? But at least you'll hopefully feel a little better when he's administered some of his secret voodoo prescriptions. Well, that's usually how it works. If you're very unfortunate though, you might end up needlessly losing a limb. 31-year-old Serbian, Ilya Lonkar, maybe, wasn't actually a passenger on the cruise ship Norwegian Breakaway. In 2016, he was one of the ship's waiters. After experiencing some nausea and flu-like symptoms, he did the right thing and took a trip to the ship's doctor. In this case, a young and inexperienced guy called Sebastian Campuzano. Look, if you're putting doctor in front of your name, I expect you to have, enough experience to be able to treat me for medical conditions. I would imagine that nausea, yeah, it's like nausea. Come on, doc, give me some anti-nausea pills or whatever. Shit. I'm spilling coffee all down my merch. But Dr. Campuzano took it upon himself to inject Mr. Longcar with a huge dosage of a very powerful and entirely inappropriate antihistamine medicine called promethazine. To make matters worse, he injected it intravenously into Longcar's right arm when it's actually meant to be injected intramuscularly into the buttocks. That is a major up on many regards. So, you give him the wrong drug, you give him too much of it, and you inject it in a way, like my understanding is intramuscular, is going to be like in between the muscles. So like you can just, like with an EpiPen, you can just stab that to someone. Intravenous is where you put it directly into a vein. And I'm just guessing that if you put it directly into a vein, that massive amount of medication is going to go to work a lot faster. Well done, Doc, allegedly. Longcar began screaming in agony, but Dr. Campuzano waived his patient's petty concerns and happily continued with the jumbo-size injection. Campuzano may have lacked experience, but he was still a trained doctor, so I'm sure he knew exactly what he was doing. Or maybe not. Well, that's a pretty major accusation. It's like, are you incompetent? Or are you actually trying to do this person harm? Within just a few hours, Longcar's arm had turned black and green and the tissue died as gangrene began to take hold. Following the completion of... This is not going to end well. Following the completion of the happy cruise... during which I suspect Longcar was excused from waiting duties, he was later admitted to hospital where the offending arm was ultimately amputated. That is rough. Also, I'm not sure he'd be excused from waiting duties because I think I saw a video, maybe I made a video, I don't even know anymore, it gets confusing, about how like cruise ships will register like their ships in some random country. It's like, no, we're registered in Gambia because they have like lighter workplace regulations and they don't have to pay people as much. Not that these guys did that. I'm just saying allegedly that happens with some cruise lines, allegedly. By the way, there is, if it's not for sale yet, there is soon an allegedly t-shirt, which I'm extremely proud of. I think it looks awesome. I haven't yet got a sample from the printers, but I will be getting it soon. It's probably for sale already though. I'll probably have it by the time this video goes out. Purchthemerch.co. Mwah!
Get away from me, you sicko.
Mickey Mouse to the rescue.
I could do this better, you fuck.
So do it yourself! You wanna try? You wanna try doing what I do? Go on. Go on!
I'm a big fan of the very early Walt Disney animated feature films, and I reckon that pretty much everything the studio made up until the 1960s is a cinematic masterpiece.
Yeah, okay, that was pretty good actually. That was pretty good. We'll get you your own channel, don't worry. If there's demands, if people want it, it'd be the laziest channel ever. It'd be like one of those Reddit videos. The laziest YouTube content ever, where people just rip shit off Reddit, have a computer voice read it. I'm like, dudes, you can't even do that. You can't even make money off it anymore because it's against the terms of service to, like, do that. Robot voices are not allowed. So I guess I couldn't. But, I mean, ETA's basically real. He's real to me. He's real to you guys.
You need help.
I'm sorry, Wilson! Wilson, I'm sorry!
I'm a big fan of the very early Walt Disney animated feature films, and I reckon that pretty much everything the studio made up until the 1960s is a cinematic masterpiece. But I'm still often taken aback by the bleakness of some of the very early material. It's hard to see kids in the 1940s punching the air with glee and wonder as poor Bambi's mother gets brutally gunned down by a hunter. Spoiler alert. But on the plus side, things usually end on a wonderfully upbeat and positive note. And there's a similar sort of pattern in this real-life tale, which comes liberally sprinkled with a bit of Disney's magic. In January 2015, Royal Caribbean's Oasis of the Seas departed Port Everglades in Florida to set sail on a 7-night cruise to the Western Caribbean. One of the biggest cruise ships in the world, the Oasis of the Seas was carrying around 6,360 passengers at a time. But before the mighty ship reached its final port of call in Cozumel, the passenger number was destined to discreetly drop to 6,359. Okay, that's one person, Danny. We could just say that. Just off, people must die on cruises all the time. I mean, in my mind, I imagine like 90% of people who go on cruises are old. So I mean, many of them are going to die on the cruise, right? Because they'll be drinking, they'll be eating, they'll be getting all excited about water. I don't know what's up with cruises. Just after 6 a.m. on January the 15th, a 22-year-old guy called Frank Jade went for an early morning stroll on an open deck when a massive wave threw him overboard the vessel. Now, that must have been a massive wave. Although this was captured on CCTV, nobody on the ship was aware of the accident at the time, a situation not helped by the fact that the ship had yet to install automatic man-overboard systems. How do they detect if a man's got overboard? That's pretty awesome. So the Oasis of the Seas continued on its journey, utterly oblivious to the fact that it was abandoning a young man to a watery grave. Frank Jade was treading water for around 90 minutes, and then must have assumed that it'd thrown a 7. I don't get the joke! Just in case it is funny. Ba-da-boom-boom! Touch the merch. .co. But against all odds, Walt Disney came to the rescue. Well, not Disney himself, obviously, he's been dead for 50 years. But by a staggering coincidence, the Disney Magic cruise ship just happened to be passing through the exact same stretch of water at around 7:30 a.m. and the flailing arms of Frank Jade were quickly spotted. Oh my god, this guy's gotta be like... I mean, if I fell off a cruise ship in the middle of the sea, I'd be like, I am truly fucked. I'm gonna try swimming towards, I don't know, where we came from, but I'm screwed. And it's another cruise ship, so it's at least nice. No, you know, if I got picked up by anything, it'd just be like a giant oil tanker. I'd be like, so what are we going to do on here? And it's like, there's nothing to do. It's a oil tanker. Lifesavers were thrown into the water and Frank Jade was dragged aboard Mickey Mouse's ship, after which he was taken to a local hospital before getting flown back to the United States. It was an unexpected happy ending, as the chances of falling overboard on a cruise ship only to be rescued by another must be pretty astronomical. You bet they are. I like to think that on the way back to land, the crew of the Disney Magic ship cheered up the traumatized Frank Jade by engaging in a jolly sing-along to the soundtrack of Finding Nemo. I'd be pretty traumatized and I'd be like, leave me the alone, maybe bring me a bottle of scotch. 11 gay porn stars in a war zone, oh my. An unusual lawsuit filed against RSVP Vacations in 2012 made an astonishing claim that the gay and lesbian cruise company had unceremoniously dumped 11 of its passengers in an Islamic country in crisis. The lawsuit was filed by Bel Ami Online, a Czech company who specialize in gay erotic entertainment. Oh my. The company claims the RSVP Vacations had privately hired 11 of its attractive young employees to mingle with passengers on a gay Mediterranean cruise, but without ever letting on that they were being paid to do so. However, it's claimed that RSVP Vacations had a sudden change of heart during the cruise when they felt that the Bellamy employees were attracting too much attention, and so it was decided to dump them all in the first port of call in Tunisia. That sounds like a bad idea. The main problem here is that the Islamic country was dealing with the aftermath of their role in the violent uprising which became known as the Arab Spring. Yeah, we've heard of that one. And also, I don't know how friendly these countries are going to be to the gay community. And ultimately led to the removal of the long-serving Tunisian president at the cost of scores of lives. The 11 conspicuous gay porn stars had been marooned in a war zone country in which homosexuality was illegal, with no visas and no means of getting home, and none of them could even speak the local language. Oh, this is not going to end well. In their defense, RSVP Vacations, it already didn't end well for them. RSVP Vacations denied ever making a private agreement with the Bellamy employees. They also claimed that the employees had been causing distress to other passengers by openly filming a pornographic video on board the vessel. And had grumpily decided to disembark in Tunisia when they were ordered to pack it in with all the porn. Fortunately, the Bellamy employees were eventually able to obtain visas and get home safely, but we may never know the whole truth of the story. The case was dismissed due to lack of federal jurisdiction, as they were foreign entities involved on both sides of the action. And the cruise ship was probably registered in Gambia. Next up, the Poop Cruise. Perhaps one of the most infamous cruises of all time was a Carnival cruise from St. Martin to Mobile, Alabama in 2013. And if you'd been unfortunate enough to book a place on the Poop Cruise, it must surely have been enough to put you off cruising for life. A small generator fire had broken out on the Carnival Triumph, which was quickly dealt with, but had left the ship completely powerless and stranded for 5 days in the Gulf of Mexico. The ship was eventually towed safely to Mobile, Alabama, but it's fair to say that the passengers of the powerless vessel had been through something of an ordeal. There had been no electricity, no air conditioning, and barely any running water on board the ship. The good news is that 5 of the toilets aboard the Carnival Triumph were still in working order. Yeah, but I'm fairly sure these Carnival ships are massive. The bad news is they're to be shared between 4,200 passengers. Oh my god, can you imagine the state of those toilets? So in order to beat the pesky queues, passengers were advised to urinate in their showers and defecate into red plastic hazardous waste bags, which could then be stuffed into garbage cans left out in the hallways. Oh my god. No! I'd defecate, I'd just take a shower. I mean, surely that's better, and then just be like... It's disgusting. But it's either that or a bag. And you know either way you're taking a shower afterwards. Over the course of the very long week, these hallways of the 14-story ship became flooded with human waste. Carpets became soaked with urine. Raw sewage started running down the walls, and food shortages resulted in several fights breaking out over the last of the cold onion and cucumber sandwiches. Oh god. And everything's gonna spoil because they have no power. This is absolutely brutal. Surely a cruise company, 4,200 people is a lot of people to evacuate though. Get another boat out there ASAP. Get some helicopters out there to get the old people and children off. And the nightmare was finally over. The cheering passengers were finally towed back to Mobile, Alabama, and there wasn't much of a crowd to greet them despite the widespread media coverage of the poop cruise. This was largely because of the dreadful stench emanating from the Carnival Triumph, and it could make your eyes water from miles away. It, allegedly. I mean, it couldn't, but that is a good joke. Allegedly. Only 31 passengers bothered to claim damages from Carnival for long-lasting trauma from the cruise across the bowels of hell, and in the end, $118,000 was split between 27 of them, which doesn't add up to very much at all when you deduct legal fees. This sounds like surely some lawyer would just be like, yeah guys, class action, sue them for a few mil, take a few mil, and distribute like a few thousand to all of the passengers. Come on lawyers, get your shit together, chase those ambulances. And quite remarkably, it didn't inflict too much damage on the reputation of either Carnival or the ship itself, although it later did get cheerfully rebranded as the Carnival Sunrise. So the ship's still out there, they just renamed it. Cruise ship versus military warship. Finally, here is a very recent story from 2020. That's this year, Danny! Business Blaze News. Which just goes to show how careful you need to be when picking a fight, even if the other guy looks a lot smaller than you. On the 30th of March, the German 5-star expedition cruise ship RCGS Resolute had drifted into international waters just off the coast of a Venezuelan island. Although the Resolute was capable of carrying 146 passengers, it was at this point just carrying a standard maintenance crew who were very busy repairing one of the engines before a planned rendezvous with a sister ship in Curacao. The cruise ship soon caught the attention of a Venezuelan Navy patrol vessel called the Naiguata. Maybe. The military crew from the Naiguata were already feeling quite jumpy. Just days earlier, President Trump had branded Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro a wanted drug trafficker. And the tensions were generally running high in the Caribbean waters. I mean, Nicolas Maduro is a lot of things. Is he really a drug trafficker? I mean, that seems a bit unnecessary. Can't he just steal from the economy? Does he really need to traffic drugs? I mean, well, maybe actually these days. The Naiguata contacted the Resolute to inform the maintenance crew that they had drifted into international waters, and the ship would now be boarded for an immediate inspection. The Resolute's response was along the lines of, nah, we're good. They were already late for their rendezvous with their sister ship, and they didn't really have much time for all of this silly pissing about with soldiers. They had an engine to fix. They are in international waters, right? So the Venezuelan ship shouldn't really have any authority over them. I mean, except the fact that they probably have guns and
Where are the armed men who come in to take the protesters away? Where are they? This kind of behavior is never tolerated in Boracua.
At this point, the Naiguata demanded that the Resolute follow them immediately under escort to the nearest Venezuelan harbor for further questioning or face attack. Oh, boys. The crew of the Resolute were already put down their cups of tea and newspapers and figured out that they'd best get in contact with their home office to get further instructions. But while they were doing this, the crew of the Naiguata got impatient and fired warning shots at the Resolute, and then went one stage further and started ramming the vessel in an attempt to push the Resolute in the direction they wanted it to go. Hell.
Believe it or not, jail, right away.
It's worth pointing out that the Naiguata was a pretty hardcore military vessel equipped with naval guns and deck-mounted machine guns and all kinds of crazy angry shit. In contrast, the Resolute was just a nice cruise ship that could go quite fast and boasted an impressive 80-seat theatre. I mean, this ship could only take 100-something people, but it's got an 80-seat theatre? That's cool. But it was also a purpose-built polar expedition vessel equipped with a super tough reinforced hull ready to withstand the pressures of Arctic ice flows. So when the Naiguata started fiercely ramming the Resolute, they caused barely any damage at all to the cruise ship, but it did cause an incredible amount of damage to their own vessel. This is too good. Oh, in fact, that I got to the cave so badly beaten up that it began rapidly to take in water and it sank. Oh my god, I'm sorry. This is just so unfortunate. Fortunately, the 44 crew members of the Naiguata were rescued by the Venezuelan. Oh, it'd be ironic if they were rescued by the cruise ship. They were like, alright, we'll throw some lifeboards overboard, okay? They were rescued by the Venezuelan Navy, and they all lived foolishly to fight another day. They were last spotted losing a dramatic sea skirmish against 3,000 cats on board a Meow Meow cruise. This has been Business Blaze. I've been Simon. The script is written by Danny. Sam added all the memes. ETA made a pretty solid attempt at becoming a true co-host. Brian, the meme accountant, adds up the memes, and I'll see you next time.
Hello Darkness, my old friend. I have dignity.
Give your meat a good old rub. That's it. Nice and hot.
Okay. Oh, I'm wearing my sunglasses, and you know what that means?
I'm blind.
I'm being a hacker. Well, this is how I imagine like every hacker in every movie ever wears sunglasses. And then I realized, do they really, or was that just in the 1980s? My glasses are all messed up because I was playing with my kid and I rolled onto them, and now this is all ruined. But I need them to see, so here we are. Back by popular demand, ETA. Also, people were like, Simon, you gotta give ETA a job. And I was like, alright. Someone suggested googly eyes. I gave them googly eyes. And someone was also like, why don't you use it to advertise? Perchthemerch.co. Thank you, ETA. You're a wonderful addition to this program. Let's crack on. Danny has written me a script. It's all about terrible things about fast food. That was a mouthful. I'm going to read it. I'm going to make some stupid comments. Sam is going to add some memes. It's Business Blaze. The topic of fast food seems to be cropping up a lot lately in Business Blaze videos. It does, because fast food is awesome. And I'm starting to think that Simon is taunting me by trying to make me come up with allegedly terrible things about fast food. Allegedly. Because as we all know, there's nothing terrible about fast food except, you know, all of the health consequences. I haven't enjoyed any fast food for months now. It would be quite a rare treat for me these days, even in normal, non-pandemic conditions. The downside to living in a sleepy little village in Cornwall is that the nearest KFC is miles and miles away. I think I've talked about this before. Like, I grew up in the middle of nowhere. The nearest McDonald's to me was like a 20-minute drive, and it was at a petrol station, like a service station off the nearest motorway. So it wasn't exactly the best location. And that was the nearest fast food. There wasn't a KFC or a Burger King closer. It was the nearest fast food was 20 minutes drive away. I was very happy when I got my driving license at 17. And although many fast food restaurants in the UK are now starting to open again, the indoor dining areas are closed and the queues to get served are so alarmingly long that you need to take at least half a day off work. One guy from Middlesbrough was pictured in the UK a few weeks ago after he came up with a cunning idea to beat the queues at McDonald's. He noticed it was much quicker to get served via the drive-thru, but the only problem was that he didn't drive or own a car, like our very own Danny, who anytime he mentions driving, I have to bring it up because Danny doesn't know how to drive. So he made himself a crap load of cardboard car. I've got a picture here. Sam, do the honours, if you feel like it. Sometimes you don't, as people pointed out. Okay. So he made himself a crap little car out of cardboard, which he attached around his waist before happily joining the queue of real cars in the pouring rain. Compelling proof that British ingenuity is the envy of the world. I had the opposite problem. I pulled into a KFC off the motorway, and I was like, yeah, I really want some KFC. But the queue for the drive-thru was so long. Like, the petrol station's here, the KFC is here. The drive-thrus, this is not going to work out because you guys are on the horizontal plane, and I'm describing it on it. It's not going to work. Let me try and say, like, the KFC is here, the petrol station's here. Okay, I'm looking at my screen. KFC is here. The drive-thru queue is here. And it was going all the way up into the petrol station. And I was like, well, screw this. So I just parked next to the KFC. And then I saw that, because you can't sit inside, or you couldn't sit inside. And I just saw that they were serving stuff direct out of the door to the restaurant, and there was no queue. It was like, amazing. Sadly, despite queuing for half an hour, he was turned away when he got to the window because his crap cardboard car didn't have an engine. That's what you need to have. You have to have an engine. I don't think that's really fair. This guy's being good for the environment. He's worked it out. I'm all for it. A spokesman for McDonald's said, "Oh God, what are we doing, McDonald's? You don't need to comment on this, no one cares." For everyone's safety, we absolutely cannot serve people who are not in a road-going motor vehicle, and we would ask customers to refrain from attempting to use the drive-through lane in any other manner. Miserable sods. I'm fairly certain I've ridden my bike through a drive-through. I'm almost, as a student, I'm almost certain I have, even if it's just as a joke. And I totally got my food. So I'm now so desperate for a fast food meal that I'd probably even settle for a Taco Bell Crunchwrap Supreme. I can't remember if Danny likes Taco Bell, because I complained about Taco Bell, because last time I went to the States, I had some Taco Bell, and a friend of mine here who's American, I live in Prague, as many of you already know, and he was like, "Dude, you gotta have the Taco Bell." Like, he's always going on about it, and I'm like, "Grant, it wasn't very good though, was it?" But maybe, if I take time to try and dig up some of the less appetizing facts about the appalling shambles that is the fast food industry, I can convince myself that I'll just be happy stealing one of Simon's meal replacement shakes. Hold your nose as we dive into the stinky, filthy truth. And I feel like I should just throw in there, allegedly. Ronald McDonald was trying to burn you to death. That pyromaniac It has to be said that Stella Liebeck garnered very little sympathy from the press or the world in general when she sued McDonald's for $20,000 in 1992, and briefly seemed to end up winning $2.7 million in damages instead. Your lawyers are incredible. Stella had spilt a 49-cent cup of hot coffee all over her lap after being served at a local McDonald's drive-thru in Albuquerque, New Mexico. When she tried to sue McDonald's for serving coffee that was dangerously hot, the move was widely regarded as frivolous, and Stella Liebeck was dubbed the poster child of excessive lawsuits. Except, the story is actually quite interesting, because the coffee wasn't served at a coffee temperature. It was served at like an unbelievably hot temperature, and she got like third-degree burns or some crazy. So everyone's like, oh yeah, that woman who sold McDonald's because she got burned by a hot coffee. Ha 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 ha. Except, I think I made a video out on this one today, I found out. Except, it kind of was bad. It was really bad. In fairness, you probably do need to take a bit of responsibility when you clumsily spill coffee all over yourself. I do completely agree with that as well, though. But a closer look at the case reveals that Stella Liebeck may actually have done everyone a favor. She was a 79-year-old widow being served a cup of coffee that was 180 to 190 degrees Fahrenheit, or 82 to 88 Celsius if you're American. Oh, you Americans don't understand Celsius. It's awesome. It's not. No one cares. Who gives a f***? Anytime anyone's like, oh, why don't you use metric? Or why don't you use both units? Or can't you tell it to me in Fahrenheit? I'm like, no one gives a f***. You care that much? Google it, you lazy bum.
I'm blind.
And people are like, oh, freedom units. And then other people are like, oh, only stupid people use imperial. And it's like, no one gives a f***. No one gives a f***. I could not give less of a shit. I really couldn't. This temperature is significantly higher than coffee served in other fast food chains, with the general consensus that it would be dangerous to serve coffee hotter than 60 degrees Celsius, 140 Fahrenheit. Stella had been wearing cotton sweatpants during the spillage, and these absorbed the coffee and held it against her skin, resulting in the scalding of her thighs, buttocks, and groin. Stella was found to have third-degree burns on 6% of her skin, with lesser burns covering 16%. She was required to stay in hospital for 8 days, where she underwent skin graft procedures and lost 20% of her body weight. See, I told you, it's not just, oh, I got a little burn. It's like, oh, I had major medical issues. Following her release from hospital, she was partly disabled for 2 years. Fucking hell. She initially sought $20,000 from McDonald's to cover her actual and anticipated medical expenses. I don't know, this is in America? This must be like the cheapest hospital ever. Because anytime I hear about anyone going to the hospital, you know, any horror story, which I always feel must be exaggerated, right? Because it's like, oh yeah, I tripped and broke my ankle and now I have to pay like $47,000 in medical bills. It's like, really? I'm not sure if I believe it. But here's the thing. During the 1994 trial, held in... Although a friend of mine was in the States, and he concussed himself while skiing, and he went to the hospital, and he had an MRI, and they gave him a bill for like 12 grand or something, which is like, oh my god. And his travel insurance were just like, yep, just send us the bill, and we'll pay for it. And I'm like, oh my god, don't forget your travel insurance. But here's the thing. During the 1994 trial held in New Mexico District Court, it was revealed that McDonald's had received over 700 previous complaints from customers who had just got frazzled by their piping hot coffee and had paid out over $500,000 in total to settle these cases. Oh, class action lawsuits. Although, just to add to that story about the travel insurance thing, it's like if a hospital gave me a bill for like 12 grand, I'd be like, yeah, I'd definitely pay that. And then I'd leave and I guess be like, well, I guess I can't go back to America.
Those are illegal.
I mean, now I'd pay it, but when I was poor, I'd be like, what the f*** are am I going to do? It's 12 grand. I don't have 12 grand. So it appears that they got away with throwing relatively small amounts of money at grumpy, scolded customers, but the Stella Liber case had proven to be a burn too far. Or maybe we should say blaze. Or maybe we shouldn't make fun of people who suffered third-degree burns over 6% of their body. That would probably be appropriate. So I do know. I just know that in 20 years or sooner, it's going to be like, there's going to be a hashtag cancel Simon, where they dig up all of the inappropriate jokes that I've made about people getting burned and calling it a blaze because the channel's called Blaze, and talking about cocaine way too much. Well, hopefully I'll be retired by then. A jury found, it was argued in court that McDonald's coffee would burn the mouth and throat if consumed when served, and the warnings on the cup were not prominent enough. The jury found McDonald's to be 80% responsible for the incident, with Stella 20% at fault. A quite staggering figure of $2.7 million was originally awarded by the jury in punitive damages, but this was probably quite sensibly reduced by the judge. Stella Liebeck. Why would a jury be deciding this? I mean, juries are great. I generally believe that you should have the option of a jury trial if you don't want to judge. And I think that's a good part of democracy. I know a lot of democracies don't have jury trials, but I do think they're a good thing. But one, in civil cases, they shouldn't be a thing. And two, they definitely shouldn't be deciding how much money, especially when the judge can be like, no. Stella Liebeck ultimately walked away with $480,000 in punitive damages and a further $200,000 in compensatory damages. McDonald's has since lowered the temperature of its coffee, good, and legal and medical experts have pointed out that this Stella... I'd do it more, but I'm holding my coffee and I don't want to put it down because I'm lazy. Legal effort has probably saved... I like that Danny put Stella in bold because he's like, Simon's going to miss this pun, isn't he? Saved hundreds of thousands of dollars from burn injuries, hundreds of thousands of customers from burn injuries, fantastic. Even so, please make sure you keep a tight grip. Yes. Good advice. Business Blaze is also saving you from getting horribly burned. They nearly serve 40-year-old meat in China. It's often been alleged that some fast food has an alarming tendency to last forever without ever going off, as illustrated in the case of that bloke from Utah who shoved a Big Mac in his pocket in 1999 and found that it still looked quite reasonable 21 years later. We've talked about this man before, and how he is allegedly a very strange individual. I don't think there's anything alleged about that, is there? To be honest, I'll take the risk on that one. The fast food chains have explained that there is nothing too sinister in this. It's just that the high salt and low moisture content in some of their meals prevent the usual growth of mold. Okay. And the low moisture content in this guy's pocket. And this incredible display of longevity only really works if you store the food in cool, dry conditions, like this guy's pocket. If you kept a Big Mac in a warm, moist place, it would rot just as quickly as anything else. If you do come across a 20-year-old Big Mac, it's probably not a very good idea to eat it, but some suppliers still like to squeeze all of the value they can from the meat, even if it's getting on a bit. Oh no, who is this? Who is this? Who is this? Please don't be KFC. My mouth is watering for KFC. But I'm on a diet. Okay. I'm on a healthy... I was like, okay, last 6 months of the year, I'm gonna actually focus on eating healthy. And so I'm like, fast food once a month. That doesn't include pizza. Pizza doesn't count as fast food because it's... I have no excuse for this. Yeah, boy. An undercover operation filmed in the factory belonging to Shanghai's Hussey. Oh no. Food company in 2015 came across 100,000 tons of frozen meat with an estimated value of around $483 million. That's probably enough meat to last me a lifetime.
Give your meat a good old rub. That's it. Nice and hot.
Okay. This meat was destined to end up on the tables of Chinese branches of KFC, McDonald's and Pizza Hut, along with tons of other local fast food restaurants, and the dates on the packaging looked pretty fresh, but they were lies. What a shocker. In fact, the beef, pork and chicken wings had gone through a cycle of being frozen, thawed and refrozen for years and years, and some of the meat dating back as far as the 1970s. You've got to be kidding me. And also, I don't know if it's true, because I recently learned that if you reheat rice, you can do it properly, but I was always told, never reheat rice. If you reheat rice, you're gonna get cancer. Or not cancer, I mean, you're gonna get something that's gonna make you sick and then you're gonna die. I'm going to die! But I recently found out that that's totally okay. So I don't think you can unfreeze and refreeze things. That's still definitely a problem, right? The Hussey Food Company, which is actually a subsidiary of the US-owned OSI Group, were fined $3.6 million for trying to shift mislabeled substandard food. That doesn't actually sound that bad. The OSI Group was unhappy about this decision and tried to claim that the general media clearly influenced the verdict. Dude, just own it. When you're selling meat from the 1970s that you've been around with for like 50 years, just own it. Just be like, yeah, we won't do it again. You got fined. And also if you're like, yeah, the media's blowing it out of proportion, you're going to think they're going to be like, oh my god, we were? I'm so sorry, we'll stop doing that. No, it's the media. It's literally what they do. The media is like, number one job, blowing things out of proportion. Number two job, reporting the f***ing news. Come on! But they had even more to worry about when 10 employees connected to the scandal were given jail sentences, with the biggest culprit identified as Australian Yang Li-Quan, who worked in the role of general manager of the processing department at the OSI Group, China, and he was handed a 3-year sentence. That's not around. But here's the big question, though. If the scandal hadn't been uncovered, and the rotten meat had ended up getting served at fast food restaurants, would customers have even noticed? I don't know, Danny, it depends how deep fried it is. Starbucks put in their coffee. Uh-oh. Allegedly. I mean, so far, we had a court verdict, and we had a court verdict. If there's been a court verdict, we can say all of this. I didn't feel entirely convinced that Starbucks fits into the fast food category, as I always thought it was more of a cafe, or, well, a coffee shop. No But it does seem to be widely recognized by the industry as a top performer in the fast food family. What is it doing in the is a coffee shop? They sell food, but it's like sandwiches. That'd be like any shop that sells sandwiches is a fast food shop. It's not, clearly. Although Subway, I think, probably is. Ooh, this is confusing. Starbucks is not the same, though. I suppose it does serve up refreshments pretty quickly, so it counts, apparently. Which is good news, because it means that I can tell you that they put in their coffee. During a 2017 investigation by the BBC Consumer Rights Programme Watchdog, 10 samples of ice drinks taken from 3 of the biggest coffee chains in the UK were tested for bacteria, with surprising results. At both Starbucks and Caffè Nero, 3 out of 10 samples contained bacteria known as fecal coliforms, which, as the name suggests, is usually found in feces. The British chain Costa Coffee fared even worse. 7 of the 10 samples contained the bacteria. Watchdog's expert, well, they're not putting it, that sounds like Starbucks put coffee sounds like they're putting in their coffee intentionally, but it just turns out there's bacteria in the coffee which is closely related to... Why am I defending them? Watchdog's expert Tony Lewis was deeply troubled by this. He reported that these should not be present at any level, never mind in the significant numbers found. No Tony, but a bum. All 3 coffee chains expressed their concerns at the findings and extensively reviewed their ice handling guidelines and procedures. But maybe this is not quite the storm that Watchdog made it out to be. It's worth pointing out that no actual fecal matter was found in the samples. It was just a type of bacteria that you pretty much find everywhere. It was the kind of testing that briefly and wrongly convinced everyone that all beards were composed of about 90% fecal matter. Wait, that's not true? I'm always finding fecal matter in my beard. Just try not to think about this too much the next time you're downing a chocolate-sprinkled cappuccino. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, but that doesn't, 2 minutes ago, I was complaining about the media blowing things out of proportion. They didn't push it in their coffee, did they? A side order of maggots is okay by the FDA. I think we know what we're talking about here, because there are these guidelines by governmental bodies about how much weird in food is acceptable. So it could be like, yeah. If you've got a ton of cereal, it's okay to have 14 rat hairs in there. That's okay. That's within the recommended guidelines. Although if you perch my merch at perchthemerch.co, as ETA is telling us right now, there's going to be absolutely minimal rat shit. Very minimal amounts. It was news to me that the average American is likely to ingest between 1 and 2 pounds of flies, maggots, and mites every year. And people say that my diet is weird. That is not possible. 1 to 2 pounds? Of course, most of them aren't doing it on purpose. Maggots and flies are hiding everywhere in our food, along with mouse droppings, mold, insect eggs, rodent hair, and other defects. And it's not a problem unique to the fast food industry. In fact, it's not technically a problem at all, according to the US Food and Drug Administration, which seems very relaxed about it. But it's maybe something you might want to try and avoid thinking about next time you're eating at Pizza Hut or McDonald's, or Domino's, or, just eating in general, anything you've purchased ever. The FDA says that it's perfectly fine for tomato paste and other pizza sauces to contain up to 15 fly eggs and 1 maggot per 100 grams? That is not a lot of tomato paste at all. You're allowed a bit more maggot for your money with mushrooms. 20 maggots of any size are perfectly permissible per 100 grams of drained mushrooms or 15 grams of dried mushrooms. My example of a ton of cereal is way under the rate, like way under. That's insane. So if you ever come across a couple of giant mutant maggots crawling around the top of your pizza, it's no good getting all grumpy and complaining about it. Before you get too worried, you're not really likely to notice unless you sink your teeth into a particularly crunchy one. This is just so unpleasant. I feel also I'd notice if there was a big-ass maggot on my pizza. The FDA handbook notes that it would be economically impractical to grow, harvest, or process raw products that are totally free of non-hazardous, naturally occurring, unavoidable defects. Besides, you may need to get used to it. Insects are widely tipped to be the future of protein as they require far less land and water than livestock. Just have the squeezy cheese to hand and you'll be fine. As I mentioned previously, I'm not allergic to anything that I've ever discovered except for grasshoppers. So I'm when we finally have to eat insects. Or, I mean, all my meat eating is going to become really expensive and people are going to be like, oh, you still eat meat? That's so passé. Don't buy squeezy cheese, because it's wrong. And just buy regular cheese and melt it on top of your food like a normal person, or on top of your, what are we talking about? How much chicken would you expect to find in chicken? Some of the more optimistic business place viewers might say a figure like, oh, I don't know, 100%. But the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC, showed a very different story in 2017 edition of the consumer affairs show, Marketplace. The show revealed results from lab tests which were carried out to ascertain the exact DNA makeup of chicken available in 5 major fast food restaurants. The chains that were sampled included the likes of McDonald's and Wendy's, and most of the results showed that your average lump of fast food chicken contained somewhere between about 85 to 90% chicken, with the rest of it being made up of unidentifiable plant DNA. Isn't the point of DNA that we can identify it though? I thought that was the whole thing. But the results for the chicken found in your average sandwich from a Canadian branch of Subway's stood out like a sore gizzard. I mean, Subway is like the worst fast food. Like, of all the things, it's unhealthy, it tastes all the same, and it smells weird. And it's like, why wouldn't you just have a McDonald's or something that is not f***ing Subway? Jesus Christ. In fact, the results... You know, if you're going to have a sandwich, have a nice sandwich. In fact, the results were so surprising that CBC repeated the lab test 5 times because they couldn't quite believe their beady eyes. But the results were always the same. It was found that Subway's chicken breast contains only 54% chicken, while the company's chicken strips contains only 43% chicken. I feel like if it's less than 50% chicken, you probably shouldn't get to call it chicken. The study found that the rest was made up mostly of soy fillers. Yeah, you'd be like soy filler strips with chicken. This might be quite handy for those people who are thinking about adopting a vegetarian diet but aren't quite ready for the full commitment yet. But for everyone else, the results might be viewed as a little bit disappointing. I don't know, it's Subway, I'm not super disappointed. I'd be like, yeah, I mean, what did I expect? Subway never accepted the findings of the study and claimed that their chicken only contained about 1% soy, although they did promise to take the matter up with the supplier. That's even more concerning, because then it's like, oh yeah, it's 43% chicken, 1% soy, and 56% unidentified DNA matter, which makes me think of aliens. CBC took their original claims and pointed out that Subway had yet to provide an alternative explanation for the DNA test results. Later that same year, Subway actually sued CBC for broadcasting a report that was reckless and maliciously misleading. No, it's called reporting. CBC stood by their original claims and pointed out that Subway had yet to provide an alternative explanation for the DNA test results. The case was dismissed in 2019. That's what I like to hear, allegedly. Still, next time you're munching on a Subway chicken sandwich in Canada, just remember that soy is packed with loads of yummy nutrients. It can help you lower your cholesterol as part of a controlled diet. And I mean, you're getting, 1% through your Subway chicken. 1%. Maximum. That's right. 1%. The pictures on the menu are stinking lies. This is obviously not something unique to the fast food industry, and it's not unusual for a company to use a compelling photo to show off their wares in the best possible light. But the food stylists and photographers behind the major chain menus do seem to go to extraordinary lengths to make that fairly simple burger look like a mouth-watering gift delivered on a platter from fast food heaven. Of course, they have to use real ingredients. They wouldn't be able to get away with showing a picture of a ribeye steak in a photograph of a Big Mac. But they'll use effective lighting, small blowtorches, tweezers, toothpicks, paint, glue, and tape to make sure that the food in the photograph will look nothing remotely like the food that gets plonked down on your tray. The website Consumer Reports recently conducted an experiment in which they compared the visual depiction of the food on the menu to a photograph of the meal that they actually received. I mean, this is nothing new. There must be a billion YouTube videos doing this. And some of the results are quite laughable. Oh my, we've got some pictures. For example, if you screw your eyes up and concentrate really hard, you might be able to tell that the sausage McDonald's, thank you Sam, sausage McMuffins from McDonald's are not exactly the same. What? I mean, it still kind of looks good though. That looks pretty tasty. I like those little burned edges right there, and that egg looks good. I'd say the top one, I know it looks fake. That bottom one, I'm like, that looks pretty tasty. What about the Gordita Supremes from Taco Bell? Yeah, it doesn't look anything like it. It does look good though, like I would eat that. And here's perhaps the worst offender of all, the Chipotle steak and cheese with avocado from Subway. Oof, no, no, no! They're largely allowed to get away with it as the ingredients are authentic, and every advertiser is allowed a certain degree of puffery in their marketing. There's no specific FTC regulations governing photographs used in fast food marketing, and the FTC has never pursued any cases of alleged deception on a fast food menu. A 164-year-old woman from Hudson Valley in New York did try filing a $20 million lawsuit against KFC after discovering that a KFC bucket wasn't quite as overflowing with chicken as the photographs seemed to depict. Now that, right there, that's a frivolous lawsuit. She was also hugely disappointed at the small size of the chicken pieces. I suspect she'd just been standing a bit too close to the menu and the case was dismissed. What a surprise. Would you like some heroin with that? Yes, please.
Okay.
It is... Jesus Christ, ETA. Woo! Scared the out of me, son. It's alright. You just stay there. You just stay there. You secure? Yeah, that's more secure. It's true that McDonald's is famous for giving away some cool toys and goodies in their Happy Meals for kids. Oh god, where are we going? The idea was first beamed into McDonald's stores way back in 1979 when they launched the... I'm missing a page, here we go. Star Trek meal to tie in with the long-awaited original Enterprise crew in Star Trek the Motion Picture. And to be honest, it looked pretty fabulous. Much better than the cheap crap you get today. You got a fold-out board game, glittering iron-on sheets, non-functional teleport bracelets, and even a plastic replicator video communicator in which you could feed accompanying mini comic books to view one individual at a time on the viewing port and gradually watch the whole story unfold. It sounds terrible. Since then, we've been treated to lines of toys based on the Flintstones, Spider-Man, Sonic the Hedgehog, and the lesser-known Cowboy McNugget. And in the interest of not breaking any strict US laws, McDonald's cleverly decided against just shoving all these toys at the bottom of a bag of French fries. But one particular branch of McDonald's in Pittsburgh... Is it Pittsburgh or Pittsburgh? Because we'd pronounce that Pittsburgh in the UK, but I'm fairly sure it's Pittsburgh, which sounds worse. Pennsylvania decided to give away something in the Happy Meals which didn't appear to be on the menu. Oh, please say it's heroin. And didn't appear to have much regard for the law either. It's heroin. All you had to do when ordering a Happy Meal at the drive-thru was say the words, "I want a toy." The secret code had a surprising effect. The amount you were charged for your meal, the usual $2 meal, suddenly shot up to $82. But in return, you got 10 bags of heroin, stuffed inside the same box as your Teletubbies and Barbie dolls. Wow, heroin was cheap back in the day. Following a lead from an informant, undercover officers decided to try out the secret Happy Meal upgrade for themselves, and sure enough, ended up being given a box stuffed full of chicken McNuggets, fries, milkshakes, and heroin. At which point the game was up. It's worth making it very clear this was all down to one rogue individual working at the branch rather than an experimental trial being rolled out by McDonald's. 26-year-old Shantia Dennis was arrested and faced a string of charges including criminal delivery and possession of heroin. I guess that's called drug dealing? It's not clear what happened to Shantia. It was not clear what happened to Shantia after this, but I imagine she probably lost her job at McDonald's and ended up either in prison or working at Taco Bell. But bum. So there you have it. Conclusive proof that fast food chains are either trying to kill you, serve you rotten 40-year-old meat, or non-chicken based chicken, shit in your coffee, or provide you with heroin Happy Meals. Allegedly. That should probably be enough to put you off for life. As for me, I'm just waiting for the queues to die down a bit. None of this has put me off. I don't mind if someone, no one's going to give me heroin in my bag, because I'll be like, why am I getting charged $82 for this? And they'll be like, that's the heroin. I didn't order that, did I? And all the other stuff is like, oh, whatever, who cares? I like it. This has been Business Blaze. I hope you enjoyed it. Please do consider heading over to purchasethemerch.co. Get some merch. And I'll see you next time. It's heroin.
Yeah, boy.
Arsegard.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you your boy with the blaze.
Oh, great introduction, ETA. Great job. Now get the fuck over here.
Such gratitude.
Good.
I'd like to tell you about 5G.
Hey, don't say any of that shit. I know what you're like.
Coronavirus is
Hi, I am your boy with the blaze. Blizzardy blaze. My name is Simon. Danny has written us a script. Most incredible art heists. How exciting. I love heist movies. Whenever I'm at home and my wife is like, I don't know, out with friends or visiting her parents, I'll always go to Netflix. And I'll always either watch reruns of Star Trek or heist movies. I don't know why, I've seen Ocean's 11 like 6 times. Anyway, let's get into it.
I watch flat earth videos.
Danny writes us a script, I read it, Sam adds some memes, ETA tries to shut his mouth about COVID. Let's do it. What's the most expensive thing you've ever stolen? It definitely wasn't really high-priced software. That's for sure. I would never pirate high-priced software from anyone ever. I'm sure Simon will make out that he hasn't stolen anything in his life because he was raised properly and taught from a very young age that shoplifters go to hell. No, I'm probably going to hell. To be honest, I was never into stealing. Although I have to confess that I did once steal a massive bag of pick and mix sweets from a branch of Woolworths in Rotherham. And I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. I don't care. I remember a friend of mine's mum, like when we were kids at primary school or whatever, she was like, yeah. I mean, I think we were buying pick and mix and she was tasting them in the store. And I'm like, is that okay? And she's like, oh, it's okay. I don't know about that. And this was a very middle-class woman. I hadn't intended to steal them at all. Me and a mate had decided to live like kings and blow all of our pocket money in Woolworths, scooping jumbo helpings of foam bananas, flying saucers, candy necklaces, strawberry pencils, and cherry lips into 2 plastic bags. Candy necklaces were the shittest of all of these. It's like they tasted nasty, they hurt your teeth. Candy necklaces blow. All of those other ones are delicious. I'm not eating sugar at the moment. I mean, or I'm eating like much reduced sugar as I try to be a healthy person until the end of the year. My mouth is watering, and I'm not a big sugary person anyway, but now I want all that because I can't have it. But it was close to Christmas time, and the queues to get served were ridiculously long. We waited patiently in line for 15 minutes, but started to get a bit frustrated when we noticed that the queues just didn't seem to be moving at all. Danny, if you're walking out of the store with this and saying that you didn't deliberately steal it, you did deliberately steal it. But that's okay. Although Woolworths is now out of business, so maybe Danny's shoplifting finally put them out of business. It didn't. So we just sort of gave each other a knowing look, which, when roughly translated, would go something along the lines of, this for a game of soldiers, let's just scarper with all of the sweets. This for a game of soldiers sounds like something I would say combined with something my grandmother would say. Now, it just so happens that a very wise and knowledgeable older friend had only recently informed me that most shoplifters go about their business in entirely the wrong way. They skulk around in the shadows, looking incredibly dodgy as they try and discreetly slip stuff under their coats without anybody noticing. My older mate reckons that this was no good at all. A more effective method is to just brazenly walk out of the shop as if you own the place, clearly carrying the stolen goods in your hands as if they already belong to you. I agree, if you're going to steal just walk in, grab it and walk. What does this have to do with art heists? This is like Danny's lame shoplifting. As it turns out, he was right. We walked out of that branch of Woolworths with our heads held high, swinging about the bag of pick and mix sweets as we made our loud and confident exit. Woolworths entered administration about 25 years later, but I'm pretty sure it had nothing to do with us. Yeah, I think Woolworths entered administration because I don't really know what they were for. They just seemed to sell a bunch of random crap that no one wants. I think I went to Woolworths maybe like twice in my life, and it was probably entirely to buy sweets. I often think that art thieves would be wise to adopt this policy. Instead of sneaking about at night in disguise as a caretaker or figuring out how to jump through all the laser beam security sensors, you'll be better off just ripping the painting down from the wall in broad daylight and in full view of a packed museum, and then just calmly walking out of the building, only giving a cheeky wink to the receptionist. I'm fairly sure that some art heists have been like this, where it's just been like, yeah, boom, ultimate confidence. I kind of admire it, although it would make a more boring movie. I'm not sure if Business Blaze can fully endorse this method. We can, but we don't take any responsibility for your actions. But if you decide to give it a try, please let us know how you get it on. It'll be Business Blaze's first interview, although we'll have to disguise your voice, I guess. In fact, some of the greatest art heists of all time were indeed quite simple, but with a few whistles and bells and alarms, although others got surprisingly overcomplicated. Exhibit A, Mona Lisa, stolen in 1911. An obvious place to begin would be with the world's most famous and certainly overrated painting. Yeah, I mean, the Mona Lisa, I've never seen it. I've been to the Louvre, and I don't think I even saw the Mona Lisa, probably because I didn't want to queue, and I've seen it on the internet, and it's, I don't know, it's okay. It's not that great. I saw Dali's A Perception of Time, the Melting Clocks painting, the super famous one. Oh, what's it called? And it was really small, but it was still awesome, because, I don't know, that's an amazing painting. The Mona Lisa, it's okay. It reminds me of that song from The Lonely Island. Mona Lisa, you're an overrated piece of shit. I still find it hard to believe that this portrait painting by a man who clearly couldn't even do eyebrows has managed to attract so much acclaim and fame. I'm on the same page with you, Danny. It's just okay. But the strange thing about the Mona Lisa is that it was the 1911 theft from the Louvre in Paris which made the picture go viral in the first place. And the thief wasn't even in it for the money. He was just doing his patriotic duty, allegedly. Yeah, it's going to be really hard to sell the Mona Lisa. It's like quite famous. Be like, yeah, can I really buy that? I mean, $500 million or however much the Mona Lisa would sell for is expensive, and you could show it to no one. So you gotta be like really into art to just have it like in a secret vault somewhere and just look at it. Originally painted in the very early 16th century by the Italian Renaissance artist Leonardo da Vinci, the Mona Lisa certainly became a well-known piece over the course of the next 300 years and has been hanging in a Paris museum since 1797. But it was a simply executed theft from the Louvre in 1911 which generated headlines around the world and led to the piece becoming the most widely recognized and most visited painting of all time. Oh my god, I've just remembered one of my favorite heist movies. The Thomas Crown Affair. Mwah! Mwah! That's a great movie. The Italian petty criminal Vincenzo Perugia had moved to Paris in 1908 and had actually secured a job at the Louvre installing protective glass casings for the most valuable paintings. There are differing accounts as to how he managed to casually wander out of the Louvre with the Mona Lisa without anybody noticing. The most widely told tale is that Vincenzo spent the night before the theft hiding in a closet in the museum. Early the next morning, just as the gallery was reopening, he removed the painting from the frame and concealed it under the long white smock that he was wearing. Legend has it that he came across an unexpected obstacle when he was faced with a locked door on his journey out of the museum. Dude, you just expect all the doors to be open. It's like, oh no, the door's locked. Didn't think of this. But a plumber just happened to be wandering by. Assuming that Vincenzo was a fellow worker, the plumber helpfully opens the door with his own key. Yeah, I'd do that. Like, whenever someone comes to my apartment building and they're like behind me, I'm always like, yeah, of course, come right in. I go up to my apartment and they're like, yes, of course, you must be doing something. Are you here to like measure my gas? Gay! Oh, I'm a security hazard. It's debatable how much of this is completely true, although the general gist of the story is about right. Vincenzo himself, I'm gonna stop. Vincenzo himself later claimed to police that he didn't camp overnight in a closet. He just turned up early in the morning dressed in the same sort of smock as all the other employees. And it doesn't seem very feasible that a man of his short stature would have been able to hide the hefty painting underneath his smock. It's more likely that he simply draped the smock over the painting and tucked it under his arm as he made his exit. Did he at least cover it up where he's like, no, I'm taking it for, restoration. So this could have been an early pioneering example of the just walk out as if you own the place strategy. Vincenzo took the Mona Lisa back to his apartment in Paris where it remained undetected for a couple of years. Holy as the world's press went into a frenzy with reports on the search for Leonardo da Vinci's lost masterpiece. Early suspects included Spanish artist Pablo Picasso, holy Pablo, and poet-playwright, Guillaume Apollinaire. Maybe. The latter of whom was even arrested, but there wasn't a shred of evidence to support any allegations against either of them. Okay, so why were they arrested? The game, I think I made a video about. I made so many videos that I forget. The game was up for Vincenzo in 1913 when he made contact with an art dealer in Florence called Alfredo Geri. Under the clever new pseudonym Leonardo Vincenzo, very clear. Is that just his name reversed? Or is it Leonardo da Vinci with Vincenzo, his actual surname? Dude, if you're coming up with a pseudonym, is it really so smart to use your... Oh, it's his first name. Okay, whatever, who cares? The art thief offered to sell the Mona Lisa to Alfredo for 500,000 lira. He travelled to Florence on the train carrying the painting in a trunk with a hidden false bottom. Upon meeting Alfredo, he was persuaded to leave the painting with the art dealer for expert examination. But in fact, Alfredo took this time to contact the police, and Vincenzo was swiftly arrested. However, it has to be said that Vincenzo got off pretty lightly. He claimed that he was acting out of patriotic duty. So why did he try to sell it, dude? Returning the Italian painting to his rightful home after it was stolen by Napoleon a century earlier. Alright, so just take it to your home. Don't leave it in Paris, in your apartment in Paris, hidden for 2 years, and then try to sell it for like 500,000 lira. I guess that's a lot of money. I don't really know. In fact, it got his history a bit wrong though. Leonardo da Vinci had sold the painting to the French king, Francis I, as early as 1516. So, this just sounds like an excuse. Like, why do you steal the Mona Lisa? It wasn't for money. I was returning it to its rightful home in Italy. It's like, why did you steal that money? I was returning it to its rightful home, my pockets. After that, it became the rightful property of the French Republic, although it did spend a bit of time in Napoleon's bedroom following the French Revolution. What a legend. It was returned to its permanent home in the Louvre in 1797. It could be argued that Vincenzo's patriotic claims were more than a little dubious anyway. If he was really doing all of this for the benefit of his country, why was he trying to flog the stolen painting to an art dealer for 500,000 lira? Nevertheless, the court showed leniency, and he only served 7 months in prison, after which he was celebrated in some Italian circles as a national hero. Still, he single-handedly managed to turn the Mona Lisa into the most famous painting of all time, even if he raised a couple of invisible eyebrows along the way. Ba-da-bum-bum. Last video I mentioned how I was doing that less aggressively because my back hurts. My back still hurts. So, bear with me. I'm gonna blaze, but gently. And I'm also gonna roam a little while I blaze because, you know, it is what it is. Exhibition B, The Scream. Stolen in 1994 and 2004. I remember when it was stolen in 2004. It was a big deal. Now this is more like it. Edward Munch's. I didn't realize his name was Munch. Oh, 1893 composition The Scream is a much more relatable piece of work, depicting a typical morning walk down to the shops to buy some cigarettes and scratch cards. Alright then, Danny, whatever you're into. And it's so good that it was stolen twice, kind of. I believe there's more than one painting of The Scream, so I guess it was not, maybe it was returned and stolen again, but maybe there were two of them and they were stolen. The thing is, Norwegian painter Edward Munch created several different versions of his masterpiece, I'm a Genius, including 2 versions in paint and 2 in pastel. Leonardo da Vinci would have learned a thing or two about this virtuous work. Imagine how much more money he would have made if it churned out a few more Mona Lisas on those wet Sunday afternoons. He might have even figured out how to do eyebrows. The theft of the original 1893 painting took place in February 1994 at the National Gallery in Oslo, on the very same day as the opening of the Winter Olympics in Lillehammer. To make room for the Olympic-themed festivities taking place at the gallery, the painting had been temporarily moved down to a less secure second-story floor. The whole operation took approximately 50 seconds. 4 masked gunmen stuck up a ladder up to the second story, climbed in through the window, overwhelmed the security guard, nabbed the painting, and then made a hasty exit from the building. They left behind a cheeky note which said, "1,000 thanks for the bad security." Oh, it's like a movie, I love it. Don't be thieves. I mean, unless you're legendary. Not a guarantee. I'm not endorsing that.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
The gallery soon received a ransom note for $1 million, but was never given any proof that the demand was genuine. The anti-abortion movement later claimed that they were behind the theft, and they would only return the painting if an anti-abortion film was broadcast to the nation. This was ultimately dismissed as a hoax. It sounds like a hoax. Also, come on guys, don't do that. Don't do that, you're going to get in trouble either way. However, it only took 3 months for the painting to be recovered following a sting operation carried out in conjunction with the British police and the Getty Museum. The fragile but largely undamaged painting was tracked down to a hotel in Arsgaard Strand, just 40 miles of Oslo. Arsgaard. One of the ringleaders was a guy called Parlenga, who had previous form with art theft and seemed to have a particular penchant for the work of Munch. He previously served time for a 1988 theft of another work by Munch called The Vampire. It's like, dude, you're gonna be like #1 on their suspect list. It was like, yeah, what'd you go to prison for? Stealing one artist's paintings. I really love his paintings. Someone stole The Scream. Maybe it's Paul. Probably Paul. During the search for the stolen Scream, Paul Lenger appeared to be toying with the police, taking out a classified advertisement in the birth section of the local press, which announced that his new baby son had arrived with a Scream. Dude, what are you doing? This makes you look guilty as hell. The R-villain was originally sentenced to 6.5 years in prison for his role in The Caper, but was released on appeal when it was revealed that the British agents had illegally entered Norway under false identities. Oh no, guys, you made an error. But he was still destined to serve a lengthy prison sentence following a string of further art thefts. In Norway, don't they have like a maximum time you could go to prison? Because that dude who shot all those guys on the island, isn't he gonna get released someday? And it's like, dude, you murdered like 100 people. It's like, what the f***, Norway? As recently as 2015, he pled guilty to the stealing of 5 Pushwagner paintings from the Fine Art Gallery in Akerbrig in Oslo. I'm sorry about all the pronunciations there. I don't care. After carelessly leaving behind his wallet containing his ID during the theft. Oh, dude, come on. It's like, we know. You're like... If there was a random wallet left behind by a regular thief, you'd be like, yeah, I lost my wallet in the museum. Where if it's like, no, it's the guy who's famous for stealing paintings, and be like, oh, he's going to prison. I'm beginning to think that this guy was just craving attention. Yeah, dude. The 1893 version of the Scream was back in its rightful place, but later, the 1910 version of the painting was stolen from Norway's Munch Museum in 2004. Munch Museum sounds like a place for snacks. The cooperation wasn't quite so swift and smooth. In fact, some witnesses say it was downright clumsy, with the 2 masked thieves actually dropping the stolen paintings several times throughout the robbery. Guys, I mean, art thefts in movies are so cool and slick, and, you know, George Clooney's doing stuff. Here it's like, what's going on? Or Pierce Brosnan. I don't think Pierce Brosnan or George Clooney have ever dropped anything in their lives. Like, if I saw George Clooney stumble, I'd be like, oh my god, the world is falling apart. 2 paintings were stolen this time, along with the Scream, but the butterfingered art thieves also targeted another of Edward Munch's works, Madonna. The pair had a combined value of $90 million. They chose to carry out the theft in the middle of the day when the museum was packed, threatening staff and visitors with guns while physically holding 2 of the security guards at gunpoint. One of the witnesses pointed out how surprisingly easy it seemed to be to remove the paintings from the walls. The thieves simply had to pull quite hard on them for the paintings to come loose. What are you gonna do? Like, you're not gonna super glue them to the wall. Oh yeah, I suppose you could, like, really bolt them to the wall. But I mean, at some point, the paintings are going to be in a frame, and then it's like, are you bolting the canvas to the frame? I mean, I don't know. Or just put it behind a big glass case. It's okay. I'm really surprised when you go to museums and art galleries, and it's like all of these like super ancient paintings, and it's like there's no glass in front of it, and I'm like, what if I sneezed on that shit? Or what if I was just some crazy motherfucker and I'm like, yeah, stab it. And it's like that painting was worth $5 million. Yeah, no, I'm crazy. And people just walk into museums. You know, crazy people can go to museums and sorts of shit. What's that about? And why doesn't it happen more often? I mean, I don't want it to happen more often, but it kind of surprises me there aren't more crazy people. It surprises me that people can be trusted so much. Despite a bystander taking photographs and videos of the thieves making their getaway in a waiting vehicle, and the city government of Oslo offering a reward of 2 million Norwegian kroner for information leading to the recovery of the 2 stolen paintings, the scent went cold for a couple of years. Although the police never revealed exact details of the eventual recovery in 2006, the 2 slightly damaged paintings were found, and 6 suspects faced trial. 3 of them were acquitted, while the other 3 were sentenced to between 4 and 8 years in prison and ordered to pay 750 million kroner in compensation to the city of Oslo. Where these guys are thieves, where are they going to get their money other than thieving? Hey Siri, how much is 750 million kroner in dollars?
I'll tell you, Simon. It's about 50p.
The mysterious case of the secret recovery of the paintings had led to some speculation that the thieves weren't even remotely interested in their value, and the whole operation had been planned to simply distract police from another investigation into the murder of a Norwegian police officer. So the police are just distracted and they're like, yeah, because we were really busy with the paintings, we're just not going to investigate the murder of our colleague. It's like, that doesn't seem likely. It seems like the police have, you know, a lot of resources, and they'd be pretty motivated by the murder of one of their friends. Whatever the true story, the thieves may have lived to regret letting that picture of the Scream slip through their greasy fingers. Later in 2012, another 1895 pastel version of the Scream was auctioned at Sotheby's in London, where it was snapped up by an American businessman for a record-breaking $120 million. Goddamn! There's a shop in my village that sells high-quality prints of the Scream for about £4. Yeah, Danny, but they're not the original, are they? $120 million. God damn. Exhibit C, 2 Renoirs and a Rembrandt, stolen in 2000. This has got to go down as one of the most dramatic and explosive art heists in history. In December 2000, 3 gunmen wandered into the National Museum in Sweden with their eyes on no less than 3 different works of art. A rather drab self-portrait by Rembrandt and 2 pieces by Renoir. Conversation with the Gardener and Young Parisian. Fascinatingly titled, Renoir. Great job. At a push, I might have been persuaded to hang Conversations with the Gardener up on my living room wall. It looks like this. But I probably would have relegated the other 2 to the bathroom or the cellar. They look like this. Thank you, Sam. I certainly wouldn't have considered splashing out about $47 million for the set of all 3, which was the established value at the time. At first glance, the theft seemed remarkably simple and crude. 3 guys in balaclavas. This is always what happens. It's just regular thieving. They go in, they take the paintings, and they leave. There's no, clever, Catherine Zeta-Jones flying around with lasers everywhere and all of that. I wish there was. It'd be a lot more interesting. I'm sorry that real-life art heists are so boring.
Maybe I could entertain you with some 5G dangers.
No!
The lizard people are doing...
3 guys in balaclavas walked into a waterfront museum, waving around big machine guns at anyone who dared to look at them a bit funny, and then removed their chosen paintings from the walls before making a swift getaway in a motorboat moored alongside the museum. But the heist was far more elaborate than it looked. The thieves had planted car bombs across town in Stockholm, which they detonated by remote control while they were in the museum, causing a massive distraction for the police, who were naturally prioritizing 2 huge explosions over a few old paintings getting nicked. The police attempting to respond to either the car bombs or the art heist faced an additional problem when they tried to get to the scene. All the tires of their vehicles had been slashed by the gang beforehand. This is actually pretty good. We're getting into more movie territory, Danny. I like it. So, as cars were randomly blowing up across town and the police were stalled in vehicles that couldn't get anywhere, the gang were able to carry out the art theft in a fairly casual and confident manner. They probably even had time to grab a quick coffee. But they didn't get long to enjoy their victory. Within less than a month, 10 arrests were made, eventually leading to 8 of the men receiving jail sentences of between 2 and 6 years each. The sentences seem quite light to me. Maybe they'd received longer jail time if they'd chosen slightly better paintings to steal. Yeah, these guys got 2 to 6 years. They were blowing up car bombs and, interfering with the police? That seems more like, in America they'd be executed. The paintings took a little longer to recover, but by 2005, all had been found undamaged. The recovery of the Rembrandt self-portrait was actually a complete fluke. The Stockholm police had been working on a totally unrelated drug sting and were taken by surprise when the painting was offered for a trade. But that goes to show just how difficult it can be to shift a painting after you've gone to the trouble of nicking it, and sometimes it makes you wonder why they bother. I assume because it's let's say I'm some supervillain billionaire, and I'm okay, I want to see the Scream, but and me and my super billionaire evil friends are gonna go round for dinner and look at this painting on the wall that, no one else can see now. That's why. I imagine they do it on commission. Or at least that would be sensible, because otherwise, how do you sell it? It's all very well saying that a painting has a value of around $20 million, but it's not like you can just shove it on eBay after you've stolen it. The painting will very quickly become too hot to handle, which is a show that Netflix, Too Hot to Handle, they're like, Simon, why haven't you watched Too Hot to Handle yet? And I'm like, Netflix, have you ever seen me watch reality TV on your platform? Especially this piece of shit.
Oh yeah, we're the worst, yeah.
And I'm like, why do you want me to watch this? F*** off. I'm just going to watch old episodes of Star Trek and heist movies. Your best bet is to find a rich and slightly weird private art dealer who would need to keep the stolen painting hidden away from public view forever to avoid the risk of anyone snitching. But then what's the point of spending millions of dollars on a painting that you can never show off to anyone? You're probably better off stealing really big crates of squeezy cheese. Unless you just really love art. I would say the people who have the paintings stolen and never show them to anyone and just have them in a vault where they look at them are probably bigger art fans than the guys spending $120 million on one, because one, it's well, yeah, I really like the art, but also, when my rich friends come round, I just remind them that I'm richer than them by having a $120 million painting on the wall, so there's a whole other reason to buy it. But if you're just having it stolen for your own personal enjoyment, I probably think you're a bigger fan of art than the other guy who actually paid for it. Exhibit D, the Duke of Wellington, stolen in 1961. Finally, here's my favourite art heist story, which may lack the explosive drama of the previous theft, but it wins top points for sheer madness. In 1961, a portrait of the Duke of Wellington, painted by the Spanish artist Francisco Goya in 1814, was stolen from the National Gallery in London. The quite remarkable thing about the theft is that it appeared to have been carried out by a grumpy 17-stone disabled British pensioner who was trying to make a point about TV licenses. Alright. Earlier this year, when I mentioned TV licenses before, the comments were like, what is a TV license? And I answered like 3 of them, and then no one else reads the comments, so they'll just post without looking at the comments to see if the question's already been done. So I was like, I replied to all of them, it's just like a license to kill, but for TV. It makes no sense, but I didn't know what else to say. A TV license is something that exists in the UK that basically allows you to watch, or, doesn't allow you to watch, but if you don't have one, you'll get in trouble for watching TV, but it supports the BBC, which isn't advert funded. There's no adverts on it, I think. I don't care. And they say they have these magical machines which can detect you, and that they can't. Earlier that same year, the painting of the Duke of Wellington had gone up for auction at Sotheby's, and the New York art dealer Charles Wrightsman had put in a bid of £140,000 for the masterpiece. Wow, that's a lot cheaper than all the other stuff. But this sparked outrage from British art lovers who felt strongly that the painting shouldn't be allowed to leave the country. So the UK government quickly scrambled around and found the funds for a matching bid, ensuring that the painting could now hang for the first time in the National Gallery in London. Well, if those people don't want it to leave so bad, why aren't they paying for it? Why do tax pounds have to go towards this? That sounds like some right bullshit right there. But this move from the government seemed to enrage a retired bus driver called Kempton Bunton. He felt very strongly that people on modest incomes should be given a lot more help in paying for their wildly expensive TV licenses, which back then were about £4 a year. It's like £100-something these days. Or it was when I last had one. It might not sound like much, but that was half a week's wages for Kempton back when he worked on the buses. So it was quite a lot to fork out in one go, especially considering that everything was black and white and rubbish back in those days, and Only Fools and Horses hadn't been invented yet. Only Fools and Horses is really overrated though. It's not very funny. Kempton's point was that while low-income families were struggling to get the money together for TV licenses and facing aggressive prosecution if they couldn't afford to pay, I think they just had a fine. While the UK government was happily splashing around thousands of pounds, hundreds of thousands of pounds, on paintings of a podgy, rosy-cheeked bloke in a military uniform. Dude, I'm not gonna steal the painting, but I'm with you on this one. F that. So 19 days after the Duke of Wellington first arrived at the National Gallery, Kempton decided to steal it in order for ransom. He'd heard that the fancy electronic security systems of the gallery were always turned off in the early morning to allow cleaners to do their stuff. Is that really true? And he'd just heard it, like on the street. So that was the moment he climbed in through the toilet window, prized the painting off the wall, and made his escape through the same toilet window completely undetected. That's incredible. Shortly afterwards, the Reuters news agency received a ransom note which revealed that the painting would be returned to the government if it agreed to donate £140,000 to a new charity which would help poorer people pay their TV licenses. The request was completely ignored. Yeah, dude, the government doesn't negotiate with thieves. I mean, maybe it does, I don't really know. They always say, like, we don't negotiate with terrorists, but I'm like, but you do. Yeah, it's called politics and diplomacy. Or is that just something in the movies? I don't know. It wasn't long before Kempton Bunton conceded that his cunning plan may have not worked. He handed himself into the police and returned the painting, minus the frame. So, that's a nice frame. And funnily enough, it was the missing frame that earned him the prison time. His defense team successfully argued that he never intended to keep the painting, and that he couldn't be found guilty of theft as he made the effort to quickly return the picture of his own free will. What? But Kempton was sentenced to 3 months in the slammer for failing to return the frame. And it was this case that led directly to a new section of the 1968 Theft Act, which made it an offence to remove any object on display to the public without authority. 50 years on from Kempton's ill-fated campaign, the UK TV licence fee, now priced at £157 a year, thank you Danny, continues to ignite controversy in the UK. The BBC just very recently announced that they'd scrapped plans to offer free licences for viewers aged 75 or over. And you can't help thinking that the very concept of a TV licence has become increasingly irrelevant, bearing in mind that it only funds the BBC and everyone else has switched over to Netflix anyway. Yeah, I mean, it does sound pointless. I have a TV, and they have a TV license in the Czech Republic where I live as well, or like an equivalent of it, and I'm like, no, I'm not paying that. And they're like, you have to legally declare that you won't watch TV, and it's like, I'm not watching TV. I watch Netflix, Amazon Prime, and I play Xbox. That's what I do on the TV. I don't watch public TV, and I'm not paying your license. I think we need another man of Kempton Bunton's caliber to help raise awareness by stealing an absolute load of paintings from a major British gallery. Whoa, we're not encouraging that, Danny, are we? We're not. Allegedly. And proper good paintings too. Maybe something nice by Vincent van Gogh. Or this time there'll be no, it's Vincent van Gogh. Don't be like, it's Vincent van Gogh. Not in the UK. And in Dutch it's like, Gogh. This time there'll be no sneaking through the toilet windows, no machine guns, and no blowing up random cars at the other end of town. All we need to do is walk in and walk out like we own the place. This has been Business Blaze. Thank you for watching. If you like this video, smash that like button. If you didn't like this video, smash that dislike button. ETA, thank you for being here today. You've been less involved in today's video. I'm a little bit sad, but not that sad. Thank you to Danny for writing the script. Thank you for Sam for adding the memes. And I will see you next time.
It was an inside job.
Gah. Wilson! Wilson!
My name is Charles. This is embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself.
Oh, calm down, ETA. I'm just joking.
My name is Charles.
Oh, of course it is. But no, it's ETA. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze. My name is Simon. This is ETA. He is joining us in the video as my co-host. Everyone loves it when he makes an appearance. Woo! Wow, that didn't fall down. Danny has written us a script. This is all about the infomercial scam king. Danny actually came up with this idea. Normally I come up with the ideas, or, I go to the comments, or we just make a continuation of a video we previously made when I'm feeling particularly lazy. But Danny was like, Simon, I heard of this infomercial scam king, and you should go check it out. By the way, if you'd like to watch a YouTube channel about scams, which isn't you should definitely check out the channel CoffeeZilla. I watch it all the time. It's probably my favorite channel on YouTube right now. I'd like to think that there's a giant sinister building located just outside of Silicon Valley called the Corporate Company Corporation Prison, or CCCP for short. Danny, we're talking about communism again. If you're new here, somehow, it seems like every other video, Danny somehow brings it around communism, and I don't know why.
It's the solution.
Oh, I know this isn't... And people have been in the comments, why do you have to make this political? Why has this got political? Stop talking about politics. Stop insulting Trump. And I'm like, it's my channel. I'll do whatever the I want. If you don't like it, don't watch. Alright? As the rain lashes down... Oh, we're telling a story. On the giant security gates and the barbed wire fencing, the inmates of CCCP are settling down for another quiet night in. There are some of the most notorious corporate fraudsters of the modern world, and most of them are trying to keep themselves busy. Billy McFarland is wandering around the TV room. He's the Fire Festival guy. Oh! Desperately trying to sell tickets for the next Fire Festival. Him and Ja Rule, allegedly. The farmer bro is discreetly using his contraband smartphone to keep tabs on his business and fire anyone who says anything mean about him. Over in the corner, a group of long-term residents are sitting... I hope Bernie Madoff's in here. Oh, if you're new here, I have a selection of mugs. Someone sent me an FBI mug, I have a Three Wolf mug, but I always come back to the Enron mug because I just made an offhand comment that coffee tastes better in the remains of someone's dreams. I had no idea that would be such a popular meme. Jeffrey Skilling from Enron is banging on again about how mark-to-market accounting is perfectly legitimate accounting model, while Dennis Kozlowski from the Taika Corporation is reminiscing about the birthday bash he threw for his wife, the one with the vodka-pissing ice sculpture of David, statue of David. Now, if you're new here, Danny actually sent me an email along with a script and was like, Simon, I've included a lot of in-jokes at the beginning of the latest Business Blaze script, so I think anyone who accidentally stumbles across this one is gonna be largely disappointed. And all I can say is I'm sorry to disappoint you. There's an empty chair. Oh my god, they continue though. There's an empty chair at the table, which appears to have been reserved for Elizabeth Holmes from Theranos. Ah, she's going to prison maybe, allegedly. Which is a bit weird because you usually don't get mixed gender prisons, but that super deep voice may have caused a bit of confusion. And there's also a new face at the table that looks vaguely familiar to some of the inmates, but they can't quite place it. Jeff Skilling from Enron leans over and asks us for the story. I think Jeff Skilling is actually out of prison now. If you're watching, hey Jeff. I mean, you're not. I'm just saying because you're out of prison now you can watch YouTube. You're probably like, whoa! You can watch videos on the internet? Classic Jeff. In response, the man from Massachusetts, known to some as Kevin Trudeau, but also known by the nickname the infomercial Scan King, shakes his head sadly. He says, "I'm only here because I told you what they didn't want to know." Alright, does that even make sense? I think infomercials are largely an American thing. Up until the year 2009, the concept of infomercials, or teleshopping, wasn't even allowed in the UK. Wait, yeah it was. Like, there was definitely the shopping channel when I was growing up. It was on, like, channel 600. The very idea of purposely sitting down to watch a program-length commercial that rambles on for either 30 or 60 minutes is quite bizarre. Back in the 90s, it was quite common for US television stations to fill up the overnight hours with cheesy extended marketing, and I suppose they could get away with it back in those days because there wasn't much else happening on the other channels at 3 a.m.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
Now I'm doubting myself as to whether there was actually a shopping channel, or I'm just imagining it and, like, having a false memory based on American movies I've seen. Hey, other British people, was there a shopping channel on, like, Sky TV in the 90s, early 2000s? I feel like there was, but maybe I'm crazy. Kevin Trudeau's path to becoming not just a regular face on TV for American insomniacs, but also a best-selling author, was quite crooked from the beginning. I have to say, there's another channel I watched from a chap called Mike Winnett, and I don't know, for some reason I find these, like, scam YouTube channels, like, mostly what I watch on YouTube these days are car YouTubers, and I watch scam YouTubers. I don't know why it's so ridiculously appealing. Mike Winnett has a video where he becomes a best-selling author with a blank book just to prove that you can. And it's like, the guy's a legend. You should definitely check out his channel. I'd link to it below, but I'm really lazy. If you watch this, sorry, Mike. Well, maybe not the very beginning. Born in 1963 and raised by adopted parents, young Kevin was voted the student most likely to succeed in 1981. Oh god, I remember my school yearbook. I was voted most likely to bring down the government and most likely to appear on the front page, probably for bringing down the government. And I was like, I don't know if that's good or bad, really, to be honest. So far, it's a work in progress.
Anarchy! Anarchy! I don't even know what that means, but I love it!
But things went downhill from there. His first job as a used car salesman was probably the most honest and respectable thing to appear on his CV. Used car salesman. The most honest thing on your CV. Bada boom boom. He later moved into the seminar circuit, flogging amazing memory improvement techniques, but it seems that he carelessly forgot about a few important laws along the way. In fact, during the early 1990s, before he even turned 30, Kevin had already served 2 separate jail sentences. Oh, shit. He now claims that he only ever served a few days in jail, but that seems unlikely. That seems like something that's fairly readily look-upable. Is that how you say look-upable, ETA?
I'm not your fucking assistant.
Alright, steady on. In 1990, he had walked into a bank posing as a doctor and deposited $80,000 in completely fraudulent checks, leading to a 30-day jail sentence. What? 30 days? For that? This is America. Come on, guys, he's got to get at least 19 years. Just a year later, he was found guilty of stealing the names and social security numbers of 11 of his mega memory customers and charging them more than $122,000 on their credit cards, leading to another 2-year sentence. Wow. Wait, so he gets 30 days for 80,000, but he gets 2 years for 100. Well, I guess it's his second offense, isn't it? I still feel like he could have got more. Kevin, I mean, it's not, you know, that's definitely an upward trend of crime. Kevin later laughed off these spells in prison as simple misunderstandings, which were largely down to the incompetency of bank officials. He even claims that he wasn't really posing as a doctor, he'd just jokingly introduced himself as a doctor in memory. So he was like, yeah, no, so you're a neurologist? No. Doctor of memory. The good news is that by 1996, Kevin had clearly learned his lesson and was determined to set up a legitimate business. He co-founded a multi-level marketing program. Oh god, he did. Legitimate business.
Simon, I have a business idea for you. Let's get coffee.
No, ETA, we've talked about this. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's pyramids everywhere with you!
Oh no, my dreams. What have you done to my dreams?
You sicko. Amazingly, I didn't plan that. I just stacked those up at the beginning of the episode and was like, I'm sure I could do something with that throughout the show. Because I don't read these ahead. Could you tell? So he started this multi-level marketing program called Nutrition for Life, which was supposed to be concerned with the development and distribution of nutrition supplements. It sounds like a company that I won't name that is ultra famous. I'm fairly sure John Oliver has done a piece because he's got HBO's lawyers behind him. But yeah, that company is allegedly a pyramid scheme, am I right? That company which will remain absolutely nameless. But there turns out to be another small problem there. The aggressive sales techniques and recruitment practices of Nutrition for Life caught the attention of the US Securities and Exchange Commission, oh dear, and several US states who sued the company on the grounds that the program was nothing more than a pyramid scheme. Nutrition for Life agreed to change their tactics and settled with 8 US states for $185,000. I feel like this guy's getting away with a lot for a little. It was during the 1990s that Kevin Trudeau first began making his infamous infomercials. In fact, over the years, he's believed to have recorded over 1,000 different long-form commercials promoting over 50 completely different products, although not all of them were broadcast. It's a bit like that here at Business Blaze, it is. Simon usually records about 50 different episodes a week, but only 3 of them get posted to YouTube. Yeah, I mean, it's a very wasteful model, but you know, look at this. Look at this. You're clearly getting the creme de la creme of content. There are 47 episodes that are rejected every week because they're just not up to this incredible level. Right, ETA?
Dream on, you unfunny fuck.
Kevin certainly had some sort of persuasive talent. He had the sales patter, the cheese, and the disingenuous grin. In a funny kind of way, the former car salesman was probably born to become the king of the twilight broadcasting hours. And speaking of selling shit in an infomercial, have you noticed how I am wearing my own face? You can purchase a shirt with my face, I guess if you're insane, at purchthemerch.co. The co is for Colombia, also known as cocaine. I mean, Colombia's not known as cocaine. They are just known for cocaine. So if we were playing word association, people would be like, you know, Argentina, steak, the UK, tea, Colombia, cocaine! Obviously. Kevin certainly has some sort of persuasive talent. But my god, he was hawking some weird shit. Kevin didn't go down the usual route of selling surgical steel kitchen knives or deep-sea diving timepieces. Instead, he was more of a modern-day version of the 19th century patent medicine peddlers. He sold alternative therapies, self-help solutions, conspiracy theories, and the secrets that they don't want you to know. I heard about the thing that protects you from 5G causing COVID.
It's amazing.
No, it doesn't. We talked about this. It's like a USB thing that you plug into your computer and it creates this magical bubble around you to protect you from 5G COVID. And it's like, someone took it apart, it was just like, it's a USB stick. I'm immediately like, yeah, no, it is. Me, people in there, and it was hundreds of dollars. Kevin was still quite keen on the memory improvement thing. His mega memory training program promised a series of 30-minute lessons which will unleash your superpower memory for the first time. I will unleash your superpower memory for the first time here. It'll take me 20 seconds. There's a thing called a memory palace. What you do is you imagine somewhere you know really, really well, like the house you grew up in, or the house you live now, or where you went to school. And as you go through the place, you imagine things in there. So, okay, so on the table on the left is a cup. Next to the cup, there is a lamp. Next to the lamp, there is a speaker. And then you can go and attach things to those things. So you can attach to the lamp the number 42. You can attach to the speaker the number 12. And then you remember all of these things. It's truly incredible. Now when you play that game, Mrs. Jones goes shopping and she buys a cup and a lamp and a speaker. You will be able to go into the hundreds and dominate everyone. There you go. You're welcome. Don't buy anyone else's bullshit. Also, I memorized pi to like 100 and something digits using that while I was bored on ski lifts when I was skiing a couple of years ago. It's truly an incredible thing, and I am not a particularly smart man.
Stay tuned, get a pencil and paper, and in the next 30 minutes you'll be able to take a test to find out just how good your memory really is, and learn to unleash the power of your own mega memory. Featuring Kevin Trudeau, author, lecturer, and America's foremost memory expert.
Yeah, but he also sold a of other wacky services for gullible late-night viewers. For example, Dr. Callahan's addiction-breaking system. This will cure alcoholism, overeating, cocaine and heroin addiction, and cigarette smoking unless... Why would anyone want to cure a cocaine addiction? That's just weird. Wilson! The perfect lift non-surgical facelifts. Oh my god. Get an instant facelift with no surgery and no needles. The Sable hair farming system. This will finally end baldness in the human race. Well, that didn't take off, did it? Mega reading, speed reading program. Learn how to read things 10 times faster, even if your brain... oh my god, even if you're brain damaged? Dude. Eden's secret nature purifying product. Cleans your body of toxic waste matters and purifies your blood supply. And it cures PMS and some other diseases. Oh, and it causes weight loss. Alright, dude, these are clearly just lies, allegedly. Wait, he went to prison for this, right? Yeah, not allegedly. They're just lies. On top of this, he also sold magnetic mattress pads, crocodile protein pills, magnetic toe rings, and something called biotape, which may have just looked like standard adhesive tape, but the idea was that you stuck it to yourself, and it helped to relieve pain by re-establishing broken electrical connections in your body. Guys. Also, you know that colored tape that all the athletes put on? There's no science. The science behind that, I won't say there's no science, but it is just... It's placebo. Allegedly. I made a whole video about this on Today I Found Out. So far, so good. Except, of course, that this stuff was complete bollocks, and none of it worked. And it didn't take long for the FTC to start squinting suspiciously at some of the compelling but utterly bogus claims that Kevin was making every night to the American viewing public. In 1998, Kevin was fined $500,000 in relation to 6 of these misleading infomercials and ordered to refrain from producing them unless it could be backed up by competent and reliable evidence. Kevin agreed to adhere to these instructions, and everybody lived happily ever after. The fact that we've got like 7 pages left on this script indicates that... no, they didn't. Did they, Danny? Well, for a short while at least. Just because just a few years later, Kevin seemed to completely forget these court orders, which was another surprising lapse from the supposed mega memory man. Ba-da-bum-bum! By 2003, he had decided that taking coral calcium was the catch-all cure to every illness in the world. This included heart disease, multiple sclerosis, and most impressively of all, cancer, which is why we obviously don't have cancer anymore, which is great. Thanks. God, what was his name? Kevin?
You walk up to someone, you shake hands, that person gives you their name. And then as soon as that handshake breaks, the name just kind of drops right to the floor. Does that happen to anybody here? Sure, all of you. And it's embarrassing, isn't it?
Kevin, yeah, Kevin. Thanks, Kevin. Yes, Kevin was back on the infomercial circuit, proclaiming that coral calcium could cure cancer. But not just any old coral calcium, obviously. No, the only treatment that really worked was Coral Calcium Supreme, a wildly expensive formula which just happened to be sold by Kevin's good friend and business associate, Bob Barefoot. He sounds like a hippie, doesn't he? What's it with people not wearing shoes? I saw a dude riding the subway the other day who was not wearing shoes. He was like on an elevator, and he had these filthy feet. And I'm like, you're a disgusting individual. I immediately don't like you. The only slight niggle is that he wasn't backing up any of these claims with the slightest shred of competent and reliable evidence. The FTC were quick to raise fresh concerns with the US District Court for the Northern District of Illinois. That's a mouthful. Claiming that Kevin had violated the original 1998 injunction. It does seem so, doesn't it? This time the settlement was much more severe, although maybe not quite as severe as it could have been. In 2004, Kevin was fined $2 million and given a lifetime ban on producing infomercials of any kind.
Not only is that embarrassing to you, maybe it's costing you some money.
Wait, didn't they try that before? It didn't work. Send him to prison! With one note, it's like, oh my god, America, it's like, oh yeah, you had a little bit of weed on you. Guess where you're going? Oh, you had a little bit of weed on you 3 times in a row. Guess where you're going for life? Crazy. Crazy. Release all the people on minor drug offenses. Just do it. Everywhere should do this. And I'm picking on America because you're a modern democracy. All of those other countries that are just less good, you know, where they execute people for drugs, like, I don't know, Malaysia or something. Stop that. It's insane. Simon, you shouldn't be, you're a British man, you shouldn't be telling how people to run their countries. And I'm like, I feel like when you're executing drug dealers, no, I'm pretty okay telling you what to do, or what you should be doing. This will probably age well. With one notable exception, the contents of books are protected by the First Amendment, no matter how many ridiculous claims you make within the pages. Is that true? That's insane! Go onto Amazon, see all the books about COVID, 5G.
All of those books spit truth.
I will put you back in the basement.
You can't handle the truth.
The FTC couldn't actually stop Kevin from producing infomercials promoting books, just so long as the infomercials didn't misrepresent the contents. Predictably, it was around this time that Kevin Trudeau found his inner author and decided to share his secrets with a new series of quite staggeringly successful books. It's worth pausing for a moment to explain where exactly Kevin was supposed to have acquired all of this secret knowledge.
Well, let me show you how. By using this mind.
You see, it turns out that he had been a member of a secret organization called the Brotherhood, for 20 years. Look, when something's called the Brotherhood and it's a secret organization, it's not going to be anything good. I promise. The Brotherhood had sought the talents of young Kevin Trudeau when he was in his early 20s, as they felt he could use his abilities to increase their own billions and their own power, control and influence over the masses. Okay, well that just sounds like a lie. Also, I'm just slightly disappointed that I wasn't approached in my mid-20s and someone was like, Simon, we think you have amazing potential. We want you to increase our wealth. We are wise old billionaires, and we don't know what we're doing. Look, anyone who's in their early 20s is a f***ing idiot. I mean, if you're watching in your early 20s, don't worry, you've got room to grow. But okay, let's use me as an example. Be like, yeah, hey, 21-year-old Simon, we need your advice. Be like, what the f***? Like, in 10 years, I'll be like, I don't need 33-year-old Simon's advice. That guy was a knob. Look at all those videos he made. It's not quite clear what services Kevin was meant to have provided, but in return he was furnished with the health secrets and access to the inner circles of the rich and powerful. Oh god, I hope he dies from, like, cancer. That's rough, but I hope he dies from a disease that he was trying to cure, or lying about. Fellow members of the group included politicians, CEOs, celebrities, musicians, writers, scientists, movie stars, and maybe even professional YouTubers. Not me, though. I wish. During his time in the Brotherhood, Kevin claims to have been tutored in secret brainwashing techniques which are used in news media, visited factories that were making genetically modified food with the sole purpose of making people fatter, and even taking a tour of Area 51 where he saw working spacecraft and alien bodies with his own 2 eyes. This all sounds like a giant lie. He apparently saw the light after 20 years and decided to leave the Brotherhood and share their secrets with the rest of the world for the benefit of mankind.
We just covered that in class yesterday, or I just read that last night.
Just so long as you crossed his palm with silver first. You can't help wondering if the poor deluded man actually managed to convince himself that all of this was completely true. No, he didn't. He's a con man.
It's obviously here, isn't it?
But let's get back to the printed page. Kevin's first book, Natural Cures They Don't Want You to Know About. Oh, of course people are going to buy that because people are dumb. It proved to be a massive hit, and it was heavily promoted on infomercials without any problems. He spent 25 years on the New York Times bestseller list. No, it didn't. And the latest edition claims that the book has now sold over 6 million copies worldwide. Well, 6 million dumb people. Or desperate people. I think I'm probably being too harsh. Desperate people. Like, if you're dying of cancer and all that, actual medical isn't working, you'll be like, I'll try anything, to be honest. Yeah, so he's exploiting people's desperation. Great. That's not to say that it didn't attract a fair amount of controversy. During the course of the book, Kevin reveals that sunlight doesn't cause cancer, but sunscreen does. AIDS was a hoax. Oh god. And cures for diabetes and other diseases were developed years ago but withheld from sale as the FDA felt they might harm the drug industry. All of those people who've stumbled across this video, the conspiracy theorists, you smash that dislike button. The book also featured an apparent endorsement on the back from a former FDA commissioner who had actually died 3 years before the book was published. Despite the fact that the book was clearly just 150 pages of quackery, it was 150 pages of quackery protected by the First Amendment, and the FTC was powerless to stop the endless infomercials that helped to rake in millions of fresh sales. That's outrageous, and it's abuse of the First Amendment. However, it seems like the FTC was playing the long game and patiently biding their time until they could really stick something on Kevin Trudeau. Ideally, not his massively overpriced biotape, but a boom. I hurt my back this weekend, so I'm being a little bit less vigorous with a bit of boom. And in the end, the man who spent years peddling scammy products and lies was caught out by something that appears to be little more than a small technicality. One of his later books in 2007 was called The Weight Loss Cure They Don't Want You to Know About. Creative titling there, Kevo. You might have begun to notice something of a pattern forming with these creative titles. Danny and I, same page. The book was largely a rehash of an old diet technique developed by British... I keep tripping over this cable. Can you hold this for me? Thank you. Found a use for you at last. By a British doctor in the 1950s, which had been denounced by the American Medical Association in 1962 as hazardous to human health and a waste of money. But again, what's up with British people? British doctors like around. There's this guy just spreading lies, and then there's also the vaccine guy. What's his name? That cockface. He published the fake study about vaccines causing autism, and then the doctor licensing body in the UK was like, you're not a doctor anymore. So he can't practice medicine. rightly so. But again, the protected content doesn't really come into the equation. It was how Kevin chose to promote the book on his inevitable infomercials. Kevin claimed on camera that his amazing new weight loss cure was easy to follow. The protocol can be completed at home, and you don't have to go to a clinic to do it. The FTC argued, well, I don't find... Yeah, of course, like, this could be said of any weight loss thing. It's like, well, yeah, just exercise and eat less. I mean, that'll work. And you can do that at home. You don't have to go anywhere special. I mean, you could go to a GYM, but it seems like a bit of a waste of time. The FTC argued that it was a breach of the 2004 order because the diet was in fact very complicated and difficult. It involved the administration of enemas, oh my, which can only be carried out by licensed colon therapists, and regular injections of hormone human chorionic gonadotropin, which can only be administered under supervision from a physician. Kevin also claimed that the protocol was not a diet, not an exercise program, not protein portion control, not calorie counting, and that it involved no crazy potions, powders, or pills. You just gotta flush out your ass. And also inject something with the word gonad in it. Sketchy motherf***. I'm sure that's a legitimate chemical for something, but it's got the word gonad in it, so it makes it amusing. The 2008 criminal trial in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Illinois, Kevin was found in contempt of the original 2004 order and ordered not to appear in infomercials in which he had any financial interest for 3 years. Ban him for life! Come on! Send him to prison! What the f***? More importantly than that, he got a fine. And boy, it was a big one. This time, it was $37 million. Oh my god, that's brutal.
Not only is that embarrassing to you, maybe it's costing you some money.
His assets were later frozen, and a receiver was appointed to identify and catalogue Kevin's holdings. That's all well and good, but Kevin didn't seem to have any intentions of paying this hefty fine. That's not necessarily because he was feeling rebellious. He just claimed that he was skint. Back in the 90s, Kevin once claimed he had a net worth of over $200 million, but following this huge fine, he now claims that he didn't have a pot to piss in. Well, it's an interesting strategy, but I mean, they're gonna find out how much money you have eventually. It's hard to ascertain exactly how much money Kevin was worth at the time. He squirreled most of his finances away in foreign business entities beyond the reach of the US government. But you suspect he probably still had a few quid. Yeah, I'm betting he did. In fact, it was later proved that he had a few quid. Kevin was back in court in 2013 facing accusations that he continued to live a lavish lifestyle while failing to pay a single cent of the $37 million. That doesn't look good though, does it, Kevo? Just flee the country. It's time to go. It was claimed that he was hiding all his wealth in shell companies while happily spending $2,000 on cigar, liquor, $400 on 2 haircuts. Now, and over $1,000 on meat sorted on line, I bet it was Trump steaks. Although Kevin tried charming the judge with polite protestations of innocence and pleas for leniency and empty promises to try harder in the future. Dude, you've been given so many chances. The judge wasn't having any of it, and he described Kevin as deceitful to the core. He said, "This is not an infomercial, Mr. Trudeau. You can't talk your way out of this one." I'm not sure this judge knows what an infomercial is, though. In 2014, Kevin was found in contempt of the court's asset freeze and receivership. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison to be served at Federal Prison Camp Montgomery in Alabama. The guy who got away with selling bucket loads of alternative secrets and solutions and for years and years was ultimately put in the slammer for claiming that his stolen 50-year-old weight loss protocol was a bit easier than it really was, and then hiding all his wealth so he didn't have to pay a hefty fine. Well, yeah, it seems like not paying the fine and continue to be lavish seems really why they were like, alright, you go to prison then, bitch. Happy now? It's interesting to ponder that Kevin could probably reduce his jail time if his own memory techniques to remember exactly where he'd hidden all of his millions of dollars. But he doesn't seem to be in a rush to do this. Instead, he spends most of his time writing letters to President Trump asking for a pardon and running a Facebook page in which he asks for donations to his defense fund and compares his plight to that of Nelson Mandela. Oh, dude, no. Just no. And if that opening scene set in corporation prison may seem a bit far-fetched, it's maybe not a million miles away from the truth. Sometimes it doesn't seem so. One of Kevin's best buddies in prison is none other than the former CEO of Enron, Jeff Skilling, who I think is out of prison now. So he doesn't have his friend anymore. Anyway, this has been Business Blaze. Thank you so much for watching, and subscribe. Purchase the merch.
How about Jack for number 5?
Wilson!
Jesus f***ing Christ.
Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. I, as always, am your boy with the blaze. What happens here, if you're new, is Danny writes me a script. I will read said script. I will be an unfunny f***. And Sam we'll add some glorious and vintage memes. I saw in the comments the other day, someone was like, Sam, do you know any memes that came after 2005? And I was like, Sam, specific instructions. No memes after 2005, because the finest, we only want the finest vintage memes here on Business Blaze. And in the video today, adverts that straight up lied. Because anytime I do a video that's remotely positive on Business Blaze, everyone's like, Simon, I prefer it when you just companies. And I was like, alright then, I can do that.
Oh, poop.
I knew from the very beginning that my lunchtime hookup with Barry was going to be a bad idea. Wow, hashtag Simon Whistler taken out of context. For starters, Barry had insisted that we dine in Subway, even though there was a perfectly good KFC around the corner. If someone was like, yeah, we're going to eat at Subway, and there's a KFC, I'd be like, no, you're going to eat at Subway. I'm doing whatever the f*** I want. And honestly, it would just I'd rather eat sand than eat at Subway. If I'd wanted a sandwich for lunch, I could have just rung the bell in my basement and requested a ham and cheese pickle sandwich from Simon. Yeah, Daddy, you can request it. Doesn't mean you're bloody gonna get it, does it?
What's with all the shouting?
Charles, get the out of here. Out of here. Second, Barry's always skinned, so he always ends up paying for everything. And it's no surprise that he plumped for the most expensive thing on the menu. At the time, Subway was run... Oh, I know this one. It's where the Subway's sandwiches, they're like, yeah, it's a foot long, and then it was 11 inches or something. The time Subway was running the popular foot-long sandwich, which was getting heavily advertised on TV and probably whetted Barry's appetite. 12 whole inches of sandwich piled high with all the usual Subway soy and shite chicken made from at least 41% chicken. But when we sat down to eat our lunch, it became clear that Barry has another agenda. He whipped out a tape measure and started carefully measuring the foot-long sandwich from end to end before jumping in the air and waving his arms about in blind fury. I knew it! He screamed to everyone else in the diner. Those lying bastards! I added that for dramatic effect. Barry dramatically announced that his foot-long sandwich was in fact only 11 inches long. And it turns out he wasn't the only one getting served with sandwiches that fell short of the foot-long mark by a whole inch. In 2013, disgruntled Subway customers in the US filed 9 class action lawsuits against the company for serving substandard Subway sandwiches that were shorter than advertised. I don't get how this is a suable thing, right? So what are you going to do? Class action. Let's even say that you theoretically ate 1,000 Subway sandwiches. Oh, say you had Subway sandwich for every meal for a year, and you ate 3,000 of these motherfuckers. Well, you'd probably die, and your body would mostly be made out of soy protein. But, okay, so 1,000 sandwiches, let's say each one, you got the $5 footlong special or whatever it's called, and so you're missing 10% of your sandwich, so you get 50 cents for each one. So you're suing someone for, at the best case, $500. And that's if you ate Subway for every meal for an entire year. Why don't just complain to the Advertising Commission? They'll fine Subway, and that's how we do it. That makes sense. It was all a bit silly and pointless, really. It was revealed that the vast majority of foot-long sandwiches are indeed a foot long, but due to natural variability in the baking process, some will come out a little shorter and wider than others, even though they all weigh exactly the same and use exactly the same amount of ingredients. Despite this, Subway initially agreed to a settlement of $500,000 and vowed to take measures to ensure all future measurements of their sandwiches would measure up to the proportions. Wow, at first I was like, when I first, because I don't read the news, but I'll see the headline and I'll be like, oh my god, Subway, that's terrible. And then you're like, oh no, okay, so people are just, I know I express my surprise about this quite often, but again, it's really just shocking to see the media blowing something out of proportion like this. You see it so rarely in the media, just things being blown out of proportion, just so unusual. Most of this money would have ended up in the pockets of the lawyers, though, who were clearly just taking the piss. You know how it is with lawyers? Give them a missing inch and they'll take $500,000. The settlement was later deemed a racket by a Chicago federal judge, and the settlement was ultimately rejected by an appeals court. In this case, it's not often on Business Blaze that I'm on the side of the company on this one. In this case, this is right. This. And all of this didn't seem to have too much impact on my mate Barry, who still scoffed the entire 11-inch sandwich before going back to the counter and ordering a couple of caramel muffins on my tab. Barry, am I right? I'm getting all tangled up in this giant-ass cable again. I think I could have a future in, corporate mediation. You know, when a company has a dispute with someone or something, and before they go to court, they can agree to it being mediated. I'd say I'm quite fair. And I'll be like, okay, you know, normally you'd just be like, oh, the company. I'm like, no, Subway's right on this one, guys. If you need a corporate mediator with zero experience and half a law degree, you know who to call. Subway's alleged missing inch seems pretty mild when compared to some of the other fibs and fabrications that have popped up in advertisements over the years. Some companies have told porkies that would have made Pinocchio's nose grow a foot long, or at least 11 inches. Bada-boom, boom! If you're new here, sometimes that happens. Wrigley's Eclipse Gum. I find it hard to trust chewing gum at the best of times. Sorry, Danny, someone's got trust issues. When I was a kid, I used to go through several packets of Wrigley's Juicy Fruit in a week. It wasn't a habit. I could stop any time I wanted. I just did a bit of boom, but I was always warned by my ill-educated parents that I should never swallow it, as this could be incredibly dangerous and I would drop dead. That's just a lie. Chewing gum is digested like any other food. You can swallow it all you want, if you're a disgusting individual. Of course, it's generally a good idea not to swallow chewing gum. Oh. But I think they were exaggerating the risk just a little bit. It's often claimed that swallowed gum sits in your stomach for 7 years, but this is just hogwash. Although it can't be digested, it still usually comes out pretty quickly. Wait, I thought it could be digested. Or it could be broken down at least. I don't know. I'm not going to look it up. Maybe some scientist will be in the comments being like, oh, blah, 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 blah.
Okay, enough.
None of that, thanks. Heart. So, on the day when I accidentally swallowed a piece of Wrigley's Juicy Fruit, there was really no need for me to run around the garden in a blind panic, screaming and wailing that I was going to die. I'm very familiar with your wails, Danny.
Free Danny. Join my pyramid scheme.
You shut your dirty mouth. When Wrigley later launched their new Eclipse chewing gum and breath mints in 1999, the TV commercials and packaging made a few claims that were equally hard to swallow. They reckoned that most of the gums just mask bad breath. We kill the germs that cause it. People believe this. Wrigley was claiming that the natural magnolia bark extract ingredient found in their Eclipse gum had been scientifically proven to kill germs that cause bad breath. But although their scientific research showed promising results, the research was far from complete, and the National Advertising Division noted significant methodology flaws in their research anyway. It was to prove to be a hideously expensive mistake for Wrigley, as although they admitted no wrongdoing, they agreed to settle a $6 million class action lawsuit, which alleged that customers had been misled. Where's that $6 million going? Is that going to the customers who are like, well, you said you'd kill my bad breath and you didn't, and therefore I deserve $6 million? America. What the fuck? I'm assuming this is America. That's not to mention the $67 million that they'd spent on a massive marketing campaign, which now had sadly been eclipsed by particularly stinky media coverage generated by the allegations. But on that side, I'm like, well, you chose to spend $67 million advertising something that wasn't proven, didn't you, Wrigley? That's on you. Years later, the research into the benefits of magnolia bark extract is still ongoing. We'll let you know how that pans out. In the meantime, maybe just try cleaning your teeth every now and again. Yeah, it's good advice. It's just like, I don't know, if you've got bad breath and it doesn't go away when you stop brushing it, go to the doctor. And they'll be like, oh, well, you've got some terrible disease. So either way, I mean, it's kind of a lose-lose, to be honest. I'm not really sure where I'm going with this one. Let's move on. Airborne Immune Support Supplement.
I have a supplement to protect you from 5G. And Ebola.
No! No!
Help, please. What happened to my legs?
You can't see this, but he managed to land perfectly standing up, which is incredible. And now I feel bad about ripping his face off.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
I don't think we got airborne dietary supplements here in the UK, and I certainly would have remembered the dire TV commercials from the noughties if I'd ever seen one. The product was brewed in the 90s by a school teacher from California called Victoria Knight McDowell, who enjoyed mixing up chemicals of herbs and vitamins in her spare time. The original product was one of those tablets that you plop into a glass of water to create a fizzy drink packed with essential herbal extracts, amino acids, antioxidants, electrolytes, and vitamins. Airborne had very humble origins, as Victoria started selling the Magic Fizz to local drugstores. But by the turn of the millennium, Airborne had bubbled up into something of a surprise success and was available in major chains right across America. Oh no. People love all this fake shit. It's like, yeah, herbs. Woo! Didn't we get over this shit when we got over like f***ing witches. And I don't mean the herbs actually do something, I mean like all the bull herbs and all ETA's shit.
Charles.
The range has now expanded to include chewable tablets, lozenges, and gummies, and Victoria had hired a cartoonist to create a lively brand and packaging featuring a sharply dressed cartoon man who came to life in the new TV commercials to explain the benefits of a product which rapidly became known as the one designed by the schoolteacher. Yeah, because like I always go to my school teachers for medicine. Jesus Christ, people, come on. What the fuck are we doing? But what did Airborne actually do? Let me guess. Nothing. According to the cheerful cartoon man in the commercials, Airborne was the easy, great-tasting way to support your immune system. Each serving contains 13 vitamins, minerals, and herbs. It sounds like KFC, except less delicious. But with particular emphasis on the blast of vitamin C, which doesn't actually improve your immune system at all. Oh, this is one of my favourite, like, dumb people things, where they're like, actually, Simon, if you take large doses of vitamin C, it's been shown to, like, cure the common colds. And I'm like, well, that's just a lie. That is just a goddamn lie. And anyone who tells you different is dumb. Hashtag cancel Simon. Smash. Look. If you're here and you believe that, there's a button below this video which I'd invite you to press. I don't need dumb people watching this. It brings down the average of all the smart people here. Like Peter. Thanks for watching, Peter. One day I'm going to say a surname, and there's enough people watching nowadays that statistically one of you is going to have that full name, and it's going to freak you the fuck out. Greg Jones. Comment below, Greg, I'm watching you. Interestingly, while the cartoon man is delivering his spiel, a little text caption pops up on the screen to inform viewers that these statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. I love this. It's like business plays, clinically proven to make you smarter. And then Sam underneath just have a text here that says, absolutely not a guarantee in any way. Definitely not even mentioned by the Food Administration and Drug Administration. And there was no legal requirement for such an evaluation anyway. The products were sold as dietary supplements rather than drugs. But the Federal Trade Commission certainly wasn't happy with the claims that Airborne could support your immune system, as they weren't backed up by any competent or reliable scientific evidence. Again, what a massive surprise. A chap called David Shart spearheaded, isn't a shart when you fart and a little bit of poo comes out? Am I just imagining that?
Oh, poop.
Spearheaded a class action lawsuit against the company, in which he also enlisted the help of the Centre for Science in the Public Interest. The allegation was that Airborne, oh no, the shark guy's the hero. The allegation was that Airborne was little more than a placebo effect wrapped up in false claims. Airborne admitted no wrongdoing, and I'm now becoming increasingly aware that in a script entitled Adverts That Straight Up Lied, I've covered 2 stories in a row from companies who claim they never lied. So let's just be clear that Airborne never lied about anything. I'm getting the feeling the next line begins with a but, and I haven't seen it yet. I lost my place. But they did agree to pay around $30 million to settle the FTC charges in the class action lawsuit. So they didn't lie, and they did reach very expensive settlements, where I'm sure there was absolutely no admittal of lying. And I'd love to think that Victoria Knight McDowell was made to stand at the back of the courtroom until she had time to have a really good think about her behaviour. Because she's the school teacher who people went to for drugs. Definitely not lied about herbal remedies. Allegedly. Amoco Clear Gas. 1993 was the year that everything suddenly became crystal clear. It certainly was. This was the year that companies went crazy on creating new clear or colourless versions of their products in a bid to persuade customers that they were purer or cleaner than the previous dirty models. I think Crystal Pepsi was this, right? And it was like, yeah, before it contains loads of shit. That allegedly. That's what made it brown. And now it's clear, crystal clear. You're no longer drinking just delicious Pepsi. You can see why this became quite trendy for a while. The world was gradually becoming more tuned to environmental concerns. It wasn't like, no, let's just not put it in plastic anymore. Let's just, serve it in recyclable glass or some shit, or refillable bottles, even better. It's like, no. What we're going to do, we'll just make it clear. So people have the illusion of giving a shit about the environment. I mean, look, how much have we talked about the environment this year? 2020. Less. Definitely less. Because the environment is something that we get to when we've run out of other more pressing problems like pandemics or, economic recessions when everyone's poor. And I'm not saying that this isn't a problem. It's a massive problem because the environment is something we should be extremely concerned about, and we don't seem to see it as a pressing issue, even when it really is. But as soon as something else comes onto the agenda that's more pressing, it's like, yeah, recycling. In truth, there was usually very little or no health benefits or environmental advantages in these nuclear products. Again, what a f***ing surprise. Comment, customers just seemed to convince themselves that this was the case. So the world was treated to new Crystal Pepsi, Palmolive's clear dishwashing liquids, Neutrogena's clear hairspray, clearly Canadian spring water. What colour was it before? Gillette's Clear Angel antiperspirant, and even Miller's Clear Beer. That sounds cool. I'd definitely love to try Clear Beer. The Amoco Oil Company decided to jump on this brief bandwagon to lucidity by splashing out on a multi-million-dollar advertising campaign for their crystal clear Amoco Ultimate Gas. In fact, this wasn't a new product at all. Amoco had already been flogging clear-coloured fuel for years, but the company, like gas, like petrol. I'm like, gas is clear, Danny. Like, it's weird if gas isn't clear. It's like you're either in a steam room or you're getting gassed in the trenches, but it means petrol. But who's even looking at that? The only time you see petrol is like when people have like gas station fights, like in that work of art that is the movie Zoolander. Amoco had been flogging clear-coloured fuel for years, but the company clearly thought that this would be a great opportunity to follow the trend and splash out on major marketing for their colourless gas. However, they maybe should have paid more attention to the fact that most of the other nuclear products weren't really making any bold claims. They were more reliant on customers just mentally associating a lack of colour with purity. Crystal Pepsi never claimed to be significantly better for you than regular Pepsi. It was just sold as a caffeine-free and colourless alternative. Oh no, it's without caffeine? Forget everything I said about it. That. Maybe we could sprinkle some cocaine in the top. Amoco overstepped the line when the company implied in their TV commercials that their clear gas was more refined than the scummy brown gasoline of their competitors and delivered superior engine performance and environmental benefits. The problem was that there wasn't a shred of scientific evidence to back any of this up. The FTC charged Amoco with making unsubstantiated claims, eventually leading to a 1996 settlement involving an undisclosed but probably massive amount of money, allegedly, and a promise not to indulge in making any more claims with zero emission evidence. By this time, the world had largely moved on from the short-lived crystal clear fad anyway. During the mid-1990s, everyone went crusty again and started going back to drinking dirty bathwater and rolling around in horse manure. Bada-bum-bum. Pom wonderful. You know a company is bound to be on dodgy grounds when they start claiming that they can cure cancer, or at least claim to reduce the risk of developing cancer. Wait, hang on, I could start like Simon's Hat Company. It reduces the chance of getting cancer because you're not going to get as much sun on your face, and then you're less likely to get skin cancer. Don't know about your logic there, Danny.
I can cure cancer with this one quick trick.
You don't know anything about this, ETA!
Please, let me back in. I miss you.
Okay, I'll let you back in. Nice work, though. What? Why do you have a skull?
Absolutely no reason at all.
Alright, I'm gonna put you at the back, though, okay? Stuart Resnick is an 83-year-old billionaire with a string of successful acquisitions under his belt. He may be getting on a bit, and he survived a prostate cancer scare several years ago, but these days, he feels fit as a fiddle and claims he hasn't had so much as a cold in well over a decade. He recently cycled 40 miles a day across Italy during a 9-day bike trip, which I have to admit is quite impressive. It is 83 years old. I'd get a bit out of puff riding a bike down to the other end of the village for a pasty and a pint. So what does Stuart attribute this cancer survival and continued good health? Hopefully prostate surgery and all of the exercise he's getting, but I'm going to guess that it's actually something else.
It's magic.
Well, he's very keen to point out that he drinks 8 ounces of the delicious Pom Wonderful pomegranate juice every single day, along with a Pom Wonderful pomegranate pill. It's worth mentioning at this point that Stuart Resnick and his wife Linda own the company. Oh, that's surprising. I'm really shocked that there's a conflict of interest here. Weird. First launched in 2002, Pom Wonderful provides healthy beverages, fruit extracts, and supplement pills, which were all developed following the investment of tens of millions of dollars into scientific research of their benefits. Sounds a lot too, but don't forget this happy couple are billionaires. I bet he has a really cool bike. I bet he does. Now, because Pom Wonderful are essentially just flogging beverages and supplements, they handily escape any scrutiny from the FDA. I feel like this is that First Amendment thing that we talked about in a recent Business Plays video. It's like, yeah, First Amendment applies to books. So you can write all the craziest shit about like 5G, COVID, conspiracy theory motherfuckers in these books. But if you talk about it in like a video, it's like, or, you know, in advertising or whatever, on an infomercial, I think was the example, it's like, FDA be coming for you, boy. But in books, totally cool. You can be as crazy as you want because First Amendment, freedom of speech or whatever it is. I don't know. Americans, let me know. I think it's freedom of speech. Hey Siri, what's the First Amendment? Never mind. Because in 2010, the FDA sent Pom Wonderful a letter warning the company that they were making health claims in their marketing, which had resulted in their range of products becoming officially considered as unauthorized drugs. Oh shit, that's not a good thing. Amongst other things, Pom Wonderful claimed that their products promoted a healthy heart and prostate, reduced the length and severity of colds, slowed down tumor growth, reduced LDL cholesterol, and helped with erectile dysfunction and prostate cancer. Oh my god. Well, at least you got billions of dollars to settle, I guess. Fucking hell. And despite a total of $40 million getting pumped into all the scientific research at this point, it hadn't yet come up with anything useful, like, say, evidence that backed up any of these claims. The FDA ordered Pom Wonderful to sort its shit out within 15 days. When the warning was ignored, it was the FTC who ultimately took Pom Wonderful to court. And in 2012, Daddy, I really hope they get in trouble. I really hope they get shut down or whatever, because otherwise I'm really gonna have to edit some allegedlys into this. And in 2012, a US federal judge decreed that Pom Wonderful had misled its customers, excellent, and ordered them to stop repeating such claims in the future. I couldn't find any evidence of a fine though, which is a bit odd, especially as Stewart and his wife would barely even notice if their wallets were a few $1 million lighter. Following the order, Stephen Clark, the president of corporate communications at Pom Wonderful, was at pains to point out that the company was committed to honesty and transparency. And he also drew attention to the fact that the FTC had only questioned a mere 36 of the company's 600 commercials. So let's not be too hard on Pom Wonderful. They only created 36 adverts that lied. Allegedly, no, it's not alleged. The FTC said so. Good old FTC. And the federal judge. That's the big judge. Nokia's PureView, finally. Here is one of my all-time favorite examples of a misleading ad. Even though there were no lawsuits, no fines, and the company was very quick to offer a humble apology. In 2012, Nokia, I think one's British, one's American. Nokia is definitely how I'd say it in Britain. Nokia is how an American might say it. In 2012, Nokia released the first commercial to show off the revolutionary PureView imaging technology, which came installed on their new Lumia 920 smartphone. The amazing floating lens image stabilization technology meant that you could shoot super smooth videos even when being held upside down and shaken violently by an angry biker, thanks to the innovative sensors which can detect shaky hand movements and correct any aberrations on the go. I have a device called that does this. It's like a Steadicam. You can move along with it, and it's perfectly smooth. It's wild, but it's big. Definitely doesn't fit in a phone. They probably should have used my angry biker idea in the commercial, but instead they played it safe, with a loved-up couple happily riding bicycles by the side of a river. The bloke is filming his girlfriend with perfect clarity on his Nokia phone as they both pedal through the beautiful scenery. I'd like to think that at some point on their bicycle trip they were overtaken by an 83-year-old man huffing and puffing away as he downs another bucket of Pom Wonderful and then screams at the sky in defiance. Fuck cancer! Got my Pom Wonderful!
Jesus fucking Christ.
For safety reasons, I should point out that if you're doing something as dangerous as riding a bicycle outdoors, you're probably better off keeping your eyes on the road in front of you and both hands on the handlebars, instead of devoting all your concentration to filming your partner riding a bike next to you. But Nokia was keen to show you how easy it was to film a perfectly stabilized video on the Lumia 920, even when you're bobbing up and down on bumpy roads with potholes. Last page, come on. They even showed you side-by-side comparisons of the footage, featuring non-stabilized blurry versions along the polished and velvety versions filmed with PureView. Quite near the beginning of the advert, there's a scene which is clearly meant to be from the perspective of the bloke's phone and is captioned with optical image stabilization on, so this is meant to be actual footage created from the Nokia Lumia 920. But there's a little clue in the advert which suggests that might not be the case. As the woman is filmed riding past the trailer, we can see a curious reflection in the window. Oh god, there's going to be a full-on Steadicam, right? Well, it may not be blindingly obvious at first glance, but if you play the video in slow motion and zoom in on the window and enhance, you can just about make out the reflection. And of course, it's the 21st century, so that's what people did. So what secrets did the reflection reveal? You'd think that it would probably just show the guy on the bike holding his cool smartphone aloft, but there's no sign of him at all. Instead, it shows a moving big white van with a lighting rig, a professional camera rig, and a bloke hanging out the back door with what looks to be a high-end Steadicam. And that's just a little bit naughty. To be fair, when this was revealed online, Nokia made a swift apology. They claimed that the professionally shot footage was meant to simulate the PureView technology, but regretted the confusion caused and quickly replaced the ad with an alternative version shot out entirely on a Lumia 920. The weird thing is that PureView was genuinely very impressive anyway, and they really didn't need to cheat to show off the benefits of the new image stabilization technology. But there's a valuable lesson to be learned here. It's one thing to tell lies in your adverts which later get questioned and exposed, but at least try to avoid leaving tantalizing clues that you're lying in the very advert that you're broadcasting. Otherwise, you're doing everyone at the poor old FTC out of a job. This has been Business Blaze. I've been Simon. I'm going to start calling Charles because I'm feeling slightly threatened by the skull. Danny has written this. Sam will add some memes. Thank you for watching. Oh, purchthemerch.co. There you go. Heart. I just hope my kids aren't dickheads.
Welcome to Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze.
No!
Stop this. It's over. I won. You son of a bitch. Fuck you. I will cut your face off.
Oh my god, there are cuts absolutely everywhere. This is not right. Well, this one's broken. Sorry, ETA. Get out of here. It's not your time. Allegedly. This is the latest merch item. My favourite merch item so far. As you can see, it says allegedly all the way across. Someone on Twitter was like, I posted this, I was like, I'm extremely pleased with this new merch that is coming out that says allegedly. And people are like, what? So you're saying like someone did something legendary allegedly? I don't get it. And I'm like, oh, we don't watch Business Blaze, do you? But I'm going to put a blazer on because I feel naked without it. And this is Business Blaze after all. What are we learning about today? Who am I kidding? No one comes here to learn. U-Haul has got up to... I had a coffee. U-Haul has got up to some crazy ass shit. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering what goes on here, well, there's an ongoing meme with my space eater called Wilson/Charles/ETA. There's a lot of memes. Essentially, while I do some cable management, Danny, our beloved writer, writes me a script. I read it. I am not beloved. I add some jokes that are not funny, and then Sam adds some memes. And I'd highly recommend that you blaze. I always love to hear a positive and uplifting story about a long-running family business. Yeah, Danny, but the Business Blaze audience doesn't, which is why I mostly am like asking you to write scripts that are just shitting on companies' mistakes, because those are the ones that are successful.
There's no one who wants this thing over more than I do. You know, I'd like my life back.
I was like, yeah, Business Blaze, originally. Business Blaze was going to be a channel actually about business, and then it became not. Sadly, this is nothing even remotely like it, thank God. No one cares about success. There's usually something quite encouraging and heartwarming about a story involving a young entrepreneur who starts out with next to nothing and ends up forging a mighty business empire, which is later proudly passed on to his beloved heirs, who drive the business forward to the next generation and beyond. I'm already excited to pass Business Blaze off to my daughter. She's gonna love it. It'd be like, can you imagine her at school, what does your dad do for a living? Oh God. My dad's a dentist. My dad's a doctor. My dad's an accountant. My dad's a blazer. He's literally, he just makes bad jokes on the internet. But I suppose it's easy for things to get a bit complicated and messy, particularly when there's more than one heir involved. For example, it's always going to feel a bit awkward if the younger sibling gets made president of the company, while the older sibling has to make do with being appointed head of fourth floor sanitation. Although Danny's written sanitization, which I suppose is particularly appropriate with the COVID situation right now. When the 83-year-old Leonard Schoen drove his car straight into a telegraph pole in Las Vegas in 1999, and his life began to flash before his eyes, he must have spent at least a couple of seconds reflecting on how his own family business hadn't quite planned out the way he'd hoped. But considering that Leonard had been married 5 times, twice to the same woman, and no less than 12 children scattered across 3 of those marriages, the family roots of this particular business were always destined to become a little tangled in the decades to follow. In fact, the story of U-Haul involves relentless bickering and squabbling, dirty tricks, unceremonious bootings, boardroom punch-ups, and even, allegedly, a murder. And by the way, I know it's Leonard, not Leonard, but thanks for smashing that dislike button already if you did. You hero. To be honest, I'd never really heard much about U-Haul. Yeah, me neither, Danny. Danny's also British, I'm British. We don't have U-Haul, but I understand it's like a truck that you fill up with your when you're moving house, or maybe live in if you're poor. But that's maybe not too surprising, as I don't think that the moving equipment and storage rental company is largely known outside of the United States. True. The company was founded way back in 1945 by Leonard Schoen. Oh, great. Danny now says, pronounced Schoen. I'm like, thanks, Danny. You could have mentioned it the first 3 times. And his wife, Anna Marie. Anna Mary? I don't know. The son of an Oregon farmer, a young Leonard had served in the Navy. Before trying his hand at a number of failed business ventures, including a barber's shop and a motel. The idea for a one-way trailer service came about when Leonard and Anna Mary were trying to move house from Ridgefield, Washington to Portland, Oregon, but found it impossible to hire a one-way trailer in which they could pack all their stuff. There were plenty of local trailers for hire, but nobody seemed to provide a trailer that you could rent from your original location and drop off somewhere else near your destination. So Leonard and Anna Mary used their life savings of $5,000 and got to building their own trailers and developing franchise relationships with the owners of gas stations across the United States, where these new trailers could be picked up and dropped off. It wasn't an immediate success, and during the financial struggle of the early years, Leonard, Anna Mary, and their first young children moved in with Anna Mary's folks to save on costs. They were often spotted dining out in fancy restaurants, but only ordering one plate of food to share between them with 2 forks. Is that true? I don't really get it if it is. I don't know if Danny's making a joke there. Am I missing a joke? I often am, and people are like, you're so dumb. Yeah, you didn't make the bum on a pun. But by the 1950s, business was booming. U-Haul had now established a huge network of dealerships with service stations across America. There were 10,000 of U-Haul's distinctive bright orange trailers on the road, and the company had started to expand into the rental of trucks. One night in 1957, Leonard remarked to his wife that he couldn't quite believe just how things were going. That very same night, Anna Marie suddenly died of a heart attack, aged just 34. Oh, that's really sad. That's pretty terrible. Later revealed that he had often worried if there was a price to pay for his success. Dude, this is totally a thing. He said, when Anna Mary died, I thought maybe we had paid the price, but we hadn't. Oh god, Danny, I thought this was going to be fun and we were going to on U-Haul. Instead, it's just devastatingly sad. Leonard had now been left alone with 6 children to raise, but he didn't stay single for very long. Just a year later, he married his second wife, Suzanne Gilbar, with whom he would have a further 5 children. God damn. At one point, the happy household crammed with 11 siblings all lived together under one roof in Phoenix, Arizona, although some of the older ones had been packed off to boarding school. And it wasn't an entirely happy household, as there were regular bouts of sibling rivalry, and some of the kids from Leonard's first marriage were resentful of their new stepmother and their new situation. Yeah, I mean, you got 11 kids. There's gonna be some fights going on. It's not going to be super comfortable all the time. I have 3 sisters. That's only 4 of us. I can't imagine if there were 11. But although things were a bit rocky at home, things at U-Haul were going from strength to strength. Throughout the 1960s, U-Haul completely dominated the self-moving market and were driven to new heights with the help of cheap gasoline. By the end of the decade, the family business empire had been reorganized under the parent banner of the Americo Company. By 1970s, things weren't so kind to the corporate company corporation as the 1973 oil crisis, famously, and the 1979 energy crisis took its toll on the fortunes of U-Haul. Gas got really expensive, I believe. But the good news was that some of Leonard's kids were now old enough to join the company and help dear old dad steer it in a more profitable direction. Eldest son, Sam, had been busy carving out his own career in medicine, but was persuaded by his dad to get on board with U-Haul. It's clear that Sam was being groomed to follow in his father's footsteps and eventually take over the running of U-Haul. This reminds me of that television program Succession, where it's like this, the old dad, the patriarch of the family who's built this media empire. I think it's supposed to be like Fox, because they're always poking fun at it. It's like, do we make the news? It's like, not really, guys. Oh, and chill out, righties. I know CNN is also a bit of a joke. Yeah, but in that show, they're like trying to groom the guys to like take over the company, and I'm like, is it nepotism or cronyism? It's nepotism when it's your family, right? And cronyism when it's your friends. Like, hiring your family is a terrible idea because it's like the only thing that they have in common with you, or the only, like, yeah, you're related to me, so you're probably good at this job as well. No. Just no. Like, and in that show, there are a million MBAs who would do a better job than his son does. The one son who's remotely competent, but still he gets to run the company. And the other son who's completely incompetent is like a COO. It's like, what are you doing? You might have built an amazing business, but you're a terrible businessman, keeping it in the family. Just let them own it, and then do while you hire people who are competent to run it. Jesus. Several other children were also given key executive positions. Again, that's a bad idea. But it soon became apparent that not everyone saw eye to eye about the future of the company. What a surprise. In fact, it was around this time that the family split into two different factions, which I'm going to call the Imperials and the Renegades. I have a feeling this is a Star Wars thing, and it's definitely a reference that I'm not getting, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not a Star Wars thing, but it feels like I know this from Star Wars, because there's the Imperial troops or something, the guys in the white thing with the scary eyes. And then there's I don't know, I've never heard of renegades, but some family members switched allegiances from time to time over the decades, but the Imperial faction was generally led by Leonard himself and his eldest son, Sam. Sam was always fiercely loyal to his father. Wow, it really sounds like the Succession TV show was based on U-Haul. And fully backed the company's founder's vision of expanding the Americo empire during these difficult times, and looking into developing new revenue streams, such as storage rental. The Renegade faction was led by younger brothers Joe and Mark. The pair of brothers had always been very close, and they became increasingly annoyed by older brother Sam's unswerving loyalty to their father. Stupid loyalty to the man who made our family rich. They felt Americo was losing its focus by expanding too quickly into other irrelevant lines, and believed strongly that the company should go back to the basics of trailer and truck rental. To be fair, they had a point. Some of the new business lines were getting a bit weird. The storage rental thing turned out to be a profitable long-term idea, but Americo had also randomly turned its hand to renting jet skis and party supplies, and even VHS cassettes for a while, long before the days of Blockbuster. This all sounds kind of good, like, VHS rental before Blockbuster. That was a good business for a while, until it wasn't. And Leonard's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic. One day he invited his key employees into his top-floor office to show them a visual demonstration of the value of money. The point he was trying to make was that if an executive spends money on something that only makes himself feel good, he might as well be throwing it out onto the streets. I mean, that's a bit of a weird point, but okay. And to hammer his point, were they, abusing their corporate credit cards or something? To hammer his point home, he took out $1,000 in cash and began tossing it out of the window into the hands of lucky pedestrians below, who just so happened to be wandering down Central Avenue that morning.
Look what I found in my pocket! Look! A year's salary right here! What I call them? Fun coupons!
He was so keen for his employees to watch this demonstration in full that he put an armed guard on the door to prevent anyone from leaving. Dude, this got intense suddenly. It sounds like you're losing your mind. Are you really old at this point? This sounds like the sort of crazy thing that an old person would do. The Shine brothers jockeyed for positions for several years, and tensions between the Imperials and the Renegades grew. I'm glad we've given them names now, Danny, these different factions. It makes it much more entertaining. One Americo executive revealed that the Renegades were becoming increasingly agitated by Sam's blind loyalty to their dad. He said Sam would sit in the group and discuss the things everyone thought should be done, and then he would always side with his father. But I always felt that Sam was the only one of the boys who understood that their father had built the company. Who said this? Oh, and just a random executive. Yeah, okay. So the random executive has exactly the same opinion as me. That the dad is the one who knows what's going on because he built the company. And then he decided on his most promising son to run it. That seems smart. That's not anyone who's not the Renegades would think. By the end of the 1970s, Leonard was chairman and Sam had been appointed CEO of Amoco. Mark and Joe, the leaders of the Renegades, eventually quit their posts in sheer frustration at the direction the company was taking, but they didn't do too badly during those wilderness years. Despite the fact that they were no longer involved with the running of the company, Leonard thoughtfully kept them on the executive's payroll. On top of that, he also bankrolled several new business ventures for the grumpy runaway kids, including a multi-million-dollar grossing printing company whose top customer ended up being none other than U-Haul. It's like, it's just charity, isn't it? It's like, kids, you're not very successful at life because, well, you've been handed everything. What did I expect? And it's like, yeah, Dad, we want to do business, but we're not very good at it. So will you be our only customer? It's like it's just giving them pocket money and being like, yeah, clean the garage.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
Jesus Christ. Rich people. However, Leonard was always very keen to get the brothers back on board with Amoco and get his vision of a happy family business back on the right tracks. He was to finally get his wish in the mid-1980s when both Joe and Mark agreed to return to the company in executive roles. But it came at a price! I don't know why I'm being so dramatic.
I'll show you crime drama.
Shut your face! Don't make me rub out your face. I can rub it out just like I ripped it off.
Bring it on. I will end you.
This t-shirt feels a little tight. I feel like I went for small and I should have gone for medium. After taking on their new positions, Joe and Mark led a coup, which resulted in their father being forced into retirement from his own company. By this point, Leonard had generously dished out 94% of the company's shares to his ever-growing army of children, and Joe and Mark temporarily managed to get the majority of the family fighting for the renegade side. That's an error. Look, I would not... If I was this Leonard dude, I don't know why he gave out 94%, but I'd be like, I'm holding on to a majority until I die, and then in my will I'll leave it all to Sam. Because Mark and Joe. And I know they're his kids, but they do seem like dicks. Allegedly. They successfully argued that Leonard had overreached himself to the detriment of the company, and a change in leadership was long overdue. If I was there, I'd be like, I don't give a what you think. 1, it's my company. 2, I'm gonna be dead soon. 3, you dicks. Leonard reluctantly agreed to forced retirement with a single condition. Eldest son and loyal Imperial fighter Sam should stay on as CEO. This arrangement wouldn't last very long though. Just 9 months later in 1987, Sam conceded that the hatred and contempt from his brothers was making his job impossible. An Amoco vice president claims on at least one occasion that he had to step in to prevent his other brothers from physically attacking Sam during board meetings. Damn, son. Sam resigned from his post, which gave a renegade brother Joe the freedom to take over the company and implement his long-desired back-to-basics strategy. I hope this does. U-Haul is around today, and all I know is for them towing, renting out the trailers like they describe, and maybe storage. But again, this is just from movies. I don't really have any idea. I really hope it fails, though. And then Sam has to come back and rescue everything like the hero he probably is. And it has to be said that he made a pretty good job of it. Well, But not everyone was happy. Joe got to work on discontinuing all the silly extra lines that had cropped up in the diversification period, so it was no longer possible to hire punch bowls, awnings, jet skis, VHS tapes, and very probably bouncy castles from the moving equipment and storage company. But this also meant that thousands of jobs were axed, many of which had belonged to old friends of his father. And this infuriated Leonard to the point that he and faithful son Sam decided to try and wrestle back control of the company from the renegade faction. Leonard had long since divorced his second wife and would go on to have 3 more marriages. Oh my. One of them would just last 3 months, while another lasted a single day. Dude, come on. Can you imagine getting divorced the day after you get married? So what is going on? This isn't an episode of Friends. Classic Ross move. But although his wives came and went, some of Leonard's children were now drifting back towards his side of the bitter family division. And by the late 1980s, Leonard, Sam, and other fellow Imperials felt as if they had enough votes among the shareholders to seize back control of Americo from the renegade faction. There followed a complicated and long-winded power struggle, during which the reigning CEO, Joe, persuaded the board to issue over 8,000 new shares to key executives, which would tilt the voting power in favor of the renegades. This successfully blocked the takeover bid from the Imperials, but Leonard and Sam argued that the move was illegal and took Americo to court to seek damages. It was a court battle that would rumble on for years, during which time Joe took the decision to terminate his father's lifetime contract of $400,000 a year. Dude, that's such a dick move. He made you. He actually made you. Things reached boiling point during an ill-fated stockholders meeting held at the Sands Regent Hotel in Nevada in 1989, which descended into a massive family brawl. Excellent. Leonard argued that the company had become diluted and devalued under Joe's leadership and that the company had abandoned its core principles. Oh, they mean like, Danny means like a corporate brawl. I thought they were going to fight. That would have been awesome. The renegades Joe and Mark responded with vicious taunts and profanities aimed at Leonard, Sam, and fellow Imperial brother Mike. According to witnesses, the productive meetings came to an abrupt halt when renegades Joe and Mark suddenly decided to stand up and give the Imperial Mike a proper pummeling, which had to be broken up by the hotel security guards. Also, they did beat the shit out of someone. Joe and Mark, you dickheads. I'm really on the Imperial side here. Fuck the renegades, right?
Hashtag renegades for life.
Why do you always have to disagree with me? Afterwards, poor Mike was filmed holding an ice pack to his battered face and would go on to file misdemeanor battery charges against the brothers, but these were quietly dropped. The meeting was wisely adjourned to another date. Unbelievably, things were about to take an even darker turn. You know a family fight's serious when you report it to the police. It's like, yeah, my brother beat me up. I want charges pressed. No fucking hell, this got serious. Unbelievably, things are about to take an even darker turn. On April the 6th, 1990, loyal eldest son Sam was attending a business trip in Phoenix, leaving his wife Eva Berg Schoen back at home in Telluride, Colorado with their young children. Sam and Eva had enjoyed a long and happy marriage, and it's probably no surprise that Eva was Leonard's favorite daughter-in-law. The following morning, the young children found their mother dead at the top— oh my god, really? At the top of the staircase, after apparently having shot in the back with a .25 caliber pistol in the middle of the night. She was 44. Dude, this is so sad. Why are they killing everyone's wives? Murder looked like a professional job. Jesus Christ. If this is Sam, Joe and Mark, allegedly. Those cocks. The intruder had managed— allegedly, I'm just guessing. The intruder had managed to slip past guard dogs and sleeping children, used a pistol equipped with a silencer. You know it's serious when there's a silencer on there. Silencers in movies are for James Bond and assassins. And then he escaped back into the night unseen. And yet the police were baffled as to who would want to kill Eva Berg Schoen. Originally from Norway, Eva was a shy and gentle woman who devoted her life to her children and her dogs. But devastated husband Sam Schoen had his own theories. After immediately returning home from his business trip, he and his children went into hiding, and he offered a $250,000 reward for information leading to the conviction of his wife's murderer. Both Sam and his father Leonard believed that the renegade leaders Joe and Mark were involved in the killing. Oh my god, this is so intense. When I thought, like, someone recommended telling the U-Haul story, and I was like, Sam, the U-Haul story, some down. And I really had no idea that it was this. Sam speculated that he was the intended target as his brothers wanted him out of the family picture for good. But the bungled operation had instead led to the murder of his wife. And he went public with the allegations. He said, at a minimum, I'm certain that my wife's death was a direct result of the environment created by the seizure of control of U-Haul by my brother Joe. In retaliation, renegade Mark filed defamation suits against Leonard and Sam. Yeah, which is why I'm just saying this allegedly happened. And it's all what Sam said. I'm not saying it myself. Mark and Joe even launched their own private investigation into the murder, as they felt as if the police investigation wasn't moving quickly enough and was focusing too much attention on U-Haul. The defamation suits were dismissed as Mark was a limited public figure and murder is considered a public concern. I have no idea what that means. The murder case was eventually solved in 1994 following a feature on the long-running Unsolved Mysteries TV show. Ooh, closure! The real killer was a paroled serial rapist called Frank Marquis, who had confessed the crime to his own brother-in-law.
Well, I guess we've found our man.
He was given a plea deal to serve 24 years in prison for reckless manslaughter and second-degree burglary in return for providing evidence that he was acting alone and had not been hired to kill Eva. 24 years is the deal. Damn, dude. I mean, you deserve it. You killed a woman and a mother. Yeah, 24 years. I'm pretty okay with that. The sheriff on the case declared that there was no doubt in his mind that Frank Marquis was acting alone. But despite this, and the conviction of Frank Marquis, Sam would always remain convinced that his brothers were involved. But to wrap up the business side of this bitter story, in 1994 a jury sided with Leonard and Sam Schoen and agreed that Joel's sale of those 8,000 shares had been improper. The jury initially stipulated that Joe and 5 other Americo directors should pay Leonard and Sam $1.47 billion in compensation. Holy shit. And that Joe should pay an additional $70 million in punitive damages. Joe's initial response to this was, we're a tad surprised at the verdict. Are you though, Joe? Are you though, or are you just building a case ready for your appeal? A few months later, an Arizona state court found the figures to be a bit excessive and slashed the compensation figure to $461 million, with Joe now only copping $7 million in punitive damages. It was still enough to force Americo into filing for bankruptcy court protection and selling off millions of dollars worth of assets, although the company would go on to survive this difficult financial patch. This is a crazy business story. But it was certainly the end of the road for Leonard and Sam's involvement with U-Haul and Amoco. In return for compensation, they agreed to give up all the shares in the company that Leonard had founded with his wife 50 years earlier and hand over complete control to the Renegade faction. I can't believe the Renegades won. So far, maybe it'll change. That's disappointing. Perhaps end of the road is an unfortunate choice of phrase. Just a few years later, in 1999, Leonard suffered fatal injuries after he drove his car into that telegraph pole near his home in Las Vegas. His death was ruled a suicide by the coroner's court. Dude, is that really how you want to go? Committing suicide in a car crash? That just sounds like not a guaranteed way.
Sorry, I'm making a go of it in a new city.
America would continue to court controversy over the next few years, including a scandal in which they seemed to copy Enron's unique flavor of mark-to-market accounting. Oh no. Which, as we discussed in the Enron video, is a way of making your books look good when they're not good. Or to me it looked like that. Maybe someone in the comments was like, mark-to-market is actually a legitimate accounting method. I'm like, dude, it seems like a scam, bro. In 2002, the company was ordered to revise its financial results for the previous 7 years using an accounting model that made more sense, but unfortunately didn't look quite so good on paper, resulting in a dramatic drop in the share price of the company. However, America would later file a $2.7 billion lawsuit against the accounting firm that had advised them to use the mark-to-market accounting model in the first place. An undisclosed but reportedly substantial settlement was later reached. After over 35 years since he first ousted his own father from the company, Joe Schoen remains CEO of America today, and the business is going well, generating just under $1 billion in annual sales. I'm slightly disappointed that it's going well because I didn't want the Renegades to win. I feel like ETA bested me. You chose the winning team, ETA. However, from his 11 siblings, he's now only on speaking terms with 2 of them. Oh, I wonder how I feel about that on his deathbed. He probably won't care. And some might feel that there's something not quite right about the business ending up in the hands of the brothers who were effectively handed everything on a plate by their father, only to go out of their way to oust him and cut off his financial rewards from the very company that he had gifted them. Others might argue that the business may not be around today if Leonard and Sam had been allowed to pursue their bizarre diversification strategy. Leonard himself put the family's problems down to bad genes, spoiled brat syndrome, the corrupting influence of power and greed, and his own stupidity in dishing out shares to siblings who hated each other in the first place. Wow, I mean, good for you owning it, Sam. And it's probably true to say that it'd have been much better off selling in the 1970s for the first half-decent offer that came his way, retiring to a little cottage in Costa Rica, and leaving the kids to find their own path in life. It is one of those things, right? Like, the ironies of it all. It's like, I don't know. Like, yeah, you know, I persuade myself. It's like, yeah, I work really hard. I want to, provide for my kids. Where it turns out providing for your kids might be a bit of an error. I just hope my kids aren't dickheads. But at least everyone involved seems to have ended up with a massive wad of cash from the small business that Leonard founded back in 1945, so it's not all bad news. You just can't help feeling sorry for Leonard Schoen. He may have founded a massive American business success story which is still going strong today, but he destroyed his family along the way. Sadly, Leonard's own conclusive feelings on the U-Haul saga is that I created a monster. This has been Business Plays. There were very few but in today's episode because it turned out to be terribly sad and about a family that destroyed itself with money and business. Welcome to Business Blaze. Thank you for watching. I've been your host, the boy with the blaze, aka Simon. This has been Charles/Wilson/ETA. Thank you, Danny, for the writing. Thank you, Sam, for the memes. And thank you, Peter, for watching. Peter, freaking the out right now.
What the hell is even that?
Manhattan, Hollywood, Milwaukee. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Plays. This is the creatively named Corporate Darwin Awards, Part 2, because Part 1 did really well. I mean, sort of. As soon as it got like a few 100,000 views, which is maybe double what this show normally gets. And always when it gets this many views, it gets more dislikes. I think it's got it's only like 5% down, but that's way more than normal. And that's because it's appealing to a wider base of people who've never seen Business Plays before and wonder what the is going on. Well, if you're new here, which you might well be statistically because, you know, Part 2 is going to do well because Part 1 did well. This is Business Blaze. My name is Simon. I'm also known as your boy with the blaze. Unfortunately, that's a meme that stuck. Danny writes us a script, I read it, and I add some unfunny jokes, and then Sam adds some memes. Let's just jump into it because you're already confused. That's okay, Peter. I just say that to freak out everyone new who's called Peter watching. I'm not really watching you, Peter. Or am I? One of the main reasons why, also, I need to clean my printheads apparently because there's a white line through this line and 4 others on this page.
It was cock. It's cock actually, right?
One of the main reasons why too many film franchises and TV shows end up becoming deeply unsatisfying experiences because nobody ever seems quite sure they're meant to be coming back to make some more. Some TV shows take the optimistic route and finish off a season with a thrilling cliffhanger ending, which makes it all the more frustrating when it fails to get recommissioned. Oh my god, I just finished watching the TV show called Colony on Netflix, and I'm like, it's the last episode, and I know it's finished because they last made it in 2017 or whatever, and I'm finishing it, and I'm like, boy, they've got a lot to wrap up before the series ends. And then I'm like halfway through the finale, and I'm like, they're not wrapping this up, are they? And it just ends on a massive cliffhanger, and that's it. F*** you, whoever made that TV show.
Daddy, chill.
Over the years, I've invested hours of my life into watching stuff like the 2009 reboot of the classic sci-fi show V, with the devious alien lizards disguised as humans. Just as things were starting to get really interesting, the plug was pulled, and I was just left feeling as if I'd read the first half of a massive book which the author couldn't be asked to finish. The flip side of the coin is that some films might furnish us with a very clear and definitive resolution, only to find that half of the cast of dead characters need to be clumsily resurrected for an unexpected sequel. Or you can just do what Lost did. Anyone remember that show Lost that was really good, and then the ending was like, what the fuck? Wait, so were they dead or were they not dead? I don't understand. I just feel like they made that show and they were like, how do we make a TV show? Well, we have lots of unanswered questions and cliffhangers because that'll keep people watching, and I just have the strong feeling they had absolutely no idea what they were doing, and they were like, no, we've known from the start. Don't fucking lie. Allegedly. Maybe Steven Spielberg. Oh, by the way, if you've smashed the dislike button already, please head over to purchthemerch.co and purchase the merch. Maybe Steven Spielberg would have left the shark alive at the end of the original Jaws if it had any inkling that the studio were intent on churning out a string of increasingly preposterous follow-ups. I think that it's a shame that Jaws, the animated series, never got the green light, though. I don't think it's a shame, Danny. It's okay. I've never seen Jaws, by the way. Add it to the pantheon of movies that I've never watched. The reason I bring this up now is because Business Blaze recently posted a one-off standalone video on the Corporate Darwin Awards in which we counted down the ultimate examples of business owners who selflessly did the whole world a favor by destroying their own products and services with one ridiculous mistake and removing themselves from the corporate gene pool. We reached the end. We blew up the shark, and then Simon decided we should do a sequel. Look, Danny, I'm driven like the same guys who make the movies, you know, financially. That sounds so creatively bankrupt, but it's true. Look, I mean, if this one does well as well, you can believe that we're going to be doing Corporate Darwin Awards Part 7, and then I'll eventually spin it off into a separate channel. Let me know if that's a good idea. Use the comments. At first, this seemed to be quite unfortunate, as I was fully prepared to move on to exploring fresh and exciting topics, such as the incredible success story behind Raid Shadow Legends. Oh, I got a story to share with you about Raid. So Raid Shadow Legends, for those, no, I'm just kidding. Everyone knows what Raid Shadow Legends is. They email me for sponsorship every week, and obviously they've never seen the show because I shit on them constantly, allegedly. And so I just got sick of saying no interest to all of their emails. Eventually, I was like, yeah, I'll do a spot for you. And it'll cost you, I don't think I should say the amount because, well, let's just say it was absurdly high. Like, it was high. Well into the 5 figures. And I was like, yeah, that's one spot. And I'll guarantee you 100,000 views, and I want complete creative control because in my mind, I'm like, oh boy, this is going to be sarcastic. And they come back to me and they're like, that's a little high. Could you meet us at this number, which was also absurdly high? And I was like, nah. Raid Shadow Legend! Oh my god, we should get on with this. It's been like 5 minutes, and we're really not even into the content. This is why people smash the dislike button.
No shit.
Oh, shut your face!
Cockwumble.
The developers promised me 15 grand if I could slip that reference into the script, just so long as Simon doesn't say anything sarcastic about it immediately afterwards. But the good news is that it turns out the corporate world is full of idiots. So I've managed to come up with 5 more examples of business that recklessly self-imploded without the risk of the Blaze jumping a long line of progressively improbable sharks. Oh look, Danny, I mean, this show jumped the shark on about the 5th episode. The only people watching are like the hardcores. Sears loses the internet, and thank you. I really do appreciate it because I have the most fun making this channel, and it's insane to me that I get paid to do it. You legends. Sears loses the internet. This is a controversial entry to kick off proceedings, largely because the story of the rise and fall of Sears is a long and complicated one with many twists and turns. And it could be argued that the company's biggest business mistake wasn't entirely their fault, and they're still around today. In fact, it could be argued that the Sears story doesn't fit the criteria for the corporate Darwin Awards at all. Oh god, Danny. Well, people smashing the dislike button. One, because I do a 10-minute introduction before I actually get to any good content. And two, because this is about the corporate Darwin Awards, and Danny's leading story is one that doesn't meet the criteria.
Danny, what the fuck, man?
Look, it's okay if you turn off now. I'm done. Not really, let's carry on. But stick with me for a second, okay, Danny? Just because you asked nicely. Because there's an important point to be made here on how online shopping could have looked very different if Sears hadn't pressed the self-destruct button too quickly. Originally founded in Chicago back in 1883, Sears, Roebuck & Co., now more commonly known as simply Sears, started life as a small mail-order company selling watches and jewelry. Following 100 years of successful expansion and diversification, Sears had pretty much evolved into the early offline version of Amazon and was the largest retailer in the United States by far for a while, accounting for 1% of the entire US economy. Wow, that changed. It's like Sears, I'm not even sure what it is. I feel like I thought it was a department store. Although thousands of Sears stores have cropped up across the states, it was the legendary Sears mail-order catalog that remained at the heart of the business for the best part of a century. And it was still pulling in about $4 billion per year in the 1980s. You could pretty much order any old shit you wanted from there, in much the same way that you can from Amazon today. If zebra sex masks, that's an OG Business Blaze legend joke right there, you could bet your life that you'd be able to find one on the 1,500 pages of the Sears catalog. However, Sears was starting to lose a bit of momentum by the 1990s, and Walmart and Kmart had pushed them down to third place. But, there's always a but, the good news is that internet shopping was just around the corner, and Sears was perfectly poised to take advantage of the oncoming rise of the e-commerce platform. I've never heard of Sears selling online. They definitely haven't expanded their international presence like Amazon has everywhere, so I'm guessing this doesn't go according to plan. They already had the difficult bits of the network and infrastructure in place. Unlike their competitors, Sears had a massive customer base with the mail order catalog, tens of thousands of employees toiling away in warehouses that ran like clockwork, the shipping systems, and the huge distribution network, the clout with vendors, and a guy called Dave who worked in the car park. Never forget Dave, he's critical to the success of Sears. All they really had to do was shift their catalog online, and they would have become Amazon years before Jeff Bezos came up with the... I heard someone pronouncing his name Bezos the other day, and I was like, is that right? How do you say that? And it doesn't matter. Came up with the idea of flogging tatty old books from his garage. Easy peasy. Sadly for Sears, the company decided to take a different route. They placed much more emphasis on the physical stores, and in 1993 they discontinued the mail order catalog altogether, axing the entire infrastructure along with 50,000 jobs. Mistake!
Hey, Lois, how about we try Sears? They got good stuff.
Peter, nobody's been in Sears for decades.
Oh, come on. When I was a boy, we always used to go clothes shopping at Sears. Trust me, they'll have everything I need.
What the hell is even that?
By the time they realized they may have dropped a bit of a clanger with this approach, Amazon was already gaining ground, and Sears had to start again from scratch. Today, Sears is just about surviving, but only by the skin of its teeth. The former biggest retailer in the United States had now dropped to 57th place. That is brutal. And Sears filed for bankruptcy in 2018. That is double brutal. And I have learned recently on Business Blaze that bankruptcy doesn't mean that you go away forever. I'd be like, yeah, bankrupt. So you're done. I mean, surely someone's going to at least buy the brand name Sears and do something with it. It just turns out like it seems to be just an accounting ploy, business ploy of some kind, so you don't have to pay people or like that. Pretty sketchy. I mean, bankruptcy is good for business, but why could companies go bankrupt like 8 times? I feel like after that they'd be like, no. Fuck you. The company plans to continue on a vastly reduced scale, with a whole wave of store closures announced this very month. So I actually looked into purchasing old, if Sears actually went out of business and no one wanted it anymore, the Sears trademark can come up for sale. And the Enron, I have my Enron mug, which I don't have today. And I was like, can you buy, the Enron trademark? And it turns out some company that made t-shirts had actually bought the Enron trademark. And I was like, you legends. I want to buy something like that. Some old company that's sketchy as fuck, like Theranos. I'd like to buy the maybe we could have like a, what's it called? Not a Kickstarter, but where you raise money for like buying something. I'd love to officially own the Theranos brand just for and giggles. Some people, and then I'd have a whole range of Theranos merch. Some people have speculated that Sears had considered the internet to be a passing fad. I'd do the mistake thing again, but I just did it so recently, and I'd be doing it so many times this episode, and I don't want it to become a meme because it hurt my voice. And ended up making one of the biggest mistakes of all time. Others have argued that Sears could never have predicted the rise of e-commerce and so early on, and had no choice but to axe the mail order catalog infrastructure as it was becoming unprofitable. The whole saga would take a lot more time to tell, and perhaps deserves a dedicated blaze of its own one day. You know what to do if you like the idea of me shitting on Sears' business mistakes while throwing in a lot of allegedlys so I don't get sued. Let me know in the comments below. Also, in 5 years, when Sears goes out of business, let's get together as a Business Blaze team. Pool our resources and buy the Sears brand name and rename this channel Sears. But it's still interesting to ponder that it took Amazon years to build up the kind of infrastructure that Sears already had in place. If Sears had just managed to keep the catalog going for another few years instead of tearing down the whole operation, today we could be buying all of our online from Sears, and Jeff Bezos would have probably been trying to flog unmarked meat in plastic carrier bags from the end of his drive. I get the feeling Jeff Bezos would be okay. Like, I've seen interviews with him. He's wicked smart. Schlitz beer loses its fizz. Schlitz is a funny name. Back in the early 1900s, every classy American drank Schlitz beer. The original brewery tavern in Milwaukee, Wisconsin was founded way back in 1849 by August Krug, who hired a young guy called Joseph Schlitz as his bookkeeper. Just 6 years later, August Krug died, and Joseph Schlitz took over the business and renamed it after himself. While he was at it, he went and married August Krug's widow. Holy shit, dude. Someone's moving in on his turf. I'd be like, we're just gonna make sure that you didn't murder him, just to be certain. I bet he had dibs on August's pipe and slippers and smoking jacket and lawnmower too. Bet he did. Still, the flavoursome taste of Schlitz beer remains popular through the course of the 20th century. Well, things naturally went on a slight downhill trend during the Prohibition era, when they had to resort to selling soft drinks instead. Prohibition f***ing sucks. If someone introduced Prohibition now, I'd be like, F*** you, I am leaving. If someone did it, I'd be like, I'm leaving the country. I'm gonna go somewhere where I can drink. Or on the other hand, I'd just buy up loads of, because it went on for 10 years, right? I could buy 10 years worth of booze. That would be, I'd manage. It'd be a lot of booze. I'd have to take one of the rooms in my studio just to booze. But Schlitz soon bounced back and spent much of the 20th century in a tussle with Anheuser-Busch for the title of biggest beer producer in the United States. Schlitz certainly had the stronger marketing presence, coming up with such famous slogans as the beer that made Milwaukee famous, and when you're out of Schlitz, you're out of beer. The beer that made Milwaukee famous? Yeah, Milwaukee. It's like, it's famous. Manhattan. Hollywood. Milwaukee. I don't even know where Milwaukee is. If someone said point to Milwaukee on a map, I'd be like, I have a feeling, and I've absolutely no idea if this is true, but it would be on the West Coast and somewhere in the center. Sam, flash up how wrong I am right now. Smash that dislike button, everyone from Milwaukee. We ship merch to your location. Wherever it may be. Slightly weirdly, the naming of the brand that ran for over 150 years only really had any relevance for just under 2 decades. Business and wife stealer Joseph Schlitz died at sea in 1875 when his boat hit a rock near Land's End in Cornwall. After this, the business passed back into the family of the original founder, August Krug. And it was the grandson of August Krug who had taken over the reins of the company of the 1970s and married his grandfather's wife. Not really. But he could have. She aged well. August Uline, maybe, decided that radical changes were needed to meet larger volume demands while cutting the cost of production. And he didn't muck about. He pretty much overhauled the entire production process. He built a new brewery in New York, which experimented with high-temperature fermentation techniques instead of the traditional long-winded brewery method. He also replaced some of the traditional ingredients with cheaper extracts and replaced some of the malted barley with a silica gel, which apparently ensured that the beer wouldn't get all hazy. I mean, all of these additional things sound a bit weird and bad. Like, I don't know if I want a silica gel in my food. The only thing I know about silica gel is that you should not eat it. It says it on every packet of it. But I mean, if it makes the beer clear, that's gonna look pretty cool. And I'm like, when the beer is clear, my head is clear. I mean, not from the alcohol, but from a hangover. Like, cloudy beer f***s me up. Along the way, they lost track of the original recipe, assuming that it wouldn't be needed again in the future. Bold! This was a big shame because there turned out to be problems with this new version of Schlitz beer. For starters, the new fermentation techniques resulted in the drink spoiling much more quickly. More importantly than that, it tasted nothing like the original and lost nearly all of its flavor, which made it famous in the first place. Mistake. Just for that extra knockout punch, Schlitz also ran a series of disastrously hostile commercials for the new beer, in which the viewer appears to get directly insulted. Sounds like business plays. People are always, I don't know why I watch this channel. Like, it's not very entertaining and I just end up getting insulted. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know why either. Smash that dislike button, you In the series of ads, an off-screen voice from behind the camera suggests to one of 3 different brawny male Schlitz drinkers that he might fancy switching to the rival brand. In response, a boxer hurls abuse at the camera and threatens to punch your lights out, while a lumberjack character seems to threaten to set his pet cougar on you. The ad industry joked that the message seemed to be, drink Schlitz, or I'll f***ing kill you.
Daddy, chill.
A bit less engaging than the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Sales quickly plummeted, and a leader of the beer industry was quickly relegated to cheap bargain bucket status. The brand was later acquired by Pabst Brewing, who finally managed to piece together the original lost recipe in 2008, but to very little fanfare. Disappointing. Gasp loses its rag, and I brought my coffee over. I forgot about my coffee and now it's slightly cold. I don't think I've mentioned yet that I used to work at a video rental shop for about 3 years or so. You haven't, Danny? Actually. Everyone is asking Simon. I have another channel called Biographics, which maybe you know, maybe you don't. And we do biographics of very famous people who died a long time ago throughout history. Whenever Danny mentions something like this, it's like, we need Danny's biographics. We need a biographics video about Danny. And it's like, that's great. And it's a great business plays inside joke. But anyone who watches the biographics channel, which is like, I don't know, over 1 million subscribers, I think. Like, so it's bigger than this channel. They'll be like, who the f*** is Danny? And why are we doing a profile of a random dude from the UK? Like, it's like, yeah. You know, Henry Kissinger. No, he's not dead. We haven't done him yet. Also, Henry Kissinger, not dead. Wow. Like, super famous person, Danny. And I'm not saying you won't get there, Danny. I mean, look at this. Look at us. We're blazing every day. Every day we get bigger. The dream continues. Alas, it wasn't Blockbuster. It was a branch of Global Video, who had a pretty strong presence in Scotland and the north of England for the best part of 20 years. It wasn't a bad job, but maybe not as good as some might imagine. We were never allowed to stick our own choice of film to play on the TV screen scattered around the store. We had to stick to a very strict and repetitive family-friendly playlist. Oh god. And this is why I've now seen Toy Story 2, Spy Kids, and Scooby-Doo and the Alien Invaders about 2,000 times each, and I never want to see any of them ever again. I have seen none of those. Oh no, I think I've seen Toy Story 2, which I believe was better than Toy Story 1, right? But we were always very big on the concept of being polite to customers. And I'd like to think that a certain high-end fashion retail store in Australia called Gasp may have learned a thing or two from the far-sighted staff of Global Video. In 2011, a customer called Kira O'Neill popped into the fashion boutique on Chapel Street in Melbourne with 3 friends on the lookout for bridesmaid dresses and hen night frocks. They were approached by a helpful sales assistant called Chris, who initially seemed quite friendly, but quickly adopted a more impatient tone when the women started taking a bit of time over which dresses to try on and buy. Kira, who describes herself as having a healthy size 12 frame, I don't know what size that, I don't understand sizes. I don't even know is size 12 big. I have no idea. Wait, I know that size 0 is a thing, and that must be really skinny. So, I guess? I don't know. I don't want to offend anyone now. She felt that Chris was becoming increasingly rude and even having a dig about her figure, okay, as he hissed things in her hair like, I think you should just get it. If it's the price you're worried about, just get it. With your figure, I really think you should just buy it. Chris, don't be a weirdo. The women eventually became a bit disturbed by Chris and decided to leave the store. Yeah, sounds about right. Chris needs to get fired. Hashtag cancel Chris. At this point, Chris shouted after them, have fun finding something at Supra. I knew you girls were a joke the minute you walked in. I don't know what Supra is, but I assume it's a cheap store. Kira later pens a letter of complaint to the Gasp area manager, Matthew Chidley, and this would probably be a good opportunity for Matthew to offer a quick, humble apology for the staff's quite rude behavior. Quite rude behavior. If someone did this to me, I'd be like, you're firing that motherfucker. I'm a right Karen. He didn't. Instead, he sang the praises of his retail superstar employee and implied that Gasp wasn't meant for Kira's kind. Oh, shit, son. In response, he notes, our product offerings are very, very carefully selected. So to ensure that we do not appeal to a broad customer base, we only carry products which appeal to a very fashion-forward consumer. These items are priced such that they remain inaccessible to the undesirable. Dude! What are you doing? Chris, who served you, is a qualified stylist with unparalleled ability who has a sixth sense for fashion. And Chris's only problem is that he's too good at what he does. He knew you were not going to buy anything before you even left your house. I respectfully ask that you sidestep our store during future window shopping expeditions. Wow, this guy's like the Michael O'Leary of fashion. You're a terrible person. This letter caused outrage when Kira posted it on social media, and there was even a thriving I Hate Gasp page set up on Facebook. The situation wasn't exactly helped when Gasp quite bizarrely gave permission for an internal letter to be published online. In the letter, sales assistant Chris defends his behavior to senior management by cheerfully describing Kira as a stuck-up fat bitch. I don't even know what to say anymore. This is just getting insane. As if that wasn't enough, Matthew Chidgley gave an equally bizarre response to the media when he was questioned about the social media storm. He said, "This is the best thing that has ever happened to our business. We would like to thank Mrs. O'Neill from the bottom of our hearts, putting our business on the national and international stage. Notwithstanding our ill intentions, our business has experienced unprecedented sales volume, and we would like to thank you for all your assistance in helping to achieve this." He went on to state that Kira was now banned from the shop and this strict ban extended to all her friends. Not quite sure how they'd go about enforcing that one. Despite his claims of booming business, the store on Chapel Street shortly closed afterwards when Gasp was evicted for non-payment of rent. Good! 3 months later, Matthew Chidgley seemed to change his tune and made a gushing apology for his behaviour on Australia's Today Tonight programme. But this was largely believed to be nothing more than a last gasp publicity stunt to generate attention for the other struggling Gasp store in town, which had resorted to a 90% discount on all the high-end stuff that was not meant to appeal to a broad customer base. Since then, the whole business has very much drawn its final breath. And I think we can all say, after this f***ing train wreck, we're all very happy about that. Sharper Image loses its cool. Sharper Image sounded like my sort of gadget shop. Founded in San Francisco in 1977, this was the kind of funky shop where you could wander around for hours and marvel at the amazing new vibrating massage chairs. Okie dokie. Oh, it continues. Fancy electronic watches, motorized surfboards, bird-calling robots, and bulletproof raincoats. There was a shop in the UK, I believe it was called the Gadget Shop, creatively, which I used to love as a kid. You could browse around it, they had all this crazy that appeals to kids and just not as an adult. There was also a magazine called the Innovations Catalogue or something. They were really creative with names in the 90s, apparently, and had all this crazy and I was like, oh my god, I want it all. And I didn't buy it all because I was a kid. But as an adult, I was thought, oh man, I'm gonna buy everything in the Innovations Handbook. And as an adult, you're like, oh yeah, no I don't, because it's all kind of shit. Never got any of that in Woolworths, although these gadgets were probably harder to sell than a couple of bags of pick and mix. By the turn of the millennium, Sharper Image had invested most of their effort into a single product called the Ionic Breeze. This was a fabulous new silent air purifier, which was a bit pricey at $229, but seemed to be performing well. At one point, it accounted for over 45% of the company's entire sales. However, Sharper Image felt a bit miffed when the non-profit product review magazine Consumer Reports ran an extensive feature on air purifiers and ranked Ionic Breeze last in all of the models that they reviewed. Consumer Reports reckon that the main problem with Sharper Image product is that it didn't actually purify air. It's going to be a bit of an issue when you're reviewing a air purifier, isn't it? Well, Sharper Image wasn't having any of this bullshit. In 2003, they filed a lawsuit against Consumer Reports, claiming that the magazine had negligently disparaged the product. They're a non-profit, what do they have to gain? Unfortunately, the suit was dismissed at a cost of $525,000 in legal fees for Sharper Image, when the company had failed to come up with any evidence that the review magazine's claims were false. Sharper Image also learned a very valuable lesson. Never piss off Consumer Reports magazine, because just 3 years later, the Ionic Breeze again featured in the pages of the magazine, this time alongside claims that not only was the product totally bloody useless, it was also downright dangerous as it emitted harmful amounts of ozone. Oh, guys, you gotta be careful who you piss off. You better watch yourself, Sharper Image, otherwise I'll blaze the out of you. Not really, allegedly, please don't sue me. Well, Sharper Image wasn't having any of this bullshit again. In 2007, they took Consumer Reports to court again, and they lost again. Good. It turns out the product genuinely was harmful, which meant that Sharper Image now had to spend millions of dollars on refunds and store credits, and the share price of the company plummeted. Store credits are going to be pretty useless when didn't they say that they specifically narrowed it down to making one product, the Ionic Breeze? So it's like, yeah, we'll refund you for your Ionic Breeze. You got a store credit for $239. What can you buy for $239? Well, we have the Ionic Breeze. Within a couple of years, Sharper Image had filed for bankruptcy, closed down all of its 183 stores, laid off 4,000 employees, and sold the brand's name to Camelot Venture Group. They should have just put more effort into bird-calling robots. They sounded quite cool. Alright then. Bird-calling robots though, that Duck Dynasty thing, I've never seen it, but I think maybe I listened to a podcast about it or something. These dudes made a fortune just making whistles for ducks. It's like, shit, what am I doing with my life? W.T. Grant loses its mind. Finally. There can be only one gold medal winner in this ultimate countdown of the corporate Darwin Awards. Although I think I said that last time, and I'll probably say it again in part 3. Yeah, you will, Danny, because this video is gonna get the views! Since 1906, W.T. Grant, or Grants for short, had been a successful chain of cheap and cheerful merchandise stores scattered across the United States. The chain essentially sold any old shit to customers who weren't too fussy, and they were doing pretty good business. By 1936, Grant's was pulling in annual sales of around $100 million, whilst by the middle of the 20th century, the number of stores had grown to a peak of 1,200. But things proved to be more challenging in the late 1960s as Grant started to lose ground to new kids on the block like Kmart, who were building more modern and friendly stores in more desirable and practical locations. But Grant's had a fiendishly cunning plan to entice their old customers back into their stores. Employees and managers were incentivized to offer new company credit cards to as many customers as possible. So now every single customer that walked through the doors of this decidedly low-rent outfit was given an opportunity to buy as much as they liked without having to worry about how they were going to pay for it later on. Dude, if you're getting a credit card and you're not worrying about how you're going to pay for it later on, what the f*** are you doing? Tear up that application right now, son.
Oh, loser! Nice try, man.
The bill could just be shoved onto their shiny new Grant's credit cards, which were happily issued without the slightest assessment on the customer's ability to repay a debt. For extra fun, there wasn't much in the way of centralized control, so a customer could wander into a branch of Grant's, rack up a massive bill on their credit card, then wander over to another branch of Grant's and claim an entirely separate credit card to abuse. And to further incentivize any store managers who weren't pulling their weight in thrusting credit cards in the faces of customers who might well struggle to afford paying back what they spend, a plan was formed to intentionally humiliate the staff at company functions. Any manager who had failed to meet their quota would be served beans instead of steak, would get a custard pie in their face, and would have their tie cut off, or would sometimes even have to wear a diaper for the entire function. These people must be massively unemployable, because if I was in that situation, and there was even the threat of doing that, I'd be like, I'm just gonna go work as a manager at any other store that is not a steaming pile of shit, allegedly. Not surprisingly, very few managers failed to hit their targets. Actually, I've changed my mind. I'm gonna motivate Danny, I need 4 scripts a week, or I'm going to cut your tie. Danny wishes he had a tie. All this sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. The surprising part of this story is that the first couple of years didn't go too badly. Only a tiny fraction of customers defaulted on their debts, helped in part by the fact that the US economy was going through a boom period at the time. But when the economic expansion began to slow down in the 1970s, Grant's strategy, a free credit for everyone, went tits up a bit. Grant ended up with $800 million worth of unrecoverable debt on their hands and were still determined to persevere with exactly the same strategy for a few more years. The company finally collapsed under the weight of its own credit losses in 1976. It would be nice to think that on the final day of business, all the corporate fools involved in these decisions were marched around each and every store in handcuffs and baby grows while the employees threw rotten eggs at their faces, but I suspect that didn't happen. Grant's sadly never came back for a sequel, but that's maybe no surprise. As Schlitz beer may have put it, when you're out of your mind, you're out of business. Ba-da-bum-bum. This has been Business Blaze, the Corporate Darwin Awards Part 2. I've been Simon, this has been my Space Eater Charles. Danny wrote the script, Sam added the memes, and thank you for watching. PurchTheMerch.co. Stop eating tiger bones, for God's sake. Leave the f***ing tigers alone. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new I'm sorry, I was eating some nuts before I started filming today, and I just sprayed nuts everywhere.
You fucking amateur.
No, you're not welcome today. You're watching Business Blaze. My name is Simon, aka your boy with the blaze. I'm wearing a new t-shirt today. I just got this in from Teespring, who do our merch. You can go to purchthemerch.co and buy this shirt. It says smash the dislike button and support the show. Actually, I don't know about that. I feel like, yeah, support the show. It really helps out. And it's like, it doesn't. Like, honestly, this show makes enough money by advertising. But if you like the merch and want to purchase it because you like it, don't buy it because you're supporting me. Unless you like supporting me in my quest for just more money. That's great. Thank you. Yeah, purchthemerch.co. Buy the merch. What are we doing today? Danny has written us a script, as he always does. It's 5 more weird illegal foods because I'm creatively bankrupt and can't come up with new ideas, so I just recycle old ones by telling Danny to write more. The deeply satisfying clang of the prison gates echoed in the background for we're getting a story, Danny. Echoed for the very last time as Billy Pancake stepped out onto the pavement. A free man at last, holding his crap plastic carrier bag of personal belongings in his left hand and lighting up a Lucky Strike with the other. When I was a kid, the rumor was that Lucky Strikes were called Lucky Strikes because, you get 20 cigarettes in a box and in a packet. The rumor was that one of them would have weed in it, and so it's Lucky Strike. When you get the one with weed. Obviously, that was not true, but people still bought Lucky Strikes because of this. He blinks with some uncertainty at the sunlight and takes a quick look around for his lift out of this shithole. Silas the Sauce was meant to be here already, but he probably got held up in traffic, or he might have stopped along the way to hold up a gas station. Danny, you have missed your calling. I mean, this is mwah! Mwah!
Help.
But the cops had caught him fair and square. It turns out they'd been spying on him for years. They'd witnessed Billy tucking into a plate of Kazu-Mazu cheese infested with jumping live maggots, smuggling Kinder Surprise eggs inside what appeared to be a perfectly innocent suitcase filled with cocaine, deliberately stinking out an entire tube station with durian fruit, and dicing with death over a serving of fugu pufferfish. I've still got nuts in my mouth. If you're not getting any of these references, that's because this is Business Blaze. Danny spends around about half the script just referring shit we've covered before to confuse new people. If you're new here, welcome. Smash that dislike button. All of these were mentioned on the previous Weird Illegal Foods video, which you can watch if you want to. Don't feel obliged. It's not that good. And Billy Pancake had paid the price, but as Silas the Sauce finally pulls up in a Cadillac town sedan, Billy has already put the memories of his time in the cooler to bed. After all, tomorrow is another breakfast. Danny, we gotta collaborate on some sort of, fictional thing because, this is gold. As Billy gets in the car, Silas asks him if he's hungry and points out there's a Subway 5 miles north. Billy winces in disgust and tells Silas that he's hungry for something a little more crooked than a misleadingly sized Subway sandwich. Oh my god, the OG references here. In response, Silas reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small gift for Billy. He says, "Feast your eyes on this, boss. I had to pull a lot of strings and call in a few favors, but I managed to get my hands on a Kinder Surprise egg." Oh, shit! Billy Pancake takes the gift and examines it in his hands. His face slowly begins to turn a thunderous shade of red. "Silas!" he eventually roars. "What the hell were you thinking? This isn't a Kinder Surprise egg. This is a Kinder Joy!" Oh my god. People still email me about this. The backstory here for people who are new is that
I can't have these. Those are illegal.
I made a video on my Today I Found Out YouTube channel, which if you don't know that channel, how did you discover this one? We made a video about Kinder Surprise, which is illegal in the United States of America, but you can get something called a Kinder Joy. This video we made 4 years ago. I get emails to this day of photographs of people saying "Simon, this isn't true. I found a Kinder Surprise in the United States. See attached photo." And I'm like, I'm going to risk getting a virus and click on this. And every time it's a picture of a Kinder Joy egg. And so I'm just like, "Dear random internet stranger, you fucking idiot. Best regards, Simon. And that's why I have a reputation for being a dickhead. Silas drops his shoulders in disappointment as Billy Pancake tosses the chocolate egg out of the window and orders Silas to drive. Silas the Sauce nods and puts his foot on the gas as the duo speed off in search of fresh, dietary danger. Oh, and we get our first one. We're only like, what, 10 minutes in? Smash that dislike button. His name, Aki Fruit. Aki, who gives a shit? I'm calling it Aki Fruit. If you don't like it, smash the dislike button. The name Vice Admiral William Bligh will go down in history as the man who was in command of the HMS Bounty in 1789 when half the crew suddenly started feeling more than a little mutinous. Oh, this is Mutiny on the Bounty. I know this story. But although he may have carelessly lost command of that ship, he was about to make up for it a few years later in 1793 when he discovered Aki Fruit in Jamaica and fetched it back to the Royal Botanical Gardens in Kew in England. I've been there. It's a very nice day out. However, I think it's called Kew Gardens nowadays, or Kew, or Kew. I don't know, whatever. K-E-W. There you go. You happy now? Someone was having a go at me in the comments for the way I pronounce garage. It's just like, yes, you can say, I say it, in fact, two ways. I often say it garage, if I'm feeling posh, or garage, if I'm not. And someone's like, you don't know how to pronounce garage. And I'm like, you're not aware of there being other accents, are you? You've probably never left, I don't know, one of those states where people never leave and they don't seem to be aware of the outside world. And also, just generally, oh my god, could I give less of a fuck? No. However, a couple of centuries later, America was to declare that it wasn't mad keen on the idea. The fruit is actually native to tropical West Africa and had been imported to Jamaica years before Vice Admiral Bligh first got a taste, although he was the one who ended up getting an honourable mention in the scientific name for the fruit, Blyea sapida. Ackee has since become the national fruit of Jamaica, while ackee and saltfish is often considered to be the country's unofficial dish. That sounds kind of good. And like my experience, like all I know about Jamaican food is jerk chicken, and it's fucking delicious, so I'm going to assume this is good, because the Jamaicans seem to have their shit together when it comes to food. Apparently, Usain Bolt often enjoys a bit of ackee and saltfish for breakfast, so maybe it played a part of him becoming the greatest sprinter of all time, in much the same way the Popeye suddenly gets dead cocky when he downs a tin of spinach. I had no idea. I've heard of Usain Bolt, despite people being like, someone doesn't know who Usain Bolt is, and it's like, he's a sprinter, and I think he's good at the 100 meters. I had absolutely no idea that he was from Jamaica. I've never tried it myself, but the fruit is meant to be delicious, and it's often used around the world in jams and drinks and even candles, because everyone eats candles? Alright, Danny. But you have a job on your hands trying to secure any fresh ackee in the States. In an unripe state, ackee contains high levels of the toxin hyperglycin A, which when consumed can lead to a jolly bout of Jamaican vomiting sickness. I wonder how it got its name. At best, this can lead to Olympian bouts of vomiting, loss of consciousness and seizures. At worst, it can actually lead to coma and death. During a 3-month period, this is the fruit Jamaica chose as their national fruit. It's like, if you eat it a little bit unripe, you'll f***ing die. During a 3-month period in Haiti in 2001, there were 60 reported cases of poisoning from eating unripened ackee, which led to 36 fatalities. The US Food and Drug Administration has never been particularly happy with the risks of ackee fruit, even though it's generally available around the rest of the globe. In 1973, they imposed a complete ban on all forms of ackee fruit in the United States. This was relaxed very slightly in the year 2000. Although it's still illegal to import fresh ackee, and you won't find it anywhere in America, a small green list of approved suppliers are allowed to sell the fruit in frozen and canned form. But regardless of where you live, it's certainly not worth trying to prepare fresh ackee if you don't really know what you're doing. So let's hope Usain Bolt is extra careful when he's tucking into his salty, fishy, fruity breakfast. Okay, yeah, you watch out, Usain. M&M's. By the way, just side note, M&M's, the peanut ones, finest chocolate. Unfortunately, my wife's allergic to peanuts, so my enjoyment of peanut M&M's has gone down markedly. And I also love peanuts. It's a very sad situation to live with someone who doesn't like who is allergic to peanuts. We didn't get M&M's here in the UK until the 1980s, and I didn't realise until now that the multicolored chocolate buttons have been around in the US since 1941. Fascinating. When I first heard that Sweden had slapped a complete ban on the sale of M&M's in their country, I initially assumed that this had something to do with artificial colours. But it turns out the packets of M&M's have long been very different in the US and Europe anyway. Although the US versions of M&M's are still packed with artificial colours and dyes, the European versions only use natural colourings in order to meet EU standards. This is something that does, I do notice Like the difference between... There's a big difference between food in Europe and food in America, other than just the general size and calorie content of things. But it's like, I guess like Europe doesn't like the artificial colorings and flavors. Like, I don't know, I don't really care. I'm like, as long as it tastes good and it's not going to give me cancer, I'm in. My wife's more like, don't eat, it's got like 19E numbers, Simon, do you really need to eat it? And I'm like, no. You can make your own minds up about which nation is getting the superior version of the chocolates. It's Europe. But manufacturers Mars have been strongly petitioned in the US to put the same quality ingredients in that the fussy Europeans are getting into the American version of M&Ms. It hasn't happened yet, but it almost certainly will in the not too distant future. So, yeah, it's Europe. Our M&Ms are better. Fuck yeah. However, none of this has anything to do with the reason why M&Ms are illegal in Sweden, and it's a very silly reason, really. In 2016, Mars was taken to the Swedish courts by Mondelez International, formerly and probably better known as Kraft Foods, and now the owners of Cadbury and Toblerone. Mondelez sounds a lot more fancy than Kraft Foods. It's like, who makes this? Kraft Foods. Who makes this? Mondelez International, and that is the correct pronunciation. Mondelez argued that the packaging for M&Ms infringed on their copyright because they sell a chocolate bar in Sweden called Marabou, which also features a lowercase m in the logo. That's a bit ridiculous. It sounds preposterous because the packaging of the two treats looks completely different. Sam, do the honors. And just if you want, I mean, you might not, just to piss me off. Thanks.
Daddy, chill.
Look completely different, and a Swedish chocolate lover is unlikely to return home from a shopping trip to discover that they accidentally put 50 packets of M&Ms into their basket instead of 50 Marabou bars. Mars argued in court that we have always believed that no confusion exists between the two products. However, Mondelez had somehow managed to obtain exclusive trademark rights to the lowercase m in Sweden, and the court ruled that the packaging of M&Ms was a copyright infringement. What, so no one in Sweden can have a lowercase m in their brand name? Isn't the M in Microsoft lowercase? What are they just called? Microsoft? Picrosoft? That's ridiculous. M&Ms were swiftly banned in the country and remain illegal to this day. Mars responded at the time that they would assess the next steps for our beloved brand in Sweden. Just use a capital M in Sweden, it's fine. I didn't even remember that it was a lowercase m. Thinking about it, it surely wouldn't have been that difficult to just whip up a special Swedish version of M&M's packaging featuring a giant off capital M emblazoned across the front to make a bit of a point. Yeah, Danny and I, same page. Even when Danny's been writing M&Ms throughout this script, it's with capital M's and it looks fine, Mars. Just use that. But to date, Mars hasn't bothered. Maybe Marmite owns the Swedish trademark to a slightly bigger M. Ba-da-bum-bum! Bird's nest soup. We talked about bird's nest in another business blaze. Cream of tomato. Oxtail. Mulligatawny. What the f*** is that?
What the hell is even that?
Pea and ham, Scotch broth, bird's nest. These are just some of the world's most popular flavors of soup. Mulligatawny? What the f*** is that? You'll need a fat bank balance if I've whetted your criminal appetite for the bird's nest variety. You haven't, Danny, but okay. It looks like I'll be holding on to my money. Purchasethemerch.co. Edible bird's nests are amongst the most expensive animal products to be consumed by foolish humans, regularly fetching around $3,000 per pound of nest, or $10,000 for the fancier nests. I have to admit that I don't really fancy the idea of eating a bird's nest myself. I imagine that those sticks and straws would taste a bit, well, twiggy. Danny is correct. No one wants to eat that. But it turns out we're not talking about that kind of nest construction. I think we're talking about a nest that's made with, like, weird bird spit. But I'm not sure. We're talking about a nest spun together by nothing more than a bit of dirty bird spit. Boom. So that's alright then. Edible bird's nests have been a delicacy in Chinese cuisine for over 4 centuries and were widely believed to be packed with health benefits. Yeah, but the Chinese believe in, like, yeah, the rhino horn's gonna make my cock hard. No, it's not. The tiger bones are gonna cure my cancer. No, they're not. Stop eating tiger bones, for God's sake. Leave the f***ing tigers alone. According to traditional Chinese medicine teachings, bird's nests can improve your skin, your libido, your respiratory health, and even your lifespan. Spoiler alert, they can't. Stop it. Anyone who believes in this they're all dumb. Some even go so far as to say that the nests are like a Chinese fountain of youth, but in bird spit form. In truth, you probably have to work your way through several bowls of bird nest soup a day to pick up any minor health benefits, and that's going to be tricky at those daft prices. But it's also worth considering that bird spit is often riddled with harmful bacteria, so you might get seriously ill before you begin to lose any wrinkles. The nests in question belong to the swiftlet. That's a very nice name. A small bird usually found in dark caves in Southeast Asia. The dirty little bugger spins the nest from strands of its own gummy saliva, which naturally harden when exposed to the air. Lovely. And it's actually quite an impressive and sturdy construction, which can be very difficult to get your hands on. Well, if you could just, walk into some dirty old cave and be like, oh, look at all these birds' nests, they wouldn't be like thousands of dollars each. Often found right at the top of caves in particularly precarious positions, many birds' nest collectors are said to have lost their lives in the hunt for fancy soup. But maybe they had it coming. Because the main problem here is that swiftlets are considered to be an endangered species, and every time some swine comes along and nicks one of their nests, it will take the bird about a month to spin a replacement, which would put the lives of any chicks at serious risk and send the swiftlet closer to extinction. The ethics of eating bird's nest soup is certainly questionable, but the legality is a little more complicated. Hong Kong is still a big importer of the Chinese delicacy, but the rules are naturally a bit tighter around the rest of the globe. The importing of birds' nests is illegal in most countries because of the risk of bird flu and other viruses, but surprisingly, you can still find bird's nest soup in America if you look hard enough. I feel like maybe COVID's gonna deal with some of this weird shit that people are getting up to. Like, stop eating bats, stop eating birds' nests. I mean, look. Everyone loves chicken. We can eat the birds. Let's just stop eating their weird spitty nests, okay? You're not allowed to bring them back from holiday in a suitcase, but a very small list of suppliers have received approval by the FDA to import edible birds' nests for commercial use. Meanwhile, China seems to be tightening up its own rules on the harvesting of nests, placing a ban on the collection of nests in areas where the swiftlet is almost extinct, and removing the delicacy from the menu of official banquets for the first time in 400 years. Oh man, can you imagine being like, I don't know, like a diplomat to China or whatever, and it's like, hey, welcome to this great state function where we're celebrating the kissing of Xi Jinping's ass. And also, we're going to eat some bird's nest. Enjoy. Moving on. Wow chips. When Lay's launched their new range of Wow potato chips in 1998, the initial outlook looked pretty healthy, with sales generating over $400 million in the first year alone. God damn, that's a lot of potato chips. They weren't really a type of potato chip in their own right. I wanted to keep saying crisps, but I'll stick with potato chips for the benefit of our US viewers. Simon, stop pandering to the Americans. You're not American. Why are you using these American phrases? I don't know, because like 80% of the people who watch this channel are American. Thank you, I like you. They were like an alternative version of existing chips such as Doritos and Ruffles. But the Wow branding indicated that these versions were made with new fat-free and cholesterol-free substitute called Olestra, rather than the traditional super fatty cooking oil. Isn't Olestra the thing that made people just themselves? I don't remember. So the idea was that you could eat as many of these chips as you damn well liked and still enjoy the flavors and crunch without putting on weight or having a heart attack. Good news for lovers of fine cuisine. That does sound like good news. Fast forward a few years and the sales of the Miracle Chip had plummeted. This may have had something to do with the fact that the packets were now legally required to carry a warning sticker which read, "This product contains Olestra, which may cause abdominal cramping and loose stools." People were themselves. I don't know about you, but when I'm browsing the snack aisle for a little lunchtime treat, something like that would just put me right off and encourage me to have a wander down to the edible bird's nest aisle instead. But a boom boom tss. You could only ever find Wow chips in America anyway, as the rest of the world had no truck with this new Olestra nonsense. Although that does sound pretty awesome. I mean, I'm sure these didn't affect everyone. So if I could, it's like aspartame in like, oh my god, when I mention like, yeah, I can't taste the difference between Coke Zero and regular Coke. I mean, it's a tiny difference to me. People are like, oh, you're an idiot. Of course you can taste it. Of course you can. And I'm like, I can't, okay? I'm obviously not as sensitive to aspartame as you are. And the other people are like, it causes cancer. I'm like, fuck, doesn't. Oh my god, you're as bad as the tiger bone people. Shut the fuck up. Fuck. Originally discovered by Procter & Gamble in 1968, it was later discovered that the fat-free substitute interfered with the absorption of fat-soluble vitamins such as A, D, E, and K. More importantly than that, Olestra was proved to cause very unwelcome side effects, including abdominal cramping, fecal incontinence, or anal leakage, and even gastrointestinal distress in children. Ironically, Olestra was also shown to increase appetite, which kind of worked against the whole concept of a healthier, fat-free snack, and probably encouraged some Americans to eat dozens of packets of them in one monster session.
Bobby, would you do me a favor and stand up? I just want to see if you still can.
And that's another thing the aspartame bring up. They're like, oh yeah, but you have one glass of it, and then you just want to gorge yourself on sweets. No, I don't. Like, what are you talking about? Products containing Elestra are now illegal in Canada and most European countries, including the UK. But despite it being named by Time magazine as one of the world's 50 worst inventions, Elestra is still perfectly legal in the United States. I kinda wanna try it. I really kinda do. And it can still be found in Lay's healthier range of crisps, even though they changed the branding to Wow, from Wow to Lay's Light. You won't eat haggis or Kinder Surprise eggs, but you'll eat crisps that make you shit yourself. Snake blood wine. Finally, we're getting to the good stuff. I want it. Billy Pancake and Silas the Sauce had spent we're back to our story, had spent a productive day exploring the forbidden pleasures of dangerous fruit, nests woven from bird spit, and dodgy fat-free crisps. But they were to come unstuck when they dared to seek out a cheeky taste of taboo fluids to wash down their illicit ingestions. Snake blood wine has a long history which slithers all the way back to China's, of course it's China, China's Western Zhou dynasty about 1049 to 770 BC. And it's no major surprise to discover that according to traditional Chinese medicine, why, Danny? It's not even new communism. Danny often in the past used to bring up communism, like any excuse to be like, Danny, why are we talking about communism again? The infusion of whole live snakes into rice wine or grain alcohol is really good for vitality and health, but it's not. Don't do that. Billy Pancake had opted for a glass of the steeped variety. This involves dropping a reluctant live snake into a jar of rice wine, along with a few nice medicinal herbs. The snake will eventually drown, but dead snakes can get a bit smelly. One way around this potent problem is to stun the snake first by placing it on ice, cut it open, gut it, and then sew it up again. Dude, what the f*** is going on? Snake will then briefly thrash back to life again after it's been removed from the ice, but it won't last long. And this removal of the digestive tract will make for a more pleasant aroma. What the f*** are you doing? After the snake has fermented for several months, the wine can be served in small shots. I take back everything I said. I thought this was just going to be using snake blood, but it turns out it involves snake torture. Look, I'm no vegetarian, but f*** this, right? Silas the Snake had gone for the mixed variety. This is a better option for people who haven't got the time to piss about waiting for months. They want a good drink right now. This makes me want to have a drink right now. To prepare mixed snake blood wine, you need to slice the snake along its stomach and then drain a mixture of its various body fluids into a jug of rice wine. The juicy mixture of fluids can include blood, the contents of the snake's bladder, lovely, and a few dollops of bile. The snake may wiggle about when you're trying to pour yourself an instant shot, so you need to be careful. I feel the need to point out that you can walk into any supermarket these days and pick up a cheap screw-top bottle of wine for just a few dollars. They're really not that hard to source. Yeah, what the f***, China? The legality of drinking or owning snake blood wine outside of China, India, Vietnam, and Southeast Asia, where it's still very popular, is a little cloudy. It shouldn't be cloudy, this should be illegal everywhere. Nobody in the Western world seems remotely interested in producing and selling this stuff, so your only hope of getting hold of a souvenir bottle would be to get it through customs after an Eastern holiday. But, as most of snake blood wine is brewed with cobras, which are considered to be an endangered species, it's illegal in most countries to import the boozy and bloody concoction. No one wants this. It's not going to make your cock hard. We talked about this. Maybe it's just as well. The digestion of the blood of a venomous snake can lead to numerous health problems, including damage to your vascular system. More importantly, Billy Pancake and Silas the Sauce were about to discover another slight niggle with the concept of snake blood wine as they opened the jars in what would turn out to be their final fatal criminal act. The snake can sometimes survive in the jar for months. How? It's drowned and had its insides removed. Good God. And it's often quite grumpy when you take the lid off the jar and the snake gets a chance to rear up and have a good old stretch. For Billy and Silas, snake blood wine would prove to be the very last item on a lifetime's menu of immorality. But others are a bit more fortunate. As recently as 2013, one woman from Shuangcheng in the Heilongjiang province had been brewing up snake blood wine to help with her joint pain. I mean, that might work. It's got alcohol in it. Probably going to help with the pain a little, but the snake's blood is doing nothing. But a few months later, she ended up unbottling a massive karma potion when the pickled viper snake inside the jar reared up and sank its deadly fangs into the woman's hand. Miraculously, although the woman was hospitalized for inflammation, she made a full recovery from the potentially fatal bite. The condition of the viper snake was never reported, but I like to think it made a slightly smart getaway into lightly pickled freedom. Ba-da-bom-bom! I really hope you enjoyed this video. I did not. If you did, please smash that like button. If you didn't, smash that dislike button. You can buy this shirt at purchthemerch.co. ETA is not in screen today. He's down here. But he has Purch the Merch written on him. Purchthemerch.co for cocaine. Maybe a link below. Thank you for watching. Yeah, the rhino horn's gonna make my cock hard. This is the channel where I have my personality on. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze. My name is also Simon. Unfortunately, boy with the blaze is a meme that stuck. This script that we're going through today is written by Danny, as it always is. The memes later are added by, I had a coffee, by Sam. Credit where it's due. Gotta get my coffee though. ETA was not in the video last time. People were upset. He is here. Honestly, I'm trying to work out a really good way to kill him off because I'm feeling like it's getting a little bit old that my co-host is a space heater, but everyone seems to love it. So, I don't know, maybe that's just me, but I can't imagine doing this show in 2 years and still being like, hey, ETA is probably gonna have an accident of some kind.
You first. You clown.
But I still need him in the winter. What's happening to... Oh, by the way, this t-shirt that I'm wearing, the smash the dislike button, this is a surprise hit. This is by far the most popular shirt right now. Even the allegedly t-shirts, which I'm not going to grab from my desk, but Sam, I thought that would be the most popular one. But this is the surprise hit. You can get this at purchthemerch.co for Colombia. Yeah. Truly bizarre inventions, let's jump in. The problem with most pets is that they very rarely pull their weight and earn their keep. Although I've heard of some dogs that can help out with everyday household jobs such as laundry and truffle foraging, they seem to be the exception rather than the rule. I don't think dogs can help with laundry. I was walking down the street the other day and there's this dog just going absolutely nuts in the front of like someone's, I don't know, it's just an apartment building or whatever. And it's in the grass and it's kicking up shit, it's going crazy. And I just walked past and this dog just absolutely jumps out of this garden and slams into my legs. And I give the, my automatic reaction is not to laugh. I'm such a dick that I just give the owner the deepest stinker. I'm like, what the fuck?
What the hell is even that?
It's like, you're in a city. If your dog isn't behaving, put your fucking dog on a leash. Christ. And then I realised I was probably a bit harsh about it all. How this relates to laundry is my trousers now then needed to be washed and I was on my way to work. That was great. I mean, fortunately I work alone. I literally see no one. Ever. In my experience, most pets lounge about and expect to be waited on paw and paw while you clean up their mess and spend a fortune on bills that they rack up. And this is why the hamster shredder is one of my favourite inventions of recent times, as it mashes up several problems at once and delivers one simple, ingenious solution. Don't panic! It doesn't involve putting your poor hamster through a shredder. I'm very kind to hamsters. We used to have one when I was a kid, and he lived to the ripe old age of 4.5. I have no idea if that's long for hamsters. I'm pretty sure I had hamsters, they definitely did not live that long. I'd like to think it's because me and my brother used to shove chunks of roast beef and Yorkshire pudding through the bars of the cage. Yeah, that's why he lived long, Danny. You fed him loads of unnecessary carbs that aren't part of his natural diet. That's why he lived long. No, the hamster shredder saves you the time and effort of lining the floor of your hamster cage with paper by getting the hamster to do the work himself while simultaneously shredding your unwanted documents. In the meantime, your sensitive documents are just sitting in the hamster cage waiting to be shredded by a lazy ass hamster, which doesn't sound like security risk at all. There's a picture of it. Sam, I believe Danny will have provided you with the images, so a paper shredder is affixed to the top of the cage, and this is powering the hamster wheel. You just leave a bit of paper in the shredder, and whenever the hamster gets an urge to play in the wheel, this motion shreds the paper and creates a snowfall of fresh new bedding for your lucky hamster. I don't have a shredder, I just have a fireplace. And that's where I burn all my shit, because I love the environment. At the moment, the hamster shredder is just a conceptual product, and I suppose there could be a few potential design flaws. For example, the hamster could be at risk of ingesting the ink on the paper, or getting a bit carried away on the wheel and suffocating in a cage overflowing with shredded documents. Seems a bit unlikely. More importantly, it could end up stealing your identity and going on a massive illegal shopping spree at Pet Planet. That bounced off my chair and came back. And remarkably, stayed pretty well together. But I still applaud the creative thinking behind this product and would happily buy one myself tomorrow, just in case I ever get another hamster. This is exactly the kind of invention that the world needs right now. Alright, Danny, now what the sort of invention that the world needs right now is a COVID vaccine. But alright, let's all focus on hamster shredding products, Danny. Let's save the world. Jesus Christ, Danny. Have you no social awareness? It's terrible. And sometimes it seems such a shame that many of the finest and brightest minds that ever lived were so determined to piss about, wasting their lives, inventing things that were often more bizarre than brilliant. So I asked Danny to make us a script or a video about truly bizarre inventions, and he leads off with the hamster paper shredder as the not bizarre invention that we all need. This is gonna be good. The 50 caliber mousetrap, holy shit. A 50 caliber is a hell of a bullet. I went to like a shooting range once, and I didn't shoot a 50 cal, but there was a guy there shooting a 50 cal, and that thing, I was standing next to him. It's like a fucking train going past. That thing goes off and it's like, whoosh! Sticking briefly to the subject of small lazy rodents, it never feels quite right to me. The hamsters get fed and watered and pampered and given access to an indoor gymnasium facility, while their mice cousins are hunted and slaughtered in vicious traps. The traditional spring-loaded mousetrap was first patented in 1894 by William C. Hooker of Illinois. But this is not his story. Rewind, Illinois, I know, chill out. Rewind just 12 years earlier, and a certain James A. Williams clearly had some long-running feud on the go with the mice who were infesting his home in Fredonia, Texas. Fredonia, creatively named by someone called Fred. He was determined to get rid of the filthy vermin once and for all, and he wasn't prepared to wait another 12 years for somebody else to get off their arse and invent the mousetrap. So he invented his own. And it wasn't mucking about. His clever invention was a spring-loaded revolver that would shoot the mouse right in its stupid face. Okay. James A. Williams claims that invention was designed. There's a picture, Sam, thank you. Although this is like a landscape picture, so maybe just cover my... I don't know. Get creative. This isn't my goddamn job, Sam!
Daddy, chill.
James A. Williams claims that his invention was designed to be a new kind of trap by which animals that burrow into the ground can be destroyed. Oh my god, dude, it's a bit intense. The idea was that a loaded 50 caliber revolver... Okay, maybe I'm wrong about what a 50 cal is. Because this is not a 50 caliber revolver. I'm pretty sure they can't make a 50 caliber revolver because the bullet's like this. It's like a big ass thing. This is not what I was thinking of. Or maybe it meant something different in the past. Look, there's gonna be gun experts because this is YouTube and Americans watch and you've got more guns than people, so let me know. Whenever a wandering mouse steps onto the treadle of the trap, what the fuck is a treadle? A lever is released, which causes the rod to force back the trigger and blast the mouse to bits. This seems like massive overkill. An extra bonus feature is that the deafening noise of the 6-shooter going off in the middle of the night serves as a handy little notification ping for everyone in the household. Can you imagine just being asleep and it's like, BANG! Oh, fuck! This is the worst invention ever. Although, I'm like, if I forget to turn my phone off when I go to bed and I get like a message in the middle, it's like, ping, I'm like, oh, thank God. This would scare the shit out of me. Also, what if someone's downstairs? Just like, oh shit, I went through. Where's that bullet gonna go? It's not gonna stop with the mouse. Although Williams secured a patent for his animal trap in 1882, it never really caught on. Even the traditional spring-loaded mousetrap that arrived on the scene 12 years later was a fiddly little invention at the best of times. One clumsy move and you could end up with a very sore finger. Oh, by the way, fun bonus fact, don't put cheese on a mousetrap. Apparently mice don't like cheese. Put chocolate on there. I think I made a Today I Found Out video about it. Even the traditional... Also, cheese is gonna go smelly really quick. Today I Found Out is another channel I do. If you don't know Today I Found Out, and you know this channel, well, that's weird, because that channel's got like 2 million subscribers, but thank you. Maybe check it out. If you're finding this a bit ridiculous, you'll love Today I Found Out. This is the channel where I have my personality on. Bearing that in mind, it's not too surprising that 19th century mousetrap haters weren't too keen on the idea of setting up a contraption in the house that could potentially blow your foot off if you accidentally trod on it. Perhaps most worryingly of all, Williams had even bigger plans for his mousetrap pistol, which thankfully never got off the ground. I almost skipped a page there. He reckoned that with a bit of tweaking and squeaking, his invention could be modified to serve as an early version of the burglar alarm. What, by like a burglar stepping on this thing and having their foot shot off? I tell you what the bad news is. If the burglar comes in and they see this gun device, they'll be like, alright, well I'm gonna take the gun and carry on with my robbery now that I'm armed. Thank you very much, homeowner. In a patent application for his animal trap, Williams claimed that this invention may also be used in connection with a door or window so as to kill any person or thing opening the door or window to which it is attached. Holy shit, dude. That's gonna be like some murder or some shit. I suspect this is around the same time that the Williams resident stopped getting any visitors. Can you imagine you just come home and you're like, oh, fuck, I forgot to undo the gun trap and I killed my son. The Tomatan, something, who cares? I don't know about you, but whenever I'm running a long-distance marathon, I usually find myself wishing that there was some way I could shove a nice juicy tomato in my mouth without having to stop or use my hands. Tell you what, Danny, that's just you. I ran a half marathon once, and it wasn't actually that bad, but I had no desire for tomatoes halfway through. I'd long given up on this seemingly impossible dream, but then in 2015, along came the Tomatan, and it changed my world forever. Developed in Japan, the Tomatan is a wearable humanoid robot, right? With a cute tomato-shaped head who sits on your shoulders like a backpack. What the f*** is going on? When you're out and about, you suddenly feel gripped by that regular unquenchable urge to eat a tomato, you simply pull a little lever on one of the robot's dangling feet that are on your chest. The Tomaton's circular robot arms will then retrieve a tomato from its own little dispenser tube attached to the back and then kindly bring it back down to the front of your mouth, keeping a tight and sturdy grip on the controversially fruity vegetable as you take a welcome bite. What the f*** is going on? Did we say this was from Japan? Because I can believe this would be in Japan. They have vending machines with used underwear. Why is everyone obsessed with Japan? Japan is so hot on the internet. It's always like, oh, manga. Oh, anime. Oh, hentai. Like, really?
Why would you do all that?
Because it's cool.
Okay. Now, I realize that the invention of the Tomatan possibly raises a few important questions. The biggest question might be, why? For the love of God, why? Yes, Danny. Well, it's only about half as silly as it may first appear. The design of the robot was a collaboration between Japanese food manufacturer Kagome and an artistic studio known as Maiwa Denki. The latter already had a reputation for coming up with slightly wacky inventions, while the former just happens to be the biggest supplier of tomatoes and ketchup in Japan. What a shocker. But it turns out that tomatoes are a genuinely popular option for runners participating in the Tokyo Marathon, as they are packed with nutrition which fights against fatigue. So it seems as if the Tomatan is an expensive and long-winded and overdeveloped way of helping these healthy runners get a taste of tomato without ever having to slow down the pace. Well, yeah, and it's also like totally fine. Just like you're in a marathon. If you want to eat a tomato, great. There'll be a stand. Just grab the tomato and eat it. It's not complicated. Like there's water stands and juice stands. Just it's not hard. Also, you got to carry around this fucking Tomatan thing. Who wants to do that? You're running a goddamn marathon. They often say that the best inventions are ingeniously simple, and this isn't one of them. The real problem with the Tomatan is that it's so heavy. Yes, it's great that you're getting served the gift of tomato without ever having to slow down, but you'll be buckling under the strain of carrying an extra 18 pounds of kit on your shoulders for the duration of an entire marathon. Hey Siri, what's 18 pounds in kilograms? Fucking hell, just guess. I'm gonna say 4. That's a lot. And it can only carry a maximum of 6 tomatoes, which seems a bit feeble for the long-distance runner. And while we're nitpicking, the Tomatan has a robot mouth that opens and closes for absolutely no discernible reason, when this could clearly be utilized as an additional ketchup dispenser or something. I suppose this device could still be useful if it's not restricted to just tomatoes. I wouldn't mind seeing if it could squeeze some Scotch eggs in there. Scotch eggs are fine. I recently learned that these are quite a British thing. It's like an egg wrapped in meat with, I think, like breadcrumbs or something on the outside. It's like got egg and meat in it all the time. It's glorious. On my daily arduous dog walks, I could be munching away on 6 Scotch eggs while keeping one hand free for the dog lead and the other hand free for a glass of red wine. You legend, Danny. Back in the year 1819, the British Navy organised an epic Canadian Arctic expedition, which was to end in disaster. Doesn't sound so epic then, does it? It's like, yeah, I went for an epic run. I died. The copper mine expedition, led by a lieutenant, which is how I pronounce it when we're talking about British people, because that's how we say it in Britain. I think I told this story before, but I was in the cadets at school, like, where, you pretend to be in the military or whatever. I was in the Navy cadets, and the head of our section, the, teacher, who was the lieutenant, and I watched so much Star Trek that I always could be like, lieutenant. And I'd be like, it's Lieutenant Simon. I'd be like, yeah, I know. And I finally got it screwed into my head, only to become a YouTuber, and then get from every American for pronouncing lieutenant. It's like, you just can't f***ing win. The copper mine expedition, led by Lieutenant John Franklin, was a noble attempt to explore and map the Northwest Passage for the first time. Sadly, during the course of 3 long years, the brave team was forced to abandon their plans after facing a string of unexpected challenges which sent them to the brink of starvation. I feel like if you're going on an expedition to explore somewhere really cold, to discover something, are there really any unexpected challenges? It would be like, oh yeah, we came across a cannibal tribe who decided to eat us. I would even say that is not unexpected. I'd say that is something you could reasonably expect to come across. Only 9 of the 20 members of the group survived the ordeal and returned home. That's not bad, that's like just less than 50%. I mean, this is like exploration. Having been reduced to eating either lichen, their own boots, or the remains of rotting carcasses abandoned by the wolves. Jesus. Some of the team members that didn't make it home had been accused of murdering and eating each other. Uh-oh. A big part of the problem was that the group had become completely stranded on the wrong side of the Copper Mine River after all their wooden boats had been wrecked in a heavy storm. Oh no! Things might have worked out very differently if only they'd just happened to have been wearing coats that folded out into boats. That sounds epic. I would love a coat that folds into a boat. I really want to get one of those, you can buy them. It's like a kayak that fits into a backpack. You blow that shit up and you go kayaking. You get to wherever you're going and you can put the kayak back in the backpack and like hop on a bus back to where you started. And I'm like, this is amazing. I have to say, I always dream about doing these things. And then it's like, look, I run like 8 YouTube channels. I pretty much work all the time. But I love to dream about hobbies.
Have you ever had a dream that you do?
And this was the exact same thought that later inspired Peter Halkett to invent the coat boat in 1844. A Royal Navy officer and amateur inventor, Halkett had always been fascinated by tales of exploration off of the Canadian Arctic and had become particularly interested in the story of the Copper Mine expedition. Not so much the bits about eating rotten carcasses and murdering each other for the sake of a meat sandwich. Jesus Christ, Danny. But he was more interested in the thought of how an alternative non-wooden portable sailing vessel could potentially have saved the day. So Halkett put his mind to the problem of creating something that would be light enough to carry around with you in the brutal wilderness, while also having the capacity to double up as a sturdy and safe sailing vessel when crossing waters. This is incredible. There's got to be something that just didn't work out, because otherwise everyone would just be walking around with portable boats all the time, right? Because it's awesome. Maybe the coat boat sounds a bit ridiculous. It sounds awesome, but it was actually a clever idea. Yes! The waterproof Macintosh coat had been handily invented a couple of decades earlier by Charles Macintosh. There you go. Also later the inventor of the Apple Macintosh. Not really. Peter Halkett's invention took advantage of Macintosh cloth that impregnated it with rubber to create nice practical winter coats that could be inflated into a boat in just under 4 minutes. When you were wearing the invention in coat mode, you had the option of a built-in walking stick and umbrella on your travels into the unknown. This sounds amazing! But when the invention had been transformed into boat mode, the walking stick became an oar and the umbrella became a sail. The coat compartments also included a paddle blade and small bellows. It looks like this. Thanks, Sam. The coat only weighed about 7 pounds, less than half the weight of a silly wearable robot that can only dispense crap tomatoes, and inflated into a completely airtight and watertight vessel that could hold up to 8 people. So, the members of the Copper Mine expedition would have only needed about 3 of these coats between them. This is amazing! Halkett tested out his new design along the Thames River in 1844, and although he nearly got mowed down by several metropolitan steamers, the coat boat was judged a success as he sailed for 10 miles without any leaks or problems. For a brief time at least, the coat boat was a bit of a hit within a very specialist circle of Arctic explorers, but it seemed to be destined to sink into obscurity after only a few years. Halkett had failed to get the Navy interested in using his design, after which he had little luck in marketing his invention as an aid for fishing and duck shooting. But perhaps the best tribute to the coat boat came from one of the survivors of the Copper Mine expedition, John Richardson, who declared, "Had we been possessed of such a contraption in our expedition, I have little doubt of our having brought the whole party in safely." We'll never know for sure. A more cynical member of the same group might have just said, "You're gonna need a bigger coat." Next up, hit clips. This invention from 1999 must deserve some sort of credit for somehow becoming massively popular, despite the fact that it was a huge leap backwards. I don't know, lots of shit comes out that's like retro, and it's like, so it's just old and shit. Like, right? Like, why are people using typewriters? A friend of mine sent me a picture the other day of he was in a coffee shop, and there's someone with a massive ass typewriter sat like in front of him, typing away. It's like, dude, do we have to? Hasbro's Tiger Electronics division originally released their slick micro audio systems, more commonly known as hit clips, through a McDonald's Happy Meal promotion. But the cutting-edge technology proved to be such a massive success with kids that hit clips quickly made the transition to the main toy and electronic market. So what was the big deal? Well, as the full name suggests, this was a super tiny audio system. The hit clips digital player sold for about $20, while you could pick up micro music cartridges for about $4 each. That sounds pretty expensive. I mean, how much music is on there? I mean, the player's cheap, but Okay. The player was an absolutely flimsy little thing which boasted absolutely shite sound. It was about 2 inches long and came with a single headphone wire, so you could only listen to this ultra lo-fi sound through one ear. It had no volume control whatsoever. In fact, it didn't have much else going apart from a single play button and a little clip so that it could be fastened to your clothing. Do you guys remember the iPod Shuffle, which was like an iPod except you couldn't choose what you listened to? You just had to load on songs and just hope for the best that something came up next that you liked. You'd be like, I really want to listen to this one song. I never had one of these. I don't know why people bought these. There were regular iPods around that time which worked just fine. Ooh, I like the excitement of getting something random. Really? If that's exciting for you, your life is not exciting enough. There was a vast library of music cartridges or clips available for the player, although you're never likely to find any Phil Collins or Motorhead. The range was exclusively devoted to music that was in the US playground at the turn of the millennium. Stuff like the Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, Britney Spears, Avril Lavigne, and the Wurzels. I've heard of all of those, except for the Wurzels. And I get the feeling I might be having a joke played on me by Danny. Why'd you have to go and make things so... Clips featured a colourful picture of the artist on the front, and when you weren't playing the clip in your player, you could attach that to your clothing too. I can see why kids love this. But here's the thing, each clip only played 1 minute of a song. That's a bit shite. $4? So the cunning naming of the brands conveyed the message that you could just play a clip of a song, which you could also clip to your clothes. Great. Now it's worth remembering that this wasn't the Dark Ages. This was 1999. You could buy CD singles containing 3 or 4 whole songs for less than the price of a clip. You could play your songs on a CD Walkman in high quality through both ears instead of making do with tinny quality snippets of one song through one ear. Yeah, I mean, although to be honest, Danny, we live in a world where people buy records when you can get FLAC streaming services for, you know, the price of one and get all of the music that's super high quality in the world. Yeah, and all those people are a bit like smashing the dislike button right now, being like, the record quality is mwah, mwah, mwah. And I'm like, if you can tell the difference between 320 kilobits per second and record audio, I don't think you can. I mean, some people definitely can, but it's probably not you. You're probably just a hipster. And yet, hit clips proved to be a brief sensation in America, as Tiger Electronics sold over 20 million players, far hell, and generated about $80 million in revenue. Wait, weren't these things $20 million each? $20 each, so that would be like $400 million in revenue, not $80 million. In revenue, maybe profit. Weird. And it was all about collectability and looking cool in the playground. You gained more street cred if you had a whole bunch of different colourful clips hanging from your jeans or keychains or backpacks or wearable tomato dispensing robots. But a boom boom. The Beatles could have saved themselves an enormous amount of time and effort if they'd realised that this was all it took to be popular, as they'd have only ever had to write 60-second songs. As the years rolled by, you could pimp your player with even cooler new add-ons such as an FM radio scanner attachment and a 3-inch boombox so that everyone else in the playground could enjoy a short muted blast of Britney. Oh my god, this is the worst thing about phones. Like people who insist on listening to music in public places. If you've ever done this, I don't like you. Also, this must have just been an American thing, because I was a kid in the playground in the year 2000. People would have had this if it was a thing, for sure, but they didn't, so it's America. But by 2004, the game was up and hit clips disappeared into the history books. Although bearing in mind that vinyl had made a comeback against all odds, there's still a possibility for a hit clips revival. I want this. Maybe I can buy one off eBay. I think there's still a valuable lesson to be learned here for any budding business plays inventors out there. Instead of trying to come up with a radical new breakthrough that improves on existing products, just come up with something really crap that you can attach to your belt buckle. Good advice, Danny. And because of business plays stimulating your thought process, just send me a check when it's madly successful. And I might give some to Danny, or I'll just give him a little extra food that day. Because for those of you who knew, Danny is of course locked up in my basement. Chicken eyeglasses. Finally, here's a bizarre but largely forgotten invention that may seem like a wacky idea, but it's actually a shame in so many ways that it's mysteriously disappeared. Some might question the logic of chicken eyeglasses. Yes, they might, if they knew what they were. First developed and patented by Tennessee farmer Andrew Jackson Jr. in 1903. It's not like chickens tend to do much bedtime reading or have the need to make out road signs. Oh, so these are eyeglasses for chickens. But although chicken eyeglasses are indeed special spectacles for chicken, they aren't spectacles designed to improve sight. I think I might know about these. I think they're red tinted so the chickens can't see blood on other chickens and then attack them. I thought these were actually a thing. They're actually like small safety goggles, which were originally designed to help chickens from getting their eyes poked out by other chickens during those inevitable moments when the pecking order gets established. Ah, okay. As the years went by, new rose-tinted versions were developed, which were meant to reduce the risk of aggressive behavior in the actual chicken as they disguise the color of blood on other chickens and stop the wearer from getting aroused into battle. I told you! During the early 1900s, these stylish chicken goggles were exclusively available in America from the legendary Sears mail-order catalogue about 90 years before Sears took the foolish decision to ignore the internet and throw their own business down the toilet. Just made a video about that Corporate Darwin Awards Part 2. Check it out. If you want to, you don't have to. I mean, honestly, if you're watching at this point in your video, you're probably like, fuck, I'm sick of this motherfucker. I just want to watch something else, where he just reads me the script. But the glasses proved to be surprisingly successful and went on to shift big units throughout the course of the 20th century. As late as 1973, farmers in Illinois were snapping up thousands and thousands of these chicken shades. And at one point there was even a campaign in Kansas for legislation that would require all farmers in the state to fit their chicken with the eyewear. That campaign was probably run by the same people who made them. Allegedly. But sadly, they now seem to be a thing of the past. Many farmers now prefer to prevent the pecking problem by the method of just trimming off about a third of the beak with a cold or heated blade. Yeah, which is fucking brutal. Stop that shit. This may cause more trauma, pain, and long-term damage to the chickens, but I guess it's cheaper, easier, and probably more effective than kitting out the entire flock with spectacles. From the perspective of the poor chickens, though, this seems a little short-sighted, but a bump. This has been Business Blaze. I've been your boy with the Blaze. This is the Smash the Dislike t-shirt, which you can buy at purchthemerch.co. Thank you, ETA, for the promotion. Mwah! I'll see you next time. It's like, you just can't f***ing win. Shut the f*** up. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new Business Blaze. I am Simon, aka your boy with the Blaze, as always happens on this channel. Danny Salter. He's a salty one. He sometimes is. He writes us a script, I will read it, I'll make some unfunny jokes, and you guys might learn something. I'm just kidding, no one's here to learn. If you're here to learn, I've got other channels which are actually, informative. I thought today, I've been using my Enron mug for a very long time, and I thought I would throw it back to the Three Wolf mug. I keep wanting to call it a Three Wolf tea, but it is a Three Wolf mug, which you can purchase on Amazon, including shipping. This cost me 14 euros, which felt really expensive. And then I saw how much the mugs are, or would be on my merch store, and I was like, yeah, 14 euros is super reasonable for a mug. This is the 3 current internet scams that suck. As I mentioned before on this channel, I am a big fan of the scam busting channels on YouTube. It seems to be a bit of a trend at the moment, and I love it. Let's jump in. I'd like to think that somewhere in Nigeria there's a minted but deeply frustrated prince who can't quite believe the ignorance of lazy foreigners who clearly can't be asked to answer even the simplest of bloody emails. This reminds me of a great Mitchell & Webb sketch where there's these 3 dudes. They're like, they're super rich or whatever. They're in this giant like mahogany lined office, and they're all phoning people up and being like, hello, yes, congratulations, you won a giant's boat. And the person on the other end is like, oh yeah, scam callers. And then there's these 3 dudes just like in the office and they're like, I don't understand why we just can't give away these giant boats. Who wouldn't want a giant boat? It's excellent and a lot funnier than Business Blaze. In fact, stop watching Business Blaze now and just go watch some Mitchell & Webb sketches because, they're actually funny. All he wants from you is a relatively small sum of money so that he can access his secret bank account and quickly wire $30 million to you. He's promised you a substantial cut of the total pot, and it would only take a few minutes of your time. Is it really too much to ask? Why can't anyone be bothered anymore? I don't know, Danny, because it's clearly a scam. Maybe he just needs to brush up on his English skills a bit, but he still finds it hard to believe that those crazy Westerners won't lift a finger to accept a 6-figure freebie. Unless you've got all your apostrophes in exactly the right place. I'm not sure if this is true, but I heard that the Nigerian scammers will make the emails that they send to you particularly bad. It's like, dearest sir. It's like, who the f*** starts an email that way? And it's because they only want dumb people to respond, because they know that smart people are not going to send them money when they eventually get around to asking for that.
Remember, Simi, no one here can know I am royalty. You must appear to be no different than the average man.
I will not say a word.
Of course, the Nigerian Prince email scam has been a joke for decades now. It's a little bit tired, isn't it? But the advance fee fraud upon which it's based has been around for a lot longer. Although it became widely known as the Spanish prisoner fraud from the early 20th century, the history of the scam, in which a relatively modest upfront fee is requested by a complete stranger in order to unlock untold riches, it dates all the way back to the aftermath of the French Revolution. So you can blame the sneaky French for that damn Nigerian prince. Always blame the French.
Always blame 5G.
At the turn of the 19th century, 100 gullible French citizens received letters which appeared to have been sent from a prison cell of a former faithful servant of a notable aristocrat. The aristocrat had long since fled the bloodbath of the French Revolution, but during his hurry to get out of the country, he got his servant to help him toss a chest full of jewels into a lake. Is that, how are people still falling for this hundreds of years later? The servant had since been jailed, but was now the only person in France who knew exactly where to find the treasure. In the letter, he pleads with his fellow Frenchmen to send his family a bit of cash to sort out the bail so that he can retrieve the chest and share the loot with his rescuer. Naturally, there was no aristocrat. There was no prisoner. There was no treasure chest. What a shocker. But quite incredibly, 20 of those 100 recipients responded with cash, which is not a bad strike rate at all. Those Nigerian emails, they got to send like millions, and one person will be like, wow, I can't believe we still get these. It's 2020. The idea was more famously and even more successfully expanded upon a year later during the Spanish-American War, when it became known as the Spanish prisoner fraud. Didn't we already say this, Denny? Anyway, thousands of letters were sent out containing details of a soldier imprisoned in Spain who had a shipment of Cuban gold concealed somewhere in America, but he needed your financial help to retrieve it. Of course he does. By the 1980s, the wildly corrupt Nigeria had got in on the action with their own take on the scam, which is now dubbed the 419 fraud. It's named after the section of the Nigerian criminal code that it violates. And of course, the concept quickly moved online in the 90s with the advent of the notorious Nigerian Prince emails. In later days, I'm pleased to say that the emails got a little more creative and the Nigerian prince has since journeyed into space. What? But the poor soul got stuck there. A brilliantly inventive example claims to be from the cousin of a Nigerian astronaut. Does Nigeria have a space program? I'm gonna guess the answer's no. Hey Siri, does Nigeria have a space program? I'm gonna take your silence as no. Nigeria have a space. Yes! Nigeria has a space program. They launched their first orbiter, Nigeria Sat-1, in 2003. Okay, well this is like sending satellites to space. Does Nigeria have astronauts? Oh, they plan to do it by 2030. And it seems they'll be part of some other country's space program. Well, there we have it. Fascinating stuff. What the are we talking about? A brilliantly inventive example claims to be from the cousin of a Nigerian astronaut who took a trip to a secret Soviet military space station in 1989 but got left there when the Soviet Union dissolved. What, 3 years later? No one's been in space for 3 years. What, he's still there? Apparently everyone else aboard the station came back to Earth. The Nigerian seat was taken up with return cargo and duty-free cigarettes, and he's been stranded there ever since. The good news is that he's accumulated almost $15 million in flight pay and interest since then. It's just that his cousin now needs $3 million to place a down payment with the Russian space authorities to sort out a flight home for the poor sod. They don't leave people in space. Getting people back from space, I'm sure it's expensive, but it's not as expensive as putting them up there. Also, who the f*** is sending him food? He's got some, like, Martian shit going on. He's like, I'm gonna science the shit out of this. And he's like, oh no, we don't have anything possible. This is not possible. This is not possible. There's not even any soil. Also, he accumulated $15 million in flight pay. Well, he's the richest astronaut in the world. I think an email like that almost deserves $3 million just for the sheer scale and ambition of the request. Still, nobody falls for that kind of rubbish these days, do they? Yeah, they do. Well, maybe more than you think. They wouldn't send them if people weren't answering them and sending them money. Nigerian prince is still managing to pull in $700,000 a year from America alone, or at least new variations and spins on the same old advance fee fraud idea. Wait, one person is doing this, or this is the entire industry? Because if the entire industry is worth $700,000 and I have like 10 of those emails in my inbox, $700,000 divided by all of the scammers, how much is that possibly going to be?
You sure you guys want to go to Queens? A couple rich fellas like you should be in Manhattan.
No, I want Queens. We're not rich. We're ordinary African students.
But that's only a small slice of the $1.9 billion that Americans lose from fraud every year, the vast majority of it taking place online.
Listen, real Americans.
We were all getting smarter in spotting this kind of stuff, but rather alarmingly, those fraud figures are only going up and up. It seems that the scammers are getting smarter too. Well, obviously, they're always just trying to stay one stage ahead. Like the Spanish prisoner one is like, oh my god, if you've never heard of that before, you'd be like, well, it seems legitimate. Like, I've never been warned against this. I mean, it does seem a bit too good to be true, but I've never heard of anyone getting scammed this way. The scammers it just gets more complicated over time. Oh my god, is this a listicle? Wait, was that the introduction, Danny? Jesus Christ!
Danny, what the fuck, man?
eBay is just an online palace for scamming swines. I haven't really bothered much with eBay for years and years. I got a story about eBay. I bought a drone off eBay, you know, like one of those DJI drones, and it arrived, and it was like fully broken. Like 3 of the rotors, it's got 4 rotors, 3 of them just didn't work. So I wrote back to the seller, I was like, hey mate, this drone you sold me, it doesn't work. Just total silence. Didn't reply. So I write to eBay and I'm like, hey eBay, I bought this drone. It's a piece of shit. Like, it's just clearly broken. What are you gonna do about it? And they're like, oh, I'll wait for the seller to reply. If he doesn't reply in 21 days, we'll escalate it. So after like a month, eBay finally forced the guy, like they take the money out of his PayPal account somehow and give it back to me. And I'm like, great. What do I do with this drone? And they're like, not our problem, is it? Okay. So I got this drone. And then I get an email from the British police. I bought it from the UK. And they're like, hey, did you buy a drone? And I'm like, what's up? Have I committed some crime, like by accident? And they're like, no. It turns out that the guy who sold you that drone is in prison. And I'm like, okay, great. So? And they're like, well, he was using drones to fly drugs into prison and then selling the drones. And I'm like, Jesus Christ.
I'm a criminal.
So I Google the guy and he's in the news for this. And they're like, yeah, we'd like to get that drone back because the insurance company, blah, 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 something. And I'm like, okay, I'm in Prague. Come get it. And they're like, they never write me back. Like, okay, I still got this drone. It's still in my cupboard to this very day, the drug drone. What the fuck's going on? No wonder these videos are so long. I can remember being quite into the idea of online auctions when eBay first appeared. I ended up getting a bit carried away and selling everything I owned. I wasn't really that skins, I just got excited watching the auctions climb up and up. Who really needs furniture anyway? Oh, Danny, you got suckered in. But ever since then, I've had plenty of nightmare stories about the platform firsthand. Just very recently, a good friend of mine lost £5,000 when he tried to buy a car from eBay. He'd contacted the seller to ask if he'd interested in ending the auction early for an agreed price. The seller agreed, cancelled the auction, and then my mate received what seemed like an authentic email from eBay asking for payment by bank transfer. Those scamming emails, they look so legit these days. You gotta be so careful. Like YouTube as well. If you're a YouTuber, you're bound to get this one which is like, your account's been compromised or something. And it looks fully legit. And then what tipped me off, it came from like, YouTube partner rewards. And I'm like, wait, they're the people who send out the plaques. So I'm like, that's weird. And I didn't open it. But apparently people were clicking on this and getting their channel hijacks and all that shit. Jesus. I'd like to think that I might have spotted it something that wasn't quite right, but unfortunately it was only after my mate made the payments and then travelled 300 miles to the other end of the country for a no-show that he realised the email had been fake. eBay refused help because the transaction hadn't followed their guidelines. Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, eBay can't pick up the tab all the time. It sucks. But that's some guy is scamming you. eBay's not liable there. And I don't think they are morally either.
Fuck you too!
I don't think eBay should be picking up that tab because no one's been compromised on eBay. A criminal is using their platform. It would be like holding Smith & Wesson responsible for gun crime. And that is a whole debate for another day. I'm sure most of us have been disappointed by an eBay purchase at some point in our lives. Kevin the Carrot was a popular cute soft toy for kids here in the UK, which became hard to find over Christmas. One mother thought she'd done well when she managed to source a cheap unofficial version of the toy from eBay from China. About 30 days later, she received a real carrot with a face crudely drawn on it in marker pen. Then there's the stories of eBayers who order a surprise personalized birthday cake for their partner, only to find the delivery instructions have been perfectly iced on the top. Or the guy who thought he'd found a bargain deal on a fancy chest of drawers, only to discover that it was meant for a doll's house. Whoops. But I have to say, it's the sellers who usually cop for the brunt of the scams, and eBay generally tends to favour the buyer in any disputes. One increasingly common scam involves a buyer first getting their hands on a damaged, fake, or worthless version of a valuable product, and then snapping up similar genuine products on eBay in mint condition. The buyer then complains that they've received a damaged or fake item and can even provide photographs to eBay if a dispute is opened. The seller doesn't have a leg to stand on, and at best they get the worthless model sent back to them in the post before they've before they're required to provide a refund. Another big loophole in the UK, yeah, this is the thing, because eBay's always going to prefer the buyer. Another big loophole in the UK is the empty box return scam. The buyer requests a refund for whatever reason on, let's say, a $300 smartphone and agrees to send back the phone by a special signed delivery. But what he actually has done is send an empty box to a different name and a slightly different address within your postal or zip code area. Unbelievably, this actually works a treat. Oh my, Danny, you're making it sound like you're a criminal. The online tracking only displays the name of the town where it was delivered to and the name of a random person who signed for a surprise empty box. If you try phoning the postal courier, they can't open a case for you as the package wasn't even sent to your name. eBay will often favor the buyer in this kind of dispute, as I said, and assume you're lying or mistaken about a non-delivery, as they've been provided with proof that a package was sent to your town and was signed for on receipt, possibly by someone else hiding in your household. The buyer ends up with a free £300 smartphone on your tab, and you don't even get an opportunity to provide negative feedback. Wow, this is making me not want to ever buy anything on eBay again. But one of the biggest trending eBay scams of last year or so involves hackers who managed to set up camp inside the eBay accounts of businesses who are flogging predominantly low-value but fast-moving lines. If you stop to think about it, you might assume that there's not really all that much a criminal can do with a hacked eBay business account. Really? I'd be like, if I was a business selling on eBay and someone hacked into my account, I'd be like, I'm sure there's loads of they can do in there that's not good for me. They can maybe stock up on dozens and dozens of electric banana slices at your expense, or try to divert all your sales to different PayPal accounts, but it surely wouldn't take long for you to notice. Yeah, but in the meantime, if you're a big business selling a lot of shit, that's going to be some money. But what they actually do is play the long game. They hack into a business account that is shifting a stack of low-priced products every day, and set up a new email address and PayPal accounts that is almost identical, save for perhaps one rogue digit. They then go about regularly altering the payment sources of a few items at a time and redirecting the sales of these to their own PayPal account. It might sound very small scale. When the UK business owner Richard Crisp was targeted by hackers in this way, they only changed the payment source for a tiny fraction of the hundreds of small items he was selling, and they only made about 10 quid on that first day. Yeah, but then it's like, yeah, 10 quid a day. It's small enough so no one notices. Like, this dude's not going to notice, and then like over 3 years or whatever, boom, thousands of pounds. It's like the Superman one where they steal the pennies, you know, like they just take a penny from everyone's account and then it's like millions overall and no one notices. That is the story of Superman, right? The one with all the computers. The problem is that it took Richard about 17 months to notice that anything was wrong, by which time the hackers had already siphoned off £54,000 of Richard's money from right under his nose. And to make matters worse, eBay and PayPal played a game of pass the buck over who was liable, a game which would have probably been quite difficult if this had happened before 2015, when PayPal was still a subsidiary of eBay. Ah, so it's not anymore. I was like, wait, they're the same company. eBay claimed that as they never saw any funds from the illegal transactions, Richard should seek reimbursement from PayPal. In turn, PayPal claimed that the crime derived from a hacked eBay account, so Richard should seek reimbursement from eBay. It sounds like, is this the reason why eBay and PayPal split up, so they could just better rip off their customers, allegedly? In the end, Peter got about $5,000 back from eBay in seller's fees, but about $50,000 was still down the drain from the scam. And since this racket made the news, more and more victims are coming out of the woodwork with their own stories of being swindled from one of the subtlest but most effective eBay scams of all time. Remember to turn on your two-factor authentication, people. If all this sounds a bit negative, it does. I should point out that my mate Ashley reckons that he's never had a single problem with eBay in over 20 years of frequent buying and selling. So let's end this section on that positive note, rather than the millions of scams and crooks that have been allowed to get away with it for decades. Yeah, to be honest, other than that drone, I've bought a bunch of off eBay and it's always been pretty good. And even with that drone, like, it took a few months, but eBay gave me my money back, and I'm still holding onto a drone for the police. Digital virus. If you're watching this episode of Business Blaze in the far future, we should point out that it was first posted way back in the year 2020. You may remember that this was the year when all we had to complain about was Donald Trump and coronavirus, little knowing the horrors that were to follow that would make 2020 look like a beach party. I'm sure some terrible shit is going to happen and someone's going to link to this video in the future and be like, look, Simon called it, and I'll point out Danny called it. But there was one I made a video a few months ago, or like before coronavirus, before the financial panic, and I was like, yeah, you know, it was something like, yeah, financial crisis is coming, like, soon. And then people pointed back to it, and it's like, look, it's going to come soon, whether coronavirus or not. But on the other hand, I'm starting a Ponzi scheme. Digital virus. Wait, I already said the title. Simon sends his regards to President Kanye. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Someone was like, Simon, don't make fun of Kanye. He's mentally unstable. And I was like, yeah, but he also seems like a bit of a clown. You can't just fall back and it's, no, we can't make fun of Kanye at all because he's mentally unstable. And I'm like, boy, I'm gonna make some fun of Kanye. Of course, 2020 will go down in history as the year we didn't have a Eurovision Song Contest, the year we came together by staying apart, the year we squabbled endlessly about the effectiveness of mask and bleach injections. No one's debating about the effectiveness of bleach injections. It's not effective. Shut the f*** up.
It cured my COVID.
And the year we debated if opening schools again was a bit more important than opening pubs again. My vote was pubs every time. F***ing agreed! But it's also a good year for the scammers, as the COVID-19 pandemic claimed hundreds of thousands of lives around the world, and people spent more time at home during lockdowns, and legit, like, people are watching a lot more of my YouTube these last few months. The cybercrims realized that this would be an even easier time to exploit the vulnerable during these strange times. Of course, we've seen no end of fake companies selling face masks and hand sanitizer that never actually existed. These are the worst people in the world. But one of the biggest problems is that unusual times often involve unusual communications from authorities. I even got a letter through the post from UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, although I suspect he's got quite a few of them photocopied and sent out to different people. Did people get a letter from Boris Johnson about what? Dear Danny, after my run-in with COVID, I'm doing much better. I'd encourage you to wear... Did that actually happen? But my point is that even a reasonably internet-savvy but cash-strapped citizen might not necessarily get too suspicious if they receive an email purporting to be from the government or council or tax office which promises a stimulus check and a possible grant in return for your personal and financial information. And this is where phishing scams had a field day. It's believed that hundreds of thousands of Americans alone have been duped by fake websites promising vitally needed emergency cash from official sources after you've just filled out this simple and seemingly authentic online form.
America is great indeed.
Here in the UK, one of the biggest and most successful scams involved that old bugbear of mine, the British TV licence, which we've discussed at length, but every time I bring it up, people are like, what the f*** is a TV licence? It's, you have to pay like £100 a year in the UK if you have a TV that watches broadcast television. Like, so it pays for the BBC because there's no adverts on the BBC. Americans seem to think this is some sort of affront to our rights. I don't like it. I don't pay it. Not because I'm avoiding it. I don't live in the UK. And I wouldn't have a TV that... I wouldn't watch broadcast television anyway. We've got Netflix. It's cheaper than the TV license, and it's literally just unlimited shit. Who pays this anymore? Hundreds of thousands of phishing emails were sent out around the country claiming that the recipient could be eligible for a free 6 months of TV in the light of the pandemic. It probably seems like a legit concept, especially considering that most UK TV stations have stopped producing anything other than socially distant news programs, yet we're still getting charged full whack. But of course, it was far from legit, and the BBC still hates us all. In a quite alarming illustration of human nature, it's reported that at one point there were 1,200 new COVID-19 related domain names getting registered every single day, and from a random sample of 600,000 of those domains, 125,000 were identified as malicious phishing websites. That doesn't make sense. There were 1,200 new COVID domains, but then Danny says 600,000 and 125,000, so I'm guessing he means 600 and 125. Because immediately I was like, that's a lot of domains. Meanwhile, Google announced that no less than 18 million malware and phishing emails relating to the virus are being sent every single day through Gmail. God damn! The FTC are currently investigating over 150,000 cases of virus-related fraud, and they estimate that Americans alone have lost over $100 million so far in COVID and stimulus check scams. Bloody hell. There was a video on one of my favorite channels, CoffeeZilla, about a dude who he basically just faked a bunch of forms in the US, applied for like a stimulus loan for like millions of dollars, bought a Lamborghini, and, you know, now he went on the run, and I think he got arrested, and, you know, that dude's going to prison for a long time. Mistake! The official advice is to stay vigilant and watch out for any spelling or grammar mistakes in your emails before handing over all your personal information on a plate. I have terrible spelling and grammar. Half the people I send emails to must be like, this is a scam. Sam, you work for me, what the fuck? I don't know, Simon. Your spelling and grammar's so bad. I often wonder just how many billions of dollars the scammers might make if they just bothered to hire a professional freelance writer or proofwriter for about 50 quid or something. It's a scary thought. It is indeed. Next entry. Roses are red, violets are blue, bank statements are red. It's with a very heavy heart that I have to reveal the biggest current online scam of all targets perhaps the most vulnerable people, the lonely people, in search of true love. Regular viewers might remember that my first ever job was my own local dating agency called Perfect Partners on my Commodore 64 at the age of about 17. Okay, I mean, I know this was your first business, Danny. I didn't realize you were 17 and running a dating agency. It might sound like a silly venture, and I'm sure I probably made mistakes from time to time, but it worked for a long while, and it was genuine. I'm not sure if anyone ever got married, but I do remember taking a few emotional phone calls from happy customers who thanked me for changing their lives and said it was the most important 25 quid they'd ever spent. Sounds like a bargain. Sadly, the internet came along and not only destroyed my antiquated offline business, but also turned the whole concept of online dating into a massive, dirty deception. In a way, I suppose it could be classed as a more complex and sophisticated and time-consuming variation of the old 90s Nigerian prince email fraud. And it has to be said that many of the rogue Prince Charmings do indeed come from Nigeria. The basic idea is that the crook with the darkest of hearts spends time creating an entirely fake identity through social media or an online dating agency, and then goes to the trouble of developing a personal relationship with their targeted victim. In comparison to some of the other scams, this one really does seem to require a lot of devious effort. After the fraudster has gained the trust and confidence of the lonely heart, an emergency situation will crop up involving a whole shitload of money. Maybe the crook needs an urgent heart operation, or they need the flight money to come over and visit their new flame, or they've been given a fabulous opportunity to invest in BitConnect. OG Business Blaze legend joke right there.
No! Be connected!
In many cases, even after the first payment has been received, the scammer will continue to exploit the victim with further requests for money. And you think like the first time, you'd be like, well, you know, okay, I got scammed, that sucks, but you're in the hole. You are like tunnel vision on it being like, I didn't get scammed, so I'm going to continue paying. Human psychology, everybody. One Japanese woman recently lost $200,000. God damn! By trying to help out her online sweetheart who she believed was a US captain attempting to smuggle himself and his friends out of Syria. Another appalling recent case involved an American woman who became entrapped by a scammer when the game should have been up. He threatened to post her nude photographs online if she stopped sending him money. The case is far from unique. Yeah, don't send naked pictures of yourself online. Just don't do it. Just assume that is going to get out. The bad news is that romance fraud is only ballooning in popularity at a rapid pace. Only a few years back, the FTC estimated the total of $33 million had been lost to dating fraud within a 12-month period. Today, that figure is closer to $150 million a year and tops any other kind of online scam going, including investment fraud, credit card fraud, phishing scams, auction fraud, employment scams, and pretty much anything else you can possibly cook up in your darkest dreams. Of course, there are obvious slices of advice to follow. For starters, don't give money to anyone you've never met in real life, and try performing a reverse image search on Google to check if those profile and personal pictures are genuine. That's good advice, do that. But not everyone out there looking for love is particularly internet sharp, and sometimes common sense. Can you imagine doing that? You'd be like, yeah. Hey, I know you're a scammer, I found you on iStock, like you're a generic office person. And it's like, no, I'm an iStock model. Oh, okay. I'll send you some money. But not everyone out there looking for love is particularly internet sharp, and sometimes common sense goes right out of the window when you dare to believe that you've met your soulmate at the other end of the world. I think it's time we made a stand and did something about this desperately sad situation. Maybe it's time to dig out my Commodore 64 from the attic. This, bada boom boom, has been Business Blaze. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you want to get your hands on the merch, just go to purchthemerch.co, and you will find it. Purchthemerch.co. Thank you for watching. I'm going to take your silence as no. Oh, hello there. It's Simon from the future here. This is just an insert because there's no coffee in here. I'm holding this because you guys have been buying so much merch, which I fucking love, that the people at Teespring actually who do all the merch, they actually reached out to me and were like, Simon, we should work together in some way. And I'm like, okay. And they were like, first things first, you can have a sale this weekend. And I'm like, all right. So this weekend, from today until Monday, if you're watching this video when it comes out, you will be able to get 10% off all of the merch. And I recently added a whole bunch of merch. There's this allegedly mug. There's the Smash the Dislike t-shirt. There's loads of stuff. 10% off throughout the whole weekend if you use the code TEAMPLAYER, all caps, one word. I asked them if I could have the code Blaze It Down, and they were like, Team Player's what we got. So, Team Player, there'll be a link below. Thank you, everybody, and let's get into the video. Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of Business Plays. I am Simon. Oh, today, the finest of the fine, merch available at perchthemerch.co. Let's get that in so you guys can look at this all the time and really be encouraged. This one is Ask Me About My Pyramid Scheme t-shirt, which is going to be great for those of you involved in it. And also, those of you who like trolling people who are involved in it. And you'll notice that those have definitely been bleeped out, but you can probably guess the company I'm talking about, or insert generic company that you're absolutely certain is a pyramid scheme, but Simon can't say because he doesn't want to get sued. You know what I'm talking about. This one, as always, Danny writes us a script, I read it, and I'm unfunny. And, yeah, that's pretty much what happens here. Oh, Sam afterwards adds some memes. He's on Resident Memologist. This is, Business Plays, and this is about the worst gun ideas ever, so it has very little to do with business. If you're new here, and you clicked on a channel called Business Plays with a nice professional logo, and expected something, you know, like from a quality channel, like, I don't know, Business Insider or something, well, you're not gonna get that, I'm afraid. Smash that dislike button. Deep beneath the winding passages of a Taoist temple in 2nd century China during the Han Dynasty, an important demonstration is taking place that will alter the future course of the human race. Danny's telling us a story again. I think on the last video I was like, or whatever it was, it probably wasn't the last video, these are never in order. Danny was like, he started telling me this story about some people who got out of prison or like that, and I was like, this is great, I really liked it. And so now every video will be like this. Welcome to Business Plays. The bloke standing at the front of the secret... Oh, I've got to get my dramatic nature on. Bloke standing at the front of the secret underground chamber is about to unveil his latest... Unveil. God damn it, Simon.
Do you speak English?
No, I don't, sorry.
The bloke standing at the front of the secret underground chamber is about to unveil his latest discovery, and he is aware that the weight of his words will carry during this historic moment. Gentlemen, he says, addressing the small gathering of notable followers of the philosophical tradition of Taoism. Which is always confusing because it's spelt with a T, but it's pronounced Tao. Thanks, China. I'm about to show you some proper, crazy-ass shit that you will not believe. And I'm not even lying. It's important to note that he was most likely speaking Chinese, and this is just a very loose translation. It feels like we're in Indiana Jones, Danny. The bloke holds forth a goblet containing a mixture of sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter. Behold, he declares, today it is my humble privilege to introduce to the world, drumroll please, thank you, Clive. Today, I give you the gift of gunpowder. I knew that. I don't know why I looked at the script. I knew what it was. I don't know the ingredients of gunpowder, but I know that saltpeter is one of the ingredients, because it's a funny name. A hushed silence falls across the crowd like a gentle spray of sleepy machine gun fire. Eventually, following a slightly awkward pause, one of the younger Taoists sticks up his hand to ask a question. Sir, could I just ask...
What the hell is even that?
What's a gun? You see, this was the problem with the discovery of gunpowder. It would be roughly another millennium before the Chinese got round to inventing the world's first gun, so they never really figured out what to do with it in the meantime. It's largely believed that the discovery of the violent flying and dancing substance was completely accidental, as the Taoist alchemists were far more interested in searching for the elixir of eternal life. It's like, yeah, you invented gunpowder. It's an enormously important discovery. You're like, oh, I was looking for the elixir of eternal life and I've got this gunpowder bull. It's literally the opposite of what we wanted. It's just killed loads of people. So it's quite ironic that during their quest to unlock secrets to a longer life, they invented one of the deadliest concoctions of all time. Right up there with CFCs, chlorine, leaded petrol, and happy hour at Taco Bell. And oh my god, if one of you I'm sorry. Dear audience, how much I love you, you f***ers. It's gonna be, Simon, what's a taco? Simon, what's a taco? I don't know, it's how we say it in England. taco. Eventually, 10th century China got around to inventing the fire lance, which is usually regarded as the world's first firearm or portable gun. It was a primitive thing, and the concept was a bit like sticking a lethal firework in the end of a long spear, but it proved to be particularly effective during the Jinsong Wars in the following century. Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty legit. Like, if I was in a mall and it was surrounded by zombies and I needed to create some sort of defensive system, I'd definitely get my fireworks on. Like, go to the fireworks store, load that shit into some, like, big tubes, light the ends. That seems pretty good. That's gonna some zombies up. I mean, or whoever is surrounding the mall. I always assume it's zombies, because if it was people, I mean, how long are you really going to be in that mall? The zombies are all, I can't work outdoors. People are like, we're coming inside. Fast forward another millennium, and the development of increasingly sophisticated guns has come along in leaps and bounds and big bangs and terrified screams. I've not really seen many guns in real life, on the grounds that I've never served in a war, and I'm not American. I have to say that I've shot a lot of guns. I mean, don't get me wrong, not up to the American standard of, like, I've got 6 guns on me right now. But I was in the cadets at school, so we shot a lot of guns there. I've also, like, gone to firing ranges to shoot guns. I find it quite enjoyable. I get guns. Let's just, you know, let's keep them in gun ranges and not have them at home, okay? Oh, smash that dislike button. The closest I've gotten to guns is when I was dragged to the Royal Armouries Museum in Leeds, which features stunning historical displays of the finest shooty things from around the world. Fascinating. Oh my god, being dragged to museums by my parents when I was a kid. It's like, I just want to go where you can press buttons. Why do I have to be dragged through the old guns exhibition? It's like, oh wow, this gun's got a sword on the end. Fascinating. What a technological revolution. I can make one of those in 5 minutes. Just give me a knife, give me a gun, and some duct tape. Done. I can't remember much about the visit except I got served a really nice lunch in the canteen. But not every gun was destined for greatness or a place in a high-security glass cage. Some of them were more likely to go out with more of a whimper than a bang, clink, clink, or a rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Alright, Danny, what sound exactly do you think guns make? Danny's never seen a gun go off. I mean, even in movies. Rat-a-tat-tat-a-tat. The pepperbox revolver. In what I hope will become a new regular seed trademark signature of business plays, I've decided to lead with a story that may not initially appear to fit the criteria of the topic in any way, shape or form. Danny, this is enormously familiar to me. I mean, we made a video, it's just an unlimited selection of videos that we've made that have nothing to do with business or indeed the subject that I've assigned to Danny. There was one where it was just like, I was like most biggest corporate failures or something, and we spent like half the script just talking about how great communism was, and I'm like, Danny, Jesus. The pepperbox revolver was actually very successful and popular for a while, with one particular model produced by Allen and Thurber earning the accolade of the gun that won the East. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's gone down in history as a great gun. Far from it, in fact. The earliest matchlock forms of the pepperbox appeared as far back as 1500s, but it was the later flintlock versions of the 1790s that really took off with everyday civilians. It's a gun that you've probably seen in countless westerns, unless you're Simon and you haven't seen countless westerns. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've never seen a western. I've seen Back to the Future 3, which is sort of a western, I guess. I've never seen a Clint Eastwood movie that wasn't made in the last few years. The pepperbox is essentially a multiple barrel repeating revolver with 3 or more barrels grouped around a central axis. The unusual thing about the gun is that you need to manually rotate the barrels by hand, which is why the gun looks so cool in movies, in which Johnny Sausage would quickly spin through several chambers of a 6-shooter model while firing at a line of shot glasses on the bar. Oh, I know this trick where it's like, pa-choo, 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 pa-choo. That is cool. Maybe I should actually see a western. Although they're all really old and I don't want them to be, they need to be in colour and they need to not be shit. This was probably a little far-fetched, as the pepperbox, so called because it looked a bit like an interactive pepper dispenser, wasn't really designed for accuracy. Okay, there's a beautiful picture of it right there. It's very nice. It does look quite nice, actually. It was meant to be more of a short-range weapon that you could quickly pull from the hip in a sort of shoot-and-hope strategy. And it became the civilian self-defense tool of choice for a while, particularly when the Industrial Revolution took hold and the revolver became very affordable. By the 1830s, the easily concealable pocket gun was pretty much everywhere in North America and was even beginning to find its way into European areas, including the UK. It was the kind of weapon that would often be pulled out on the slightest whim, such as when Drunken Joe was doing badly on the craps table or the don't think of an elephant table and he needed to let off some steam. Those are some OG business plays jokes that I don't get. because I don't think of another. Is that just the game where you don't think of it? Like, you know, where you don't think of the game? But the front-heavy pepperbox revolver certainly came packed with problems. Novelist Mark Twain was less than impressed with the lack of sighting or accuracy on his scattergun model, but he was more concerned about the gun's tendency to accidentally discharge all of its barrels at once. Oh, shit. Firing one charge could sometimes ignite all the others, resulting in a chain fire, which often resulted in the bloke holding the gun ending up with a broken wrist. That's terrifying. I shot like a sawn-off shotgun once, and it was like a one-handed thing. But you gotta like hold the barrel like this, and boy, did that thing kick. Like, I've shot many shotguns, but the sawn off this little thing, it was just like this big, and you're like, yeah, what's this gonna do? Oh shit, it's over there. Like, I mean, I didn't drop it, but it really, quite intense. All the Americans are like, you fucking amateur, getting excited about using a shotgun, and they're like, please, I've got 4 automatic shotguns in this room. Fuck yeah. Mark Twain advised, if you're ever being threatened by the random fire of a pepperbox, the safest position to be is anywhere behind it, but others recommend the safest position would be directly in front of it. But a bum bum, not advice, don't do that. He's just making a joke about how it's not inaccurate. You're better off behind it. I mean, broken wrist is better than like 4 bullets in your body. No one wants 4 bullets in their body. It wasn't a debate that would rage for much longer. Following the invention of the true revolver, the pepperbox very quickly disappeared from the streets during the 1840s, which was probably good news for all of those respectable civilians who needed something a bit more reliable, which could shoot your target in the face without the risk of a firework display going off in your own hands. I mean, yeah, okay, so you shot a guy and he's dead and you got a broken wrist. I mean, you won. I mean, although this was like the 1800s, that broken wrist might get infected and then you die. Or best case, your hand's just gonna like be permanently in a different position from now on. Oh, the past. It was the worst. The Liberator. The next gun in this list was originally meant to be the AK-47 assault rifle, but it turns out this wasn't too bad. So I've plumped for something that takes us back to occupied Europe during the Second World War. Yeah, dude, the AK-47, isn't that like the most successful gun ever? I mean, especially with terrorists. They love that shit. Based on every movie and video game that I've ever played. Imagine that the year is 1942 and a French guy called Blake is struggling with the dilemma of living in occupied France. Blake would love to get out of there and give the Germans a good old pummeling, but he's not really a fighter or a soldier. He just runs a hipster little coffee shop. Oh god. Also, have I brought this up before? What's up with coffee? There's a lot of coffee that doesn't taste like coffee these days. I'm not sure if this is just like a European thing or maybe just a Prague thing, but there are a lot of fancy coffee shops where I'll go into and I'll order like a coffee, and it kind of tastes like weird tea. It's very bitter. It just doesn't taste like coffee, and it's expensive. And I'm like, what's up with that? When did coffee not, when did we decide that coffee was broken? Coffee is the perfect beverage. We don't need to fix it.
Daddy, chill.
One day, that was off topic, while Blake is taking a leisurely stroll, he's surprised to see a little package drop down from the sky. It's actually a gift from America. I bet it's a gun because it's from America, in the shape of a small single-shot handgun called the FB-45 Liberator. Also, the most American name ever, the Liberator. It arrived from above in a little box, complete with 10 rounds of ammunition, a wooden dowel, more on that in a moment, and a curious set of instructions on how to use the gun, which were depicted in colourful comic strip form to get around any language barriers. That's how I prefer my gun instruction. It's like, hey, this is an AK-47! And it's got like big, like, click, ching, pow, pow, pow! Wait, is pow for punching? Wait, what did Danny use? Rat-a-tat-tat. A delighted Blake can't believe his luck. These boxes seem to be falling from the skies in their dozens. Now he's fully tooled up and can get to work on organising the resistance just as soon as the hipster coffee shop is closed for the day. But there's one small problem. The Liberator is an absolute piece of shit, and it was never meant to be more than a bargain bucket gun in the first place. The US manufactured around 500,000 of these handguns, which were intended to be airdropped across the occupied European countries in a bid to provide useful weapons for potential resistance fighters. The plan was to knock up the new guns as cheaply and as quickly as possible. Each 45 caliber handgun was produced entirely from stamped sheet metal and cost just over $2 each to make, which saw the gun nicknamed the Woolworth pistol. Wow, even back in the 1940s in a different country, Woolworths was still regarded as a bit shit. There's a joke for all my UK friends. But it was never intended to be a weapon for long-term use. The idea was that a resistance fighter would only use the gun once to take out an enemy soldier and then make off with their far superior weapon. Okay, that does actually make a lot of sense. I mean, unless the guy uses his far superior weapon on you, which I guess would be a problem. So this is kind of like a disposable gun.
This is all wrong.
That's actually quite a cool idea.
How dare you?
But alas, there were quite a few design flaws with the 5-inch long pistol with the snub-nosed barrel. Firstly, after each shot, you had to push out the spent shell with a wooden dowel before inserting a new bullet. Didn't we just say that it was for one use? Also, that sounds enormously like a hassle. So you'd realistically only get one chance to kill the enemy. Yeah, it's like in a video game where you're like, reload, 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 oh, this was a bad time to reload! That happening in real life would be worse. Also, apparently, military people, tell me if this is actually true. Like, in every movie, they're always like, I'm out! Because I've been counting my bullets, but someone told me that that's just not true, and that counting bullets is just something that spies and military people just don't do. They're like, when the gun runs out of bullets, you put a new magazine in, and that's that. You don't count your bullets. Also, I mean, I guess if you've got a machine gun, you're like, you know, well, that's that. I didn't really need to count them, did I? Secondly, it was difficult to aim, and it only had a range of about 25 feet. And finally, the 45 caliber gun imparted a pretty heavy recoil after each shot. Now, many of these resistance fighters would barely have known one end of a gun from the other, but the US Army expected them to risk their life. That's why they had the comic strip. The comic strip told them how to use it. Come on, you gotta be able to follow that, even if you're French. But the US Army expected them to risk their lives by taking just a single shot with a short-range gun that was difficult to aim and had enough recoil momentum to knock the resistance fighter off his own feet. Weren't they putting like a 50 cal in there? And they weren't going to get a second chance. Although it's believed that 25,000 of the guns were shipped off to France, there's very little evidence of anyone actually bothering to use the Liberator. And it's perhaps just as well. It's believed that most of the 500,000 guns either got melted down for scrap metal or dumped in the sea. Why? It's the war. You need the metal though. What should we do with these? Melt them down to make a tank? Nah, let's just throw them in the ocean like those drunk people on cruise ships.
In one day I say, fuck fish.
But well over half a century later, the Woolworth pistol did kind of live again when a new 3D printable single-shot handgun was named after the Liberator and found itself at the center of a new controversy about whether it's a good idea to share designs for 3D printed guns online. There was a debate over whether it's a good idea to share the designs of 3D printed guns online. The answer's f***ing no. The United States Department of State eventually came to the conclusion that it wasn't. No f***ing shit. Even America were like, this is a bad idea. And they're like, it says right there in a f***ing big law thing, I can have guns. Just, you shouldn't be able to print them yourself, and it should be heavily regulated. Smash that dislike button. Why is that a controversial opinion? That it was a bad idea and the plans should be removed from public availability, but not before the design was downloaded over 100,000 times in 2 days. I mean, yeah, don't share it, but I mean, good luck stopping it. It's like, yeah, we saw you were sharing the plans with someone else via Gmail. Oh, it's not gonna work, guys. So it probably ended up getting a lot more use than the original model. Has anyone been killed by 3D printed guns yet? That's a depressing day. What the f*** is this? That looks like a terrifying bird. Sam, the Apache revolver. At the turn of the 20th century, the wealthier citizens of Paris walked the streets at night, fear of becoming the next victim of les Apaches, or l'Apache, a criminal underworld subculture of street gangs, muggers, hooligans, and accordion players. You gotta watch out for those accordion players. They're the real danger. A French journalist had been the first to give this new breed of criminals the name l'Apache, apparently because their brutal savagery matched that of the Native Americans. Oh, it's not really a label that would fly in 2020. Dude, it's not really a label that would fly like 50 years ago, let alone now. Jesus Christ. But if you were ever unlucky enough to be pounced on the gang in the early 1900s, you'd probably even get threatened with an Apache revolver as your pockets were emptied. The gun was apparently named after the gang that made it famous, which is a bit confusing as it was designed several decades earlier in 1860 by Louis Daun. So I'm not sure what it was called before then. But it's certainly a menacing bit of kit. The Apache revolver is like a very angry version of a Swiss Army knife. Hang on, I'm looking at this thing right now, right? You guys can see it. It kind of looks like I'd want to hold it this way, which is pointing it towards myself, rather than this way, which would kind of just be, also pointing really upwards. I can see why this was a bad idea. Or maybe I just really want to, stab myself? The hybrid fold-out package includes a small caliber revolver with a knife stuck to the end of it, as well as a set of brass knuckles which can be used to full effect when the gun is in folded mode or doubles as a gun grip when the kit is fully folded out. I see. Okay, this is quite clever. It is really like a Swiss Army knife. You can punch, you can stab, you can shoot. But look, if you're in a serious thing, just skip ahead. Shoot the You've got a gun. The saying you're bringing a knife to a gunfight is for a reason. The guns are better. Just use the gun. The effectiveness of the brass knuckles hasn't been well documented, but you can imagine they were probably serviceable enough to break somebody's face when required. The knife is quite thin, flimsy and wobbly. At only 1.15 inches long, it's smaller than a knife you'd find in an old Swiss Army knife, and it's probably only half as durable. 1.15 inches? It's like, you stabbed me, that hurts. I mean, you're really far away from any critical shit, but that was really painful. I'm gonna need a stitch. 1. I'm kidding. Getting stabbed with like an inch-long knife is probably gonna hurt. Or do some damage. But I mean, it's not that. I mean, small PP. But the most disappointing aspect of the Apache revolver is the gun part. It's not actually a million miles away from the pepperbox design, except it uses cylinders instead of barrels. This meant that the aim of the gun was incredibly inaccurate, not very powerful, and you could only use it at a very short range. The reloading time was also a problem, as you need to remove the cylinder, refill it, and then replace it while dodging bullets from your opponent who's probably got a proper gun. It does look scary though, doesn't it? It's menacing. I think it's more like psychological warfare with this thing than actual being a good gun. But perhaps the most dangerous thing about the Apache revolver is that it didn't even have enough room for a trigger guard or safety catch, so unless you took precautions, the damn thing was liable to go off in your pocket. And, dude, any movies where it's like the dude's got a gun down his pants, it's like, yeah, I mean, it looks cool. It doesn't. But, like, you're also pointing a gun at your cock. I'm sure this joke has been made 100 times before. But it's like, thinking of places where I don't want to point a gun. My heart, my head, my cock. Bearing in mind all these limitations, it was seen that this multi-purpose weapon wasn't really intended for serious combat at all. It was more a gruesome and ugly piece of kit that was mainly designed to scare people. Danny and I, same page as always. I haven't been slapping the scripts enough lately. People have been complaining in the comments. And in that sense, it was probably perfectly suited to the cowardly tactics of criminal gangs who pounced on unarmed and defenseless citizens at night. These gangs weren't expecting anyone to put up a fight. They just wanted to frighten you into handing over your money as quickly as possible. Thankfully, neither the Apache revolver nor Apache seemed to come out intact at the other end of the First World War. Yeah, because they made real guns during the First World War, and everyone was like, bang. It's like that scene with the ninja in, like, I don't know what movie it is, where the ninja's doing all this crazy Is it Crocodile Dundee and he just shoots him? It's like, yeah, you're right. You may know all the karate in the world, but if you don't, gun wins. The Calibri. I suppose it was quite thoughtful of the Australian watchmaker Franz Fanny. Fanny. It's got silent P, I guess. To consider developing a gun for the ladies back in 1910. The Calibri was named after the German word hummingbird, the most petite of all birds. And, as you can probably now guess, the thinking behind the Calibri was that women would only ever really need a titchy tiny gun, as anything too big could potentially be a bit too much for them. So they got a 2mm pistol, which weighed just 8 ounces and looks like something that fell out of a packet of sugar puffs, but at least it wouldn't take up that much room in a handbag. That is really tiny. That's a euro coin. And a euro coin's probably a little smaller, so it's actually smaller than this in real life. Wow. Of course, the main problem with the gun, it's probably this a bit, isn't it, Danny? I get the feeling that's, it's generally the gist of this video. The problem was it wasn't very powerful. The cartridge fired a tiny 3-grain bullet, 650 feet per second, which contains less energy than a human punch. Although, to be fair, it's for women. And, getting a human punch is, you know, it's not a joke. It's reported that being shot by a Calibri was very similar to being stung by a bee. The minuscule size of the gun also made handling it and loading individual cartridges very tricky indeed. But maybe it wasn't entirely useless. It was very good at scaring away stray dogs, which apparently was a pressing problem at the time. God, I'd love one of these where it's just like a random dog, you know, it's like bothering. What did you do? I shot your dog. He's gonna be fine. It's just a little flesh wound. But more importantly than that, back then most would-be attackers probably wouldn't have been expecting their female target to be concealing anything remotely dangerous in their handbags, so even just the sight and sound of the Calibri may often have been enough to send them skulking back into the shadows. It might even have been enough to frighten away les Apaches and their crap Swiss Army knives. And the gun certainly could inflict some damage and disorientating discomfort, even if it wasn't lethal. I usually try and avoid getting stung by a bee if I can possibly help it. Officially discontinued in 1938, the Calibri certainly has the distinction of being the only firearm to be widely considered more dangerous as a choking hazard than as a weapon. Ba-da-bum-bum. The Krummlauf. I assume it's German, so I'm using my German pronunciation there. As a young kid, I often wonder why somebody didn't just invent a gun that could shoot around corners. I don't know, Danny. Because bullets tend to go in a straight line? It's called physics, Danny. Jesus Christ. Firing such a gun seemed a lot safer to my young mind, which admittedly didn't spend too much time chewing over the physics of such a weapon. I just figured it would be handy to have the option to stay completely covered behind a wall while shooting at the enemy instead of dancing around in front of him with your limbs and vital bits exposed. The idea seemed to work pretty well in old Bugs Bunny cartoons. Yeah, Danny, but they're cartoons. It's not reality, Danny. We know this. It's 2020. So I was delighted to discover that some clever German soul invented a gun that could shoot around corners during the Second World War. But this was 1943, and so you can maybe tell that the Germans were getting a bit desperate at this point. In fact, yeah, it's be like, oh yeah, you know what'll save the day? A gun that can shoot around corners. Spoiler alert. It didn't. In fact, there have been several earlier attempts to develop a periscope rifle which could be fired from trenches during the First World War, but with very mixed results. But the Krummlauf was perhaps the most notable bendy gun in history. The English translation of Krummlauf is curved barrel, and the idea was essentially to shove a 20mm barrel onto a fairly standard MP44 assault rifle and mount a little periscope on top of the thing for gun sighting. Oh my. There were several different models, produced with varying degrees of bend, to suit every occasion. Some were designed to be carried, while other, more hardcore models were designed to be mounted on a tank. Jesus Christ. What does that tank do? The tank shoot round corners? What, armor's not enough? But the most popular version was the I version, which came out with a 30-degree bend and was intended to be used by infantry. The first problem with the Krummlauf is that it had an incredibly short lifespan of just a couple of hundred rounds before it fell apart from the great stress inflicted on the curvy barrel every time you used it. Yeah, that bullet is gonna tear up the side of that barrel. But another problem was that the bullets were also put under great stress to the point where they would actually shatter in the curved barrel and then come out in multiple fragments, creating an entirely accidental and slightly messy shotgun effect. The Krummlauf wasn't around for very long and is now considered to be more evidence of just how badly the Germans were losing the plot in the late war period and how they were diverting all of their resources into increasingly wacky ideas that were destined to fail. I know Hitler did a lot of that. He was like, yeah, no, let's build this thing. And it's like, why don't we just focus on shit that works? I want the finest technology! Chill out, Hitler. Thinking about it, they should have taken inspiration from something other than Looney Tunes cartoons, bada boom boom, and the weapons of mass destruction deployed by the likes of Elmer Fudd and Wile E. Coyote. I might have missed the odd episode, but I don't ever recall Bugs Bunny getting his brains scattered across the floor from a big, long, bendy gun. This has been Business Blaze, absolutely nothing to do with biz. I suppose, I mean, the companies made these guns, so I guess that is totally related to business in every way. I really hope you enjoyed this video. Purchthemerch.co is where you can pick up the merch, like this fine pyramid t-shirt. Ask me about my pyramid scheme. Don't do that. Use the comments below. Thank you for watching. Taco. Oh, what are you up to, ETA?
I'm stealing your worthless identity. Ha diddly ha ha.
No! We talked about this. Look, don't worry. I've saved you for now. But in the future, if you don't want ETA to hack into your mainframe, you need to get today's sponsor, Surfshark. This video is brought to you by Surfshark. Safety and security online are super important. You can protect yourself from ETA and all those other bastards out there on the internet. Get 85% off and 3 months for free through the link in the description below. Supports the show. More on them in a bit. And welcome to Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze. This feels light, Danny. Normally you deliver me like 14 pages and I'm like, how long am I going to be standing up? But today it seems a bit short. It's the fake facts that everyone thinks are true. Part 2. Also, did you like my special effects there at the video? I definitely didn't throw my laptop across the room. I swapped it out for a book that was sort of the same color as the laptop. It probably didn't look effective at all, but that's the kind of budget we're working with at Business Blaze. What happens here is there's some bullshit. There's a little bit more bullshit. Danny writes a script, I read the script, add some bullshit, Sam adds some memes, and let's jump into it. Supergirl, She-Hulk, Spider-Woman, Batwoman. I don't remember the last female superhero from the comics I used to read as a kid, but I thought I'd give the film a go in 2011. I assumed she must be Iron Man's sister or something. You'd be very disappointed if... I feel like this is a thing my parents would do to trick me as a kid. They'd be like, yeah, Simon, we're gonna go see the Iron Lady. And I'm like, oh boy, that's gonna be exciting. And then you get in there and it's a movie about Margaret Thatcher and you're like, oh. Although I thought that movie was rather good. Good and patriotic. God save our gracious queen. God save our noble queen. Those are the only lyrics that I know to our national anthem, because unlike our American friends, we don't have to sing it every day when we get to school, which is super weird. Smash that dislike button. Well, it was a load of rubbish. Oh, I liked it, Daddy. The character seemed to veer about all over the place. Her only special powers seemed to be closing down mines and stealing free bottles of milk from young school children. Oh, Margaret Thatcher, a controversial figure. There was a brief sensual subplot involving Ronald Reagan that kind of just fizzled out towards the end. It could just be that I got entirely the wrong idea about a misleadingly titled film. A bit like that time my mum rented Silence of the Lambs in the video shop for my young cousins to watch. Thinking it was going to be an innocent farmland adventure with talking animals. Well, one thing, Danny, they're definitely going to be silent, aren't they? It's called Silence of the Lambs. You just get the movie and it's a bunch of literally silent lambs. It's like... It wasn't. They still have nightmares today. I remember a kid from my school, we must have been like 8, and he saw the movie It, which I think like in the 90s or whatever was, you know, that was pretty terrible. I know horror today is a little bit different, but it was scary. And he had clown wallpaper in his bedroom, and he tore it all down. But I'm reminded of this because many Business Blaze viewers pointed out in the comments of the first part of this video that the title, Facts Everyone Thinks Are True, didn't really make sense, because most facts tend to be true anyway by their very nature. Oh my god, the comments were like, Simon, if they're not true, they're not facts, are they? And I'm like, shut the f*** up, you pedantic f***. I wasn't really, I was like, oh, thanks for the feedback. Brilliant. Oh, that was an empty cup. This one is full. Special effects. My favourite comment was from Mary Spangers, who remarked, I'm very disappointed that with a title like this, Danny just didn't start just listing completely non-controversial facts. I think I read that comment. That sounds like a brilliant idea for a future 7-part series on Business Blaze, Mary. It's also what I do on, I have another channel called Top 10s, which is just top 10 lists, and it is just facts. It's just, 10 facts, or, I mean, there's more in depth than that, obviously. But, yeah, that's where I just state, non-controversial facts. Although sometimes there'll be a video, and people, like the most non-controversial I'll be like, yeah, the polio vaccine works. And people are like, no, it doesn't. You f***ing idiots. Oh my god, there was someone who left a comment the other day, which hurt my eyes. They were like, no need for a vaccine to COVID, folks. Just rest, eat well, and exercise. And I just commented, you dumbass. Oh, and then I blocked you. I don't need your crazy ass shit. And people are like, you're blocking the truth. And I'm like, well, it's not my truth, is it? And guess whose f***ing channel it is, bitch. Tell you what. You want to put your own word out into the world? Start your own channel. Get millions of subscribers. And then there's nothing I can do about it. I'll be waiting, you dumb
Daddy, chill.
In the meantime, I've stuck the word fake at the beginning of this sequel just to ensure that everyone's on board with the concept of this being a further look into misconceptions that a lot of people mistakenly believe to be true. Coca-Cola invented the modern... Oh, let's play a game again. How many of these does Simon already know? Play along at home. Coca-Cola invented the modern-day Santa Claus. I know this is false. I'm going to be proved a right idiot if I read one of these. Wait, no, we know they're false, because Danny's putting them in this article. Jesus Christ, Simon. As a child, I'm not sure that I was ever really given an opportunity to fully embrace the concept of Santa Claus, or Father Christmas, as we normally call him in the UK. The problem with having a brother who's 5 years older than you is that many of life's magical little secrets are bluntly smashed wide open at a surprisingly young age. It also meant that for most of my childhood, I lay awake all night in terror of a potential bedtime visit from the Scissor Man with his sticky scissors. Nobody really is suggesting that Coca-Cola actually invented the entire concept of Santa Claus, as St. Nicholas would probably have something to say about that, but it's often claimed that the company created the familiar modern-day version of the chubby bushy bearded bloke, Jesus, in the red and white suit that was designed to match the colours of Coca-Cola's branding, and that they also invented all the stuff about the reindeers, the sleigh, the North Pole, and the pissing about chimneys. Going right back to the very beginning, St. Nicholas was a 4th century Christian saint, living in what we'd call today Turkey, who had a reputation for secretly giving modest gifts to poor children. I made a Halted Air Found Out video about this, I'm pretty sure. Or at least it was an entry on a top 10s or something like that. Over the centuries to follow, the Netherlands really embraced the concept of St. Nick, and he would be celebrated every year during the Feast of St. Nicholas. At this point, he was envisaged as a thin figure in a pointy bishop's hat, who on this night would ride around on a donkey distributing gifts to the kids who would be encouraged to leave out their clogs at bedtime stuffed with straw for the donkey. The following morning, the straw had been replaced by little gifts which the kids were led to believe had been left by St. Nicholas in the night, all the ones who didn't have cynical older brothers anyway. Okay, but in this case, he was actually doing it, right? It was actually a real dude. So your brother would be like, yeah, no, he is real. He probably wouldn't have been able to fit a PlayStation inside a clog, but I'm pretty sure he could have shoved enough hit clips in there to make a teenager squeal. Ba-da-bum-bum. OG Business Plays legend joke right there. The legend of St. Nicholas travelled with the Dutch settlers who crossed the Atlantic in the 17th century to set up home in New Amsterdam, which would very quickly get rebranded as New York City. But about 150 years later, the legend took a new twist. In 1809, the Dutch writer Washington Irving penned a controversial book called A History of New York, which was intended to be a collection of satirical tales on traditional Dutch stories, although critics at the time also argued it was an attempt to annihilate the history of America. Yeah, if you're going to write a book like a satirical book, don't call it A History of New York. I mean, people in 1,000 years are going to be really confused. I mean, like, what? In the book, Washington introduces a new spoof version of St. Nicholas called Sinterklaas. Wait, I thought he was real, though. Who travels through the sky in a flying wagon and drops presents down chimneys of houses containing kids who've behaved particularly well this year. It was a parody of St. Nicholas that would eventually eclipse the fame of the original, as Sinterklaas became the Americanized Santa Claus. A few years later, in 1823, New York writer Clement Clark Moore composed a poem entitled A Visit from St. Nicholas, which would later become more famously known as The Night Before Christmas. The poem was around. I'm going to roam a little while we blaze today. I did something to my back. I don't know why. I think this is the second time. I'm generally... sometimes I'm moving heavy shit around. I've also got a little home gym where I sometimes gym it a little too hard. I mean, bro, do you even lift? Apparently my back doesn't. The poem was only ever really meant for the entertainment of his own children, and it's believed that at one point he would even refuse to admit that he was the author. But the poem is significant, as Clement Clark Moore draws inspiration from Washington Irving's Sinterklaas, but makes a few notable tweaks to make the tale more palatable to an American audience. For example, the clogs become stockings, and the flying wagon becomes a sleigh pulled by 8 cute reindeer, which suggests for the first time that Santa might have lived somewhere pretty frosty up north. Wait, how does this make it more palatable to Americans? You're like, oh yeah, well I wasn't okay with a flying wagon, but if there's 8 reindeer in front of it that also fly? Seems legit. At this point, Santa was seen as quite a thin, tall, and gaunt figure, but the guy who deserves the credit for coming up with a modern image of Santa is the 21-year-old German-born artist Thomas Nast, who in 1863 was commissioned to draw a front cover for the Journal of Harper's Weekly, the most popular publication to be printed throughout the course of the American Civil War. By the way, I googled myself the other day, you know, as you do. And I just want to set something straight, because speaking of tall and thin Santa Claus... Oh god, come on! I give up. I f***ing give up. I'm just never going to use the internet again. I really thought I had to get a new phone, because I thought the Wi-Fi card in it was f***ed, but it just turns out my router's good news, the router's a lot cheaper to replace. What I was gonna say is there was some website, you know, where it's like, celebrity facts, and I'm like, one, really? I still find it weird when someone or something describes me as a celebrity. It said like, Simon Whistler, height and weight facts, and I'm like, he's like 6'11" and weighs 58 kilograms. And I'm like, boy, you smoking crack?
Do you smoke crack?
That's insane. I'd be like the thinnest, tallest guy ever. Okay. There was something about something. Thomas Nast was asked to come up with a cover depicting Santa delivering gifts to troops fighting in the war. And it was here for the first time that we see Santa as a jolly, chubby, bearded fellow, although admittedly his costume looks a little odd now, as it features the American stars and stripes. These were quickly dropped when Thomas Nast continued to provide annual cover illustrations of Santa for Harper's Weekly for the next 40 years. Santa now modelled a new wool suit, which was very occasionally green, but usually the red and white outfit that we recognise today. In some later drawings, Thomas Nast depicts Santa Claus in a workshop in the North Pole for the first time, filling out a book with the names of children who'd been good or been naughty. So, by the time Coca-Cola commissioned the artist Haddon Sundblom to create a new, wholesome and approachable Santa for their marketing campaigns in the 1930s, most of the groundwork and backstory had already been put in place for years. Coca-Cola certainly played a part in popularizing this modern, rosy-cheeked version of Santa Claus, but if we're being picky, they weren't even the first soft drink company to depict this version of Santa in their marketing. White Rock Beverages had been using this fat, jolly, red and white Santa to flog bottles of mineral water since 1915. Having said all of this, I'm pretty sure Pepsi invented the Easter Bunny. I think that's a lie, but sometimes it's hard to understand sarcasm. I'm pretty sure it's sarcasm. Mozart composed Twinkle Twinkle Little Star when he was still in nappies. Don't know this one, but I do know that Mozart, he wrote a song about licking arse in a sexual way. Mozart, you dirty boy. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart was a pretty clever kid. Also, bit of a deviant. Both he and his older sister, Nannerl, were regularly paraded around Europe as child prodigies, strutting their stuff on the piano.
I learned to play with my balls.
To packed houses, while their peers were still learning the alphabet and poking each other in the eye with big sticks. I've got a kid who's 9 months old, and I'll be like, there's nothing, you can't do anything. There's like this plastic piano, and all she does is slam it with her hands. I'm incredibly disappointed. No! And to Anna, who might be watching this in 10 years, I'm sorry. Also, look, your daddy's such a dick. To some, it may seem slightly ludicrous. There's a long-standing myth that Mozart was somewhere between 5 and 8 years old when he first composed his timeless lullaby, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, as a gift for his sister. To some, it may seem slightly ludicrous that a child so young was the mind by perhaps one of the most recognizable little ditties of all time, which continues to pacify dribbling babies hundreds of years on. Baby Anna has a toy, and it plays that, what the fuck is it called? Knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone, ba-ba-ba-dick, rolling home. This old man came rolling home, except it finishes. It goes boop 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 boop. And I'm like, the ending's wrong. The ending's wrong. What the fuck? And it's not like there's copyright on that shit.
Do you know the garbage man? Because I do, because I'm looking right at him again. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Pisses me off every time. She doesn't seem to mind at all. I'm also very disappointed about that, Anna. But it's probably closer to the truth that such a composition would actually have been beneath Mozart at the age of 5. He was already working on far more complex compositions. The actual words of the lullaby come from a poem entitled The Star, which was written by English author Jane Taylor and first appeared in published form in 1806 in a collection of poems by Jane and her sister, which was called Rhymes for the Nursery. By this time, Mozart was no longer a young child prodigy. In fact, he was pushing up daisies as he died in 1791. The actual melody was composed much earlier, though. In fact, it's an old traditional French song called Ah, vous direz, yeah, maman, which roughly translates as Oh, shall I tell you, mummy? Although first published in 1761, the tune probably stretches back a lot further, way before Mozart was born, and there's no concrete evidence of who wrote it. Fascinating stuff. Someone the other day left a comment. I don't know why I read the comments. What am I doing with my life? And they're like, Simon, I've become very disappointed in business plays. You used to care and show some level of interest in the scripts, and it just seems lately that you've just lost interest. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I guess. It was about 50 years later that people first started singing the words of the Star poem to the tune of Oh, Shall I Tell You, Mummy? And in a similar approach to the Phil Collins back catalogue, the exact same melody was recycled again and again for several other popular poems, including Bar Bar Black Sheep and the Alphabet Song. Did Phil Collins sing that one? And there's something in the air tonight. Oh Lord, because that's really good. That's a really good song. And I don't like that Danny makes fun of Phil Collins. I think he's quite talented. Mozart did later publish 12 of his own variations on the melody when he was a young man, and they were probably just intended as simple piano exercises for his young pupils, but he certainly didn't have anything to do with the mashup of a poem melody that eventually became recognized as Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. A younger Mozart wouldn't have had time for such trivial nonsense anyway. By the time he was 8 years old, he'd already composed about 22 more highbrow pieces, and so the child prodigy really didn't need to add this simple nursery rhyme to his long list of works. There's no question that he was a young genius. I bet he was crap at pinball, though. I bet he was. Did pinball even exist back then? Alcohol kills brain cells. Oh, thank God this is a myth, because I was like, oh, I'm so fucked. As time goes by, it'll be like, by the time I get to 40, it'll be like, there's nothing left up there. And some people think that already. Several years ago, I was attending either a family wedding or a family funeral. I can't remember which it was now. They're both very similar in the sense that it's one of those rare occasions when you're forced to meet up with the extended family and everyone ends up getting drunk. A relative leaned over and said very sternly, Daniel, I often wonder how much more you might have achieved in life if only you hadn't stopped destroying so much of those brain cells with booze. Well, next time you meet up with that family member, be like, random family member, check this out. There's another British man who acts drunk and reads my scripts and makes fun of them. Actually, on second thoughts, Danny, maybe best not. I think those words stuck with me for a while, for at least 5 minutes. Maybe I could have been an astronaut by now. I've had drunk quite so many bottles of White Lightning in the meadows during my youth. But no, it turns out that he was talking out of his arse, and I wish I'd known this at the time. Alcohol doesn't kill brain cells at all. Well, if we're being really picky, drinking an absolutely insane amount of alcohol would probably kill your brain cells. But the amount you'd have to drink would be so huge that you'd already be dead long before you noticed that you were a few brain cells down. Well, on that note... Oh, that doesn't smell good at 9 o'clock in the morning. But some absolute business place legend sent me a bottle of scotch. Thank you. It's really nice. It's a fancy bottle of scotch, which I'm going to thoroughly enjoy. But the amount you'd have to drink would be so huge that you'd already be dead long before you noticed that you were a few brain cells down. Okay, thank you. This is good. We're coming back to the good news. Some reports have suggested that drinking a moderate amount of alcohol can actually help improve your mental and cognitive functions. Way! I could use some help in that regard. In one notable Australian study, moderate drinkers were found to have superior cognitive function over heavy drinkers, occasional drinkers, and even non-drinkers. But before we get too carried away with the good news, I suppose we should point out that drinking alcohol can damage the brain in other ways. Although it might not directly destroy the brain cells, it can damage the dendrites, the branch-like ends of the brain cells which play a crucial part in passing on signals from one neuron to another. So to put it another way, drinking alcohol can potentially just make the line go a bit fuzzy rather than smash the whole telephone to bits. And the damage isn't permanent, as the dendrites can be repaired with training and therapy. Really? It's like, yeah, you gotta go see a therapist because I fucked my brain by drinking too much. They're repairing my dendrites. Obviously, drinking yourself silly is never going to do anything good in the long term, but if anyone ever tries to tell you in the future that you're destroying your brain cells with booze, you can at least take a bit of pleasure from telling them that they're dumb for thinking such a thing. And don't forget to show them to Business Blaze, tell them to subscribe, smash that like button, and purchase the merch. .co. Our fingernails and hair grow super long after we've died. No, I know this to be false. I'm a big fan of old and creaky horror films. I've seen several examples of scenes in which an ancient coffin is dug up and prized open to reveal a rotting corpse with overflowing hair and ridiculously long curly fingernails that would give Edward Scissorhands a run for his money. I've never seen that. Is that really a thing? But I've never seen movies, so as everyone always points out. And it's like, I don't understand, I just don't watch that much stuff. I was like, oh my god, Simon, you've never seen this. It's like, no, I don't know, I'm just not into it. It's like the biggest shock in the world that I don't like, I don't know, tons of old movies. I don't like tons of old books. I don't like tons of old TV shows. I I just don't care. So they just keep growing and growing and growing long after you've thrown a 7. Ba-da-bum-bum. Now a smart-ass viewer of the horror film may end up shouting at the screen in disgust. He might exclaim, "That's so bloody stupid. Your fingernails don't keep on growing after you've carked it. Why don't they research things properly, like they do on Business Blaze? F***ing idiots." But in fact, he wouldn't be entirely right either. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. The long-held myth that nails and hair grow long after death may stem from the fact that funeral directors do sometimes need to do a bit of trimming and tidying up on a dead body before wheeling it out for the family to see. Also, that's a very, I feel this is not a British thing. I've never seen a dead person in my life. Never seen a dead person. And, at funerals, the casket is not open. That is closed up because we don't want to look at our dead relatives because it's weird. Smash that dislike button. But it's not like they have to get out the garden shears. The skin around the fingernails of a corpse will naturally retract as it becomes dehydrated, and this does sometimes give the impression that the fingernails have grown, when in fact it's more of a case of the skin around them shrinking and exposing more nail. The scalp will also dry out, exposing more hair on top, while a male corpse may appear to have more prominent stubble when the chin dries up and starts pulling back towards the skull. All of this is very very pleasant. This doesn't mean that he's going to end up looking like the Thomas Nast depiction of Santa Claus if left unattended for a few weeks. However, it would be inaccurate to suggest that hair and fingernail growth stops immediately after death. After the heart stops beating, your lights don't all go out at once. Your alcohol-invincible brain cells may die fairly quickly, but other cells in the body will take a little longer to fade, and it's technically possible for hair and nails to carry on growing for a very short time. Bearing in mind the fingernails only grow about an average of 0.1 millimeters per day anyway, and the whole process is only likely to last a few minutes at most after death, I'd be surprised if anyone ever really noticed. So, to be completely accurate, nails and hair may keep growing for just a few short moments after you've died, but you're not going to need heavy-duty manicure down at the funeral directors. Thank God, I was very concerned about this. And it's reassuring to know that we're not currently walking above the graves of New Age hippie zombies. Also, I think, like, when I die, I'm definitely thinking about having my body frozen. People think this is weird, and I just don't get why people think that's weird. I mean, everyone's going to explain to me in the comments, like, oh, you know, well, of course, first of all, there's the religious people who are like, you're not looking forward to death? I'm like, no, an endless void of nothingness? Are you kidding? Like, I don't believe that the shit afterwards, so no.
After you died, where did you go? What did you see?
There was nothing at all.
And then there's people like, oh, it's part of the natural cycle. I'm like, the natural cycle? You know what else is part of the natural cycle? Polio. That. I am definitely, like, if I had the choice of not dying, it's the worst outcome. The worst possibility is death. Okay, so maybe getting frozen, I'm not going to get woken up in 1,000 years and everything's going to be glorious and they'll heal whatever was wrong with me and all of the problems with freezing bodies now. But it's like, what's the alternative? Death. And it's reassuring to know that we're not currently walking above the graves of New Age hippie zombies. Okay. Your ancestors were cheeky little monkeys. No, they weren't. I know this one's a myth. It's not how evolution works. Finally, there seems to be a widely held belief that if you take time and effort to really trace your family tree properly, you'll eventually come across your monkey ancestors. Who believes this? After all, that's what Charles Darwin is supposed to have claimed in his Theory of Evolution and his 1871 book. The Descent of Man. Isn't it The Ascent of Man? Isn't it The Descent of Man? In my whole life, I thought it was The Ascent of Man. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna go crazy. Nope, it is definitely The Descent of Man. I have been wrong my entire life.
What else is new?
Charles Darwin never really said any such thing. In fact, he was quite cagey about his choice of words in books such as On the Origin of Species. While he speculated that all living things descend from one prototype, including humans and monkeys, he never once stated that your ancestor is a chimp. The point to bear in mind here is that humans and chimps are now widely believed to be about the same age anyway. We both started popping up on the planet around 7 or 8 million years ago, so we can hardly be called the children of chimpanzees. In a way, we're more like cousins, because monkeys and apes are now believed to share the same mysterious common ancestor. Millions of years ago, an enigmatic creature roamed the Earth that we don't really know anything about. It's speculated that he shared traits with both humans and apes, and he favored the use of tools, but other than that, he remains an elusive figure. At some point in history, this monkey man of mystery split into two completely separate lineages, with one lineage evolving into gorillas and chimps, and the other lineage evolving into hominids, our real early human ancestors. So this unknown ancestor was a kind of parent which gave birth to two different species. Half of his children ended up as gormless beasts that liked eating bananas and mooching about while beating their hairy chests, and the other half became chimps. Ba-da-bum-bum. I really hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please do smash that like button below. Go get Surfshark. There's a link to them below. Keep Simon stocked up in expensive booze by supporting our sponsors. And, yeah, that's about it, really. Oh, if you'd like to purchase the merch, purchasethemerch.co. Well, thank you for watching. God, this script took an absolute beating. Look at that. This is Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze, also known as Simon. This script has been put together by Danny. Thank you, Danny. Lately, people were like, Simon, I noticed that the script slap is not a thing on Business Blaze anymore, and I was like, okay, I'm bringing it back. Is the top of my head getting cut off? I'm just going to raise the camera up a little. That's the Badger. Danny has written us a script, Epic Advertising Fails, Part 3, because, as I always mention, when there's a Part 2 and a Part 3, it's because on Monday morning I come up with all the topics for, like, the next week. I normally come up with 3 Business Blaze topics. And when I'm feeling particularly lazy and creatively bankrupt, I just come up with Part 3, Part 4, Part 19. It's not very often that I check what's trending on Twitter, as it's usually got something to do with either Donald Trump, Piers Morgan, Prince Harry, Kanye West, or the coronavirus. Why does everyone care about Piers Morgan? I understand, like, Donald Trump, he's the president, Prince Harry, he's a British royal, people for some reason care about that shit. Kanye West, he's, like, famous and insane. Kanye West. Who cares? Why do people care about Piers Morgan? I don't get it. Who are you, Piers? And why are you so famous? What am I doing wrong? I know, be more of a head. That's the only thing I know about Piers Morgan. Everyone says he's a d***head. I don't even know why. He's like, who's that other guy? Rupert Murdoch. There's one thing everyone knows. Rupert Murdoch is a d***head. We don't really know why. I mean, we do with Rupert Murdoch. We do. Or coronavirus, which sounds like the lamest list of ingredients for a fun Friday night that I can possibly imagine. I don't know, that would be quite a party. It'd be a bit weird. I don't know who I'd rather talk to. I think honestly, out of all those people, I'd probably rather talk to coronavirus. I did briefly get excited on the very day that I'm writing this Business Blaze script because viewer Broken Matt Rutlands brought to my attention a brand spanking new tweet from Blockbuster. Why is Blockbuster still tweeting? Are you around Blockbuster still? If you are, no one cares. Except for us, apparently, because here we are. As you might imagine, the former video chain has been a bit quiet lately. What? But after 6 years of radio silence, the Twitter sphere went into a brief meltdown when the official and verified Blockbuster account stuck its head above the parapet and tweeted that it was just checking in. In the space of just one day, those 3 simple words have so far generated 21,000 comments, 140,000 retweets, and just under 1 million likes. Again, like, you know how I said, what am I doing wrong? Why is Piers Brosnan so famous? Piers Brosnan. Well, he's famous because he's a legend. Piers Morgan. Also, why don't I think the most likes I ever got was like a few thousand. It's like, what am I doing? What am I doing wrong? Could it be Blockbuster is preparing for a surprise comeback? I knew that keeping hold of all my VHS tapes was going to turn out to be a good idea one day when the format finally fell back into trend again. It was only a matter of time. Yeah, I can't wait for having to rewind videos back to the start when I want to watch them again, and how they degrade quality over time, and how the quality just generally sucks. It's going to be awesome! Also, alas, the excitement was only very fleeting. Just 8 hours later, the Blockbuster account tweeted, "Okay, we've seen enough. Checking out." It looks as if the VHS revival may have been put on a flickering pause for another decade or two. I do wonder what that was all about. I guess we'll find out someday. But a particularly savvy social media marketing team may do well to keep an eye on what's currently creating a buzz on Twitter, as you can often shift a shitload more products just by riding the wave of a trend. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna come up with some really, fine coronavirus merch. People were like, or more it was like Teespring were like, you can make a face mask for Business Blaze, and I'm like, I don't know, that just doesn't feel right, does it? I get it, but it's like, it's not a charity thing, it's just like, it tells you, yeah, you can make this amount of profit on selling a face mask, and I'm like, look, I may be morally bankrupt, but I'm not that morally bankrupt. Back in 2012, the small UK-based fashion brand Celeb Boutique was flogging a fancy dress called the Aurora, which was apparently inspired by Kim Kardashian, in the sense that it looks similar to the kind of thing she usually gets paid a big bag of cash to wear while she's casually taking hundreds of spontaneous selfies. Noticing one morning that the hashtag Aurora seemed to be trending, Celeb Boutique thought it would be a good idea to post the following tweet. Aurora is trending, clearly about our Kim K-inspired Aurora dress. These words were followed, it's probably not, it's like, yeah, the Aurora's actually a type of bomb that the US military uses to kill terrorists and accidentally kill civilians. Oh, don't worry, UK military as well. We're all as bad as each other. These words were followed by a cheeky emoticon wink and a link to the product page for the expensive dress. But there was quite a good reason why Aurora was trending on the 20th of July 2012, and it was nothing to do with posh frocks. This was the morning after a mass shooting had place during a midnight screening of the new Batman film. Oh, yeah, of course. This was 8 years ago? Fucking hell. Batman film The Dark Knight Rises in a movie theater in Aurora, Colorado. 12 people were killed and a further 58 were injured in the massacre, which was at the time the largest number of casualties in one shooting incident. Yeah, we've outdone that. I mean, we as in humanity, because what the f***'s wrong with us? Generally, whenever I hear one of these, my reaction isn't like sympathy. I mean, it is. But my primary reaction is like, what the f*** is wrong with us? It's no surprise that Celebrity's surprisingly insensitive tweet ruffled more than a few feathers on Twitter. But did they know about the shooting before the tweet was posted? No, please God say they didn't. The company rather unconvincingly claimed ignorance. They reckon that their PR team was not based in the US and they had not checked the reason why Aurora was trending that morning. This is despite the fact that the tweet was posted about 10 hours after the news first broke and dominated headlines worldwide. No, I'm giving them a pass on this one. Like, I hardly read the news. Like, I don't really care. And I'll be like, oh my God, I could definitely do this and people wouldn't believe. They'll be like, how could you not know, Simon? It was all over the news. It's like, I don't read the news. And they'll be like, well, you should. And I'll be like, I know. But it doesn't make me a bad person. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm going to get in trouble for this one day. You'd expect people who work in social media for a living to check out why a hashtag is trending before jumping on it for a piggyback ride. Again, I'm going to give them a pass because they're so in their own heads that they really think that their dress could be trending on Twitter. Like, if I saw Business Blaze trending on Twitter, and to trend on Twitter, it has to be big. I'll be like, oh my God, what is happening? This is incredible. And it turns out that it was actually to do with a shopping center burning down. I'll be like, hey, Business Blaze trending. This is the best news ever. And then people will be like, Simon, 131 people died in that Business Blaze. And I'll be like, oh, I really thought it was me. And even if we believed that the team behind the tweet had been sticking their fingers in their ears the whole time, the knowing emoticon wink, is it emoticon or emoticon? I don't give a the knowing emoticon wink that closed the offended tweet suggests that they knew exactly what they were doing. No, it doesn't. Danny, maybe I'll run a Twitter poll on this and we can find out or a YouTube poll and we can find out, like, I don't know, maybe I'm cutting them too much slack. Even the apology seemed a bit half-assed just a few minutes after the tweet had been pulled and replaced with these implications that the social media team just didn't follow the news. Celebrity tried to cheer everyone up a bit. On the day that the world was still reeling in shock from the shooting massacre, they tweeted, "It's a fabulous Friday. What are your weekend plans?" And again, okay, I'm gonna say, like, you can definitely schedule tweets, and if you're a big company like this, you will have scheduled tweets, like, weeks ahead. And yes, it's on you to make sure that, you know, you're checking them, to make sure that nothing horrible happens, but this just sounds like the generic, boring company tweet, which is boring and terrible, and who cares? But, I mean, that could have been scheduled 3 weeks ago. Still, it could have been worse. Oh, moving on. Let me know in the comments below who you think's right, me or Danny. You're never alone with a strand. The year is 1959, and a stylish black and white TV commercial in the UK is about to go down in the history books as something of a televisual triumph. Strand Cigarettes has been launched that very same year by W.D. and H.O. Wills, who had high hopes for their new value fire sticks and wanted to create something fresh and distinctive for their major advertising campaigns. Yeah, when I think of cigarettes, I think of fresh. Their job was eventually given to S.H. Benson, copywriter John May, who came... Oh, S.H. Benson, I guess, is the name of the ad agency, who came up with the storyboard and script within 24 hours of being commissioned. He ended up creating one of the most memorable and most culturally referenced adverts of the 20th century. The 60-second commercial opens quietly on a moody, rain-drenched streets of London at midnight. A man in a raincoat who's clearly channeling Frank Sinatra moodily walks along the deserted wet streets in a way that suggests unseen anguish and pain and loss, as if he's just finally sorted out a notorious criminal gang once and for all, but he couldn't quite get there in time to stop them throwing his grandmother over the 15th floor balcony. Danny, you need to write some books, son, because, like, this is... I really like it, one. And clearly, it's bottled up inside you. As he mooches down the street, lost in his own solitude, we hear the haunting background sounds of the Lonely Man theme, composed by the Cliff Adams Orchestra. No idea what that is. Eventually, the Sinatra lookalike stops for a moment, pulls out a Strand cigarette, and lights it with a sense of world-weary resignation combined with just a flicker of desperate relief, and maybe even a soupcon of hope for tomorrow. Wow, and soupcon. I don't even know that word. As he puffs away on the stick, a reassuring voiceover informs us that you're never alone with a Strand, the cigarette of the moment. He also adds helpfully, "Wonderful value at 3 and 2pence for 20. That seems wildly out of place. He's just like... life. 50p. Yeah. Also, just like to comment on cigarettes in movies and stuff, it does amaze me that you'll still go to the cinema and you'll see movies where the cool characters are smoking cigarettes. And I'm like, wow, and they make cigarette smoking look cool. And I'm like, I mean, that's essentially advertising. Where it might not be for a specific cigarette, but there are movies out there that make smoking look cool. Like when Vin Diesel is like doing his thing and he's like racing in a car and he's living dangerously and then he's like lighting up a cigarette or whatever. I don't know, like, not Vin, I don't know specifically Vin Diesel, but you know, like a movie star and he's like super handsome and he's like, and I'm like, wow, if I smoked, I'd be that handsome. Here's the thing, the commercials seem to be really popular with critics and viewers alike. That Lonely Man instrumental actually entered the UK music charts purely on the strength of the commercial, which never really happened in those days. It reached number 39 and may have climbed much higher if the BBC hadn't banned it from the airwaves when they realised they might get accused of helping to advertise cigarettes. It's 1959, who cares? Strand cigarettes would fondly be remembered for decades to follow, getting name-checked in classic songs by Roxy Music and David Bowie. Unfortunately, Strand cigarettes were pulled from sale within the space of about a year of the advert's launch, because as stylish and as memorable as the film noir commercial may be, it also appeared to convey a very clear message that only the most desperately sad wanker would stoop so low as to smoke a Strand. Nobody really wanted to be seen as the strange raincoat man wandering alone at night with only a pack of cheap cigarettes to call a friend. And just 0.7% of female smokers and 0.3% of male smokers bought the brand. However, all was not... That doesn't sound bad. Like, if this YouTube channel was 0.7% of YouTube views, I'd be like, it's a business, son. But I ain't Cocomelon. However, all was not lost. Learning from their mistakes, WD and Ho Wills decided to go to the other extreme when they rebranded their cigarettes as Embassy in 1962. They produced a TV commercial which showed a sad man at a house party who's getting ignored by everyone else until he pulls out a packet of new Embassy cigarettes and suddenly everyone wants to be his best buddy. Embassy ended up becoming the best-selling cigarette of the decade in the UK, and it's still around today. I think I've heard of it. There's also this brilliant quote, I have no idea who it's by, and it's like, if you're at a house party alone and you're staring out of a window, you're a loser. If you're at a house party alone, staring out of a window and smoking a cigarette, you're a philosopher. I thought this was... business place should stop advertising cigarettes. Don't smoke, kids. It will kill you. Sticking just for a little while longer with the subject of desperately sad men. Oh, God. A 2013 advert from South Korean automobile manufacturer Hyundai took the concept much further in a UK commercial for their iX35 car. They decided to play around with the idea of a man who was so fed up with life that it decided to kill himself. Jesus, that's not gonna fly. It's a remarkably eerie and quiet advertisement. From inside a locked suburban garage. Oh my God, are you for real? We see that a forlorn-looking man is getting inside his car to prepare himself with what he assumes is his final act. He intends to funnel the vehicle's exhaust fumes inside the car and ultimately die from carbon monoxide poisoning. It's an almost painfully grim 60 seconds of TV advertising as the suicidal man gets comfortable in the car seat, slowly closes his eyes, and braces himself for his descent into darkness. But wait a minute, here comes the punchline. I know what the punchline's gonna be. It's gonna be like, wow, our car emits so few emissions, or it's electrical or some shit that this guy couldn't kill himself. Guys. Not okay. As we've already discussed, I'm not exactly not morally bankrupt, but this isn't going to sell any cars. As it turns out, the new Hyundai iX35 is actually a fuel cell car, what a shocker, not a gas or diesel car, so the tailpipe of the vehicle only emits water vapor. He can't kill himself after all. Oh no. As the dialogue-free commercial closes with the caption explaining that the new iX35 features 100% water emissions, we see the man silently open the garage door, walk back into his house, pull out a gun, and shoot himself in the head. Not really. He enters the house in droopy defeat, clearly upset that he can't even kill himself without cocking something up. If only he had a Strand to cheer him up a bit. Remarkably, the ad initially attracted acclaim in some quarters. The respected UK marketing magazine The Drum named it their ad of the week, and the Guardian newspaper recommended it to readers and displayed it on their website. Am I missing something that seems wildly inappropriate? I'm all for originality and creativity and breaking boundaries in the world of automobile marketing. Have you guys seen, there's a great YouTube channel? You know, finish this video first because I need that sweet watch time and money. But there's a great YouTube channel called Zebra Corner, where there's this dude, I feel like maybe he's Australian, I don't know, but he has like maybe he's American, he has like a really strong accent, and he's got like these, he takes like a car commercial and he green screens himself in and he pretends to be in the commercial. And there's this one where it's like, they take, like, I don't know, like fucking Chevrolet or someone has taken the badges off the car. And in the advert, the dealer is showing, you know, mystery shoppers the car and being like, can you tell me what car this is? And they're like, ooh, it's a Mercedes. No, it's a BMW. No, it's a Bentley. And the zebra corner dude's just like, what are you talking about? It's clearly a fucking Chevy. Awesome. I don't know why I spent 45 seconds describing this guy's video when you can just go watch it and, you know, that's it, really. There's only so many times you can see a car driving down a mountain road before you start figuring out that you don't live near any mountains. The advert was certainly a little bold and a little different, but although I'm usually a fan of black humor, this just seemed unnecessarily unsettling and unpleasant for a TV ad that's trying to flog you a new car. Despite the earlier claim, the comments soon came rolling in during the first week. The Guardian quickly withdrew its recommendation and banned the advert from its website on the grounds that it was inconsistent with Guardian editorial guidelines on the coverage of suicide. Yeah, no shit, Guardian. The tip of the iceberg seemed to be when a freelance copywriter wrote a blog article which called on Hyundai to drop their ad. Her own father had committed suicide in a very similar fashion, and to hammer the point home on how upset she felt by this, she shared his suicide note online. Okay, I mean, also the ad's bad, but I mean, just be like, this is a ad. You don't need to go so far. It seems a little unnecessary, doesn't it?
This boy has no heart!
I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. You naturally feel deep sympathy for the copywriter's loss, but I'm not convinced that we should have a blanket ban on using topics in humor that may offend people who've been through similar experiences. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say. This is why Danny's a writer, because, you know, he can express himself properly. Again, maybe it wasn't entirely appropriate for a car commercial, though. But as the blog post went viral and Hyundai UK had dropped the advert within the week, alongside an apology which shifted the blame onto the ad agency. Guys, this is like Apology 101. Don't shift the blame. Like, you have some responsibility here. People want to see you own it. Just own it.
I'd like my life back.
Their statement starts off quite sincere. Hyundai understands that the video has caused offense. We apologize unreservedly. The video has been taken down and will not be used in any of our advertising or marketing. We're very sorry for any offense or distress that the video caused. But it finishes off quite lamely with, this video was created by an affiliate advertising agency in Ocean Europe without Hyundai's request or approval. Okay, hold on. That feels like a lie, allegedly. Your advertising agency, your affiliated advertising agency, made an advert without you requesting it. Yeah, because I just did this ad for Babel for fun. Like, they did not request it, they did not approve it, they absolutely did. This advert was requested and approved. Companies, Simon, anyone, doesn't advertise free, except for Raid Shadow Legends. And I mostly advertise how much of a piece of it is. Okay, allegedly. Maybe Hyundai should have listened to US trade publication Adweek. Before the commercial was launched, Adweek published a blog post which suggested that the forthcoming commercial was crass. I would use a different word. And warned Hyundai to drop the ad because it was guaranteed to cause offense. Hyundai never responded to the piece and ended up driving the whole campaign to suicide. Ba-da-bum-bum. Damaged goods. I've got a couple of good friends who live in South Africa, and it sounds as if this is one of the places you don't really want to be during virus time. Oh my god, my grandma got coronavirus. She lives in South Africa, and she was totally fine. She's like 90-something years old. She lives in like an old person's home. Everyone or whatever got corona, and she was just like, no, I had it. I tested positive for it. Didn't have any symptoms whatsoever. And I'm like, Grandma, you're going to live forever. The government couldn't seem to make their minds up about the best strategy to adopt and initially implemented the strictest lockdown in the world. One of my friends received a visit from the police and a stern caution after one of the neighbours snitched on her for taking her dog to a small patch of grass at the end of her road for 5 minutes. Holy shit. The secret police! Another friend had to leave most of his shopping at the checkout when he was told that he was only allowed to purchase absolutely essential items, which apparently excluded pretty much everything apart from food and toilet roll. Even worse, the South African government even went so far as to ban the sale of alcohol and cigarettes completely during lockdown. What the f***? Which would have me rioting on the streets if there hadn't been a virus thing going around. Oh my god. Like, there was a protest in Spain, like, where they weren't wearing masks. They had anti-mask protests. I'm like, what the fuck? Put on your f***ing mask, you selfish pricks. Fortunately, they changed their mind and they lifted a ban, and then they reinforced it, and then they lifted it. Make up your minds, guys. Over the years, the South African government has often had problems in conveying a clear message. The country still has the biggest HIV epidemic in the world, and one of many problems faced in the campaign to fight the virus is misinformation and lack of evidence. Many South African citizens aren't quite sure if the most effective treatment for HIV is antiretroviral medication or zingy lemon flavor herbal remedies. Oh god. Was it the president of South Africa or someone who was like, no, it's okay, I'm not gonna get AIDS because after I have sex, I take a shower. And it's like, bro. What? Although some of the crazy comes out about corona, it's like, come on. You're not that dumb. You're not that... Oh, you are. Way back in 1999, the health department took a positive step by distributing thousands of free condoms to places like Soweto and the Carlton Centre in Johannesburg. In a very clever move, they packed the condoms with a leaflet which explained their importance and how to use them. In a slightly less clever move, they decided just to staple this leaflet onto each and every condom, punching a dirty great hole in it and rendering the condom utterly useless. You can't be serious. Wait, is this an advertising mistake? I guess they are advertising it anyway. It was never revealed just how many thousands of punctured condoms were distributed, but the public were quickly advised not to use them or pass them on when the government was alerted to the gaffe. That kind of thing could only happen in South Africa. Oh, and maybe Texas. Okay. About 20 years later, a barber in Texas began stapling condoms to his business cards. He explained on social media, "I got to include one of these with every card. You're going to need it after I cut your hair. Trust me." That's actually kind of clever. Although why not? I mean, go the extra mile and just print all your details on a condom. That would be cleverer and cooler. Naturally, it didn't take long for social media users to point out the slight flaw in his logic, although one Twitter user reckoned he had the barber sussed. This man ain't dumb. He's going to be cutting their kid's hair too and doubling his profits. Yeah, that's legit. Never forget. Oh god, it's going to be a 9/11 one. Someone's going to real bad. Oh, finally, it's always a good idea to try and tie your marketing campaigns in with seasonal events and historic dates. Not 9/11 though, guys. And on that day, the San Antonio-based company Miracle Mattress thought it would be a fun idea to launch a 20-second commercial promoting their Twin Towers sale. If the idea wasn't bad enough, the execution was even worse. The sales pitch was that for one day only, you could order any size mattress, even a giant king-size one, for the price of a relatively cheap twin mattress. So, the video opens with a female presenter and two male employees standing in front of two thoughtfully constructed tall towers of mattresses, one of which is adorned with a small American flag. I know where this is going. The presenter is clearly excited as she poses this intriguing question to the audience. What better way to remember 9/11 than with a Twin Tower sale? I don't know. How about any other way? We barely have time to mentally run through the literally billions of different better ways to remember 9/11 before she goes through with the sales pitch. At the climax of the commercial, the presenter flings her arms wide and accidentally knocks back the two employees who are sent tumbling into the towers of mattresses which topple to the ground. Clearly wearing a mock oops expression, the presenter finishes off with a less sincere "we'll never forget." Oh, this is... Not surprisingly, this sparked sheer fury on social media, and the company was quick to pull the ad and deliver a gushing apology. Mike Bonanno, the owner of Miracle Mattress, he's gonna shift the blame. Are you ready for it? Owner of Miracle Mattress claimed that he had nothing to do with this ad, and that he would hold his employees accountable for the serious lapse of decency. The store in question was even closed indefinitely following the backlash, although it's unclear for exactly what length of time it was closed, and it certainly seems to be open again now. But you can't help pondering that a number of people were probably involved in this commercial from initial conception to release, and it's quite staggering to imagine that at no point did anybody stop and say, actually, do you think this might be a bad idea? In my opinion, this has got to be a serious contender for the gold medal in the coveted just what the hell were the lunatics thinking category. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the blaze. Smash that dislike button if I've offended you at some point in this video. It's entirely possible. It happens often. Smash that like button if you enjoyed it. Don't forget, if you want to join ETA in being a bilingual ETA, join him by getting Babbel. There is a link below, 50% off for 6 months. Support the show with that, by the way, and thank you for watching. No, it's okay, I'm not going to get AIDS because after I have sex, I take a shower.